Me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Island in the Desert, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine. Look at that. Dear Mr. Valentine. Just like any amateur, like any old woman who shakes in her boots. So I'm going to say it different, George, you old buster, rescue me quick. I am surrounded by heat. I am shipwrecked in perspiration. I am lost in the middle of a hotel room, in the middle of an island, half in your country, half in mine. An island in the desert, amigo. In the middle of the continent. With dirty old buildings for trees, with snails for people. But, George, if I could look out the window across the border and know that you were there, George, then I could hope to escape. 2 days I am here, and it is I who am burning up, because there is lots more in this old pair of border towns beside the heat that stifles. Sometimes it catches on fire, and where I should find just ashes, sometimes I find lizards, I find rattlesnakes, I find...
And that's all he wrote, huh?
See, Mr. Valentine.
But, Sheriff.
Buenos dias, Pacheco. I'm mine.
Or is that what we call you? I mean, here in Mexico.
Oh, sure, baby. Sheriff, that's for me. They found the letter under his body, Mr. Valentine, there in the hotel room yesterday.
I get it.
Sheriff? Sure, why not, baby? They have one on your side, so I persuade my own people over here. You call me Tasco.
Uh-huh. Well, I didn't mind coming down here in a hurry, but...
Pablo, the clean glasses, the cold beer.
But if you want me to identify this guy who was writing, who got killed, you'd better show me his body, hadn't you?
Go slow, senor. Go slow. This is not Tijuana. First, I show you my hospitality, my little bar. Hey, wipe them off. Pablo, clean.
Pretty fancy hospitality.
What, the slot machines? Well, this is my business. The sheriff is my pleasure. But in my own bar, I can also keep eyes on people, Hey, move over, Dutchman.
Oh, yeah, excuse.
So, 2 birds with 1 stone, huh? Here we are. Oh, looking at you, baby.
Thank you.
Yeah, tastes good in this weather.
Yeah.
Only this guy who got killed.
Hey, he seemed energetic and crazy like you, Mr. Valentine.
You mean stubborn?
Yeah, stubborn.
All right, but what else did he look like?
Oh, good clothes from Mexico City. Young, tall, with a gun.
With a gun?
Oh, yeah, he had a gun.
Huh?
He carried it under his jacket.
Dutchman.
Well, excuse, Tasco, but this is the murder you talk about.
Wait a minute now. Go on, friend. What do you know about it?
Well, we eat in the same place, the same hotel. We don't talk, but I see him hang up his coat, so Americans. You are Americans. He was Mexican. I am Dutch, you understand, and so anxious to get a passport to USA. Perhaps if you could assist me
what's
with
all
the
this? What's he
official...
talking about?
What do you know about the man?
Well,
Nothing. You know nothing, huh?
Nine, Tasco. Excuse me,
Americans must be careful. He's looking for a handout, that's all. Drink up. And I have already checked around. I have the facts the official police will need.
That's all. Let's skip the beer, huh, Tosco?
Oh, but
you and I are
Valentine,
going to see that body right now.
Morgue's the only cool place in town, huh?
Oh, brother, you got a great sense of humor.
No. I am not your reverend, only a realist. Death, it comes often here. Like so. That is he.
Yeah. Wore a shoulder gun. Well, he never got a chance to use it. His name's Rayados, Mackie Rayados. He worked on a case together several years ago.
Case?
Yeah. Mackie was a private detective, one of the best ones in Mexico.
Private detective? Oh, so that's who he was. Hey, my sleepy town.
You must have had some idea. Didn't he have any identification on him? What have you been doing the past 24 hours?
Well, must do things easy, senor. In this heat? No identification. Just a man around town asking questions and hiding his name. The letter was all I had to go on, addressed to you, huh?
Yeah, sure. I'm just a little sore, that's all. He was a nice guy. Hey.
The wheels are in motion, so don't worry. You have done your work, now we'll do ours, senor. Well, what's the matter?
Siren. Fire siren.
Oh, yeah, of course, a grass fire. The rains never come, but the fire is on the American side in the hill in your town. Our engine goes to help sometimes, that is all. Don't be so nervous, so...
Mackie Rayados was a fire insurance investigator.
What?
You heard me. He investigated fires.
Well, so in my town, that would be appropriate. The Americans say you can fry eggs on our pavement.
Lasco, you just said my job was done. Now you'll do yours. Is that right?
Well, yes, but my hospitality...
Okay, then go ahead and do it. I'm leaving, Buster. This place is too hot for me.
George, what on earth? Mackie was a friend of yours. You're not going to just run away.
Mackie didn't tell anyone in that town his name, Brooks. He left all his identification at home. Now, why would a licensed detective do a thing like that? Don't you get it?
Oh.
Yeah, sure. He didn't trust anybody in this town, not even the police.
Pascal?
Maybe, I don't know. But at least I don't want to beard that two-language double-talk artist again until I know what I'm talking about.
You're going to see the local police here on the American side?
Brooksy, we're going to see the American Fire Department.
Well, there's only the three of us, Mr. Valentine, on regular. This is a small town.
I see.
I understand you had a grass fire a little while ago.
Why, yes, Miss Brooks. Didn't amount to much, though. Mexicans gave us a hand.
Hey, you burned your shirt and got your hair mussed up. Ain't that something? How do you think you'll impress a lady with your hair?
This is Place. He's our driver. Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
And this is Al. He saves the babies and gets the medals. Pleasure.
How are you?
Hello. Place?
Yeah, like between win and show, huh?
Place used to be a jockey.
What do you think I am now? Sure, I booted home more losers over in Caliente than you ever...
Place. Mr. Valentine's here to see about a murder.
Well, how much does he charge?
Very funny. Now, listen to me, both of you. A friend of mine, a Mexican detective, a fire insurance outfit, was across the border on some kind of a job. Well, I saw the Mexican engine come over to help you, so I thought maybe you'd gone over there sometimes. So Mackie must have been around to ask you boys some questions.
Hey, holy smoke. Tall young guy, kind of thin.
Yeah, there was a young Mexican here.
That's him.
Dead, huh? That guy's dead.
Murdered.
Yeah. Well, sure he was here a couple of days ago. He said he couldn't do anything official out of his own country, but he talked to the chief, to Slim. I think it was about there being too many fires over in that town. I think firebug was his angle.
Hey, come on, Slim's already down at the boarding house. That's where we hang out, sort of a pool room, lady.
Firebug. Mackie was asking questions about a firebug.
Well, we never have any trouble on our side, but over there, well, they've had a lot of fire.
Sure, Brooksy, that makes sense. And now I know why Mackie wanted me here, why he started the letter to me.
What do you mean, George?
Oh, my. Hey, where's the telephone?
It's on the wall back in the office, sir.
I'll meet you in the boarding house, that pool room.
Well, it ain't no jockey club, Miss Brooks, but the clientele's nicer. Slim here rigged up an alarm bell outside for us.
Yeah, but it only rings when Place needs an excuse for missing a three-cushion shot.
Now, boys. I'm retiring soon, you see, Miss Brooks. And that's what I told your friend Mackie. And I said that, in my opinion, a fire's a fire. In 25 years of experience, I've never caught a firebug yet. And I said, in this area, it don't make much sense anyway, bringing coals to Newcastle, setting fire to Hades, and furthermore,
All right,
in my
turn
opinion...
it off, Pop. Here he comes now. This is Slim, the chief, Mr. Valentine.
How are you, Slim? Brooksy, did you ask him about
We
the
made
times
out a
that-
list, George, the fires they've had lately in the other towns. What did you...
Son, you know you remind me of nephew I had once.
Yeah?
Almost as big and husky as Al here. I used to say to him, in my
I'm
opinion...
sorry, Slim, but let me see that list, Angel. I'm in a hurry.
Here.
Well, now, this here nephew was...
City-owned garage. That's the one.
What?
Yeah, 10 days ago. I talked to Mackey's office in Mexico City. They hadn't even been notified of his death yet. But that's why they sent him up here, to investigate the burning of that garage.
Well, now, I remember that one, but there sure wasn't nothing suspicious. City garage wasn't nothing but a ramshackle...
Chief. It was insured for $25,000 more than it was worth.
Holy smoke.
City garage. You know who that means, don't you, Mr. Valentine? I mean, well, it's just like in our country. Every once in a while, a guy gets control of a city...
Pascal? The one that calls himself sheriff?
You should hear what the Mexicans call him.
Uh-huh. I think I'll go back and see him now, Brooksy.
But, George...
Tasco didn't start any fire, not himself he didn't. Well, why would Mackey want me here? When he's Mexican, the insurance is Mexican, the fires are in Mexico. Oh, no. Mackey must have found that something came from the USA. Only he couldn't do anything about it. He wasn't licensed here, so all he could do was ask questions on this side. He needed me to run down...
George, the firebug. Mackey must have found out that whoever started the fire came from over here, from the United States.
That's it exactly.
But then why are you going
I'm
down...
going to where the trouble happens, friend. To the place where the answers are. I got to find out what Mackey found.
Son, I might be a bit of a windbag sometimes, but I'd better point out to you that your friend Mackey, he maybe found out too much. Appears to me he must have got killed for asking questions, for getting too close to something hot.
Okay, Chief. I'll see how close I can get.
I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine, but I said no. I'm responsible for immigration here, and you can't cross that border.
I what?
But we were just over there a few hours ago.
We've got a local problem to deal with. We have to cooperate with the other side.
Oh, I get it. And they have to cooperate with Tasco. But look, I left him with the impression I was going home for good, skipping his hospitality.
Don't underestimate him, Mr. Valentine. Like he didn't you.
But he has no authority.
But he's got a lot of friends. He'd know it if you got across to his town. Frankly, Mr. Valentine, I'm thinking of you. I don't like to let a man get down there and then maybe come back home for good on a slab.
Checkmate. Oh, brother.
What's the matter?
Hey, listen.
The bell.
Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, it's smoke, Angel, on the Mexican side. Sure, that bell's the one outside the pool and the fire alarm bell. Meet me there later.
George.
Nobody's going to stop a fire engine, Brooksy. But I'm going across, Tasco or not. Hey, Slim, wait! You got a new fireman!
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You've probably got your vacation trip already mapped out. Now, I don't know whether you're driving north or south or east or west, but I can throw in a reminder that will make your vacation miles more pleasant. Between Canada and Mexico and the Pacific and the Rockies, here's how to be sure of finding clean restrooms for your convenience. Just stop at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. Here, the restrooms are cleaned thoroughly and inspected often, kept well supplied with soap and towels. And when you stop at these service stations, you're never made to feel obliged to buy something. So wherever your vacation takes you in the West, count on the convenience of clean restrooms at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You came to this double border town because your friend Mackey Relledos, a Mexican private detective, needed your help. But before you arrived in the sleepy, sweltering place, Mackey had been murdered. Well, he wanted your help because there were things he couldn't do on the United States side of the border. And then you found that you couldn't get back into Mexico. But if your name is George Valentine, you've found an answer to the dilemma. You've remembered that no one ever stops a fire engine, at least when it's headed for a fire.
That was easy as rolling off a log, Mr. Valentine. Nobody even noticed you.
Well, if I roll off this truck, how do you hang on
Grab
to this
your
thing?
bonnet, Nellie. We're round on the last turn.
All right, boys, spin that hose.
Valentine,
Huh?
afraid you're up against a little change of plans. You better get lost and hop for another part of town.
Yeah, I get it. Tosco's bar's on fire. It's Tosco's own building.
Wow, what a pile of insurance that must carry. Hey, and there's the guy who carries it. Go on, go on.
I'll duck out of sight fast. Thanks. So long.
Right.
Hey. Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, senor. Oh, hello, American.
Yeah, you're one of the guys I'm looking for. You're the Dutchman who said he'd seen Mackey, the man who was murdered.
I like to talk to you about the United States.
You wanted to sell me some information, only Tosco shut you up.
Well, it was nothing,
Now,
really.
just hold it, Buster. You buttonhole all Americans. Well, Mackey apparently had it figured the guy who starts fires is American. Maybe starts them for Mexican property owners. So tell me about the Americans you see
Oh,
over here.
no, let me go. I
Dutchman.
don't know anything.
Hey, wait a minute, you. On your coat here.
Well, let's go.
I wondered why you were edging away. It's kerosene. It's kerosene.
Mine, let's go.
Okay, Mackey, we were wrong. Hey, stop that guy, will you? Get out of my way, will you? Hey, stop him. He's the one. Hey, which way? He started a fire. Don't you see? Look out. Get out of the way.
All aboard that's going aboard.
Well, the fire's all over. I guess this is where Valentine and the Safe Passage part company. So long, fire engine. I got work to do right where I am. Hey, you. Wake up, will you? Hey.
Si, senor.
Now, look, I'm looking for somebody.
Si.
He's a Dutchman. Well, look, this is the Palazzo, isn't it? Hotel, rooming house, whatever you call it.
Oh, si.
Okay, well, does he live here? That's what I mean. Is he here? Look, there's a lady in a restaurant says he's been around for months, saving dough to get to the USA. Now, come on, tell me.
No sabe.
Oh, like that, huh? Yeah. Dollar mean anything to you?
Si.
All right, $2.
Si.
Not at home, huh? Where else do we look, friend? Where else? Hey, hold it. Maybe just his room's good enough. Yeah. Well, what's the matter with you? Leave me alone here, will you? Go on, Gabby. It won't hurt your conscience.
Si. Si.
Okay, here's $5. Now get out. Find out where he's gone.
Si.
Hey, what's this little book? Huh? Yeah. Mackey, I think we're getting even closer. Because I think we're wrong again. Now listen carefully, Brooksy. The Dutchman has a very interesting bank book.
George, I don't understand.
And yes, he's the firebug, all right. But look.
But how can you be...
But what? What? Hey, look, I can't hear you very well.
I can hear you, but wait till I raise this mouthpiece. Is that better?
Yeah.
Oh, George, I was so worried
Now skip
about
it. You're there in the firehouse, aren't you?
Yes, in the office. I've been walking around outside, but I grabbed the phone the minute you rang. They've been back here for hours.
Angel, you're alone there, aren't you?
Well, yes. Everybody's over at the pool hall, I suppose.
Brooksy, we had this whole thing figured backwards. The Dutchman's closet's full of cotton wadding and kerosene. And he's also made bank deposits on every single date they had a fire down there.
Ouch.
Huh?
Oh, I burned my finger, that's all. George, there has been somebody in here where I am a few minutes ago. Cigarette butt still hot here on the pencil rack. I'm sorry, George. You said...
Bank deposits, Brooksy. The Dutchman's been paid for starting fires. So if there's an American involved, the way Mackey figured, it's the employer, not the firebug himself.
George!
Angel, I know it doesn't make sense, but I checked. Every penny the Dutchman's deposited has been in American money, and... Wait a minute. Call you right back, Brooksy. Oh, it's you.
See.
Oh, did you find him, friend? Where's the Dutchman?
Holy mackerel, mister. The Dutchman's dead. Just murdered. Bingo.
Huh?
See!
Brooksy, the Dutchman ran out of here just before I arrived. He'd received a phone call only a few minutes ago. His body's in an alley several blocks north.
Toward the border, George?
Yeah, that's right, Angel. He got called to his own death. And the operator said the call was from your side.
But you said a few minutes ago. Darling, that's just what I said to you about a cigarette being here, but...
Never mind. Get out of that place fast. Meet me at the American telephone office and step on it.
George, there's a record of all calls that go across the border, and the only one around that time to that Dutchman's number was from where we thought it was. And that phone on the wall in the firehouse.
All right, come on.
But, George, I was there, outside, walking around, and I didn't...
I know, but it happened, didn't it? Somebody was in there to phone. Well, let's cut through here and take a look.
Yes, George, somebody, just before me, but I...
Mr. Valentine, wait. Wait. Buenos noches, baby.
Tosca.
Wait.
A little out of your bailiwick, aren't you, big shot?
I explain.
How long have you been around here? Come on.
Since the fire. My fire. Oh, my beautiful bar. I come over. I've been looking for you, Mr. Valentine.
This had better be good, Buster.
I was not very helpful this morning about your friend Mackie.
Say that again.
Baby, please. Fire insurance investigation. It is an embarrassment, but not a crooked one, I'm sure. A city garage burned 10 days ago. They seem to be overinsured, but...
Your bar burned down today, and I bet it had plenty of insurance on
Oh,
it.
my beautiful bar, baby. Had not one penny of insurance. I want your help now. I'm ruined. Not one penny.
George.
Okay. Come on into the firehouse, into the office here. They leave the door open, Brookson?
Yes, but I don't understand.
My insurance, I tell you...
I
that-
heard you, Buster. I heard you. You said it. So, all right. This case has nothing to do with insurance.
What?
Yeah. In fact, you make it a whole lot easier that way.
But,
Oh, I know Mackie came here on an insurance case, that garage. And there had been too many fires. But suppose he stumbled into something totally separate, and that's why he got killed.
Go on, George.
Sure, that's why he was murdered. And the Dutchman got his because he could have told me the whole story.
What story?
The Dutchman got a phone call and came rushing to an alley near the border. Whoever called from here must have told him where to come.
Who is whoever?
Yes, how can you ever hope to tell who made that call? Everybody comes in here.
Come on now, think, Brooksy, think. We'll never find a clue here, I know that. But what did you say to me? Something you said. You were the next person in here, next after the murderer. The cigarette was still burning, remember? You burned your finger.
Yes, George. You said you couldn't hear me until I raised the mouthpiece.
Yeah?
Oh, hi. Ran out of beer over the pool hall. Got to call a liquor store and get... What's the matter? Hiya, Tosco. Valentine.
Al's a big guy, isn't he, Place?
Huh?
Al, the guy you work with.
Well, cigarettes never stunted his growth.
So is Slim. Even Tosco here.
Hey, look, what in the name of...
But, you used to be a jockey. Yeah, put him home at Caliente. Drive a fire engine
George,
now.
look, I think all of them smoke.
You've been exposing yourself to the sun, Mr. Valentine.
I'm sorry, Place. Go ahead, call the liquor store.
Sure.
Senor Valentine.
Yeah, Tosco. You kept asking me what else instead of insurance was involved. Well, that's simple, like all of it. But I grant you I didn't catch on.
What's all this?
I'm not sure yet, mind you. But all day I've been beating my head against a border with its check stations, officials, and red tape. But once today I went across there without even slowing up. Because nobody would stop a fire engine. International cooperation. Well, now, suppose a real smart guy wanted to take things across that border. Wouldn't that be a neat way to do it?
Smuggling?
Carrying whatever it is in the fire truck someplace? Only being a middleman, he'd have to meet a schedule. He'd have to pick his days. So naturally, he'd have to hire somebody to start fires. Then in the crowd and confusion, I suppose it's an easy matter to load up or unload whatever the smuggled goods of the day are.
George, about our telephone call, I remember now what it was I said.
I know. He just did it now. Just now, in reverse. See him? Brooksy, you used that wall phone right after the murderer did. You're not very tall yourself. But wait till I raise this mouthpiece, you said. The murderer who talked on it before you must have been pretty short. The jockey, Place here, had to shove it down to fit him just now.
Look, Mr. Valentine, just because I'm a jockey, so what if she is taller than I am? All this stuff you say, I ain't no...
Why, you little gun.
Let go of me.
You
Cut it out.
go.
Let go of me.
Well, that's it, Sheriff. Guess you can go back to just frying eggs in your street now. Place admitted it was all true.
Yeah, sure. He arranged the fires and hired the Dutchman to start them for him whenever he wanted to bring over a load or pick one up.
It's so crazy, though. Ain't it, baby? He should kill men, too. He should do this thing with Mr. Valentine breathing down his neck.
Well, the heat was on, that's all. Heat like a snowball. He must have had a hot load in his truck to get rid of, so with us nosing around, it was the frying pan of the fire. He had to go ahead.
Well, like a snowball in a frying pan, huh? Our weather finally got him. Yes, baby, I know. He makes sense.
All right, Tasco. But I don't like some of the words you use either.
Oh, please, I know. The big shot's not popular, but now I will have to go back to work to build up my bar again, so I will have no time for a big talk.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. But that wasn't what I meant. It's the way you keep talking to Miss Brooks. It's that word, baby.
So? And what is it, Mr. Valentine, you have against babies?
Huh? Well, that is...
That's all, George.
You might think that long weekend trips and hundreds of vacation miles would be the hardest kind of driving on your car's engine. But that's not true. Hometown driving is even tougher. For short trips with a cool engine produce acid-laden moisture inside cylinders, and that can account for as much as 80% of engine wear. How do you stop it? By getting RPM motor oil, first choice where driving's toughest. There's good reason why folks will tell you more people prefer RPM than any other brand of motor oil. RPM is compounded to keep a moisture-proof film of oil on engine parts. To fight off that rain of acid moisture, it clings to engine hot spots that other oils leave bare, stops carbon and sludge. In fact, it's the finest engine insurance you can buy. Ask tomorrow for RPM, first choice where driving's toughest. Ask at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. John Daner was heard as Tosco, Sidney Miller as Place, Peter Leeds as Al, Herb Butterfield as Slim, Anthony Barrett as Mackie, and Larry Dobkin as the Dutchman. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. $11, another adventure of George Valentine.
Who's Mr. Valentine? Estella, who's Mr. Valentine? Hey, book of the month, unglue yourself. I said, who's Mr.
How should I know he's a man?
Just like that, she says it.
Oh, don't talk like a girl's college, Maggie.
This is your alma mater, dear, not mine. I don't know how you stand it. Oh, I don't mean it hasn't been nice for summer session, but for an aging school teacher like me...
I know. Give you a handy football team every time. You're like all the rest of the man-happies around this place.
I just wondered why I was coming here, that's all.
I don't know. Friend of my uncle's, I guess. Be here this morning. I mean, Valentine, somebody named Miss Brooks. I don't know, just coming.
I thought you had a class this morning.
Educational Psych 110.
Oh, I don't know how you stand all that garbage. Leave your mind alone, I say. Your mind's for wearing hats on, not hocus pocus, and Psychology 110. Hey, that's Ferris, though, isn't it?
Yeah, the teeth. Seen my scarf anywhere?
Estella, why don't you tell me what goes with him and that blonde drawl down the hall?
Not interested. Who cares? Women never talk about anything.
Oh, I know you can't stand him, but you know, don't you? The girls always tell you things. And somebody said they go horseback riding together, and he's married, too. Did you know that? I mean, Vicky the blonde was an undergraduate here herself, wasn't she? So you ought to know. What's the big secret, anyway? What's with this guy, Ferris? What's so mysterious about him?
What time is it?
Oh, 11 o'clock. Where are you going?
11 o'clock.
Aren't you going to wait for Mr. Valentine?
I must go someplace.
Well, hey, at least take your books for you. 11:30. Estella, what's the matter with you?
I don't want to see Mr. Valentine. There's too much to do. I'm not going to class.
What? Oh, listen, you never missed a class in your life. Estella.
Let go of me.
But you look sick. Oh, I always said you worked too hard.
I promised her I wouldn't tell. I promised the other...
Honey, wait a minute.
No, I'm going. I have to go. Ferris told me to.
What?
Goodbye, Maggie.
Estella, look out! Oh, that girl's not going to live very long.
That was my car, Mrs. Ferris. We almost hit her.
But what does that have to do with me?
We didn't know who it was at the time. We weren't going fast.
Crazy kid didn't even look up. Afterwards, she just kept on walking. In fact, she ran. I yelled at her, but she wouldn't stop.
Oh, well, that's Estelle. Estelle?
Estella. Blair is her last name.
Oh, yes. And somebody wrote to you about her, Mr. Valentine?
Her uncle, Mrs. Ferris. I explained that to you. I wanted to see your husband, the professor, about it, but you...
Oh, well, he's in class. Good heavens, there are so many in summer session. Some of his classes are 70 and 80 regular tent shows. And in psychology, too, the poor thing.
Now, look, Mrs. Ferris, it was this Estella's roommate who suggested we come right over here, a girl named Maggie.
Well, I don't... This Maggie was scared to death about her. She's out looking for her now. She can't find her.
She said Estella suddenly started acting so strangely and ran out saying that your husband had told her to go someplace.
I can't imagine where. Or maybe she meant she told my husband to go someplace. Oh, look here, Mr. Valentine, I really don't understand what you're doing.
Okay, here, take a look.
Oh, letter. Oh, the uncle. Dear Mr. Valentine, would appreciate it if you dropped by to see my niece, Estella Blair. I'm her guardian and now too busy to see her very often. But I've been worried the way she's acted lately, her last few visits. She's finished studying for her degree at summer session at, Well, that makes it so clear. Some sort of a woman's counselor, are you? Dorothy Dick? Oh, I'm afraid now I'm really baffled.
Mrs. Ferris, I talked to her uncle on the phone. He's worried about the girl because he feels she's hiding something. Something to do with your husband, Professor Ferris.
Oh, excuse my underestimating you. You do go straight to the point, don't you? You think this girl and my husband. So you come to me. Well, come in. Like some iced tea? Awfully hot. I'd give you something cooler if I thought you wouldn't tell.
No, thanks. You're wrong, Mrs. Ferris. Nobody thinks that at all. If we did, we wouldn't be so tactless.
If you'd seen the girl, I'm sure you wouldn't. I remember her now. A little too dull, I'm afraid, for the teeth.
The teeth?
That's what the girls call my husband. You know, the teeth. He smiles so beautifully, and at everyone. No, I understand you're worried and blunt because you think the next car might not stop as quickly as yours did. You almost killed the girl, and you think she's still in danger and outlost someplace.
And we want to know about her fast.
Well, it's a logical enough conclusion, though. Thinking of my husband that way. Every girl in college is always in love with him, you know. But you just picked the wrong girl, that's all. Now, if it had been a red-headed research student named Mrs. Cell Jensen who keeps his notes for him, bless her heart, then my...
Look, Mrs. Ferris.
No, you look. I'm not just talking. I think you should know that my husband and I don't have much in common except existence. If it weren't inconvenient, we'd be separated. So none of what I'm talking about means anything to me. My husband is a perfectly harmless research psychologist. In love with nothing but his deep, dark work. And that's quite all right with me. This is the way I stall gossip, you see. I tell people first. But did all this happen about 11 o'clock?
11 o'clock? Well, yes, in a way. Stella ran out of the dormitory at 11. Started acting strangely then.
Just what do you mean, Mrs. Ferris?
Well, I don't quite know. But there is something peculiar. I don't mean the Cecile Jensen I spoke of, but you see, the campus stables are right up the lane from here. And another girl, Vicky, who goes riding sometimes with my husband, is quite innocent, really. Oh, I know this is so confusing. There are so many women around.
Well, go on. What was it you started to say?
George, listen.
Well, just that this other girl besides your Estella was cutting my husband's class, too. It's 11:30. I met her on the sidewalk. She had her job clothes on, just looked right past me, but she said, very quietly, she wasn't going to class. She was going riding instead.
Look, George, it's an ambulance.
Riding. It's going up the lane, Mr. Valentine. The stables. Hurry, out this way.
It was Vicky, Mrs. Ferris, that blonde girl. Goes riding with the professor, you know the one. It was the square nose that threw her.
Calm down, will you? Calm down. Just tell me what happened.
They don't even know whether she's going to live or not. Oh, she took a terrible spill. She was thrown, mister, don't you understand me? By one of my gentlest horses, too. I thought it was funny, Mrs. Ferris, when she came here this time of day, but she said she had to go riding because it was 11 o'clock.
There. Now, I told you, Mr. Valentine, that's what she said to me. And what Estella said...
All right, okay. Come here, friend, come here. Now, which horse was it?
The square nose. He came galloping in by himself. I called an ambulance.
All right, never mind. Just stop shaking, will you? You've seen riding accidents before. Now, what's the rest of it?
Well, it's just that I don't know what I should do, mister, who I should call.
What do you mean, call?
Well, here. This strap holds the cinch. Now, that girl, that Vicky, she always saddles up herself. Has her own stuff. She's a good rider, too. Yeah. But anybody would have been thrown with this. See?
Yeah, I see. Strap's been cut. Cut halfway through.
Yeah.
Then it broke the rest of the way, I suppose, when the horse galloped.
That's what I figure, sir. Well, I mean, what should I do? She came here and she said, Professor Ferris told me to go riding at 11 o'clock.
What?
Only looks more like somebody wanted to kill her at 11 o'clock.
It's so confusing, so many women around. But somehow they all seem to be tied up together, George.
You mean tied up with the same guy, Brooksy, and the same time?
And Estella, George. She did all the same things and said all the same things that this girl...
Okay, get the police. They can find her faster than we can.
George...
Me? I got a date with a professor right now.
my little show. Perhaps I should go on the stage. But, of course, in an educational class such as this...
Excuse me.
one is not
This
really concerned
is
with
Psychology
the more clinical
110, isn't it?
considerations such as therapy.
Isn't that Professor
It is
Ferris?
hypnosis I wish to
Look,
demonstrate.
I said,
That is the
excuse me.
point. Give you a
Look,
little
young lady,
idea of
it
the
can't be that
potential
fascinating.
suggestion of what may
Oh,
be done
I
through
see. Center
hypnosis
stage
and other
seems to be
teachings.
up this way, doesn't it?
Naturally, our experiment
Or is it
perfectly
you they're all
harmless, really
staring
more
at, Miss,
amusing, as you've
Jensen.
Jensen?
And as I
Cecile
think you're
Jensen,
on the
excuse me.
Oh, wait a minute, sure, but...
Are you visiting or something?
remember, I
I'm
gave
sorry.
her
I
a
have to leave
suggestion
early.
yesterday.
Excuse me?
Because she's heard the chimes, hasn't she? The 12 o'clock chime. Yes, there she goes. Where are you going, Cecile? Miss Jensen?
The redhead.
I'm sorry, Professor, but I have to leave early.
Well, but we were talking about hypnosis, Miss Jensen. I have some very interesting things to say about the things people can be made to do through hypnosis.
I know. Forgive me, sir, but I must go now. It's quite all right, really. Ferris told me to.
Ferris told me.
All right,
Hypnosis.
ladies, I guess we're a success. Those words were given to her yesterday. Class dismissed.
Hey, wait a minute there.
Demonstration is all over, young man.
Oh, no, it's not, friend. Here, let me get by. Will you excuse me, girl?
I guess we've scared another visitor, ladies. I'll reassure you, sir, there's nothing to be frightened of. You've only stumbled into a very ordinary demonstration of post-hypnosis.
Yeah, where'd you send that girl?
Miss Jensen? Oh, she won't even leave the building. It's only a joke. You see, a person can't be hypnotized into doing anything really dangerous or against his nature.
She said Ferris told me to. Now, that's you. And that's what the others said. So you do all this hypnotizing stuff, huh?
Of course. It's part of our classwork in psychology.
Did you hypnotize Estella Blair, too, and a blonde girl named Vicky?
Well, naturally. Suggestions, really. Under hypnosis, I give them suggestions on what they should do, you see, at 11 o'clock. Well, for heaven's sake, young man, there's nothing to be alarmed about. They don't know why, but they do what I tell them, that's all. And why those particular girls? Well, in demonstrations like this, I've given hypnotic suggestions to practically every woman in this class.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When you get in your car and start out for the high mountain country, make sure your car's engine has the extra protection of RPM motor oil. Those long, winding, steep grades mean extra work for your engine, a good chance for carbon to clog up rings and valve stems. But you can avoid carbon trouble by using RPM, first choice where driving's toughest. It's specially compounded to prevent carbon formations, and that's why folks will tell you more people prefer RPM than any other motor oil. RPM also prevents the corrosion caused by acid-laden moisture, sticks to engine hot spots, and stops sludge trouble. In fact, it's the best engine insurance you can buy. So wherever you motor in the West, ask for RPM. First choice where driving's toughest. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. 11 o'clock, and Estella, the girl you came to this women's college campus to visit, walked out of her dormitory and disappeared. At 11 o'clock, too, another girl, Vicky, a blonde, strangely decided to go horseback riding, and now Vicky is in a hospital because she was thrown from her horse. Only her saddle had been tampered with. Someone wanted to kill Vicky. Well, you've found that there's quite a simple explanation for 11 o'clock, for the girl's strange behavior. They were part of a demonstration in Professor Ferris's psychology class. If your name is George Valentine, what you want to explain is attempted murder.
But what has actually happened, Mr. Valentine? A cut strap, that's all. I can't believe there's any connection. Why, this little exhibition of mine, there's nothing to it.
Yeah, post-hypnotic suggestion, you call it.
I ask for volunteers. The whole class sees it. They all want to get in on it. I hypnotize the subject, tell her to do something the next day. Now, that's the only difficult part, the time. But after I've instructed her, I wake her up. She doesn't know what she's been told to do. But then the next day, when she hears the chimes, that's the cue I use, the campus chimes.
11 o'clock.
Exactly. Then the subject is seized with a desire to do what I have previously told her. She still doesn't know why. Of course, she's not in a trance or anything. She simply does it. Post-hypnotic suggestion.
Of all the
now,
tricks.
please listen to me. You can't instruct a person to do a harmful thing, to commit murder, for instance. It can't be done.
But you sent that girl, Vicky, straight
I
into what...
told Vicky to go riding at 11, that's all. She wasn't in a dream. She had all her faculties.
What did you tell Estella to do?
Oh, well, I have notes on all the suggestions I gave. Merely to cut the class, I think. I noticed that girl had never missed one before, and so it occurred to me a little vacation.
I'll take it from your notes, thank you. At 1 at 12 o'clock, you said she was only to stand up and walk out just now, as she did.
Oh, Cecile, the redhead. Come on, quickly.
What?
I'll show you. Oh, no, nothing is going to happen to her.
Better not, Buster.
Yeah, just a couple of rooms down.
A few of the girls are still there.
I'll show you what sinister things I tell them to do.
She's putting water in a bucket. You worried about the flowers, Cecile?
Well, they need a little water, don't you think?
Look at her.
Hey, what's this all about?
She's going to water some flowers. Paper flowers, if you look closely.
Paper flowers? And she doesn't know why she's doing it? She won't question it until it's over? Oh, this is very, very funny.
Yes, but you see, I'd scarcely send anyone to the brink of a precipice.
Okay. So let's see the others, those notes.
Of course. I have them right here. Someplace. Oh, yes, here we are. Naturally, I want to take every precaution, but I assure you that Cecile's case there is a typical example of the simple...
Did you see it? What happened? She just poured the water. Look at her face.
Look out. Get away from there.
Cecile,
Don't touch her.
She's dead. Her face.
Look out, I said. I'll get it. Stand back, will you? Hey, get that flower blind. There we are.
What in heaven's name?
He can still save her. Call the fire department. Get a pull motor, quick. Well, don't just stand there. She poured water on the flowers, didn't you see? But look what was hidden in the middle of them. A live electric wire.
Almost all the class, that demonstration, almost all of them. Cecile will live, won't she? Electric shock isn't always...
Come on, the rest of them, I said.
Miss Duval. No, we've got to her already. Miss Perkins, she's gone somewhere by now.
I'll try the soda fountain, sir.
Oh, good Lord, Valentine, I can't...
The rest of them, I said. Now we're sure somebody's using your harmless demonstration for murder.
Well, we found 3 girls doing somersaults on the lawn, sir. 2 others went out by the lake someplace. Oh, I got a doctor, another one of them fancy birds. He claims he can help unsnap 'em from that suggestion thing. Oh, there's another girl went out for a walk someplace. And the ones who'd already left the class for lunch are scattered all over.
George, look at this.
What is it, Brooksy?
Just a handkerchief, but I think it might explain
Skip
whether...
the explanations. There are 14 girls still unaccounted for.
But, George, it's Estella's handkerchief. It was right in here, George. I didn't realize whose it was until that Maggie girl told me that...
It's a funny place to come walking, though. Brush, tall weeds.
Maggie saw Estella take this handkerchief with her purse when she left the dormitory.
Professor Ferris insists. He just told Estella to cut class.
A shot.
It was over this way, Brooksy. It was
George,
coming.
there she is.
Hey, Estella.
It's all right. Wait. Estella.
Hey, kid, slow down. We're not going to hurt you.
That shot. Where did it come from?
Who are you? Who are you?
My name's Valentine. Now, you're not hurt, are you?
No. Mr. Valentine? You're coming to see me. You're a friend of my uncle.
Oh, the poor kid was scared to death, George.
Yeah.
Shot. With a shot. I went for a walk, didn't I?
Who was it, Estella? Somebody shot at you. Who was it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Come on, let's get out of here.
The other way, George. It's only a short distance to the lane where the...
Lane?
Yeah, I see what you mean. The riding stable.
What?
Come on, kid. You'll be all right.
George, I meant it's right near the Ferris house.
Well, you found her. That's Miss...
Stella Blair, Professor Ferris.
Oh, of course. Well, where on earth have you...
get on the phone. Tell the sergeant.
All right, George.
Come on now. Sit down, kid.
I'm all right.
Well, young lady, we've been pretty worried, you know. We've
I'm perfectly all right. My uncle sent Mr. Valentine to see me.
Oh.
Hello, Charlotte.
Oh, I was just, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, that's right, Mrs. Ferris. We found her.
Oh.
Well, I was outside, you know. I've been looking for you, too, Estelle. I thought I heard something out there.
Yes, I don't doubt it.
I'll get you something, my dear. Wouldn't you like to lie down?
Oh, Charlotte, Miss Blair is perfectly
Oh, you
all
and
right.
your smart aleck show-off tricks.
What?
So much fun telling all these poor girls what to do.
Charlotte.
Listening to them laugh at your
For
wonderful
heaven's
demonstrations.
sake, please.
The big smiling teeth. Where were you a few minutes
Charlotte,
ago?
now stop it.
And this is the girl they tell all their secrets to. I know. I've been finding out things
Cut
today.
it out. Cut it out. Cut it out, both of you, will you?
11 o'clock. 11 o'clock.
It was a legitimate demonstration, Mr. Valentine.
Mr. Valentine came to see me.
Oh, look at her. Look what he's done to her.
Stella.
She's still hypnotized.
Don't be ridiculous. It doesn't work that way.
Works any way you want it to, doesn't it?
Of course not. Now, look at me, young lady. It was only for a few moments yesterday, Valentine, when the suggestions were given.
I'm perfectly all right.
Oh, my dear, there's no possible reason for
No,
you to...
really, I am. I just...
Well, then why can't you look at me? Perhaps I'd better see her for a few moments alone, Valentine. Miss Blair...
Did you hear that? Did you? I'll tell you what I meant a minute ago, Mr. Valentine. I'll see you alone for a few minutes.
Oh,
Wait a minute. Go on, Mrs.
The
Ferris.
magic words. Oh, I don't mean he does anything, that he isn't a beautiful moral specimen. It's his ego that gets petted. And maybe their imaginations, every one
I'm
of
sorry,
them.
but I will not stand for these...
Vicky! She was in love with him. And Cecile Jensen worse than any. The big smiling male in the middle of a woman's college. What he teaches isn't important. But every one of them, every one he preens in front of, he goads into making them fall.
I've never
for
so
him.
much as looked twice at this girl,
She
Charlotte.
knows what I don't know. You've looked twice at plenty of the others.
Be quiet, will you?
I'll see you alone for a few minutes. And whatever it is, that might explain the terrible thing that you've been the cause of today will disappear in a pink cloud.
Stop it! Stop it! I can't stand to hear you fighting like that. Listen. Chimes. 2 o'clock. Only 2 o'clock. Mr. Valentine, I do know something that might help. But I'm afraid I would rather tell it to the professor first.
George.
Yeah.
George, I talked to the sergeant.
Yeah, Brooksy?
Every one of the girls has been rounded up. They're all safe.
Oh, thank heaven.
So that's that. Professor, a person can't be hypnotized unless he wants to be. Isn't that correct?
Oh, yes. But if we're going to find out what Estella has
And everybody in your class yesterday heard that the others were told to do, right? You also wrote it down on notes.
Yes, of course.
So
George.
whoever cut the saddle and rigged up the electric wire and fired the shot out here just now would have known what to arrange in advance. There was plenty of time. It's only by luck that they didn't turn out to be murders.
Mr. Valentine.
Take it easy, Stella. Now, don't be frightened.
But what are you driving at, Mr. Valentine?
It's also possible for a person to resist hypnosis. You can't be hypnotized unless you want to be. But you could quite easily pretend to be hypnotized. That is possible, isn't it, Estella?
I
Never
don't...
mind. Yesterday, the professor gave a cue on which his suggestions would take effect. The campus chimes, ringing 11 or 12 o'clock, whatever it was.
Yes, that's right. It was the sound of the chimes which
But,
was...
Estella, that friend of yours, Maggie, told me that before the chimes started ringing, you said you had to go for a walk and cut your class because Ferris had told you to.
It was 11 o'clock.
Yes, you knew what you were supposed to do, which you wouldn't have if you'd really been hypnotized yesterday. So you asked her the time. And then because she said 11, you started acting strangely, which a person acting out a post-hypnotic suggestion also doesn't do. There's no dream, no trance.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, Estella just couldn't...
I'm afraid she did, Mrs. Ferris. The girl who always had to listen to the other girl's confidences. And they don't really generally confide in another pretty girl. I'm sorry, Estella. But, Professor, you're not much of a psychologist, are you? She's been in your classes 4 years, and you still have trouble remembering her name. You just now slapped her in the face saying you wouldn't look at her twice. Oh, she kept up a great pose of disinterest.
But that shot you mentioned that someone fired
That was
at
my
her.
mistake. Well, Estella, your wild plan to attract attention for once, to get even with the girls who really were on the smiling list, it scared you pretty badly when it started happening, didn't it? So badly you almost killed yourself.
Oh, is
Or
that
tried to, or had buck fever when you heard us coming.
I love him. I love him. I can't help but...
You're so mixed up you don't know what you're doing. But a minute ago, I thought you might be in danger if you went into the other room alone with Professor Ferris. You just finally realized what you wanted to do in the first place, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I wouldn't.
Because it was the other way around. He was the one in danger.
Let go of me, please.
I'm sorry, kid, but I have to have that gun in your
no,
purse.
No, none of it's true. None of it. I did.
Look out, look out. Okay. Nobody's hurt. It's all over.
George, that poor thing. And I think Professor
You
Ferris...
see, Brooksy, Mrs. Ferris was just jealous. Shot her mouth off because that sophisticated pose was a bluff. But he didn't actually do anything. Oh, sure, he was a little blind, a little egotistical. But how could he know what an unhappy, twisted-up little girl Estella was behind the surface?
Her uncle should have gotten somebody to help her a lot sooner.
That's right. Well, at least nobody's dead. Whatever happens to her, she won't have murder hanging over her. Oh, what do you say we change the subject, huh?
Okay, sure, George. But you know, hypnotism
Oh, no, there we go again.
George, how do you suppose it feels to be hypnotized?
How should I know?
Haven't you ever wondered what...
Well, sure, I've wondered about it. Hey, Brooksy, look me straight in the eye.
What?
Yeah, go ahead, that's it, yeah. Now, relax. Relax completely. That's fine. You're feeling drowsy, receptive. Your eyes are staring straight at mine. Staring.
Yes, George? Well, what do you want me to do now?
Whatever you want. I feel sort of sleepy.
Oh!
Good night, Angel.
Here's a word of advice about that big investment of yours, your automobile. The Car Saver men at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations will tell you this. You can stretch the oil in your crankcase, or you can stretch the life of your car, but you can't do both. Now, as a matter of fact, the surest way to reduce the life of your car is to run the oil so long that it begins to do more harm than good. Contamination becomes excessive, and the additives have little opportunity to control wear and protect the precision-fitted engine parts from rust and harmful deposits. So, to give your car best protection, have the crankcase drained and refilled with RPM motor oil every 1,000 miles. Ask for this Car Saver service at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Virginia Eiler was heard as Estella, Lorene Tuttle as Mrs. Ferris, Larry Dobkin as Ferris, Charlotte Lawrence as Maggie, Jane Webb as Cecile, and Bill Boucher as the groom. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. The Golden Lizard, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, in the year 1911, in the shipyards of Glasgow, the keel was laid for what was to become the most fabulous yacht of modern history. It has been converted and reconverted, each time more luxuriously. It has carried princes of India and emigres of Paris. It has flown every flag and sailed every sea, and its deck has been washed by everything from champagne to the blood of a noble suicide. Yes, in the midst of our troubled and businesslike world, this magnificent relic still exists. And like a true internationalist, though its registry is Nice, its present location is somewhere at anchor, off a small exclusive resort near Acapulco, Mexico. The name of this ship is Lézard d'Or, Lizard of Gold. And Mr. Valentine, it's the ship you're going to buy. Mr. Valentine, my letterhead told you I'm a yacht broker. I buy and sell ships. It's my idea that the Lizard of Gold could be made over into a cruise ship for one of the lines.
I see.
You understand, you won't actually purchase it for me, but you'll investigate the price, its availability. You'll get my bid in first.
Why me, Mr. Murray? And never mind the double talk. What kind of trouble are you expecting?
If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't... Well, danger is your business, not mine. You see, Mr. Valentine, through social connections, I received information that the boat might be up for sale soon. So I'm one jump ahead of my competitors already. And I'm also one jump behind.
Go on.
There's a South American firm, not really a recognized company, but, well, I hear that an employee of theirs has been seen at the Hotel Cavalier recently. A young marine engineer, Enrico. Rather a playboy, to put it politely.
Put it another way.
At the mildest, not quite honest. Slick, tough.
But if all Enrico's there for is to put in these companies' bid for the boat...
There's so much profit at stake, they might try anything.
And they might try it on you.
Yes, that's their system, to see that theirs is the only bid.
Yeah. Nice, simple job. Push an expert like Enrico out of the way.
But, Valentine, I can't do it myself. I'm too well known. Any man in my company would be spotted a mile away. For your information, this is no boy-sized deal. At present prices, the yacht's worth well over $2 million.
Okay. My job is to size up a situation for you without losing my own health. I just want to know who's on it now. Who owns this floating palace?
That's a little easier. 2 people. Just 2 people in all that luxury. An Argentine millionaire and his wife.
Argentine?
Or Chilean, or Romanian, or Turkish. It's not important. The international set. Relics of another age, just like the ship.
What's the matter? No more millions?
No more millions. I'm told it's definitely his last yacht.
His last yacht?
I suppose he's owned everything in his time, but times change. It's either give up his little floating kingdom, his beautiful golden lizard, or give up his imported caviar.
What a heart-searching decision.
Yeah, just the kind of decision that could make a guy real unhappy.
Oh, no. I'm sure you can help him make the right decision, Mr. Valentine. The Signore Bolivar de Lombroso. He would have bet on the horses in the Trojan War. He'd have fiddled while Rome burned. But it's his own funeral now, and I'm sure he knows he's half dead already.
Half dead?
Yes.
The Signore Bolivar de Lombroso. Okay, Mr. Murray. I just hope he's the only one who gets that way.
Caviar, Monsieur Valentine, should always be served plain. With the aperitif or dry cocktail, this use of chopped egg, even blini, it's barbarous.
Yeah, I'm sure, Signore de
Barbarous.
Lombroso.
Oh, did I say that?
You know, this yacht of yours is even more impressive than I expected. Panels in the salon here are rosewood, aren't they?
It's a hard name, de Lombroso. It's Italian, from my mother, the Countess. Poppy, Bolivar. Call me anything. That's what I meant.
Huh?
She only had one eye. Loved the opera, though, and used a monocle.
Your mother?
Oh, I say, served with coconut, it's not bad. Grated coconut.
Well,
What, my mother? Oh, good heavens, no. She hated this stuff.
hated. Oh, caviar.
Yes. Oh, here, of course, that's rosewood, man. Can't you tell?
Who's the young giant working on it?
That panel, oh, yes, lovely. Name is Paul. I love beautiful things, Monsieur Valentine. The music, too. That's why we anchor just off the hotel every tea time. Their music, like women. I was quite slender once. Yeah, I just came into my wealth in Paris, but so ignorant. Oh, well.
Yeah. Well, now look, about selling the boat, about business.
That panel, of course, you asked. I didn't answer. Paul is his name. Finest woodworker in the world, aren't you, Paul?
If you say so, signore.
I had him flown here especially from Denmark. Such a young man, it's unusual, isn't it?
Not so in my country, signore.
The rosewood was fluted before. An effect abominable.
Excuse me, signor.
What's that? Oh, Pierre? No, go away.
But the souffle. The chef says Paul's hammering. It will make it fall. The noise of his bolts and the big wrench. The chef says if Paul could only work in the other compartment
Be
before...
Be quiet. Go away. He's got to finish it. I can't have those flutes staring at me, can I? You tell the chef he will die if the souffle falls. That rosewood is a thing of beauty, I tell you. Oh.
I brought you your medicines, Poppy. 5 o'clock.
Oh, thank you, my dear. Pierre, leave us. Tell the chef.
Oui, signor.
Perhaps you too, Paul. You can finish your work tomorrow.
No, Poppy. It's pleasant to watch him. Such beautiful hands.
Good afternoon, signore.
Go on, Paul. Do your work. Don't let me bother you.
My dear, it's Mr. Valentine. La padrona de casa,
I know.
signora.
I saw him come aboard. I was taking my sun bath.
How do you do, Senora?
I'm rather tired, thank you. And, Poppy, it's time for your nap. I thought I'd just sit here and watch Paul while I read a book. I'm sure your little visit is over.
Signore, I hate to bring up the question of money, but now about this boat.
Money? That's what this is all about? We have money. Pierre! Oh, never mind. I'll show you myself.
Signore, please. Look, I'm a little baffled. Don't make it worse. Like this man Paul working on your ship when you're planning to sell it.
He has such beautiful hands.
So will you answer one question? Are you going to sell?
There we are. Money, you see?
Yeah. Yeah, that's money, all right.
$30,000, $40,000, I don't know. I enjoy looking at it. Cash is necessary aboard a ship. Vulgar, but beautiful.
Uh-huh. You've answered the question. You never had any intention of selling the boat. I'm here on a bum steer.
Oh, to sell my ship would be to sell my kingdom, my chef, my whole existence. There is nothing I would not do to keep my beautiful golden lizard. I would sooner sell my wife.
You understand it's a joke, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, sure. I understand a lot of things. Like I suppose there wasn't anybody else here to try and buy it either. An engineer from South America, a guy named Enrico.
What about Enrico?
Well, there was such a guy, huh? And you turned him down, too.
Enrico? He didn't wish to buy the boat. He was just a young man with beautiful shoulders. Isn't that so, my dear?
Poppy, please.
What's not important, anyways? Enrico's dead.
He's what?
Such a shame. Such an attractive young man. He had an accident. So strange, isn't it? With a world so full of desirable things, so easy to pick, a young man should be short-sighted enough to fall into a swimming pool and drown. I'm sorry, my dear. What's the matter? Are you cold?
George, maybe that was Enrico's money that they showed you.
No, Brooksy, no. The South American wasn't here to buy the ship at all.
Well, I know that's what Enrico's company says.
Never mind his job. What did you find out about his death?
Well, he just drowned in the swimming pool.
Who pushed him?
George, the police don't know anything. They say there's nothing to go on that shows it wasn't an accident.
Oh, yeah, sure. What do you suppose this guy Enrico was doing down here, Angel? Young, energetic engineer, slightly crooked. Loafing? Playing baccarat in the casino?
Mm-hmm. Not exactly in character, huh? Well, in my opinion, George, the charming young man was here for just one purpose.
Never mind, Angel, never mind. I can see as well as you can.
Good evening, Mr. Valentine. Are you a gambler, too?
Hello, Senora. I'd like to present
Don't, please. I'd only forget her name. I come ashore every evening at something to do. To watch the roulette.
Well, that's one way of making 20 or 30,000.
Oh, but my darling, I wouldn't think of betting myself, would you? I just like to watch. It's so much more relaxing. Bye.
That sleepy-eyed blonde. I'd only forget
it. Easy, Angel.
Who is she? What's her name? She's gorgeous. Huh? The golden-haired one, her name.
Well, I doubt if she's your type, friend.
With the ermine. Yes, it's she.
She'd look better if she didn't drag it on the floor.
Signora Dell'Ambrosa, is it? I beg your pardon.
No offense.
I beg both your pardons. Excuse me.
George, what on earth is that?
It's another conquest, that's all. She attracts them like flies.
I've seen that man before. I know I have, or his picture.
A trench coat isn't exactly the right costume for this place.
Come on, George. Let's do a little watching ourselves.
Oh, Mr. Valentine. Oh, and this must be Miss Brooks. Charming. Yes, charming. You're very fortunate. A man should never let go of a beautiful thing. He should guard it, cherish it.
You're here for the roulette, Senora?
What's that? Oh, no. In fact, it's my first time at the shore. Abominable place, abominable. For the rum, that's all.
The what?
My wife, she's someplace here that amuses her, I suppose. Rum, I said, Mr. Valentine. A neo rum for the crepe Suzette.
Oh, not for your wife.
Cubano style from the Vedado Club in Havana. I'm on my way back aboard now to cook it myself. You see? Their wine steward sold me the rum. What's the matter? You looking for someone?
No. They've gone out now anyway.
What a pity. Well, adieu again.
George, he's crazy like a fox. Didn't you watch his eyes?
They're practically buried.
But he knows everything that goes on, I'll bet you. Everything.
Such a tragedy. The last week my casino is open.
All right, take it easy, Buster. Who is it? What happened?
It's right here in the garden, sir. My doorman insists no one saw it, and he saw no one else.
Yeah, but... Oh.
It is a thing that happens with a casino every once in a while. A man loses, a man shoots himself.
Yeah. And he's dead, all right. Still holding the gun. But this guy's Paul. It's Paul. It's a young Danish woodworker named Paul.
I know, of course. He has been in off the yard every night to play a game perhaps over his head. To play roulette.
And you think this is just an accident, a suicide?
But of course. But what else? Oh, yes, a tragedy, of course. I have noticed this Paul. He had such beautiful hands.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. For a motoring vacation, what could be better than having that new car feeling over every carefree mile? And what could be worse than a car that drags on hills and delays whole lines of traffic? When a car does act badly, it's often the fault of gum that's robbing the engine's power. It's the gum that comes from the impurities found in most raw gasoline. Only way to get rid of those impurities is to refine them out. And Chevron Supreme is the gasoline that's super refined to get rid of impurities and prevent power-robbing gum. Just try a tank full of Chevron Supreme. You'll get and keep that new car feeling. Faster starting, faster pickup in traffic, extra power on steep hills. Ask for super refined Chevron Supreme wherever your vacation takes you in the West. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The Lézard d'Or, Golden Lizard. It lies sleepily at anchor in the moonlit Mexican waters facing the casino of the luxurious Hotel Cavalier. The last yacht of an impoverished millionaire, the only home of an aging, food-loving man and his strangely beautiful young wife. What bothers you more, if you're like George Valentine, you can't help but wonder why two other young men who've supposedly come here because of the boat have died. Accidentally, like the South American engineer Enrico, who fell into a swimming pool and drowned, or suicidally, like the young Danish woodworker Paul, whom you last saw being admired by the young Signora.
Mr. Valentine, it happens. That's all that I know. I have seen it in other gambling casinos that I've managed.
Uh-huh. Senora Lombrosa was mixed up with Paul, wasn't she? I saw the way she watched him.
Yes, she was watching him in the casino, too. But I'm sure that was all.
Oh, quit trying to save your hotel's reputation, friend. You know what her husband's like. So this was her current interest.
And before that, it was Enrico, who had the accident in the pool.
But Enrico was here to work on the boat, to work on the motors.
Oh, well, that makes it even clearer. Makes it even more convenient.
Mr. Valentine, I only saw those two together, Enrico and the Signora, once or twice. The yacht was gone much of that time for some loading, an industrial port down the coast. And that once or twice that I did see them, it wasn't... Well...
What's the matter? What did you see?
It was the same way with Enrico, too, before Paul came. The Signora used to watch Enrico and just smile.
Uh-huh. Get smiled at by a lazy blonde and die.
Now, I suppose if a man's crazy enough to smile back, well, an object of beauty should be guarded forever, her husband said.
Excuse, senor.
Yeah.
Excuse, Senor Valentine?
It's one of the men from the boat pier. What is it?
Not, senor, for the American.
For me. Well, congratulate me, Angel.
What?
I've been tapped for skull and bone.
George.
From the Senora. Wants to see me right away. It's a smile for me. It's my turn. Senora?
Mr. Valentine?
Oh, thought you wrote me from out on the yacht.
No, I've been waiting for a small boat. They're all busy.
Oh, I see what you mean. What's going...
And who is this, senora?
Hey, wait a minute.
If you please.
He's an American.
Get that flashlight out of my face. What are you trying to do? What?
Official, senor. Your partner. Good night.
Police?
Government, something, I don't know. They've been looking for someone. They've been out on the yacht.
Yeah? Someone like who?
An older man, a scar, they say, with a trench coat.
Oh, yeah. I remember him.
It's a troubled world, I suppose, but it's not important.
Isn't it? I last saw the man chasing after you.
Can I help that?
Maybe. Maybe he gives me an idea. Only I thought he might be slated for next man on your list.
My list? I'm not nearly that well organized.
The list that Enrico and Paul have been on. What's the matter, Senor? Are you cold? I remember you shivered the first time your husband mentioned Enrico's name.
Death makes anyone shiver, doesn't it? Will you come aboard ship with me?
Lady, I don't like spider webs. In my right mind, I wouldn't.
Life is so full of emptiness, Mr. Valentine. We're going on another long voyage soon, to Bali.
Yeah? Tell me more.
I'll help you get the yacht. I'll tell you everything I know about him, about Enrico and Paul. If only you'll help me.
Oh, so that's it. You're not as lazy as you look. You figure it's about time to dive off the sinking ship.
Hold very still while I slap your face.
Okay, lady, I'm coming with you. For my own reasons. But let's understand one thing.
What's that?
That I'm not armed. That I'm not going out there to kill your husband for you. So don't get your hopes up. Why didn't you ask Pierre where your husband is?
Why should I? What difference does it make?
None, I suppose.
I'm sorry I slapped you. Did it hurt?
No. Sorry about that, too?
Mr. Valentine, please. You think I'm worthless, don't you? You think I'm a golden lizard myself?
Didn't occur to me. But maybe not a bad description.
You think I have nothing to do, that I'm bored with my jealous husband, that I take up with every young man that I meet, even though I know what will happen to him?
You're saying it, not me.
You can't believe that I won't do the same thing to you.
Well, it takes two even to play canasta, Senora.
Did you mind very much?
No. But just don't do it again.
Well, so you're aboard.
Oh, the husband. The old-fashioned two-bit frame-up, so that's the way it works. This I didn't figure.
Oh,
Well, of all the neat...
we are ready for the Suzette's. Beautiful, just in time.
Huh?
I think he said Suzette's, Mr. Valentine.
Of course, Cubano style, didn't I tell you? With that special
What's all
rum.
the delay, Senora? What's the matter with that gangplank? Who's this?
Well, you're more like what I expected. Hello, friend. Where's your trench coat?
You said there would be no one else.
The Suzettes come first, General.
So, your friend's a general, huh, fat boy? So that's where we'd seen his face before. The other side of the world, a nice, juicy trouble spot. And the local government boys looking
Signore, I don't know who this man is.
I won't have you speaking like that on my ship. Now, we'll be underway any moment. I'm cooking you crepe Suzette, one of the beautiful things of the world. Come with me, General. Leave them alone. She's my wife's friend, not mine. Don't worry, it's all right.
What's the matter, Mr. Valentine? Have you been wrong about something?
Part of it. I doubt if your husband would even care if you kissed me.
He knows it wouldn't mean anything.
It would, only not what I thought. Where are we going? Bally? No. But the general's trouble spot is in that vague direction. They need help, supplies. And it hasn't been able to get back to stir up more trouble than there is there already, right?
You read current events, don't you?
The woodworker, Paul, working on delicate rosewood. Yet I remember Pierre tipping that the guy used heavy, rough tools. But what was Paul really doing? Adding an extra room for the renegade general? A room for the general to be smuggled back to his own home? A room those men who searched here a few minutes ago could never have found?
We received a bank draft this afternoon, $50,000 from his party for our effort.
Oh, brother, the international set. Do anything to stay on top, wouldn't you?
We don't belong to any country. We owe no allegiance.
That other so-called boyfriend of yours, Enrico, he was here to tune up your engines, I suppose. That's why he had to be killed.
Mr. Valentine.
I said killed. Because, lady, I figured out what your attraction is. Yeah, you kept your eyes on the boys to make sure they didn't get too wise.
You have such beautiful arms, Mr. Valentine.
The better to hold you with. Because you get your excitement out of doing things that probably weren't even necessary. Out of getting rid of witnesses like Enrico and Paul who might conceivably upset things because they knew too much. Too much of what you were doing on the boat.
They didn't mind dying.
Oh, sure. You smiled at them first, like you're smiling at me.
The general has chartered our boat for his own exclusive use.
Stop shivering, lady. I know why you got me out here. You're going to kill me because I was nosing around.
Mr. Valentine, would you please stand?
Well, I got a different plan, sister.
Stop it. Boulevard, Pierre!
Let go of that gun. Overboard, that's better, Senora. But shut up, you're not hurt.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Tell us your tune now, Valentine. Cross your fingers.
Stop that noise. They can hear it across the water.
Yeah, it's me, alive. Now get back in there, General.
What's this all about? The brochure. Oh, yes. I have a gun too, young man. And I know how to use it.
I came here to use a few things myself.
My wife. The rum you bumped against me. I was holding it. My only bottle.
Be quiet.
The Eneo rum running through the floor to the next compartment.
Listen to me, General. Stop waving that gun.
You fat, stupid fool. Get the ship going. Get it moving.
General, do you know they've killed 2 people already?
Silence. Where's the captain?
He can't do you any good.
What's that?
My rum, every bit of it.
You thought you were buying yourself a foolproof passage back home. But you're up against a couple of nuts.
I chartered this ship for my own private use.
You want to bet you didn't? Both ends against the middle. That's the way they work. The carpenter built 2 special compartments, not one.
What's that? Get on your feet, you
my
fat...
wife, don't...
You paid them in a bank draft, but I saw lots of cash. And they've been to a commercial port, special loading. You want to bet they're carrying something else to your part of the world? Maybe even for the other side? There'd be a way they'd operate?
No, don't listen. It's my ship. I'll have more crepe Suzette.
I've heard enough. Now get on your feet or I'll shoot closer. You see? And I'll summon your captain myself.
General, not so fast. I only lit your fuse to get us out of trouble, not into it. There isn't much time for us to get ashore.
I said enough, young man. The engines are in repair. There is fuel. I'll do this my way. It's called piracy, I think, but...
Signore!
What's the matter? Follow me, stop! Now, get this clear. I'm your new master. From this minute, you'll be...
Yeah, something's wrong, General. They're not even looking at you, gun and all.
The rum running down through the floor.
It's on fire! The brandy, the rum!
Get an extinguisher.
Young man, do you know what there must be in another compartment below this, perhaps? Do you know what would paralyze men so?
Hold it. Come on, Buster, get out of here. Hit the water.
It's ammunition, you fools! Ammunition!
And so there's your boat, Mr. Murray.
About 3/4 of a mile out.
And only 5 or 6 fathoms down.
Mm-hmm. Along with some of my eyebrows and hair.
Even his shirt was burned off. He was already in the water, but...
What happened to the General, Valentine?
Oh, same as me. Same as most of the crew. We were overboard before it actually went up. I guess the General's back being a political refugee under surveillance.
There'll be less trouble over there without him. A good many people will be thanking you, Valentine.
But the Senora, we don't know.
What?
We just don't know about neither one of them.
We know they didn't get ashore, so I guess...
6 fathoms.
Yeah. You can verify when you salvage the wreckage, Mr. Murray.
I'm not so sure we will. Raise it, I mean. Maybe not worth it. Maybe not the kind of a ship people would, well...
You think it's out of date, too? All the selfishness of a private kingdom, a luxury yacht that never gave them any happiness. Well, my tastes run more to a canoe on a lake than a yacht.
Mine more to a hamburger with onions than caviar.
And mine to women I can understand. Dance, Angel?
Even in hot summer weather, you can usually find a way to keep cool. But it's different for the tires on your car. They have to roll mile after mile over blistering hot pavements, the greatest threat to tire life. Best thing to do is to drive on new Atlas Grip Safe tires. Thanks to plenty of shoulder ventilators, Atlas tires run cooler at all driving speeds. And the use of cold rubber in the tread gives greater resistance to wear, longer mileage. To back up this claim, you get a double warranty with each new Atlas passenger tire against tire damage from any road hazard for a full year and against any defects in workmanship and material for the life of the tire. And this double warranty is honored by 38,000 Atlas dealers from coast to coast, many of them open 24 hours a day. Ask about Atlas tires tomorrow. Ask at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean... we take better care of your car. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Larry Dobkin was heard as Lombroso, Gene Bates as the Senora, Ted Osborne as Blank, Norman Field as Murray, Elliot Reed as the manager, and Hal Gerard as Paul. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The voice of the giant. transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
And so from hour to hour we ripe and ripe, and then from hour to hour we rot and rot, and thereby hangs a tale. Right together tonight, aren't you? 8 o'clock. The giant and the midget. And don't worry over there, I'll wind you. I'll wind all of you. And the fat duchess, too, in the next room. It's her turn tonight. Oh, did I? Yes, of course, already, didn't I? Time is money. Time goes, you say. Ah, no. Alas, time stays, we go. All the silly. Death chooses his own time. Listen, it's not running. The Duchess. Oh, no. I can't hear. It stopped. She stopped. She stopped!
Well, Charlotte, what is the matter with you?
Uncle Giles.
You come galloping like...
Be quiet! Oh. She's running again.
Did you think the Duchess would stop? Oh, no. No. She is not one of those English clocks with the foolish quotations. Time is this, time
This is my father's collection, not yours. This is my father's workroom, not yours. You go to your own cottage. Why don't you stay over where you belong?
I go where I like. The clock should be mine, everyone.
Get out of here. Get out. Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Giles.
Middle-aged lady with a heart like a lemon, like her face. I don't touch anything. I don't stop anything. What do you think happens? What do you think to be afraid of?
Thank you for the compliments. I'm going to lock up, go back to the main house.
I only come here to look for you, Charlotte. Such a beautiful night. And you should fix your hair. He is come.
What?
The young man I see you with several times, weekends ago.
Walter.
Yeah, him, Walter Stanton. He is out by the garden to see you. Well, he has brought friends. You'll have amusement and maybe go out someplace. A young lady and a man.
What's that?
Very nice. Very nice. He's brought a man for you to meet. His name is Valentine. His name is George Valentine.
No, I'm sorry, Walter. Tell your friends I'm sorry.
But we drove all the way out from town, Charlotte.
Please, I don't feel well. I have a headache.
I haven't seen you for 2 weeks since your letter.
I'll write again, but I'm going inside.
Charlotte,
now.
we really wanted to see your father, not you. Look, I'm George Valentine. I wanted to meet your father.
I'll write you. I'm going into the...
Charlotte, what's the matter? What are you listening for? What is it? Charlotte!
Oh, you're there, aren't you? Pick, pick, boom, boom. Pick, pick, boom, boom. I didn't mean to leave you so long. I can hear your voice. You're all right, aren't you? The voice of the giant.
So that's Charlotte.
Yes, Miss Brooks. Charlotte there, she's my wife.
What?
What?
Well, yes, I know. I told you I'd seen her only a few times, but 3 weeks ago...
Dear Mr. Valentine, would you please come for a drive to the country with me this evening? There is someone I want you to meet. That was your letter. That's all you've told us.
Yeah, Mr. Stanton. I'd be happier with some facts.
Well, I'm a teacher, college in the city, summer session now. Been carrying a very heavy load, but on weekends I've managed to get out a bit to paint. It's a hobby. I'm not much good. Well, quite by accident, the start of the summer, I happened to stop off at a little train station down the road here, and I met Charlotte that same day. I was painting a cow, as a matter of fact.
Well, that could be a romantic situation.
It wasn't exactly, but well, you can see what I'm like. Maybe not the ordinary ardent lover, but to me, Charlotte is the most beautiful person in the world.
I understand.
I know that possibly to anyone else.
Charlotte lives out here taking care of her father, is that right?
Yes, I told you that. She loves her father very much. She always has. She's devoted her entire life to him.
He's a watch manufacturer, isn't he?
Well, he's retired now. He's been an invalid ever since she's been grown, a bad heart or something. Has to just stay in his room up there on the second floor. Can't even come out to wind the clocks in his workshop anymore.
And this uncle of hers, this Tile...
Tile Saxeborg? He's a second cousin, really, or something. Helped her father get started in the old days, I guess, a master mechanic. They don't get along very well.
But he's the only other person around. Doesn't sound like much of a life for Charlotte.
I came up every weekend. I know she enjoyed seeing me, too. I rented a room at a farm the last few times. It wasn't convenient for me here, apparently. Well, to make a long story short, I asked Charlotte to marry me 3 weeks ago. I had no idea what she'd say. We'd never been together for long. She never liked to leave the house for more than an hour or so at a time.
But she said yes, didn't she?
Well, she just cried. I got a license, like an optimist. The next weekend, I was delayed. Took a much later train. She'd been waiting for me 3 hours. But the minute I got there, she took me a couple of miles farther on to a neighbor's place. Justice of the peace was waiting for us.
Well, congratulations, only I don't understand.
It was the only full, complete afternoon we ever had together. I had to catch the night train back. 2 solid weeks of final examinations coming up. And every day I wrote a letter, and she didn't.
Go on.
I mean, she didn't answer mine. I tried to telephone a couple of times, and I wired. And then I got this.
Here, let's see. Letter?
Just these few words.
Yeah, here, George. Dear Mr. Stanton, I must tell you to stop trying to reach me, trying to see me. My lawyers will contact you shortly regarding our annulment. Sincerely, Charlotte.
Annulment?
I know there was a lot for us both to overcome. We're both shy sort of people. We're not young,
hold
but...
it.
Maybe you are not so much of a man, Walter.
Hello, Mr. Saxeborg.
I will not excuse myself for listening. The night is as much mine as yours.
Yes, but what did you mean
by
by
You are too considerate for what you should have. What is yours?
But her father is ill. I didn't
A
want
nasty situation is no place for a gentleman. If you would ask some more questions, be rude, snoop to find out things.
Okay.
Then you would know that her father is dead.
What did you say?
He died of a heart attack 2 weeks ago. The day of your wedding.
It strikes like that 5 minutes before the hour, before the biggest bell rings.
The tower clock? Yes, I've heard him like that. But look here, Charlotte, the reason I broke in here to talk to you
The Giant. That's its name. The Giant from Zurich. My father brought it all the way over here. The tower had to be specially built. A staircase goes up 3 flights from the land.
Sure. Must be quite a job to wind, but...
The biggest bell is 9 feet across.
I want to know why you won't talk to Walter down there.
A crew of men comes once a month to reset the machine.
Charlotte, I said I want to know why
Stop
you...
it. Shh. Oh. I'm sorry, Mr. Valentine. Just don't talk so loud, please. I'm trying to listen.
All right. I understand the Giant hasn't stopped running for 300 years. Your uncle tells me your father was very proud of his collection. Great believer in time is money, time is this, time is that, time is everything.
Walter's in the house, too, isn't he?
Yeah. Now, look, Charlotte, all I want to know is...
Where?
Well, in the study, but it's not important. It's you that
My uncle is an avaricious fool, Mr. Valentine. If you don't mind, I think we'd better...
Mr. Valentine!
He was looking in the desk, her father's desk. I only step out for a minute and...
I was not... Let go of me. I didn't touch a thing.
Cut it out, both of
There he keeps all his papers. He was reading the letters.
I wasn't doing anything of the...
Well, that's better.
What in the world is the matter with you? You told me to snoop around, didn't you?
Prying into the things of the mind when Charlotte is what you are here for. To take her away, to make her happy, to get her...
Oh, stop it, all of you.
Charlotte.
I don't want either one of you in this house.
Now, young lady, you listen to me.
It's my house, not yours. And I don't intend to leave. Not ever. And there's nothing in that desk to pry into. No secret anywhere but in me.
Charlotte, please.
I'm the one, and I don't want you, Walter. You can't help me, any of you. It's in me. I'm the one who left him. Not you and not Tyler.
You did what? Left whom?
I left him. I killed him.
Wait a minute, Charlotte. As I understand it, I understood your father died of a heart attack. Sure. The giant. That's what you listen to all the time, isn't it? Only somehow you're afraid of...
It stopped, Mr. Valentine.
Huh?
I left him all day, and it stopped. And I wasn't here to fix it. The giant stopped. The voice of the giant. And I wasn't there. So you see, I killed my father.
Charlotte, wait! Charlotte!
And when the giant stops again, I will die.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When you're driving through hot desert country, 120 degrees in the shade may seem cool to you, but what happens to your car's engine when you're in that kind of country? The fact is, the engine gets even hotter when you stop, and internal engine parts get so hot that ordinary motor oils run away from them. But not RPM motor oil. It's compounded to cling to overheated metal. And that's why folks in western deserts will tell you more people prefer RPM than any other brand of motor oil. There are other good reasons for RPM being first choice where driving's toughest. RPM cleans your engine as it lubricates, prevents ring clogging, and stops carbon formation. So for the best engine insurance you can buy, ask for RPM motor oil, first choice where driving's toughest. Ask at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The voice of the giant, the huge tower clock that overlooks the strange house in the country, the clock whose owner died of a heart attack 2 weeks ago. But now his daughter Charlotte says that she killed him. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you realize it's Charlotte you must help. And you only hope that Claire Brooks, alone with Charlotte, will have better luck talking to her than you did.
I came back, and it was dark in the house, and I was all excited inside, and... Listen. Pick, pick, bomb, bomb. Pick, pick, bomb, bomb. It says that, doesn't it? I've always thought it did ever since I was a little child. Only when I stood there, down in the hall, I suddenly realized that it stopped. The voice, the giant, had stopped. I ran upstairs, and there on the landing by the door to the tower, by the head of the stairs, was Father.
But I thought you said...
He was just standing there. He couldn't talk. His face was...
I understand.
I got him back to his room. He collapsed. He was dead.
Oh, you poor thing.
Oh, don't be stupid. Don't. The clock was running again, and don't you understand?
What?
Yes. After I called the doctor in the back hall, I heard it. The giant's voice. It had started again, even earlier than that.
You mean the giant stopped sometime while you were gone, and your father tried to climb up to fix it himself?
Of course, he couldn't make it. Or maybe he did.
And you blame yourself because you weren't here to look after it.
To keep him from climbing those stairs with his heart.
If it sounds peculiar to you, Miss Brooks.
Why not tell all this to Walter? After all, he deserves an...
I don't ever want to see Walter again.
You certainly hated your father, didn't you?
I didn't. What? What did you...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's none of my business.
You'll go now, won't you? All of you. Now you understand.
Yes, I guess I understand. Except maybe how it was that the clock stopped.
What?
And Charlotte. Charlotte, why is it that you still keep listening? What is it that you're still listening for now?
A sense of guilt, justified or not, can be a terrible thing.
Did you telephone the local doctor, George?
He said her father was a very sick man and had a heart attack, period. But I suggested he might take a look at the daughter.
Yes, I suppose he should. There's nothing I seem able to do.
Mr. Stanton, Charlotte hadn't told the doctor about the giant stopping that day. Hadn't told anyone else, I guess.
Why on earth do you suppose she didn't tell you any of this, any of it? And you didn't even find out about the death until today.
I'm not very good at riddles, Miss Brooks. Or at romance. I think we might as well be going. You've apparently done all you can for me, Mr. Valentine. It's up to time now.
You mean it's up to you?
Time. Everybody trying to grab onto it in this house. Oh, yes, Miss Brooks, I know. Perhaps in the future I'll be able...
Just 1 second, Mr. Stanton.
Oh?
What was that business earlier of you prying into her father's desk?
I told you nothing. Crazy tile socks aboard. Charlotte won't let him in here, but he thinks it all belongs to him. Her father hated the man, so she hates him, too.
Financial statements. That's all I could see on the desk.
I didn't even notice. I didn't see anything. Well, I'm taking the train back to town, so...
Yeah, sure. We're leaving, too. Good night, Mr. Stanton.
George, he was lying just now.
I know it.
And so is Charlotte. About something.
Or still hiding something else.
But there's nothing we can do. She won't tell us. And what is it she still keeps listening for?
Haven't you figured that out, Brooksy? The sound of her own death. Come on. We're not giving up so fast.
This must be the cottage, George.
Yeah. Not much, is it? Guess the second cousin doesn't get much of an allowance. Mr. Soxburg?
I don't see any lights.
Charlotte's only relative now, Angel. Door's unlocked.
But Walter's legally her husband.
Only for the time being.
Mr. Saxenberg?
Out of luck, Brooksy. Not at home.
And the doctor's the only person who can help us get Charlotte out of this
Wait a minute.
place.
Hold it.
Huh?
Look here. A piece of paper.
What is it?
A letter. A torn letter. Only it's torn roughly, twisted.
George, remember when they were fighting in the study?
Yeah. You want to bet this is it? Walter was looking at something, only Tile got it away from him. It's a letter to Charlotte. Bronson, Burdick, and Locke.
What?
Lawyers, apparently. Sure. Real old line stuff. And they're coming up here, Brooksy, August 1st.
That's tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
Well, they would, naturally, to settle the estate
No
and
more than that, Angel. We are delighted with your decision to remain on in your father's house and are confident that you will eventually find happiness there. Please don't feel that we are criticizing your judgment concerning Mr. Stanton.
Walter?
But again, we must remind you to say and do nothing which would interfere with the annulment proceedings. Our investigation of him and of the circumstances of his first marriage confirms our belief that Mr. Stanton's interest in a woman of your lonely and susceptible position is solely money. And if he gets the opportunity, he will demand the largest possible settlement.
First wife. George Walter's never mentioned a wife.
So as of tomorrow, Charlotte will have help. Lawyers in the house.
Walter must have seen that letter. That's why the fortune hunter ran out. He wanted to get away. What's that? Oh, the Zurich Giant.
5 minutes to the hour, Angel. Midnight. Yeah, as of tomorrow, the wheels will be in motion to cut the legal rights away from a fortune hunter and set up the poor little spinster to live here with a clock she really hates for the rest of her.
Did you hear that?
The giant. The last bell.
Somebody's trying to stop the giant. George, run to her!
Charlotte! Charlotte, where are you? Charlotte! Where did you... Hey, it's running again. The giant. Only don't kid me. Clocks like that don't stop by themselves. That's no electric boudoir number. Hey, who's up there? Who is it? Okay, friend. 3 flights to find out. Oh! Where are you? Where in the name...
Up there!
Suxable.
Stand there! Stand there, don't move! Yeah. A wrench in the hand of a strong man above you is better than a gun, no?
All that machinery, I can barely see
Stand
you.
still, I said, while I work.
So you're the smart apple who stops clocks, huh, Suxable?
I haven't stopped anything. I only slow up the chime.
All right, so you're stopping it now then. I don't care. Because I got a different plan. Buster!
Oh, I warned you.
Well, Hammer, old carload of tools, huh? The master mechanic.
The man who really owns this clock. Don't move. I'm going to.
Yeah, sure. That's right. Work away. Man who really owns this clock, huh?
I own all of them. Her father stole them from me.
I bet there are 2 sides to that, Buster. Where's Charlotte?
I don't go away with Walter. I stay here, she says. She will keep me from ever having them. I show her.
The minute that stops, it'll kill her. Wherever she is.
You think people die because time stops? You superstition.
In her condition, the power of suggestion's enough to...
Who's up there? Who is it?
Charlotte.
It stopped. I heard it a few minutes ago.
Shh. I'm a realist, Mr. Valentine. No superstitions. I do not get the heavy wheels to stop, but she comes anyway.
Yeah, sure. That's what you wanted, just to get her up here.
I knew she would come. Come up to see.
Uncle Dial? Uncle Dial?
You wanted to get her up here to kill her. To do it tonight before the lawyers come, so maybe you can get this house, get the clocks.
Quiet. I wouldn't touch her, Mr. Valentine. We will slip past her, slip down the stairs.
What?
There's only you who are in danger for interfering.
Uncle Tiles, where are you? Uncle!
Stanton!
Walter!
Let him come. There is time. Him, too.
Time for... Hey, what's that?
Hurry now. Slip past it.
Not so fast. What's this? Walter, grab her.
Mr. Valentine!
I got this guy. Grab her, Stanton. Can't you hear that ratchet? Get out of here, both of you.
Yes, but what?
It's the clock winding up. That giant bell's gonna... Get down those stairs, fast! It'll strike! The giant! Come on, the giant! Yeah, the realist. You wouldn't have to kill her, would you? Just get her up there next to that bell and lock the door. And she'd be a stark, raving lunatic for the rest of her days.
All my life, I wait for her father to die. And then she won't go away with a young man. She must keep the clocks, too.
But a lunatic would have to leave.
Why not? She killed her father. I wasn't here that day. Before she left the house, she must have stopped the giant, so her father...
All that, who killed him? Who stopped
Take it easy, Stanton. Charlotte all right?
Yeah, sure.
Nobody's been killed. Get it out of your head.
What? But he climbed with his
Her father
heart, huh?
died of a heart attack, period. And after what Tile here did tonight, it'll be nice to wrap him up for a lot of things.
But
Charlotte came home that day and realized her father was standing by the landing by the tower door. But that's also the head of the stairs. Suppose he'd heard her come in, just walked out there from his room, had his attack right then and there.
I suppose he could have.
Why would he
then...
have climbed all the way up to the tower and back? Because the clock stopped? Well, big machinery like the giant doesn't stop and then start up again like she said it did all by itself. No, and nobody stopped it either. I just watched the master mechanic try it, and he couldn't. So how could Charlotte or you or anybody?
Yeah. I slow up the first bells a little.
Now get this straight, Stanton. Charlotte said the clock wasn't running, and then later on it was. Tonight she ran up into the tower saying it had stopped, and it hadn't.
You mean it's all in her imagination?
I mean, maybe there's a simple explanation for that. Oh, sure, your mind can make your senses play tricks. But think back. How often tonight has she listened for the sound of the giant? How often has she been frightened because she thought some other clock wasn't running? How often have all of us had to just plain repeat things to Charlotte?
Well, yes, but...
It certainly wouldn't be surprising if, in her condition, she'd never even guess or want to guess that she's... slowly becoming deaf from the pick, pick, pom, pom all her life. Always listening for it. And I'll bet the giant runs on forever.
I'm so grateful, Mr. Valentine. I know now I'm not responsible for Father's death. The silly, hopeful delusions I used to cling to.
You mean Walter? Oh, don't say that, Charlotte. You wouldn't have been so upset about your father if you didn't really love Walter.
Oh.
I know he was married before, but that doesn't...
But that was a very unhappy marriage. Only the lawyers
Listen to me, Charlotte. Your old line lawyers think he's a fortune hunter. And he's read their nasty letter and started to leave. But he came back when he was needed. Sure, he told me. His history takes a little explaining. But there's another side to it, Charlotte. He doesn't want your money. And he did come back here to fight for you, didn't he?
Well, I'd like to believe... Do you know that over our mantel there's a thing that says, I am chained to time and cannot thence depart?
I know one about time, too. The time God allots to each one of us is like a precious tissue which we embroider as we best know how. That's a better one to remember.
I think you're right, Miss Brooks. I wonder if Walter's still here.
I told him to stay, Charlotte. And I know one about time, too. Angel, it's time for us to go.
When your car begins to squeak, it's saying money, 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 money. It's a reminder that 60% of all auto repair bills are traced to irregular and faulty chassis lubrication. But there's a sure way to avoid repair bills and to enjoy riding comfort throughout the year. Every 1,000 miles, get a Car Saver chassis lubrication at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station. Here they do a job that's thorough. They follow a lubrication chart that's designed and specifically approved for your car. They check more than 50 different trouble points. And they use RPM oils and greases. Also important, they do a neat, clean lubrication job. If you've already driven 1,000 miles or more since your last grease job, why not ask for this Car Saver service tomorrow? Ask for a chassis lubrication at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Lorene Tuttle was heard as Charlotte, Larry Dobkin as Walter, and Herb Butterfield as Tile. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Sweet are the uses of publicity, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, believe me, trouble I've got like the hives. Danger I've got like dandruff. But who wants to scratch either one? Why should I ruin my expectancy when there's a man like your caliber advertises he should unwrap people's loads from their backs? No answer. It's for you. You've got it. A job, it's yours. Now listen, so much for politeness. You're going to keep me from an early death. You're going to throw out of work my tombstone maker. And how? By only making yourself pleasant while I throw a party. The place? East Bay uptown. Meet you at the side entrance at 8 o'clock. The name, Jacob S. Flannery. Jake to you. That's me. The job? Believe me, Mr. Valentine, it's a job, all right. You're going to be a bodyguard. A bodyguard to a man who doesn't exist. Only got 10 minutes, Valentine. Guess we'll be upstairs in 10 minutes. A bartender, Pete, the usual, and make it fast.
Yes, sir, Mr. Flannery. Coming up.
Is there anybody around here you don't know?
Anywhere, Miss Brooks. Anywhere, and I wish it weren't so. 10 minutes rest. The first all day. 10 beautiful
You know, friend,
little...
you're quite a character.
Mr. Valentine, you surprised me, too. No, I said that. You'll have to excuse the letter. But I figured Private Eye, Tough Joe, make 'em like it. Get in tune with his sympathy. Get 'em here. If it sounded like no grammar, excuse it.
There you are, Mr. Flannery. Oh, thank you, sir.
The usual water?
For my pills. Dietitian says they're no good. Stomach specialist does. Analyst doesn't care, so I take the advice of myself. Valentine, I get myself into a person's personality, see? I'm fluid, flexible, in harmony with the situation.
Suppose you just tell us what your business is and what our job is tonight and let it go at that.
But that's what I'm doing. It's me, my talent, my career. And it's all teetering in the balance. Tonight is the night.
Mr. Flannery.
I build romance, Miss Brooks. I give glamour where there was only gallstones, pearls out of paste. Oh, here's my card.
Personality builder?
Publicity, is that it? Is that what you are, publicity agent?
Valentine, please. There's no person alive who can put his own best foot forward, so I do it for him. I touch up his public picture. I stick him in the public eye. Sure, publicity, press relations, whatever you like. But in 2 years, I built up a suite of 10 offices. You'd be surprised at some of the clients
Skip it, please.
Caleb Romano. Have you ever heard of that name?
Caleb, well, of course. He's that Czechoslovakian or Romanian.
I'll say I have, and he's not in your league, Buster.
The epitome of romance. He was my first client, Valentine.
Okay, sorry. But he's a big shot foreign businessman, isn't he? Always see his name going to some glamour spot over there in Europe? Being chased by some rich widow?
The bachelor, the charmer, the dilettante, the dream of what every dull man of 40 would like to be. My dream. Mine, you understand?
Huh?
Caleb Romano does not exist. I made him up.
What? Oh, now, wait a minute. I've read about
Yeah, but you've never actually seen a picture of him, have you?
Well, maybe not, but Caleb Romano is...
Quiet. I'm trusting you. What I've told you could kill me in this town, ruin me. Newspapers, magazine editors. I built my business on Caleb Romano. The other clients I've got, they're honest men. I'm an honest man.
Oh, yeah, sure. Honest like the day is short, pulling a fraud like this.
Listen, 2 years ago, I wasn't even eating regular. I had to do something. So I dreamed up Romano. It's easy to get publicity for somebody who doesn't exist, particularly when you keep them in Europe. You're not bowed down. You don't have to tell the truth about them. Well, anyway, it worked. When other people heard Romano was a client of mine, in came business. The tailored suits, I'm in.
Well, then what are you worried about?
Being out, being exposed. I made the mistake of having him come to the U.S. incognito. Reporters are beginning to get puzzled. They sniff around. He's been an albatross around my neck.
Frankenstein built a monster, and now Frankenstein's monsters...
Haunts me. I try to forget him, drop it. They won't let me. It's every day. Where's Romano? Press agents grab me and say...
Now, wait a minute. Calm down, will you? This party tonight upstairs, and this bodyguard to nobody stuff, and your letter...
I said tonight's the night. Caleb Romano is going back to Europe to retire forever. Tonight, we lay the ghost.
What?
It's a farewell party. The whole press in town is invited. Columnists, the works. I say I've got a surprise for them. A chance to say goodbye to the man they've been itching to meet. Only, of course, he'll be regrettably detained and forced to dash straight for the boat instead. So they don't know it, but they'll never meet him in the first place. You get it?
Genius. Sheer genius.
Desperation, that's all. Be sarcastic, but help me. Please help me. Stand by if I need you in case any of that bloodthirsty mob up there won't swallow the sweet talk and demand they gotta see him. Mr. Valentine, believe me, not even I've got this far before. Takes help to give a party for nobody.
It also takes guests to give a party for nobody. Don't look now, Mr. Flannery, but I don't see anybody but the waiter.
The gentleman of the press left Mr. Flannery just a moment ago. Apparently, they received a phone call. I don't know what this party of yours was to be.
Stop waving your arms. What phone call?
Yes, sir, of course, sir, but apparently they had an opportunity to meet someone they wished to meet. I can't say as I blame them. I've been fascinated by the stories about him myself.
Hey, what is all this?
Yes, sir. I believe they all went somewhere together. Someone had arranged a personal interview with that foreigner, Caleb Romano. Imagine, they're going to meet him in person.
But, sir, I tell you, you can't go aboard.
Look, I know the president of the line, the chairman of the board, and me are just like
Hey,
that.
come
Don't
back
argue
here.
with the stockholders. Come on, Valentine.
All right, ballyhoo. We're aboard now, so slow down.
I got tickets for him for stateroom 1A.
Oh, when you perpetrate a fraud, you certainly do it up fancy.
Well, I had to. Had to carry out the full pretense. It's not easy to get rid of a man who doesn't exist.
Climb out of that squirrel cage and say it straight, will you? The reporters didn't know what kind of a party you had planned back there. Somebody else phones and says Caleb Romano can be seen in person someplace else. Well, what makes you think we'll find
Claude? He's the only one it could be, Claude. The steward. Valentine, I had to take him into my confidence, too. I paid the steward $1,000 to maintain the pretense until the ship was at sea. We reserved an empty stateroom, bought tickets. Some editor was bound to check out when I gave out the story that Romano had left,
You
so
think
I thought...
the steward was the one who telephoned? But why would he say they could come down here and see Romano in person?
Oh,
when...
just to get in the act to grab up the spotlight publicity. What else does anybody do anything for? Takes my cash, then gets the credit for exposing me. Come on. I'll shove that laugh right through the other side of his face. He'll never be able to bite another hand that feeds him.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. Stop, would you? Brooksy, find me the purser of the ship.
Huh?
Buster, you're just going to take some more pills.
Valentine.
I'll take care of your double-crosser for you and the newspaper men. So long, Ulcer. I'm going after this publicity myself.
Young man, are you going to be on this ship? Oh, delightful. I was only just saying to the chambermaid, I said, how dreary the ocean must be without...
I'm sorry, lady. Excuse me. I'm looking for...
Oh, but that's the end of the corridor. There are no more rooms.
The lady is quite correct, sir. Perhaps you are lost. There is only 1A.
Well, that's what I'm looking for, 1A. Hey, you're Claude, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Claude? Oh, well, perhaps you could help me, steward.
Oh, lady, please.
I only wanted a cup of bouillon. Excuse me.
In just a moment, madam. No one is to be admitted to cabin 1A, so the gentleman doesn't wish to be disturbed.
Buster, where are the reporters?
I beg your pardon, sir?
Look, I work for the same guy you do, Flannery. Did you call reporters?
Really, sir, I don't follow you. I haven't seen a single gentleman of the press aboard this ship.
Oh, you haven't, huh?
Oh, no, sir. Everything's gone beautifully, just beautifully. If you're on the in, as we say, you may tell Mr. Flannery we've done a masterful job of his little deception.
You have?
Oh, yes, sir. See, even dummy suitcases outside the empty cabin, and I have the only key. You may tell him no one has come near here. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir, the lady's bouillon.
Yeah, sure, go on.
There's a companionway up there for you to get back up to the deck, sir.
Yeah. Cabin 1A, huh? Masterful deception.
No!
George, the ship has sailed. I'm trying to tell you, the ship has sailed.
I can hear you. Hey, where are we?
On the ship. We left the dock half an hour ago.
Oh, that does it. All the crazy stupid...
I found you just wandering around with a blank look on your face.
Hey, where's Flannery? I suppose he got off all right.
Open your eyes, detective. I'm right here.
Huh?
Don't make like you have the only headache. Have a pill. Oh, bartender.
Oh, Buster, wait till I
George,
get...
the ship stops pretty quick at the Outer Harbor Light Station. We can get off when they drop off the pilot.
Just a second, Angel. Now, listen, Buster, you're a fraud.
Let go of
There's no Caleb Romano, you say. Come help me, you say.
Valentine.
George, I believe it.
There's a million reporters running around loose, only they keep disappearing.
No. Stop it. What's come over you?
Buster, I'm going to bang down the door to that cabin 1A, and if I have to, friend, I'm going to use your head.
You see? Nobody.
Yeah, it's empty, all right, just like you said. Like the steward said.
Mr. Valentine.
All right, so I'm wrong. Just because somebody saps me, I act like one. But Flannery somehow on this hot air excursion... Hey, the boat's stopping.
George, that's what we were just trying to tell you.
Huh? Oh, yeah, the light station. We get off.
No, George, the reporters. That's why we're stopping.
The what? There aren't any, are there? The little genius's hoax is still nice and undetected, isn't it?
At the light station, the purser got them there.
What?
When you sent me to find him, remember? The purser said he was the one who telephoned that hotel. He's having the ship stop half an hour at the light station for them to come aboard.
The purser? Why?
Oh, you innocent babe. Why, he says. They saw Romano's name on the passenger list. That's why. Now the steamship company wants to get into the act. Show up their big passenger, Romano. It's for... Oh, no. No, I can't say it.
It's for publicity, George. They want some publicity, too.
Oh, brother. Now I've heard everything. All right, Brooksy, this is where we came.
Hey, wait a minute. Valentine, wait.
You built yourself this headache, Buster. Oh, don't worry. Just show the boys from the press the albatross around your neck. You explain to them why this cabin's empty. But me, I'm through with them.
Where do you think you're going?
Lieutenant Riley.
That's right. Nobody's coming aboard this ship but me, Valentine.
Now, what in the name of...
A fisherman complained somebody threw a body in his net.
What?
You heard me. Right in the harbor here, a body was thrown off this ship. A man, a big shot. That guy you read so much publicity about. Caleb Romano.
The man who doesn't exist.
Hey, what's the matter with that bird there behind you?
George, I think Mr. Flannery fainted.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Every time you have to use the choke to get your car started, don't forget it results in extra engine wear as well as a delay in time. And what makes an engine hard to start anyway? Often it's the fault of gummy gasoline. Gummy gasoline? Yes, indeed. It's caused by the impurities that exist in most raw gasoline. But Chevron Supreme is the gasoline that is super refined to prevent engine sticking gum, to keep spark plugs, rings, and carburetor free of this contaminant. That's why Chevron Supreme gives you that new car feeling. Not only faster starting, but quicker pickup in traffic and ping-free power on the steepest hills. Just try super refined Chevron Supreme. It's the gasoline that gives you full mileage in the kind of driving you do. Buy Chevron Supreme at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Caleb Romano was a romantic, mysterious figure, a bachelor sought after by many women, friend of the great, maker of tabloid headlines, the dream of what every middle-aged man would like to be. But, according to Jake Flannery, Caleb Romano was only a dream himself, a nightmare that Flannery created in order to build up his own publicity business. A fraudulent ghost returned to haunt Flannery forever, because now it's no longer a ghost. It's a body, the body of Caleb Romano. Well, if your name is George Valentine, that's what you want to see. In the police launch, tied alongside the big ship several hundred yards off the Outer Harbor Light Station.
Now, you believe me, Valentine. This is the main feature.
Bullet, huh?
Yeah, that's right. He was shot twice. .38 revolver. See what I mean? He was murdered and then thrown overboard.
Murdered, I said.
And all for publicity.
What's that?
Oh, never mind. Refrain of a song. Riley, it must have happened just after I got cracked over the head.
There's a big window in cabin 1A. Somebody must have heard the ship was going to stop again and have reporters running all over the place. So they got scared and shoved the body through it.
Hey, wait a minute, Riley. Hold it.
Huh?
Mr. Valentine. Oh, there you are.
Hi, blood pressure.
Where's your respect for the living? Is that any way to talk? Just wondered if you got things straight with the inspector.
Flannery, I'm a lieutenant this season. And yes, I've heard that sluiced-up story of yours, and furthermore, I'm convinced you're the only fake around here, see? You see this pretty gold cigarette case?
Huh? Oh, initialed, huh?
Yeah, very classy. C.R.
Or would you rather paw around in a wallet?
Same initials, CR. Hey, what else was on the body, Riley?
Yeah, doesn't mean anything. Might be Chauncey Rhodes or Charlie Rappaport or even Captain Riley for all you can...
And he was wearing a nice new wristwatch. Caleb Romano.
But it can't...
You engineered all of this. Cooked up the stories for Valentine here.
It doesn't exist, I tell you. I don't know why that stuff's on him.
Well, who collects now that Romano's dead? That's all I want to know.
No. Listen to me. It's not true.
And don't give me any more that don't exist stuff. I know, see? I read an article once about Romano in a magazine myself.
I wrote that article myself. I made it up.
And, friend, I'm going to write you a nice long ticket
Hey,
for...
cut it out, both of you.
Huh?
Riley, I got some more initials.
Huh?
Yeah.
Mr. Valentine, please tell
Stop babbling, will you? Take a look here. J.W., 1929. Mamie H., 1931.
Hey.
Yeah, some marks under his shirt. Here.
The names and dates all seem to end around 32.
Tattoo?
That's right, Buster. Now, look here. I'll always love you, Susie. Supposed to be a big romantic international glamour boy, Riley.
Yeah. With the names of his girls tattooed on him.
Yeah. I think we're finally going to believe you, Flannery. You wrote up Romano as being a foreigner, didn't you?
Oh, yes, I did. Yes. Czechoslovakian, a Romanian,
And here on this guy's chest it says, tell it to the U.S. Marines.
So now where are we, huh? It's an impersonation, all right. Impersonation by this guy, whoever he was, of a character written about in the newspaper. Even the wristwatch and the wallet are new. So he either bought it recently or it was planted on him.
Well, naturally, I wouldn't have any reason for... Well, I only dreamed up Romano. I didn't... Well, what's the matter?
Come on, Riley. We're going to dream up some answers. And stick around, Flannery. Maybe we'll all get our names in the paper.
But I'm trying to think, Mr. Valentine. There's so many men aboard a ship, you know, and it's all so exciting, at least for a single girl like myself.
Yeah, sure, Miss Nelson. Is that it, Nelson?
The Topeka Nelsons. Oh, I've taught Latin there in the high school for I don't know how many.
Yes, well, will you please try to remember? You see, you were there almost at the right time. You must have seen...
But I prowl all over the ship. I always do at sailing time. I travel a great deal, you know, all of us girls, and it's so thrilling to see what kind of experiences you're going to have.
Like men, you mean?
Well, really, Lieutenant.
Well, that's what he's trying to ask you. Did you see a man in cabin 1A? Did you happen to look into...
Certainly not that forward.
Well, did you see a man in the general area? Oh, excuse me, ma'am, but this guy who was in 1A was killed, and you're the only person who had even a remote chance of seeing or hearing what...
I'm trying, Lieutenant. I am trying. But I was late coming aboard myself, and... Well, I remember you, Mr. Valentine. There was so much luggage in the corridor, we bumped into each other, didn't we? And, of course, the steward in that section...
that's you, Crawl.
Yes, sir. Yes, of course, sir.
I wish I could. Well, there might have been something if only I could...
Think, will you, lady? Think, will you, please?
Oh, skip it, Riley, skip it.
Huh?
I understand, Miss Nelson. Thanks very much.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah. Claude, you want to repeat that story of yours?
If you wish, sir. I was quite busy with the embarkation.
From the beginning.
I accepted $1,000, yes, sir. Mr. Flannery is an old customer of the line. I only wished to oblige him. It was a very small fraud, merely to pretend there was somebody in what I thought to be an empty cabin. I never even looked in that cabin, sir. I locked the door, told anyone who came near that the gentleman inside did not wish to be disturbed. I was pretending that the fictitious Mr. Romano was in there, and I went about my duties.
You locked the door without looking in.
Yes, sir.
If it was already locked by somebody leaving, you'd have noticed it.
Perhaps.
Or if it was locked from the inside by that guy who got killed or somebody else, you'd have noticed that too.
What?
And it would have been locked, of course, since the body hadn't been thrown overboard yet. So in either case, you would have noticed it, but you didn't. You said the door was unlocked.
Really, the logic you're trying to use,
Now
sir...
tell me, Buster, why is it the more nervous you get, the tighter you hold your hand against your side?
No,
That's where you keep your precious $1,000? Or is that where you...
Get away from me.
He's got a gun. Grab him.
Stop it. Let go.
Oh, no. No gun, Riley. Just his wallet, that's all.
Give it back. Give it to me.
Wow. 1,000? Jake Flannery said he gave you $1,000, but...
Holy smoke.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right now, Claude, where'd you get the extra 5? And don't waste any words this time.
His name is Burnell, Sam Burnell.
Go on.
I met him. Never mind, that's not important. He's just a man, or was, I should say, unsuccessful at a good many things, in and out of trouble, in and out of the Marines, in vaudeville with a knife-throwing act, bicycle stunt rider on a tandem. You can check all this yourself. The only important thing was he had some money saved up and wanted to invest it.
And you had something to sell.
Well, in a manner of speaking, yes, sir. Well, it did seem ridiculous to me for Mr. Flannery to have built up that beautiful personality of Caleb Romano and then just want to throw it away.
So you sold the vacancy to this Sam Burnell?
Well, the role did have inducements. Perhaps he wished to write a book or marry one of these wealthy creatures who were always chasing after Mr. Romano in the Sunday supplements. Perhaps he...
Yeah, sure, I get it. It was a perfect confidence game for him.
But I don't see yet why he got killed.
Neither do I, sir. I know nothing about his murder.
Thank you, Claude. You're under arrest.
But, Lieutenant...
We'll call it material witness for the time.
Overboard! Somebody overboard!
George, it's that little school teacher.
Somebody pushed her. You can't just fall over that rail.
What's the matter with the lights? Get a light down there!
Miss Nelson, huh?
She did know something. She did remember
She'd be on
something.
the surface if she were alive, wouldn't she?
Sail her down there now. I wonder where Flannery is.
The tide's running offshore, Lieutenant. It's carrying her out.
We'll get that launch going. Come on, come on!
Oh, George, maybe she never even guessed what it was she saw or heard that was important.
Come on, hurry up, Valentine.
Go on. Don't wait for me.
George!
I got something else to do, Angel. So long. I'll see you later. You heard me, Buster. Give me that boat. I'm going ashore. Well, welcome, lady. I've been on shore waiting for you.
Mr. Valentine. Oh, you don't swim very well. Saw the lights. Couldn't tell direction.
Yeah, the current's pretty strong, but you'll be all right. Now, give me your hand.
Oh.
Easy does it. That's it.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
Yeah, not as young as you used to be, I guess.
Oh.
No, don't try to talk. You must have had the daylight scared out of you tonight. Oh, here we are. Just sit here now and get your breath. It's pretty tough trying to swim like that after killing a man.
What did you say?
Yeah, you're the one who knocked me out, too, I guess. I was headed for cabin 1A. I had to be stopped so the body could be gotten out of there, tossed overboard.
You mustn't talk like that, young man.
Cabin 1A. You called it a room. The old traveler, huh? Called a passageway a corridor, too. Several other things.
Mr. Valentine.
JW, 29. Mamie H, 1930. Dates all ended in 32. None after, I noticed that.
No.
What happened then? Claude says Burnell tried vaudeville with a knife-throwing act. That takes a partner. Bicycle stunt rider for a while. On a tandem. Takes a partner. Little Latin teachers don't develop the nerve or muscles for a swim in water like that. Mrs. Burnell?
No, I'm not Mrs. Burnell.
You answer pretty quick, don't you? Sure, it must have been. And now that half-failure confidence game husband of yours latches onto the one thing that'd take him away from you forever. Old girlfriends and all. He was on his way to become the big international bachelor, pursued by the women of 5 continents. Oh, what a life.
Oh, you can never understand.
So you follow after the heel, get aboard ship, and then lose your temper, I guess. From then on, it's a 3-ring madhouse. The tide's running offshore now, you know. Of course you know, it almost killed you. But you wouldn't be here, would you, unless you dived off that ship on purpose. Unless you were trying to run away.
It was his gun. He had a gun. We struggled.
Yeah, sure. I guess there's a lot on your side.
Hey down there.
What's that?
What's going on down there?
Just take it easy.
Let go of me.
Who are they?
Hey, what's the pitch? What's with the ship out there? We're running out of poker chips. You just come from that ship out there?
Reporters, that's all, Mrs. Burnell. From the Outer Harbor Light Station. Every reporter in town still waiting.
Hey, what is it? What's up? I tell you, we're getting pretty sick and tired of these publicity gags.
The jury will let Mrs. Bennell off easy. I'm in tune with that kind of stuff, Miss Brooks. Symphony and sob, that's the angle. Husband was a rat, going to go away and be a playboy like he was before 32. Like I remember once I ran up some stuff in a bomber. Stabbed his mother-in-law. The angle
Mr. Flannery, I thought you were all through with publicity.
You mean it's through with me, don't you?
If you hadn't got smart in the first place, this guy Burnell...
No, George. If the job of being Caleb Romano hadn't been around, that man would have left his wife some other way, with probably the same result.
Thank you, beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Brooksy. So long, Flannery.
No, wait a minute, Valentine. I've got an idea. I'm grateful, see? So I take and I build you up, see? I make people George Valentine conscious.
You what?
Well, what's the matter? You want to be a hermit or something?
Get out of here.
The only trouble is you need a little more human interest. Home and fireside, soft lights and junk. Now, if you'll just take that dame draped around your neck there and...
I said get... Hey, wait a minute. You mean...
Well, it's an idea, isn't it?
Mr. Flannery, it's a wonderful idea.
Imagine how you'd feel if you found that your car's fuel tank had a slow leak and that you were losing 1 gallon of gasoline out of every 10. Expensive? You bet. But many motorists are losing that much gasoline simply because of worn and neglected spark plugs. At 35 miles an hour, your car's spark plugs have to fire about 5,000 times a minute, and in a temperature ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. No wonder the porcelain sometimes cracks. No wonder the plugs need cleaning and resetting periodically. In fact, if your spark plugs have traveled more than 10,000 miles, chances are you'll be money ahead by getting new Atlas Champion spark plugs. They have the finest insulating material ever developed for spark plugs, and efficiency beyond that of any other spark plug. So, to prevent gasoline waste and for better engine performance, go on Atlas Champion spark plugs and have them inspected at regular intervals. Get this car saver service at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer as Lieutenant Riley. Eddie Marr was heard as Flannery. Lee Patrick as Mrs. Burnell. Eric Snowden as Claude, and Bob Bruce as the reporter. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The High Price of a Penny, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, how high is the price of a penny? Well, how high is up? I doubt if you can figure it. In fact, I doubt if you'll be much of any good in the present case. And if you think I talk in riddles, you're right. However, Mr. Valentine, I'll waste my time by telling you the facts. I'm a prematurely retired lawyer and tax consultant. Neighbors of mine out here in the Fish Lake country, name is Mom, elderly man and wife, they spent a penny once, a number of years ago, on a lollipop. Let me tell you, the price of that penny is going to be more than $1 million. In plain words, those nice people are going to be taken. But just to really mix you up, I think you and I can stop the swindle with a diamond bracelet. Now, here's what I'd like you to do. Telephone the Moms. Tell them you're friends of mine and would like to come visit
the country. I'll lay the groundwork. They know there isn't room for you to stay in my place anyway. Maybe you can't do any good, but at least you can wear down your teeth for a change, biting on the penny. Sincerely, Amos W. Fell.
Spoken like a lawyer.
He certainly has a lot of faith in you, doesn't he?
$1 million penny, diamond bracelet, lollipops.
Faith in your curiosity.
Well, come on, Brooksy. Hand me the phone.
Look, Mr. Valentine, they're not home, I said.
Well, when will the Moms be home?
When they get tired of being where they are now. And don't ask me where that is, because I don't know. Playing 500, maybe, or helping somebody pickle some peaches. I don't know. They get all kinds of fascinating ways to spend their time.
Well, who's this speaking? One of the servants?
Mister, just call back later, will you?
But I'm afraid that I'm a friend of Mr. Amos Feld, and I wanted to
and the
talk
housekeeper isn't here either, in case you're thinking of beating Feld's time with her. Sure, Mr. Valentine. I'll be a good boy. I'll write it all down.
You're too kind.
Yeah, and don't be insulted. I'm right in the middle of a poker game, and my luck isn't good. My name is Clifford. I'm the Mom's nephew who come to live here for a while, so don't worry. They'll get your message all right.
Clifford, huh?
Yeah. Good night. Keep 'em rolling.
Well, Brooksy, maybe there is a penny. A bad penny.
Name of Clifford?
Yeah. Come on. We're not going to wait for an invitation.
The Mom's place is around here somewhere. Road to the right, I think, mister.
How about Mr. Amos Fell? He has a small cabin or something.
Gosh, I don't know. It's kind of late. My mother will be mad.
Fish Lake, you must know where that is. Kid your age in the summertime.
Oh, sure, mister. That's where I was today. Why, I'm so late walking home. I got a bet on with another kid, see? And using only worms, I got 3 of the best looking...
Yeah? Trout? Well, where are they?
Well, anyway, it's the road to the right. First turn to your left. It's pretty far. I hope you have better luck than I did, but I'll bet you don't.
Here's a turn, George.
Yeah, so dark you can't see the signs.
Everybody wishing us bad luck. I doubt if you can do much good, says Mr. Fell. And that boy, there was something funny about the... George!
See that?
What was it?
Down in the brush there, I don't know.
It looked like lightning.
Somebody with a flashlight, maybe.
There, again.
Oh, I'll find out quick enough.
George, be careful.
Easy. Yeah, take your own advice. Those rocks are loose.
Hey there, stand still. You're messing up the scenery. The birdie don't like it when
in the... Oh!
All right. Pass on. Pass out. I don't care.
Flashbulb, that's what it was.
At this time of night, for heaven's sake, taking pictures
It
of
ain't
what?
for nature study, lady. Stand away from the fender there, will you?
The fifth... George.
Yeah. Used to be a fender. Brother, what a wreck that must have been.
The car must have rolled all the way down from the curb.
I know. It's horrible, but stand back. That's it. You've got to get it from this angle. Car didn't roll, lady. It bounced.
What about the people? There's blood in there.
It's a bad corner. Over it went. That blacktop road slippery in the evening. Oh, they hauled them out hours ago. Hauled them out dead.
Oh, no. George, it's such a big car.
Should be. Belongs to the Morms.
What did you say?
Man and his wife live up the road, sole occupants of the car. Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Morm, real nice and real rich. Only long about sunset, they clipped their last coupon.
But listen, Buster, we were on our way to see the Moms. Say, who's been there? Who investigated?
Highway Patrol and the city police, both. Now, if you'll let me finish up, get pictures of the skid mark.
Well, what did they say? What did they find?
He was driving, that's what they said. Mrs. Morm killed instantly, sitting beside him. You know how it is. Steering wheel gave him a break for an hour or so, I guess.
What do you mean?
Found his body where he crawled back up toward the road to flag a car for help, I guess. Only trouble is there aren't any cars on this road, so he just died there.
But why?
An accident, my friend. No other traffic. They just slipped going around the corner. Ask the police if you don't believe me. Phone in the next house down the road half a mile.
Slow down, will you, Buster? Why'd they leave you behind to take pictures if they were so sure it was just an accident?
I'm losing my sleep for the insurance company. They want pictures to close their report, and they'll want to know what I see nosing around. And you know what it is? Nothing, not nothing. Now you happy?
No. Come on, Brooksy. This was no accident.
If it's murder you're thinking of, you won't do any good around here. Waste your time being wrong, that's all. It's an accident.
Yeah. I'm coming. Yes.
I just wondered if we could use your telephone for a minute. There was a wreck half a mile up the road some time ago, and I wanted to.
Valentine. That's who you are. George Valentine.
Mr. Fell?
Yes, come in. How convenient I live so close, huh?
Well, we didn't expect
To enjoy my meager hospitality? Place isn't much. Tired with bad health, you know. So I confine my extravagance to doctor bills. But I'm happy. Sit down.
You're happy, huh?
Yeah, I know. Bad taste. I heard about the accident. Shame, wasn't it? However, that's the way it goes. Nothing we can do. It's all over now.
What was it in the first place, Mr. Fell?
Oh, you mean...
The double talk in your letter, bad pennies and bracelets. And you kept saying there was nothing we could do even then.
Oh, yes. I'm a skeptic, Miss...
Brooks.
Oh, yes, of course.
You were worried about this guy Clifford, this nephew of the Moms. Was that it, Mr. Fell?
Worthless tramp. Of course that was it. He was the one the Moms bought a lollipop for 15 or 20 years ago. And he's been trying to get something better out of them ever since. He's one of those young men watches every angle. You know what I mean. Counts every penny.
He came to live with them.
They were suckers, I told you. Well, Mr. Mom made a lot of money, and the boy was his relative. But he even took in the missus, too. I tried to warn them, but they wouldn't listen.
And I could stop the swindle with a diamond bracelet, you said.
It's all over. What difference does it make? Yes, that's what I wanted you for. Kid never earned a penny in his life. But he bought a bracelet for Mrs. Mom, and was she impressed. I tell you, he's the kind who plays every angle.
But how did he pay for it?
That's what I meant, Miss Brooks. Diamonds. But how did he pay for them? Fair-sized one, too. Well, I checked into him a little. He's tangled with the law once or twice. I had an idea you might be able to find his little gift wasn't exactly legal, where he got them, or... What's the matter? What was my angle? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, their housekeeper is a friend of yours, isn't she?
You haven't got a job anymore, so you don't have to be wrong. She is, and so what? My angle was trying to make the blinders off some nice people, that's all.
Mr. Fell, I want to check what the police had to do.
Don't be a detective, will you? Mr. Mom's sole heir after his wife was Clifford.
What?
And her sole heir was Clifford, too. Don't you understand? They're both dead now. What can you do? The bad penny is going to collect his $1 million. The penny is already cashed in.
I know it looks fishy, Valentine.
Look, Lieutenant Riley.
The best accident men on the force say there's not one chance in a million that it was anything but an accident.
This Clifford may have figured his chances, and there are some other angles we don't know about.
No. The doctors and lab men were in on it, too. Injuries sustained in the accident were what killed them both. First her in the front seat, they figure. Then him when he tried to make it up to the highway for help.
Well, what made their car go over?
A normal skid at normal speed. Now, look. You can't tamper with a car to make it go over at a certain point, can you?
No, but you...
You can't scare somebody off the road without making them jam their wheels sharp so it'll show, can you? I tell you, Valentine, it was absolutely nothing.
I know. An accident. My client says there's no more job for me. You say go home and forget it. So maybe I can't do any good out here. Or can I?
George.
Oh, I don't know, Brooksy. A hunch is a hunch is a hunch.
You going to go around and see Clifford before
Well, that's the trouble. Why? On what excuse now? He's got his money, or he will have it as soon as the probate and tax boys get through with it. No, I'm afraid he'd just throw us right out on our ear. Hey. That photographer, what did he say his name was? Clem?
Yes, but I don't understand.
You weren't watching the road, Angel.
What? Well, his car's gone. He's not... Oh, George!
Yeah. His car's gone, but he's not. It must have just happened, Brooksy. He's... No, he's dead already.
Oh.
The photographer who took pictures of the scene of the accident has been accidentally murdered.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. How old is the battery in your car? The average automobile battery loses half of its original power in 2 years, and after that, it can give up the ghost within a matter of months. The safest thing to do with an aging battery is to have it checked regularly at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station. They'll make sure that water in the battery is at the proper level, that cables and terminals are free of corrosion. They'll recharge your battery if needed, or test it to tell if it will give you trouble-free service. And they'll be glad to show you all the advantages of a new Atlas battery. These power-packed Atlas batteries have their certified capacities plainly stamped on the sides. And with a new Atlas battery, you get a printed certificate, which is a positive warranty of performance honored by 38,000 Atlas dealers across the United States and Canada. Why not have your battery inspected tomorrow? Get this car saver service at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You're bound to be wrong, says everyone, from your client, Mr. Fell, to Lieutenant Riley. And maybe they're right, because Mr. and Mrs. Mom are dead, result of an automobile accident. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you don't like it much, but how can you argue? The mere fact that Mr. Mom was worth more than $1 million, does that make him the victim of murder? No, 1,000,000 times no. Only now the other man who sang that same refrain, the photographer, Clem, has been found dead. And this time at police headquarters, there's no argument when you say that it's murder.
Looked like he'd been hit from behind, Riley, by a rock or something.
His camera, that's what it was. My sergeant found it thrown in the brush a few feet up the road.
Uh-huh. Somebody grabbed the camera. There was a fight.
What about the car? His car was gone.
Up the road, Angel. They found that, too.
Oh, they did?
Abandoned. Whoever it was took the car to get away fast.
Yeah, they must have seen us coming. Only, Riley, why do you suppose...
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, don't ask me why he was killed.
Obviously, he must have been taking pictures of something that was...
We looked around there, and we didn't see anything.
Any film in his camera?
Of course not. Or in his car, either. It was all cleaned out.
Well, Riley, I've noticed that sometimes a photographer working fast shoves exposed packs in his hip pocket.
Yes, I've noticed that, too, and I've already checked, and he did. But you know what it was?
Huh?
Couple of films with specks on them, overexposed.
Mm-hmm. Still, he was killed because he was taking pictures.
Miss Brooks, whoever was watching the photographer, whoever killed him also must have killed whatever scrap of evidence there was to prove the mom's death wasn't an accident. So now you see where we are, huh? Nowhere.
Okay, then, Riley, let's start all over again. In fact, I'm going to start from scratch with the penny. Clifford, I want to see that bracelet you gave your aunt.
All right. Isn't much. Must be someplace around here in my aunt's room.
I don't understand. She wore it most of the time.
Oh, don't worry. It's someplace here, Mrs. Purdy.
Tell me, where'd you get the money for it in the first place, Clifford?
Here and there. What's it to you?
Nothing, just wanted.
You might try the other dresser.
Yeah. Got a dozen diamonds, Mr. Valentine. Nicest thing anybody ever gave me, she said.
How to get on a woman's good side.
Or into a woman's will.
But I bought it legitimately, despite what Phil thinks.
Ah.
I'll tell you what the secret was. I picked it up on a resale. Every diamond in it was a second and had a flaw or a chip of some kind. Cost me exactly $600.
Flaw, but she never knew that.
Oh.
You never told her that.
Why should I? She couldn't see the difference.
Oh, Clifford, you're a great boy. Indian gifts real close to the chest.
George.
Yeah, Brooksy?
Lieutenant Riley called. He said no.
What? Look, what's all this?
Clifford, you better keep looking for that bracelet. Miss Brooks means that they didn't find it on her body. Your aunt wasn't wearing it when she died.
Well, I'm sure it's just mislaid.
But you just can't find it. Yeah, I know. Or maybe I'll find it myself. Let me see those negatives, Riley. Hey, hold the flashlight.
Yeah, here we are.
Films with specs on them.
George, it'll be dawn pretty soon. You'll see better.
Overexposed, I said. I'll grant you I'm no expert.
I see them all right, Angel. Easy enough mistake, Riley. Only it bothered me that a professional photographer would make a mistake with a couple of his pictures and still put them in his pocket. Besides, I remember the roads of Blacktop, and Clem was up here looking for skid marks.
Here's the place, George. Here's where we found his body.
Wait a second. These negatives.
But those are white. Transparent.
Well, that's what I meant, that he'd end up with a black print.
Except for a couple of specks. Two. One there, one there.
Hey, this little blur in the corner, it must be this skid here.
Yeah. Now we're oriented.
It's a picture of the road. It is, isn't it?
That's right, Angel. Looking straight down on it.
Then the speck should be right about... Hey, there's nothing here now.
Wait a minute. Knife mark. There was something. See it? And the tar here?
Huh?
The other one, just a foot over there. Some later car tracks have mashed it down a little, but...
The diamonds. George, what else would he have taken a picture of? The two specks. Only they're so far apart.
Yeah, the bracelet might have been broken. We know she generally wore it.
Well, there's nothing here now, that's a cinch. Either the photographer dug them out of the road, or whoever caught them here being curious did it. Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Get those men closer in here. Have them beat every bush.
George, I'm the one who's curious. If Mrs. Mom was wearing her bracelet when they had the accident, how would the diamonds from it get clear up here on the road? Their car went over. And if there were a couple of them here, what's so sinister about it? And where are the rest of them?
Not much luck, Lieutenant, unless you call this luck.
What are you talking about, Sergeant?
It's a long way from water, but they're beauties, all right.
What? 3 fish?
What?
Hey, give me those.
Oh, that does it. We got enough riddles, and you come up with...
With fish. Fish, sure, of course. 3 of them.
Huh?
Remember, Brooksy? The kid said, I caught 3 beauties today. Only we thought he was just telling a tall story, because where were they? Yeah, the whole thing makes sense now, Riley. Diamonds and all. Only come on, move fast. There's a kid we gotta find before the murderer figures it out and finds him first. That's why the kid was so nervous, Riley. Why he left his 3 trout behind. He'd been at the scene of the accident.
Hey, there he is, fishing.
Hey, you.
He'll scare Mom. Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me, kid.
What in the heck
Well, that's nothing. Just somebody shooting. Game warden will get him. Only, mister, what do you want with...
Get down, kid.
Up on the ridge. They came from up on the ridge.
Go on, Riley. We're all right. Get him.
Mr. Valentine. I'll tell you anything.
Okay, kid, let's see the diamonds.
I didn't know they were them. I would have told somebody.
Sure. You didn't know who they belonged to. 6, 7, 8, 9 of them, huh?
They were just scattered there by the side of the road.
Not any of them down the grade where the wreck was?
Oh, no, sir. I didn't think there was any connection with that. There was a clasp, a catch thing. Here, see? It was caught in one of them low bushes by the road. The diamonds were just scattered along from there.
Yeah. Did you find anything, Riley?
Oh, 3 empty shells. But whoever it was shot at the kid's gone now. By the time we climb out of the brush here...
By the time we do, you can make an arrest, Riley.
Mr. Valentine, before you say anything to Clifford here, I think you ought to know that he couldn't have killed his aunt and his uncle. He was playing cards at the time of their death. Well, I was playing cards with him.
What's all this?
And so were some other men.
Oh, Valentine. Here we go again. The whole case hangs on the mom's death not being an accident. On all this other stuff being a cover-up for the fact that it wasn't.
Riley, take it easy, will you? It was an accident, all right. There's no argument. You and the experts persuaded me a long time ago.
What's that?
And, Mr. Fell, you told me a lot of other things, I believe, too. That Clifford here'd do anything for a few pennies. Get as much money from his aunt and uncle as possible.
But how in the world...
The whole case hangs on a few low-grade diamonds, Riley. That's why the photographer was killed. That's why Clifford tried to get at the kid. Only we beat him to it. And that's why you're a sucker staying around to listen to this, Clifford.
Go on, Mr. Valentine.
Sure. You're just counting on one thing that we'll never figure why that cheap bracelet is so important. Why you could have been up to something if the death of your aunt and uncle was an accident. Well, I know why. Double inheritance tax.
What?
Yes,
What's that?
That's right. Every penny counts. Every $100,000. It's the location of the bracelet that tips it, isn't it, Clifford?
Is it?
It's who died first, your uncle or your aunt.
But we know that she did, remember? She was in the front seat, and he tried to get up to the road for help.
Finally, that accident wasn't discovered for several hours.
Huh?
Well, suppose it was discovered first by the ambitious miser here. Suppose he was all happy about seeing him dead. Until he noticed a terrible thing. The uncle was in the car. The uncle died first. How about that, Fel? You're a tax expert.
You don't need my help. Hey, and it was Mr. Mom's money. So legally his wife would inherit, and then it would be passed on to Clifford.
Now you're getting it, Riley. No matter how close their deaths were, a few minutes or an hour, both wills would have to come into play when the estate would be settled.
And that means 2 taxes.
You know what the tax is on $1 million inheritance? You weren't out just to save pennies, were you, Clifford? Because what you found was your aunt up by the side of the road.
Now, wait a minute.
How else could her bracelet have got caught and broken on a bush? Unless she was the one who died last, who struggled up that embankment for help. So it's pretty simple, isn't it? All you did was change the bodies around.
So we'd think she died first, and Clifford would inherit from his uncle, and we would think
It was a
he had
body
outlived
switch, Riley. A little investment in his future, that's all. Only the interest got compounded, didn't it, Clifford? You overlooked a bracelet. And then a photographer didn't and began to get curious. He might have even figured it out. And when you counted the diamonds he'd found mashed into the road, there weren't enough. So you had to run frantically someplace else, someplace we almost led you. To the kid who'd picked him up and couldn't see any harm in keeping him.
Mr. Valentine, I did stay around too long, didn't I?
The nice little gift you gave to your aunt. It really came back to haunt you, busted a snowball until...
Yeah, a gun makes a lot of difference, don't it? Go on, talk away, Mr. Valentine. Talk to yourself for a change.
You won't get away with this.
Let him go, Riley.
But he's got a car.
I said let him go.
As if there were any argument. Much obliged, friend. Keep 'em rolling.
Valentine, of all this...
cool off, will you? Keep 'em rolling, he says. There's a laugh.
I can see him from the window here. He won't get it very far in that car.
What's that?
He's got a flat tire, Riley.
Yes. 9 diamonds from the boy, 2 mashed into the road. That makes 11. But there were 12 in the bracelet. The high price of a penny. The extra diamond. He's got a flat tire. He found it.
Mr. Fell, I grant you that a diamond is sharp enough. But one from that bracelet would be so small, it just couldn't have...
But it did. You saw it happen. You saw them catch him. Yes, Miss Brooks. It was the stone, all right.
Well, now, it would have been neat, Mr. Fell. Retribution and all that stuff, but... You see, Clifford had a flat tire because I let the air out of him.
Huh? Oh, no, now, look. When did you have a chance
a whole lot earlier. You see, I took the precaution, that's all.
But how did you know then that it was he who...
Oh, I played safe and let the air out of your tires, too.
Oh.
Mr. Fell, we're skeptical of clients who keep insisting we're bound to be wrong.
Oh. I didn't want to say it, Mr. Valentine, but now I'll have to. This business of double inheritance tax.
Oh, sure, I know. It's your field, not mine.
There was a recent ruling. You made the same mistake Clifford did. I mean, about saving all that inheritance tax.
What?
Oh, it's a perfectly logical mistake. You and he would have been absolutely correct until recently. Courts decided in a case like that the same money can't be taxed twice.
Oh.
Then Clifford didn't have to move the bodies or kill the photographer.
That's right.
And it's only because I was wrong that I was able to put myself in Clifford's place and figure out his motive.
That's right.
But what difference does it make? Lieutenant Riley caught Clifford and he confessed, and now one thing's sure. George, you and I are going to have this dance and forget all... Oh. No music.
Angel, this seems to be the kind of case where everybody's bound to be wrong.
When we say that RPM motor oil is first choice where driving's toughest, it is not a statement made of dream stuff. It is based on facts. For example, one man in the Spokane Valley, where temperatures vary from 40 below to 105 above, drove 40,000 miles on RPM with no repair work necessary and without needing makeup oil between regular crankcase drains. But you ask motorists anywhere in the West, and they'll tell you more people prefer RPM motor oil than any other brand. Why is RPM first choice where driving's toughest? Because it's compounded to cling to cylinder walls in the coldest temperatures, even when a car stands idle for days or weeks. In sizzling temperatures, ordinary oils run away from engine hot spots, but not RPM. And this premium quality motor oil cleans your engine as it lubricates. In fact, it's the best engine insurance you can buy. Get it for your car tomorrow. Ask for RPM motor oil at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Ted Osborne was heard as Fell, Anthony Barrett as Clifford, Herbert Butterfield as Clem, Jeffrey Silver as the boy, and Noreen Gamil as Mrs. Burley. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It.
The Treasure of Millie's Wharf, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Sir, Mr. Valentine. Dear Mr. Valentine! Oh, but what will I say? What will I write? How can I ever tell how exciting it is? This is the town of Millie's Wharf. Yes, Millie's Wharf. And, dear sir, my name is Millie. And as my fourth husband used to say... Valentine! Shut up, you skinny, cockeyed, brainless bird! Oh, now, did I hurt him, little feelings? Poor, dumb little parrot. Can't talk back. There, Cupid. Cupid! Shut up, you skinny, cockeyed, brainless bird! Dear Mr. Valentine! Nothing ever happens in Millie's Wharf. At least not since my last husband died, and that was years ago. Nobody of any importance lives here anymore, but here we are, situated on the historical old bay of islands. Yesterday, when I was gone picking blueberries, my parrot, whose name is Cupid, and who steals things and whose wings ain't clipped so he can fly, stole something. I don't know where he got it or how, but it's a map. Here in this place where the Spanish ships used to come. And on the map is a mark. But why would anyone put a mark at a place underwater? Yes, out behind one of the islands where it's easy 2 fathoms. On this map, there are arrows and directions and a great big red X. Shut up! Oh, a map, Mr. Valentine, and something underwater, and an X to mark the spot.
Well, but it's only a torn piece of notebook paper, the kind you buy in a 5 and 10.
I know.
And the red is just pencil, just ordinary pencil.
I know.
I certainly don't see anything to get excited about in just a...
Mr. Valentine, why should anyone draw such a map?
Well, to locate a shoal, maybe. You said it was shallow out there.
20 or 30 feet, but no.
Maybe somebody wanted to remember a place to anchor.
Hasn't been a ship in the bay bigger than a snipe since my second husband went to the bottom in a lumber scow. Exciting, ain't it?
Yeah. Now, look, Millie, so your bird wanders around the wharf picking things up, so he gets a piece of paper with scratches and arrows.
Azimuth readings, compass bearings, so whoever drew it could find the place marked X again.
Well, that's the way it looks, but...
Now, Mr. Valentine, tell me, why would anyone draw such a map, huh?
So maybe somebody was out fishing and lost his wristwatch and wanted to mark the place, that's all. Just because there's a lot of legends about this bay.
There are ships sunk here, lots of ships. Miss Brooks, now, when Henry Morgan sacked the city of Panama in the year 1600-something, there were Spanish ships that fled to the north, and lots of them big galleons was just simply loaded down to the gunnels with...
Hey, Millie, look, I've heard how the suckers used to come flocking to this place looking for buried treasure.
And so did you, didn't you? The minute I wrote the letter... Just 'cause I need the help of a red-blooded man who...
I came here to tell you not to spend time and money trying to get in on whatever somebody else has already found.
There now. You said it yourself. Somebody's found something. That's what the X is. Somebody's found something and marked the place so they could come back. But we're going to beat them to it, you and me, Mr. Valentine.
What?
It's finders keepers, ain't it? So here's what you do. Now, there's a long drink of water, owns a little store and hotel down the road. Now, his name's Uriah Jenks, and he's about as wide awake as a barnacle. But he owns a little rowboat, you see? Only one around here, and he never uses it. But you're going to borrow that boat, and we're just going to...
Wait a minute. Slow down, Millie.
Huh?
You mean you expect me to row all the way out just to take a look at that place marked X on the silly piece of paper?
Oh, you'll row fast, 'cause now I'll show the bird, the parrot. Come on in here.
You what?
Been bandaged and put in a cage ever since I come home and found him last night. Oh, yes, I had to. My poor little Cupid who stole the map. Only look at him, Mr. Valentine, at his wing. Now, you're not going to tell me that X isn't exciting and important when the same day he was innocently stealing the map, my poor little bird got a hole in his feathers. Yes, somebody shot at Cupid with a gun. X, 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 X.
How about Leaks, Mr. Valentine.
But it's been used lately, Mr. Jenks. I noticed.
Leaks like a sieve. Man practically drowned.
What man? When was this?
Man who used it, naturally. Wouldn't be anybody else.
All right, but will you tell
Now,
me?
my advice to you is to stay away from that Millie woman, her and that nuisance Berg. Good advice for any man.
But, Mr. Jenks, we want to know who it was.
Man, that's all.
Man who... Oh, go on. Let's hear some more.
Just rented it for the day. Come in the night before.
But where did he take the boat? I mean, George, he might have been the one who went out and
He
drew
bought
that
some red pencils. I know that much.
Uh-huh. That's him, all right. Now, look, what's his name?
Come in night before. Yes, sir. Windy night it was. I remember that. Just a man. Short he was. Stocky. Just sort of there he was at the door. Middle of the night.
But didn't you ask him anything about
Spent
himself?
the next day out in the boat. That's all I know.
Oh, brother. First it's a parent with a map, and now it's a mysterious stranger in the middle of the night.
Leave well enough alone, I say. What's mysterious? The man's name was Laver, Dr. Laver. You know how I found that out? He signed my register. See?
Emil Laver.
And you know where he is now? On his way to catch a bus out of town. Why should you interfere? Nothing to get excited about. Forget him. Forget the whole thing.
Well, this must be where the bus driver meant, Angel.
Yes. There's the water tower over there.
Where he dropped Laver off, 12 miles from town.
Only there's nothing out here, George. Just sand dunes.
This part of the shore is closer to the little islands, though. Sure. Look, here's the tracks where the bus stopped.
And the tracks of a man, George.
Huh? Dr. Laver. Come on, they cut across the sand.
Well, at least he doesn't have a wooden leg, does he? But I bet he has a patch over his eye or
Brooksy,
a bandana.
there's a perfectly logical explanation for all this Robert Louis Stevenson stuff. That's why I want to find Laver before I go galloping out after an ex.
What is it? This logical...
I don't know. I'll ask him.
George, there's the water.
Yeah.
And his footsteps. So you're going to ask him, huh? They just walk right out into the ocean.
Oh, now, wait a minute. They can't just... Hey, Brooksy, look. Up the beach there, see?
Man.
Yeah, and they're working at something. Hey, stay here, will you?
But, George...
Hey, where are you going?
Well, hello there, friend.
Sure, I'm everybody's friend. Where are you going?
Oh, just out for a walk, Skipper? What's it to you?
When a man is bigger than you
Oh,
are...
lay off that. I was looking for a guy named Dr. Laver.
Huh? Look someplace else.
Why? You're off a ship, aren't you? Laver's tracks go down to the water there. Well, who picked him up in a small rowboat? You?
Oh, now look, friend, don't be so smart. Just go away.
Now you got a crew of men working up the beach.
Yes, of course I picked him up several hours ago. So what? Now he's out on my ship, and those men are loading water for my ship. Isn't that exciting?
Well, it might be.
And it might not. Goodbye.
Might even be worth shooting a hole in a parrot.
What?
Tell me, is your friend Laver the kind of guy who draws maps? Does he go around putting X's on...
I told you when a man is bigger
Oh,
than...
get off it, Buster.
My friend, it's too bad you're so curious.
George, look out!
Oh, wait a minute.
But they just went off and left you, George. And you wouldn't wake up. They loaded water tanks into a boat and headed out for their ship, wherever that might be.
Around this next island, lady.
Yeah, sure, Mac. Hey, can't you crank a little more speed out of this outboard?
Well, we're doing all right. Turn in just a second. Daylight now.
George, it's crazy to go banging right back out here.
I'm all
when
right, Brooksy. I tell you, I'm fine. I just slept through a couple of reels, and I want to catch up with that captain.
But why? He's still bigger than you, and nothing has actually happened that you know he's mixed up in
Well,
anything.
maybe I just want to see that X underwater.
And to sing the ship as soon as we get out of the line of those trees.
How do you know how exactly where this boat's anchored?
Because I come out during the night, that's why.
The night?
What?
Yeah, I'll hire her for anybody, mister. Millie and that sleepy fella Jenks over Millie's Wharf. Well, what did you think I was doing over there with my outboard anyway? They gave me a call. I brought them both out here and then left him.
Brother, I did miss a lot, didn't I? Half the feature.
There it is, George.
Yeah, that's her. Nice tub, ain't it?
Yeah. And with practically everybody on board now, huh? Say, what's all that funny rig, you know?
Oh, not sure. Diving, I think.
Diving?
Oh, I don't mean real deep-sea stuff. But there's lines running down there, see? And, well, that's a pump on deck.
George, so it is a treasure
Hey,
hunt.
look, somebody's been below just now, just coming up. Look, a skinny guy in a helmet, see?
Yeah. I wonder what he found down there. I wonder what the X really is.
Look, I found it. It's there. Emil, where are you? Lave out.
Hey, wait a minute, friend.
Oh, of course. Of course. So glad to have you aboard, Mr. Valentine. Oh, excuse my trunks, Miss Brooks, but you see, when I'm diving...
Let's see what you found, Professor Schmidt. That's what interests me.
Yes, our last trip we should get it. Down amongst those rocks, I knew we would. They're dangerous. They're so big. Look. You see?
George, look what he was diving for. A lobster.
Oh, no, Miss Brooks. No, not just a lobster, a type of crayfish. Yes, certainly. But up and down this coast we have chased, looking but never finding this exact specimen.
You mean that's what you're here for, crayfish?
Hey, what did you get? Look at him, Emil. Isn't he a beauty? Oh, I'm sorry. Permit me. Dr. Emil Leva, Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Hello.
Emil is the other half of our little expedition.
Expedition?
Yes, he's the marine botanist. Crustaceans are my specialty.
Harry, I think Mr. Valentine had a little different idea about our mysterious presence.
Huh?
Yeah, I've talked to that old harpy, that Millie.
Oh, yes, that nonsense. Look, I know. Oh, but now see here, Emil, I found another one of those.
What?
Mm-hmm. I haven't scraped the stuff off. Now, wait a minute. There. M-L...
Hey, wait a minute.
Well, anyway, it's the year 1600 something.
It's a coin.
Yes. Rather interesting, isn't it? Minted by the Spanish, I should say. I think it's called a doubloon.
Oh, now, wait. Let's get this straight. You guys are a scientific outfit, but you turn up Spanish coins. You make a map with an X on it. Now,
Mr. Valentine, please, there's an explanation.
And the captain of your boat takes a poke at me. Let's get him in on this explaining, too.
Of course. Be patient.
I suppose he's one of the eager beavers who jumped to the rail the minute that word doubloon came out.
He's somewhere, perhaps in his cabin.
George, there's the captain. There's enough light so that you can see now. X marks the spot, all right.
What?
In the helmet. See? The helmet underwater. He's down there, George, down on the bottom, only the way his arms are moving, he looks more like he's dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. One of these evenings, you may have some friends over for canasta. Comes midnight, and you want to drive them home. But what's this? First, your car's hard to start. Then it kind of hiccups down the avenue. It has no pep in traffic, and it pings on hills. Better your friends had walked than be embarrassed like this. But seriously, if your car does act like this most of the time, it may be the fault of gummy gasoline. Most raw gasoline contains impurities that form gum. Then the gum gets into the fuel line, carburetor, spark plugs. To avoid this trouble, depend on Chevron Supreme. It's the gasoline that's super refined to get rid of those impurities which could form gum. That's why Chevron Supreme gives faster starting, smoother pickup, ping-free power on hills. And that's why folks say Chevron Supreme gives them that new car feeling. Try super refined Chevron Supreme in your car tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You go to the town of Millie's Wharf. You meet a parrot that someone shot at. You meet a woman who is all excited over the idea of Spanish treasure and sunken galleons. You meet two scientists who seem to be a good deal more interested in the discovery of a new type of lobster. But if your name is George Valentine, the one person you met whom you'd like to meet again is the captain of the scientist's ship, the man who knocked you out and left you on the beach hours ago. Only now, in the water below you, the captain has just been found. He's wearing a diving helmet, but from his appearance, he's dead.
Grab these lines. Pull him up. Hurry now. Get that winch going. Oh, for heaven's sake, get that bird out of here.
Don't you touch Cupid. He's not doing anything, Mr. Smith.
Nothing much we can do, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yes, there is, Labor. Come here, lady.
I'm just watching, that's all.
We're keeping air in his air hose.
Let go of me.
Why did you come out here, you and that bird of yours?
But you just up and disappeared. And then Mr. Jenks said he'd seen this ship from driving up on the hill.
So the two of you hired a boat and came out, huh?
No, I've just been sitting here waiting for daylight.
Sure, so you could see what they were diving for.
No, keep the air going. He may just be in trouble.
No, I already knew about the money. The Spanish treasure. Here, you see? After you'd gone, I got looking around, and Cupid had brought it back, and it was hidden in the...
Here, please, may I?
You don't have to tell me. It's one of them pieces of 8.
Cupid's stealing things again, huh?
And that's why I'm here, and I'm going to stay until every last penny of it's brought aboard. I'll have you know my third husband owned a lot of property around this bay, and if I haven't got some legal rights to own a ship, then I might as well...
Join the gold rush, then. Hold hands with your friend Jenks.
With what? That spineless, sleepy-headed...
Oh, Skipper, will you? Any luck, Schmidt?
Well, the winch won't pull his line up, Mr. Valentine. The current seems to have snagged one of those lines.
Yeah, you could swing the boat around, Professor. Might be able to get a better pull from the other side.
Let's try it, Harry.
Oh, try anything. Only step on it. Will you? Get that guy up.
So strange. He never liked to dive. Laughed at us for doing it. He was lazy. Just a hired captain. When we could pay him.
He wasn't so lazy when he hit me. He'd already heard about that first doubloon, hadn't he?
I guess so. Professor Schmidt found it last evening. We joked about it. Meant nothing to us. Curiosity.
But it would drive a guy like the captain crazy. Look, didn't anybody know he was down there?
That's so early before dawn. He was eager, I guess. The pumps are automatic. You just take a helmet and go over the side.
Why did you draw that map, Dr. Labor?
What?
You did draw that map, didn't you?
Oh, that. Of course. I draw them all, 50 or 60 this summer. Here, I could show you.
Never mind. Just show it.
Oh, well, sometimes I go ahead of the others. Sort of reconnaissance. From our last place up the coast, I came down to this Millie's Wharf. I hired a boat. I found this place. It looked good. That map had nothing to do with, well...
Were these coins that drifted into the same place, huh?
Well, there's no ship sunk there. I know that. But, yes, things drift on the floor of the sea, perhaps.
Boat's all the way around now, sir.
Those lines are foul. That's why we can't pull him up.
Hold it, Dr. Labor.
Down on those rocks. You see them? I've had that same trouble
Now,
myself.
what's the matter, Professor?
Oh, I'm going down now myself. His ropes are all tangled.
No, you were just down, Harry. I'll take a helmet.
Well, there are 2 of them.
That's right. You sit still, Professor Schmidt. Come on, Labor. I'll help you get the captain.
Well, it's easy enough, but if you're not experienced...
Come on, let's do a little diving.
George, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, sure. Feels a little silly being lowered like this. These weights on the sandals.
Well, the professor didn't want you to just climb down, but it's only 35 feet or so, he says.
I know. To me, it looks like 70. Boy, it's sure getting darker.
Can you see him yet, George?
Yeah. I'm dragging these lines. It's a little hard.
Well, don't get them tangled on the rocks like he did.
Now, just take it easy, Brooks. This is so shallow you can kick the gear off and swim up.
The captain couldn't do it, could he? What?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, no, wait a minute. George on the other phone. Dr. Labor says there's nothing wrong with the captain's lines. Looks more like he fell and then they got tangled.
Yeah, I know. Labor's right beside me. He's pointing. Yeah, I can see. I think he's right, Angel.
George, are you there already? George?
Captain's dead, all right, Brooksy.
Oh.
I don't know what could have gone wrong. The air's still pumping into his helmet, but it's all crooked. Water got in, too.
You mean he drowned?
Yeah, I guess so. Nothing else wrong with him, though. Looks more like he fell, and that knocked his helmet cockeyed. Only I don't know how a man could fall underwater. It's all slow motion. Unless he was... Hey, Brooksy. Brooksy. Hey. What in the name?
Get that cigarette away from there, Mr. Jenks. I didn't do anything.
Well, it's all right, George.
Oh.
It was the air intake, but it's all right.
Yeah. Oh, brother. Cigarette near the air intake, huh? Yeah, I heard Schmidt. I was going to say a second ago. I guess that's how it was done.
What?
How the captain was murdered, Angel. Yeah, you heard me, murdered. Only we'd never be able to prove it. Hey, listen. There's a pouch thing on the captain's belt. Yeah, Laver, I see him. 1, 2, 3. The captain was down here collecting them all right. 7, 11. 11 more Spanish doubloons. Brooksy. Brooksy.
Nothing to get excited about, Mr. Valentine.
Huh? Jenks. Hey, where'd she go? Put her on.
Man should stay in his element, though. Good advice.
Hey, look, Buster.
That's where you're staying. Below, I mean. Hope it don't get too cold for a while, Mr. Valentine.
Put that gun down. Put it down, I said.
For heaven's sake, Mr. Jenks.
Never mind, Professor. It won't go off.
Uriah Jenks, I'm warning you.
Won't go off unless you open your mouth, Millie. Close it.
You worm-turning chiseler. You've got no more right to the treasure.
Millie, I warned you. Any more of your chatter, and you'll have powder burns like that pesky bird of yours did. And if you don't shut him up, I'll get my aim better and hit him.
So you're the one. You shot at him. Uriah Jenks,
Stop it, both of you.
That's what I say, miss. Words are a waste of thought. Can you hear me down there? Hello?
Of course, yeah. Harry, what's
Applies
going on
to
up
you,
there?
too. Just listen. We got a treasure now.
A few piddling coins.
We've stumbled into something may turn out to be bigger than Fort Knox. And all I want's an agreement, fair and square. Now's the time to make it. Now, isn't that reasonable, Mr. Valentine? Well?
George?
Valentine. Here, give me that phone. Valentine!
There he is on the surface.
Hey, throw me a line, will you? Hurry up.
No, here, I've got you. What happened? Oh, you got out of your helmet.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, it's like being thrown out of a jack-in-the-box, Angel. No, I'm okay. Well, hello, everybody.
Oh, George, this crazy Mr. Jenks.
He shot you with Mr. Valentine. He admitted it.
All right. He's got a gun. Leave him alone.
George.
Sure. Just hold it steady, friend. That's all. You know, I kind of like you, Jenks. You give me ideas.
Well, if that ain't...
So you shot at the bird, huh?
Nothing to be ashamed of in that. Pest. Stole that coin and the map from the rowboat the other day. Seen him do it.
You got the fever bad, haven't you?
Mr. Valentine, Laver is still down there.
Yeah, he's all right. On the phone, isn't he? Professor, how'd you guys get along with the captain? Somebody said you didn't pay him very often or something.
Oh, no. He, well, we did owe him money. He was trying to get possession of the boat, but really...
I met the guy. Not very pleasant, I can imagine. Here, let me have that phone.
Well, it doesn't have anything to do
That's
with...
not your idea, is it, Laver? Laver, can you hear me?
Of course. I will come back up to deck.
A helmet, couple of lines, and a phone. Be almost impossible for an able-bodied man to get in trouble down there. And he could always get out the way I did. Unless his lines were really tangled, which the captain's weren't. Here, let me have that cigarette.
George, you said the
If
air
you're
intake...
smoking, it's easy to make a man cough down there. Like this.
Hey, what is it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor.
I'm coming on deck.
Oh, now there, that's better. But a cigarette isn't enough to kill a man, even if he choked and had trouble with his helmet. You have to stand up in one of those helmets, though, don't you? To really keep the water out.
I'm coming up.
You're not coming up. Not even the way I did.
What?
I was dragging the lines for both of us, remember? For the time being, you're with the fish, Buster. I tied your lines.
You're crazy.
I want to try a lot of things in front of this air intake. Maybe I can tell by the way you act what you used on the captain. Was it formaldehyde? Gasoline? Ether?
Valentine, what do you think you're
That's
trying...
how you killed him, wasn't it? How you made him pass out down there so he'd fall and drown? Fairly shiny coins, too, aren't they? Where'd you get them, a museum?
What are you talking
Well,
about?
a man couldn't dive down that deep from a rowboat and get a coin, could he? So where did the parrot steal that coin of his along with a map? Oh, and he's been bandaged ever since that day, so he couldn't have wandered around to steal it since then.
Valentine, please let me...
So if you had a coin that day, you didn't get it from the bottom of the ocean. You brought it here. You brought all of them here. Sure, and the map makes more sense that way anyway. You draw a map when you bury treasure, not when you dig it up.
I always do them. I told you. I located the
Skip
place.
it. You salted the ocean like you sawed a fraudulent mine. And why? To get that loud-talking captain who'd never do any diving himself down there. To sucker him into a spot where you could commit a perfect murder.
I didn't. Take that away from the antique.
Buster, you started a fake treasure hunt. But too many people got excited over Spanish doubloons. That's what trapped you.
Take it away. I can't breathe right when you...
Keep talking, friend. We'll be down to get you in a minute. But we'll haul up a confession first. No, Angel. There was no gold in that bay. Laver admitted it when he wrote his confession. Stole 13 doubloons from the collection up north.
Did he ever explain why he killed the captain, George?
Well, he hated the guy. The captain did have a lien on the boat. Was going to take it away from the hard-working scientists. And I guess that's all Laver lived for, puttering around on the bottom of the ocean.
But Professor Schmidt didn't have anything to do with it.
No.
George, wait a minute. You said the confession said 13 coins.
Yeah.
But as I remember, when we added them up, there were 14.
So?
Now, listen. I mean, there really were Spanish ships in this bay, and... Well, where did the extra coin come from? Aren't you curious at all?
Definitely. I'm... Oh, hey, say something cute, but not just XXX. What a...
Shut up, you skinny cockeye! Raise the burn off!
When you go on a vacation, you usually plan on spending a certain amount of money. But here's a way to enjoy your motoring trip and save money at the same time. Before you start out, have your car's crankcase drained and refilled with RPM motor oil. First choice where driving's toughest. And have your car's oil filter inspected. By keeping grit and dirt out of your precision-built engine, the oil filter is a real money saver. But if you use clean, fresh oil with a clogged-up filter, it's just like throwing money away. Start your vacation trip with a new Atlas Micronic filter element, and you'll be money ahead with a cleaner engine. This low-cost Atlas Micronic filter element traps all the sludge, all the abrasives, right down to particles as tiny as 39 millionths of an inch. How about doing this tomorrow? Get an Atlas Micronic filter element at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Martha Wentworth was heard as Millie, Herb Butterfield as Jenks, Harold Deerenforth as Laver, Joe Duvall as the captain, Larry Dobkin as Schmidt, Dick Ryan as the man, and Bill James as Cupid. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. High Card, another adventure of George Valentine.
Well, it's 10 o'clock already, gentlemen. Shouldn't we... I mean, my watch says 10. Chester has the cards and...
Sure, what are we waiting for? We're going to do it, let's get...
No! No. Ames, Salto, this is crazy. It's insane.
It was your idea, wasn't it, Norton?
Yes, but a man's guilt is no more to be bandied about.
Oh, get off the words.
There's the good name of the man to be thought of afterwards.
Let's get it over with now.
It's all right. How about you, Chester?
Huh? What?
He's had a good many, Mr. Norton. I'm not sure that
I'm all right. Yes, I'm all right.
Okay, give me those cards.
Spread them out on the table.
I know what I'm doing. Well, hurry up, huh? We'll get it over with, the four of us.
We'll need a piece of paper. Envelope here in your jacket. Do you mind?
Of course I do, if it's got my name on it.
Valentine. George Valentine.
What?
Oh, your wife's letter. From somebody named Valentine.
If I'd know her friends.
Here's a blank sheet, club stationery. Couldn't we get on with the...
Dear Mrs. Ames, I am so sorry to hear of your concern over your husband. Naturally, I will do whatever I can to help. Sincerely, George Valentine.
Give me that.
But...
Concern. How do you
For
like...
heaven's sake, stop the stalling, both of you. Will you get...
All right. I draw one. Go on, draw a card.
Me?
Go on, Salto.
All right. 9 of diamonds.
Yeah. Norton?
9 of clubs.
9 again? Give me one of those. Jack. Diamonds.
All right, Chester. Chester.
Huh?
Your turn. Draw.
Oh, I'm all right. Draw? Oh, yes.
King. King of Hearts, look. Chester drew the King of Hearts.
Shut up.
You understand, Chester. High card.
Yes. Yes, the paper.
Here. You can use the pen.
I'm all right. I, Jeffrey Chester, hereby confess 1 year ago to this date, it was I who murdered Miss Dorothy Pullman.
It is after 10 o'clock now, Chester.
I'd like to have a drink or two. I'll have to run down to my boarding house. There's a bill I should pay.
The watchman's spare gun is in the locker room, and it would look better if you did it at the same place that...
Leave him alone, Salto.
I'm all right. I could run downtown first, then come back, have the drinks, if I could borrow your car, Mr. Ames.
Sure, Chester. Let's go over and get you my car. Sure.
Thank you. You don't have to worry, any of you. I'll be back. The club bar, drinks. We always had two, she and I. But I'm all right. You can mail my confession of guilt to the police. I got the high card. I'll be dead by midnight.
Where are you, Sylvia? It's the big idea, that letter in my coat pocket. Miss Valentine, who is he?
Honey?
Oh, there you are. So sorry to hear of your concern over your husband. Of all the meddling...
Please.
Hello?
This is Mr. Valentine. Miss Brooks, my husband, Mr. Ames.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Ames?
Huh. With my foot in my mouth. Just who are you?
Did you have a nice time, darling? Where have you been?
Huh? Oh, over to the club. Yeah, they let me in. Just playing a little cards, that's all.
Look, Mr. Ames, I had a letter from your wife.
My wife
I'm
is
only...
leaving me. What difference does it make? Go on, get out. She's hired snoopers before, my friend.
You can't.
Oh, shut up.
Listen to me. You were beaten up the other night.
Get them out of here. Get yourself out of here.
Oh, no, you...
Stop it.
Will
No,
you?
listen.
What's the matter with you, friend?
Victor, that was your car, wasn't it? Driving away?
Yes. Yes, I loaned it to somebody needs it for a while tonight. He's got some things to do.
Mr. Ames, I know I'm butting in, but your wife has been worried, and I'm only
Please.
here.
I'm going back over to the club. There's nothing anybody can do now except to make things worse.
What? Darling.
Send him home, Sylvia. I'll take care of myself.
Oh. I put your letter in his pocket on purpose, Mr. Valentine. He'll never listen to me or believe me.
It was certainly an understatement when you said he was upset.
Yes.
But you haven't said why yet. Now, just what's going on tonight, Mrs. Ames? Where's your husband really been?
I don't know. Playing cards, I guess. He doesn't generally, but no harm could come out of that, could it?
Maybe not. You said he'd been beaten up.
Oh, yes, I know he's in danger.
Well, go on. Your husband's a lawyer, isn't he?
He was until a year ago. His practice disappeared on him.
What do you mean?
Suspicion, distrust, whispers. This is a small town, Mr. Valentine. A very nice town. My husband used to be a very nice person.
What happened?
Have you ever heard of the Dorothy Folman murder case?
Well, yes, I think so, only I don't remember the
It was
details.
never solved. She was murdered, beaten up. It was horrible. They never even found the weapon. Police, experts, everyone's been over it 1,000,000 times. It was a whole year ago. They'll never get a confession from anyone.
Mrs. Ames, was your husband...
My husband was very nearly tried for that murder.
Oh, I see. But then if he weren't tried, then...
There are people in this town who really believe that he killed her. Who'll always believe it. There wasn't any actual evidence. But the circumstances... horrible, sordid, awful.
Now, look, Mrs. Ames...
Mr. Valentine, we have children. I'm taking them away. I have to. He won't leave. He's so mixed up, bitter. I don't know what he'll do. It keeps getting worse and worse.
All right. Now, just take it easy. I'll go after him, see if there is anything I can do.
You'll never listen to me.
Brooksy, stay here, will you? Get her off to the train. Mrs. Ames, just tell me one thing, will you? Do you think your husband killed this Dorothy Folman?
Mr. Valentine, I don't want anything worse to happen. That's all.
I say, excuse me. You're Mr. Valentine, aren't you? George Valentine?
Yeah. I was looking for the club doorman.
My name is Norton. This is quite a pleasure. I've heard of you. Seen your name here and there.
Oh, is that so?
See here. Join me on the veranda for a cup of coffee, will you? Hospitality of our little club isn't
I'm
much,
sorry,
but-
Mr. Norton. I'm looking for a man named Ames.
Oh, yes, Victor Ames, splendid chap. Haven't seen him in some time. Might be here later. We can wait together.
I said I'm sorry, Mr. Norton.
Well, I certainly don't intend to be pushy. Oh, wait a moment. Perhaps I should be a bit more honest and say there's a little matter I'd like your advice on.
I'd still go looking for Mr. Ames.
Even if I said the little matter concerned Mr. Ames?
You twist my arm.
Then we can do better than the veranda, I think. People there. There's a lounge in the locker room.
All right. Through here?
To your left. Generally closed at night, but there we are.
Okay. Now, what's the story?
Nothing so very important, but sit down.
How'd you know who I was out there?
Well, Ames had mentioned your coming.
You said you haven't seen him lately. Try again.
Really, Mr. Valentine,
Hey, who's that?
Hey, anybody in here? Locking up.
Blue shirt. Private police?
Just a moment. Yes, he is. Mr. Valentine, let go of me. Well, what are you doing here?
What do you mean?
Stop it. Who are you?
Hey, what is it?
Jimmy, I found this man.
Break it up.
Break what up, John?
I found him in here. I left my wallet in my locker.
All right. Oh, it's you, Mr. Norton.
He was snooping, Jimmy. Now my wallet's gone. He took it. He must have.
Oh, brother.
What am I supposed to do?
Search him. Oh, but he won't have it, will he? That's not the way they work. But he's trespassing. You can lock him up for that. I'll see the steward. Prefer charges.
I'm sorry, Mr. Norton.
What?
I said I'm sorry. You're not going to prefer anything. Good night.
Jimmy, my father was the founder of this club. When I issue an order to one of the paid employees, I expect that...
Yeah, sure. Issue away. Only someplace else, huh? I'll handle this end. Good night, Mr. Norton.
Jimmy, I have never in my life been... Good night. Yes, good night.
Well, that was something.
Okay, Bud. Hand it over.
What? Oh, now, wait a minute. You don't mean you believe that old school tie's gag about... And still you boot him out?
The wallet, Bud.
Oh, sure. Mine. Here. Credentials. The works. Good enough?
Oh. Well, I didn't exactly figure. Valentine, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Only look, Buster, why? Why'd you treat him like that? Will him like lettuce before you even know what he had to say?
Because I have no use for the high and mighty Mr. Norton. And don't worry, I won't get in trouble either. He maybe don't know it, but he's being eased out the side door of this club anyway. All 4 of them are.
All 4? Will you clear that up?
You ever hear the Dorothy Fullman murder? Well, that nice, dignified man there, that Norton. For my money, he's the one that killed her.
All right, so you've got your opinions, Jimmy. It's just an opinion.
I'll stick to it, Mr. Valentine.
But there wasn't any concrete evidence against either him or Victor Ames. And what did you mean, all 4 of them? And why did Norton want to stall me like that? That's all he was trying to do, keep me away from something.
You're the detective, mister.
Excuse me.
Huh? Yeah, hello, Mr. Chester.
Oh, Jimmy, just standing here having a couple of drinks. I was downtown. Yes, that's done.
Looks like you've had enough.
Oh, no, I'm all right. I'm fine. I'm all right.
Sure, Mr. Chester. See him?
Oh, that guy?
He's one of them.
Say it faster, will you?
One of the 4. Dorothy Fullman was murdered in her house just over the bluffs across the golf course.
Yeah?
They never got enough evidence. They never will. But the police did prove that it couldn't be anybody else. It had to be one of the 4 men mixed up with her.
Who are they?
Mr. Norton, Ames, big fool, always in trouble. Another man named Salto. He asked me he couldn't have got to first base with her. And Chester there.
Oh, I get it. Not much left of Chester, is there?
All of them have changed. But he don't even know what he's doing anymore.
Nobody will confess, no evidence.
Oh, Jimmy, come here.
Now, excuse me, Stewart, back to business.
No, I'm right behind you.
Huh?
That's Victor Ames with him, isn't it? With the steward? Sure it is.
Valentine?
Yeah, we catch up again, friend. It's a busy night.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Jimmy, there's trouble in here.
What?
The card room, the one with the back entrance. I put those cards in there myself just this evening.
Valentine, I've got to see you alone.
Hold it, will you? Go on, Stewart.
This deck of cards. Some men have been playing in there, apparently, or drawing high man or something.
Well, what is it? What's the matter?
Well, sir, it's more puzzling than anything else. At a club like this, someone was being dishonest. A rather hasty job, but here you see, this deck has been marked.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. In the average car, believe it or not, there are something like 7,000 separate parts. But no single unit needs more exacting care than the automatic transmission. It can be damaged by just the smallest amount of dirt. Low fluid level also would be harmful to this precision-made unit. Now, if your car has an automatic transmission, here's the way to keep it in order, to avoid trouble and expensive repair. Have this vital part checked every 1,000 miles at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station. Here, the men are carefully trained in the care of automatic transmissions. It's important to have the fluid drained and refilled at regular intervals. Superior care of automatic transmissions is another car saver service at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine.
9 of diamonds.
9 of clubs. Jack, diamonds. Your turn, Chester. Draw.
Yes, I'm King of Hearts. I hereby confess 1 year ago it was I who murdered Miss Dorothy Fullman. I got the high card. I'll be dead by midnight.
Only if your name is George Valentine, all you know is that Dorothy Fullman murder case has never been solved. That there were 4 suspects, but the police have despaired of ever finding out who her murderer was. Yes, all you know is that Mrs. Ames was worried about the strange behavior of her husband, and more recently that 4 men have been playing cards in the back card room of the local club, and that the steward says the deck of cards is marked.
No. No, they can't be. Give me
Hey,
those.
take it easy, Mr. Ames. Let's see, Stewart.
They're not marked.
What's bothering you so much, Mr. Ames?
Kind of a crude job.
Yes, Jimmy. Little ticks on the edges, like this. But the person who did it could tell the cards, all right.
Get out of here, both of you, Jimmy Stewart.
Hey, slow down, Buster.
Look, I've got to see you, Valentine. I've got to see you alone.
Have you been sampling some of that stuff Chester uses, Mr. Ames? What's so important about
Chester? Chester.
Hey, where are you going, Miss Ames?
He was downtown. He's back now.
Look, Buster, will
the
you
bar.
please?
He's here in the bar. He's having those last 2 drinks.
Well, there you are.
Oh, hello, Angel.
Oh, Mr. Ames, I saw your wife to the station. She said to tell you.
Yes, of course. Where is he?
What?
Little guy, Brooksy. He was in here a few minutes ago.
He was having a couple of drinks.
Yeah, he's gone now.
Well, I did see somebody leaving just when I came in. He looked like he could use a little sleep.
It's 5 minutes to 12.
Time for you to clear it up, friend. Where's Chester gone? What's happening tonight?
Could have been any one of us. I mean, the cards marking them. But I didn't try to save my own skin. I would have gone through with it if I'd been high man.
What on earth?
I'm trying to remember. The watchman's spare gun, that was it.
Quit fooling, Buster. What?
Yeah, the closet, the back hall. Come on, hurry, will you? The watchman's gun, that was it.
Only the cupboard was bare.
He's taken it already. Chester.
Certainly no gun in here.
We drew. High man. He had the King of Hearts. Little Chester, the weakest one in the whole bunch. Didn't even seem to react.
What do you look?
I know I'm talking wildly. I'll explain later. We've got to find him first. Hurry.
Oh, we're with you, all right, but who's he going to use this gun on?
Who's he? Oh. Isn't it perfectly obvious, Mr. Valentine? On himself.
Just like Jimmy said. House over by the bluffs across the golf course.
It's certainly deserted looking. For sale, for lease.
Chester must be here. It's where he'd come.
It's Dorothy Fullman's house, huh? Where she was killed?
Yes, in the living room. Found her body there.
Beaten to death.
Door's open, you see. Chester? Chester!
Well, he's not here. The fall guy. Well, we're a long way on the outside of that old crime now, aren't we?
Perhaps we beat him here, missed him in the dark. Chester!
What do you mean, George?
Ames here knows what I mean. This is where it happened. Wasn't a pleasant crime. And inside a man, a terrible thing like that can get bigger in a year, huh?
Mr. Valentine, I didn't kill her.
Sure, that's what they all say. But, Buster, I'm just finally beginning to realize what a hopeless, crazy thing is happening tonight.
Wait a minute, George, listen.
Upstairs.
Come on.
Chester? Where are you, Chester? It's me, Victor Ames. Salto. Salto, what are you doing here? Mr. Valentine's all right, Salto. He knows the whole story now.
But I didn't mark any cards. It wasn't me.
Then what are you doing here, Salto? Hiding?
Leave him alone, Ames. Leave him alone. And never mind who marked the cards. But what do you think, Brooksy? 4 men actually drawing to see which one would be a fall guy. Which one would confess to a murder.
I don't believe it.
Oh, yes, it's very easy for the two of you to talk like that.
I told them it was ridiculous.
Same as Russian roulette. Spin the cartridge wheel. See who gets the bullet. Yeah, they couldn't stand to be pointed at. The suspicion, the shadow of guilt. The crime that would never be solved otherwise.
Yes, I told them that, but Ames and Norton kept
You
saying...
were willing enough, Salto. You didn't have any solution anyway to keep yourself from going insane. Maybe you can't believe it, Miss Brooks. Why should you? You don't have a private hell to live in.
I don't think that's exactly what she meant, Ames. Sure, I know it's not like in books where people just forget about murder. But to try to dig yourself out of a swamp by drawing, taking 1 chance in 4 of being tapped for guilt, just to lay all the ghosts for the others.
If we did it, so what? We did it. We've nearly killed each other trying to make each other confess anyway.
I was thinking about the second part of the bargain. Suicide for the elected guilty one.
Yeah, to make sure the police would accept that confession.
Mr. Ames, you might have gone through with it. You're that kind. But I just don't believe that most men
Check,
would...
Angel. All right, how about it, Soldo? That's why you're here, isn't it? To see if Chester would go through with something that you wouldn't do yourself.
That I... I'm sorry, Victor. I wouldn't have. I couldn't have. I went along with it. Of course I did. If I'd been high card, I don't know what I would have done, but...
Okay, there's one down. Wet feet. By this time, Chester must be aboard the nearest freight train headed for parts unknown.
Chester? He signed the confession.
But he wouldn't do it. I know he'd been
At
drinking,
the last
but...
moment, it's a little hard to pull the trigger.
Is that so? You're so sure, aren't you?
Huh?
Moonlight out there. Window, come here. Look.
It's him. It's Chester.
But he's not coming toward the house.
Just walking. That's the path runs up by the bluffs.
Yes, and if anything happens to him, it's our fault, Salto.
Come on, step on it. Run!
Chester! Chester! What's the matter with him?
He doesn't even listen. Oh, look out, George.
These bluffs are pretty steep, aren't they?
Chester! I'm going to climb up this way, too.
Oh, no, you don't, Buster.
Huh?
You
What?
just stay behind me with Miss Brooks.
Valentine.
There's another way this whole thing tonight can work, but I'm going to see that it doesn't.
George, look. He's up on one of the edges.
Yeah.
Stand still. Oh,
What a... Norton.
get out of here. Leave him alone.
Norton, wouldn't you know?
Stand still. I'm warning you, I have a gun.
Oh, yeah, sure. The one from the watchman's locker?
He didn't take it. Chester didn't take
Hey,
it.
what's all this?
So you did. Sure. You guys wouldn't just make a deal for somebody to commit suicide. You'd get him to write a confession and then murder him.
He killed her. He killed our woman. He confessed.
George, he's up on the edge. Look at him.
Leave him alone. He'll jump, I tell you. Look at the way he's acting. I just followed him.
To give him the gun he didn't take.
Ames, listen to me. It will all be over. For all of us.
Oh, you inhuman old...
Let it happen. If you don't, it'll be the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah, look. We can't stop him from here, and he does look like he wants to jump. Okay, so I've been wrong, so I...
Valentine!
Get out of the way with that gun!
I just...
Okay, now you're all
I've
right,
got it.
Norton. Stay there, all of you. Chester! Mr. Chester!
I'm all right. Yes?
Mr. Chester, now you listen to me. I can't reach you, but...
But get away now. There's something I'm going to do.
Yeah, I know. Kill yourself. But you were supposed to do it where she died, weren't you? Wasn't that the agreement, Chester, to make it look good? Can you understand me, Mr. Chester?
I'm all right.
That's it. Just keep looking at me. It should have been the living room, though. Or were they always wrong? She was beaten, bruised. I remember they said they never found a weapon. Was it really up here that she died? Did she dump? Was she thrown? It would have looked the same if somebody then carried her body back to her house.
I'm going to jump, you know. Get back, get back.
No, you're not. You're too curious, Chester. This year, since Dorothy Fullman died, must have been the worst for the one who really killed her. Don't you think so, Mr. Chester?
What do you mean?
But admitting it is worse. Some people can't ever do that. They'd rather die than do that.
I'm going to jump. You can't stop me.
But you don't even want your death to be a confession, do you? Well, they gave you a chance, the little card drawing. You knew the masked deck, the marked one, would be found sooner or later. You deliberately left it behind.
No, go away
The
now.
world would say your confession was a fraud. You were a poor little patsy.
Well, any of them could have marked the cards. Norton, Salto,
The high man marked them. The guilty man, Chester. All I've said is built on that. When there's a drawing, a man can't make another man take a certain card. So if he marks them, he only marks them for himself. Check?
Yes, I understand,
To
but...
pick his own card. But the lowest card picked tonight was a 9. If a man wanted a low card, that's not very safe, is it, with 52 cards in the deck? You know, it baffled me for a while, until I saw that you really did want to die.
She was faithless. She was bad. Get out of my way!
Oh, no, you don't. Now, just hang on. You're going to live, Buster. You're going to write a real confession.
George, it did work out that way, didn't it?
Yeah, Brooksy, they pieced it together again. That's why Chester went up to the bluffs instead of taking the gun. That's how he had killed Dorothy Fullman a year back.
And if the first confession had gone through, if he'd shot himself, nobody ever would have believed it.
Well, the other 3 would have always thought they railroaded the poor little Punchy.
Trade their private little hells for new ones. If Mrs. Ames weren't still in love with her husband and called you here.
Mm-hmm.
George, isn't it remarkable what a woman will do for the man she loves?
Remarkable.
Forgive, forget, protect.
I'll remember that.
Darling.
The very next time I'm suspected of murder.
Oh!
Good night, Brooksy.
A newspaper reporter does plenty of stop-and-go driving in a month's time, short trip driving around town. And that's tough on car engines. Short trips prevent an engine from warming up. Corrosive rust gets a bigger chance to attack cylinder walls. One newspaper reporter wrote that he beat this kind of engine punishment by using RPM motor oil. I've driven my 1940 Buick, he wrote, for more than 92,000 miles. During this time, RPM motor oil was used exclusively. This is probably the reason why no repairs to the running gear or engine have been necessary. I thought you'd like to know about it, unquote. Well, friends, that's why RPM is first choice where driving's toughest. Ask short trip drivers anywhere in the West. They'll tell you more people prefer RPM than any other motor oil. And you'll find it's the best engine insurance you can buy for your car. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Larry Dobkin was heard as Ames, Bob Griffin as Chester, Harold Deerenforth as Salto, Ted Osborne as Norton, Lorene Tuttle as Mrs. Ames, and Bob Bruce as Jimmy. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Second Degree Affection, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, first of all, I want it clearly understood that I have no particular affection for my brother. There was a time when we shared a house together here in town, but he moved his activities to Industrial City, and his friends went with him. And so did his own stupidity. And so did whatever real love I ever had for him. However, Mr. Valentine, I intend to help my brother in whatever way I can. And to do that, I need you. I need you immediately. Because his name is Ricky Stebbins. And if you've read the newspapers, I'm sure you're aware how close my brother is to being hung for murder.
I'm sorry, Bud. I haven't seen a girl like that around here.
But this is where she said she'd be, George.
Yeah, I know, Brooksy.
Well, you might ask the bartender, or you might sit down and join me for a drink. Stebbins, you say? Rhoda Stebbins? Hey, bartender.
Never mind, Buster, never mind. You were parked here, and I just thought you might know.
That's what I say. Sit down. Tell me about
Look,
yourself.
buttonhole artist, skip it.
No, lady, it's a lonesome bar.
That tall girl. She's heading back for the purse at the table.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a
Things
minute.
will keep him busy. Don't worry, I'll be right here. Hello. Miss Stebbins?
Oh, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, you wrote me a letter.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting. I've been making some telephone calls.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we spotted a purse sitting here. Wondered if it was yours. There's a man over there drinking soda water and pretending he feels it who's been watching the purse, too. So I mentioned your name out of curiosity. He wanted to sidetrack me. Why? Watchdog?
Flattering, isn't it, having people pay attention? But I've never met him.
There's another man waiting outside. I know who he is.
The fat one?
Yeah.
Fat Lindell?
Different type.
I know. Gangster to you, I suppose.
No, just former employer to your brother. That's enough. You see, I've done some reading up.
You don't want my case, do you?
I don't know yet. But your brother's Ricky Stebbins. He's the kind of people I don't like.
Neither are any of these others, and neither am I.
Just a preamble, invitation to be honest with each other.
All right. We'll get along.
Okay. My assistant, Miss Brooks, is over there running interference, so make it fast.
My brother killed a woman a month ago out in Industrial City. His trial's being held here in town. It was a holdup, of course. That was his specialty. And he was always fairly successful when he worked for someone who could do his thinking for him.
Like Fat Lindell?
This time he worked alone, apparently. And, of course, he was caught. The woman owned a ticket agency with a check-cashing service attached. And he held her up and shot her. They caught him before he could even get out of Industrial. My brother's not the kind of people I like either.
So now he's on trial for murder. Today it went to the jury.
That's what I was telephoning about.
So it's a little late in the date to be looking for new evidence. What do you want me for, pallbearer?
Mr. Valentine, I've only visited Ricky a couple of times in the cell. He doesn't want me mixed up in all this, but I think he knows something he won't tell.
You mean to get him off?
I mean, anybody who helped the state at least gets off first degree, doesn't he?
Well, it depends. Court commutes to life sometimes. That is, if he really has anything to say.
I want you to come with me. Ricky's back in the jail now. It'll be visiting hours pretty soon. I haven't the slightest idea what it is. I really haven't, but I want you to talk to him. And if he won't tell, maybe we could find out ourselves. I mean, well, he should have every chance to live, shouldn't he?
What's the matter with his lawyer?
There's nothing he can find out about it.
Hey, why are all these people watching?
I don't know. I tell you,
Come on, lady. This whole story sounds like so much...
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Valentine, I'm just a public stenographer. I used to be a school teacher until they found out what my brother was and fired me.
Yeah?
I've never liked him or what he stood for, but he is my brother. If I get upset over what I only look upon as a duty, a responsibility, a loyalty...
George.
What's the matter, Brooksy? That guy make a pass at you?
Oh, no, he's very nice. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean to knock your purse on the floor.
It's all right. I forget it.
George, that man's name is Gus. He's a commercial insurance investigator. He's been watching...
What's that? What did she say?
Nothing. Skip it. I can figure things out for myself. Miss Stebbins, I know why you're being followed, being watched. I know what it is your brother hasn't told you. $60,000.
Oh, well, perhaps the newspaper...
That woman your brother killed who owned a check-cashing service. It was Saturday, just before factory closing. He took almost $60,000.
Yes, that's right, but
And it's never been seen or heard from since. $60,000. Now, where is it?
Well,
Sure, that's your brother's secret. Now, come on, let's be honest with each other.
I didn't want you to think. That's all I wanted to know, to find out where the money is. You wouldn't believe I just want to help my brother, even if I don't have any affection for him. You wouldn't believe me.
Why do people do things? And don't look mad again, either. I didn't say I wouldn't take your case. Well, come on. We'll try it for size.
We're still a little early, I think. That's his window up there, second from the right, third floor. Plenty of bars on it. You can ask them how soon it'll be. They're pretty strict about visiting.
Well, look, you go on. We'll wait for you.
Well, all right.
We'll be right here. Don't worry.
All right. Well, George?
Well, it must be a little tough to have that kind of a brother.
Don't be a sentimental sucker, darling.
I know. She's really so upset she
I
can't...
saw her slap your face. I heard. Good actress, but the wrong words, that's all. Talking about her lack of affection, so you'd be impressed with how much she really cares.
Okay, cynic, okay, skip it. But I stayed out here for a reason.
Hmm?
Yeah, I want to watch the parade, the followers. Now, there's your friend Gus down the block trying to look the other way while he gets a shoe shine.
Oh, he's been following her for weeks, George. His company has to cover the money that was stolen.
Uh-huh. Fat Lindell, I don't see him.
But, George, these people watching her, why? Unless she was mixed up with her brother in some way.
Got a match, friend?
Oh, yes. I think so. Yeah, there.
Thanks.
That's all right. You keep him.
Oh, no. What are you looking for up there?
Huh?
Airplanes? Or, you interested in jail construction?
What'd you say?
Now, don't get mad. And from your haircut and complexion, I'd guess you generally stare at them from the other side.
I don't understand you. Keep the matches.
Second window from the right, third floor. What is it? Got to find up there?
I said I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Somebody else watching. I noticed him, too.
Hey, who was that guy?
Hey, what?
He comes here every day and just stands and looks. I tried to sell him a paper and he shuffles off like he did now.
Search me, buddy. There's a lot I don't know
George,
yet.
look at those headlines.
Yeah, Stebbins case. They work fast, don't they? Well, it's all over.
Jury gives quick verdict. Ricky Stebbins guilty of murder in first degree.
It's the money, I tell you. That's why people are curious about him. There isn't any mystery.
Look, Lieutenant Riley, I got to get back outside. Her sister will be out there by now. Somebody gave her a bum steer. She didn't even know the jury was out.
Well, neither did I. They brought him back here, didn't say anything. Now we've got to take him back to court again.
Hey, what kind of a three-ring circus?
It's a high-speed job, I tell you. They're going to sentence him today. Now.
Look, Riley, I just tore over here to ask you if it's possible that Ricky Stebbins could have known anything to help his own case. That's why I want to see him.
It took the jury 5 minutes to say guilty. Stebbins couldn't have helped himself. It was open and shut. 1, 2, 3. There were eyewitnesses to that murder he committed. 5 of them.
Yeah?
Yeah, he walked into this place all alone, held up the dame, and killed her. So what could he know except where he hid the money?
Well, his sister's waiting for me. She'll be tearing her hair out.
Sure, money. Money, that's why people do things.
I'd still like to talk to him.
Well, they're in a hurry. They'll have him put in a car out front.
Look, Riley, nobody wants to get a first-degrey rap if he can help it.
Yeah, there they are, see? Across the sidewalk. But if you want my advice, you'll ask him about a sister who claims she's got no...
Hey, what's that? Look, it's Stebbins. He's falling.
Dead. Ricky Stebbins dead.
Told you, Lieutenant. I was just going to get him in the car. He was on my arm. I heard the shot when that handcuff pulled me down.
Yeah, I know. Say, Mike! Mike, get the rest of those people across the street! The sister, you see her anyplace, Valentine?
There's Brooksy. No, I don't.
A man handcuffed to a policeman gets murdered. A man who's going to get the chair anyway. A man who knows where the money is. Now, I ask you, what kind of a set... Huh?
Excuse me, here's the gun I shot him with, sir.
What?
Well, I'll be a...
The guy with the matches.
It's the first chance I had. First time he's been out in the open. But I killed him, didn't I?
Yeah, friend, yeah. If you say so, you killed him, all right. A man who would have died anyway, legally.
I know it.
And then you just step up and hand us the gun when you might have tried to get lost in this crowd. A bolt. Who are you, anyway? Come on, man, talk or I'll...
Wait a minute, Riley. You might be wrong about why people do things. About whether there's a mystery or not. Come on, speak up, friend.
Why should I? What difference does it make? I killed him. You won't be cheated. I'll take his place for you. It's over now. You can send me to the electric chair. That's what I want. First degree.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. It's no miracle when Chevron Supreme gasoline makes your car run smoother and more powerfully than ever before. It's not even a secret why more and more Western motorists choose Chevron Supreme for that new car feeling. Let's look at the facts. Most raw gasolines contain impurities that form engine-sticking gum. The only way to get rid of the impurities is to refine them out. Chevron Supreme, which is made from carefully selected crude, is the gasoline that's super refined to prevent power-robbing gum. Super refined to keep your car's fuel line, carburetor, and spark plugs free of gum. That's why Chevron Supreme gives your car faster starting every time, smoother pickup in traffic, super hill climbing power, and full mileage in the kind of driving you do. So for that new car feeling, get super refined Chevron Supreme at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. At all these stations, you can count on quality products and top service. For here's where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's all for money, says Lieutenant Riley. There's no mystery about it. That's why people do things. But if your name is George Valentine, you're not sure you agree, because Ricky Stebbins, a convicted murderer, has been killed. Shot down in the street as he was handcuffed to the arm of a policeman. Yet his killer, instead of running, has walked straight up to the police and given them the gun. And why? Because he wanted to do it. Because he's quite willing to face the electric chair.
So he's a nut. He's as loony as a coot.
Sure, Riley, sure. Let's see that stuff from Ricky Stebbins' pocket.
Oh, I've already gone over it. It's this guy I want to figure out. This guy sitting there staring at nothing. Come on, who are you, I said?
Leave me alone. What difference does it make?
Yeah, you see? Oh, but it is the money, isn't it? You were working with Stebbins, right? You were in on the original crime of his, and you know where the money's hidden, huh?
What money? I don't know.
You didn't want to give him a chance to tell anybody else where the money is, so you killed him.
Hold it, Riley, hold it. Leave him alone for a minute, will you? What's this note in Stebbins' stuff? Right 3, left 14. Looks like a combination.
Oh, sure. I'm way ahead of you. He must have just written it, see, in jail after he heard his verdict.
The only reason he'd write it down is to give it to somebody.
Yeah, when he knew he was going to be sentenced to the chair.
Might be a locker somewhere, huh?
I've already figured where Stebbins checked the money. My sergeant's heading for Industrial City right now.
Well, how about Miss Brooks tagging along? Huh?
Oh, everybody gets in the act. But what I don't understand
don't be so modest, Riley. You've at least figured it out that if Stebbins just wrote this note, then he hadn't told anybody where the money was yet. He'd kept his secret.
Sure, unless there was an accomplice like this punk here, and, of course, his sister. Who else could get near him in court? Who else did he care 2 pins for or think of when he knew he could never save the money for himself? Oh, Valentine, I thought you were a sucker for a sob story.
Oh, stop it, will you? First things come first. Sure, Riley, I'll see the girl. Sure, we'll find this fat Lindell who's been tagging her, who used to work with her brother.
I sent out an alarm for Lindell already.
Only, Riley, the first thing I can see is...
We're right back where we started.
Leave me
With
alone.
you, pal.
Leave me alone, will you,
Now, look,
please?
friend, Ricky Stebbins should have died, maybe. The state was going to take care of that.
I couldn't let him. I wanted to do it.
Well, aren't you going to say anything in your own defense?
I killed him. There's nothing to say.
Oh, this guy obviously did it for the money, Riley. Sure. And he wants a first-degree rap so he can enjoy the money better.
Right 3, left 14. Well, I'm sorry, miss.
But, Sergeant, you said this was the only public check room that used combination lock.
Here in Industrial City, that's right, Miss Brooks.
Well, it don't show, and it would show on our listings.
This is it right here. Look, right
I
three.
know this is it, and that's box 412, and you want to see what's in box 412? Okay, I'm aware because I saw the guy put it in just yesterday. Oh, all right, okay, I'll cooperate. There.
Golf club.
What in the name of...
But you gotta be shown. So I show you.
But the
They
combination...
changed, miss. Will you give me a chance? A month ago, the combination you got was on box 379.
A month ago.
When that crime was committed. The numbers are rotated, don't you see? Because in this crazy check room, there's a maximum limit of 1 week.
You mean this is one of your numbers? And if Stebbins did put the money here, that box 379 or whatever you said, then it only could have stayed a week. That's the storage limit.
Yeah, but Stebbins been in jail for a month. Now, what happens at the end of the week if you just leave something here?
Then we open it and impound the contents. But don't you see, that didn't happen. The records don't show. What do you think I'm so mad about? The money was here. It must have been. But do I get a whack at the reward? Huh. I tell you, Sergeant, we've been through every box and it's not here now.
Wait a minute. Ricky Stebbins was caught very fast that day a month ago. He checked the money here, but he certainly wouldn't have had time to get it out again. Sergeant, it proves Ricky Stebbins had an accomplice. George, don't you
Wait a
see
minute,
what...
Brooksy. This is it. Yeah, here we are, room 12. Oh, it's not much of a place, is it?
Is this where you live, George? That man in jail?
His name's
who would-
Boxer. We found out that much.
It's just a 50-cent room.
Mm-hmm.
George, if this Mr. Boxer doesn't care what happens to him, you'd think he'd
He
cooperate
collapsed
by...
on us, Angel. Oh, sure, he'll talk in time. He's not trying to hold back or anything. He just hasn't been eating regularly.
Not much baggage.
No.
Toothbrush, extra shirt.
I think we guessed right about his being recently out of prison. Riley's checking that angle.
Well, he might have been mixed up with Ricky Stebbins before.
Brooksy, all we know is he's a guy who's been standing outside that jail just waiting for one thing. His first chance to get close enough to Stebbins to kill him.
And people do things because of money, Riley says.
And where is the money now? No, Angel.
George, look here.
Huh?
Oh, no, I don't mean it. It's just a letter.
The little guys?
Boxer. Mr. Frank Boxer, addressed to him in prison.
Ah, Tennessee. We can check that.
There's several of them all in the same hand. Listen.
Uh-huh.
Darling, I'm so excited to think your parole will be coming soon. To actually think that I can walk down the street with my husband and know that all the trouble is behind, and now he's going straight forever. There's almost more than I can...
Husband? Hey, wait a minute.
It's all like that, George. So are the others. My darling husband. Here. And now that my ticket agency and check cashing service is so well
Check
established...
cashing. And there's his signature. Return address, Industrial City.
Why people do things. It was Boxer's wife that Ricky Stebbins murdered.
So I'm wrong. So everybody's wrong. We checked through the prison. Boxer wasn't even released from back there until the day after it happened.
What's he say about it?
Still nothing. What would you say? He didn't know his wife had been killed until he got out here. We found the bellboy at the first place he stayed.
Yeah.
Said Boxer just sat there in his room staring at the newspaper and reading those letters for 2 solid days. I asked him if he and his wife ever had trouble, and he started to cry.
He's going straight, apparently.
Yeah, he hadn't treated her so well. But it was going to be different. Going to start fresh. We found the hot shop where he bought the gun. Guy said he looked like he was in a trance. For killing the rattlesnake, he said. He had to do it himself, he said.
Mm-hmm. So that's it. So that's the case. Huh?
Yeah. Wife was all he had to live for, and now...
That's the terrible part. Ricky Stebbins would have been executed. Only now it's poor Mr. Boxer who's in real trouble.
Well, you can't take a human life into your own hands. But in this case, the sympathy will cut it down to manslaughter. A year or two, maybe, but he won't even ask for that.
George, where are you going?
See a lady about some cash.
Where are you going to find Rhoda, George?
Oh, that's easy, Angel. I just go down to...
Oh, hey, there you are.
Huh?
Lieutenant, the boys just brought in a guy I think you ought to take a look at.
Oh, okay.
What were you going to say, George?
Just go down to the insurance company who's been watching us so carefully. Only, Brooksy, don't you see who that guy is? That drunk they just brought in?
Valentine, this guy's been slugged.
The insurance man. It's Gus.
Oh, my head. I watched like a hawk, I tell you. I haven't let her out of my sight for one solid month.
Yeah.
Since 5 minutes after they arrested that no good brother of hers.
Okay. Where is she now?
Oh, day and night, I tell you. Like a hawk I watched. I had assistance. I made notes.
Come on, Gus.
Come
Snap
on, what
out
happened
of
to
it.
you? Who hit you? Come on.
I don't know. Oh, I don't feel so good. It's coming around the corner. I don't know what hit me. But I was tailing her back to her brother's house.
Well, this is the house. Doors open, lights left on.
Nobody home.
I don't believe it, do you?
Upstairs.
Come on.
Where are you, Miss Stebbins?
Look out, he's got a gun! Look out, George!
Oh, no, you don't, Buster.
Lindell, so you're the guy, huh?
He followed me. He knocked out that
Drop it,
insurance
Lindell. I
man.
said drop it.
Oh, thank heaven. He's been pointing the gun at me.
All right, take it easy, Miss Stebbins. You're all right.
Come on your feet, Lindell.
Let go. I didn't do anything.
Oh, no, not much.
He's been here at the house every night this week. He admitted it when I've been away or in town. He's come here.
What if I have?
Looking for money, Buster? Is that it?
I claim the reward. That's what I do. I claim the reward.
What reward?
Well, there is one. Must be one of some sort.
Now, look, Buster.
I found it, I tell you. It's right here, stuffed into the back of the radio. That's where she put it.
Well, I'll be...
Wrapped in newspapers. Bundles of it.
The $60,000. 60,000 reasons why people do things.
Mr. Valentine, I didn't know it was there.
Oh, your name's Stebbins, isn't it, sister? That's good enough for me. She hired you, Valentine, to make Lindell think she didn't know where the money was. Well, that's not a bad stunt to take the heat off
Are
of her.
you finished, Riley?
Ah, now look here.
I asked him to get Boxer in here, too. Okay, here he is. Thanks, Sergeant.
Yes, Mr. Valentine. But we know all about him.
Who's that, Mr. Valentine?
Man who shot your brother, Miss Stebbins?
She's, Oh, yeah.
I didn't care for him particularly, Mr. Boxer.
All right, skip it. Riley, tell me something.
Huh?
Wasn't the Stebbins house ever searched for that money before?
Of course it was. The day after the crime, a month ago.
Uh-huh. So it got there since then. Lindell's been looking for it ever since, apparently, so that rules him out. It's a cinch he didn't put it there.
But that doesn't prove she didn't.
The newspapers wrapped around the money. Look at the dates on them, Riley.
Huh? Well, 3 weeks ago, so what?
Think back and remember what the insurance man said. That he or his assistants have been watching Rhoda Stebbins ever since 5 minutes after they arrested her brother. Well, why didn't they see her go get it?
George, that's right.
Yeah. Stebbins himself could have moved it. He couldn't have moved it. He was in jail.
Go on.
Oh, Miss Stebbins, you told me you thought your brother had a secret that might have saved him from the chair. Well, the location of the money wasn't a big enough thing. But he might have wanted to tell who hired him to hold up that place, kill Mrs. Boxer.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Mr. Valentine, I don't think that he...
And that somebody could have been a man who was still in jail.
What are you talking about, George?
I don't understand.
Oh, yes, you do, Boxer. While you were still in jail, just in case you needed an alibi or anything went wrong. Only it did go wrong anyway. Stebbins got caught. Oh, you must have sweated plenty when you read that in the papers.
No, I didn't. I don't know what you're trying to do.
The poor, tragic convict whose wife wanted him back, who'd been mean to her before, but now she had a nice, lucrative business. Sure, maybe she loved you. But you paid her back in spades, brother, didn't you? Oh, nice guy.
She was all I had in the world. I wouldn't.
I've heard all the neat little clues you've planted. Moping in hotel rooms, buying guns in a trance. You know that when Stebbins heard the sentence of the chair, he'd tell about you. So, Buster, you pulled the most daring stunt I ever heard of. You walked right up and killed him and handed the gun to the police. It was the only way you could save yourself.
But he confessed to Ricky's murder, Mr. Valentine.
That's right, George.
Yes, Boxer, you pulled out all the stops, all right. Because with that trail of sludge you left behind you, you knew what had happened. I heard what you said, Riley. He'd get manslaughter, maybe a year or two, maybe.
Look, why would I do a thing like hiding the money here?
Why don't you stop giving me the feed line, Buster? They go back down your throat. You never wanted that money. That was Stebbins' $60,000, his rake-off for killing your wife. You knew you'd get another $60,000 all for yourself.
But, George...
After all, Riley, it was his wife's money, wasn't it? Well, what do you think those investigators are so anxious about? Unless every penny of it was insured.
You know, that's kind of neat, George. How to make $60,000 twice as big. Stebbins would have gotten his, and then Boxer would have collected the insurance on it.
Oh, sure, Brooksy. Very neat. Nice people.
He must have planned it all out from those long letters his wife wrote about her business.
Yeah, but he's going to get the whole works now, instead of a couple of years and a sympathetic pat on the back from the jury.
George, why did you believe Rhoda in the first place?
Well, because she tried so hard to be honest, I guess. To pretend she didn't have any particular affection for him.
Yeah. You think she really did?
Well, Angel, let's call it a case of second-degree affection.
Remember the last time you stopped at a hotel? Chances are that you appreciated the kind of service you got, or you wouldn't have stayed at that hotel very long. Well, the same spirit of first-class service marks standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. Wherever you drive in the West, at these stations you're valued as a guest, and you need never feel obligated to buy something. These men know that if you're satisfied with the care they give your car, like inspecting the tires and battery, they can hope to see you another day. For them, it's just plain good public relations to keep you pleased with their car-saver services. So wherever you drive, rely on independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. High-grade service and top-quality products like Chevron Supreme gasoline are why these stations say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Doris Singleton was heard as Rhoda, Mark Lawrence as Boxer, Eddie Fields as Gus, Larry Dobkin as the Sergeant, and Gigi Pearson as Helen. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The White Elephant, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, I don't write letters very often these days. Having friends with whom one exchanges the best of one's mind and heart has rather gone out of fashion. To exchange anything less is death already. Now, you mustn't misunderstand, Mr. Valentine. My brother and I have enjoyed our life of seclusion. After all, we've lived this way almost entirely, ever since our dear parents died in a train accident and left us alone at the age of 10. I only speak a little sadly because, as every person must, I've been going through the unpleasant task of making out a will, and I think you should be informed of the fact that I'm including you in my will. Yes, Mr. Valentine, I'm leaving you the sum of $1,000. You will receive this legacy when you have caught my murderer.
When?
Miss Alice May Edmund, number 1 Bartholomew Square.
Oh, that's the commercial district.
And on the letterhead, there's an engraving of a white elephant.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
No, I was just going to ring the bell.
Is this number 1 Bartholomew
Go away.
Square?
No peddlers or agents allowed. No soliciting.
Oh, but we're not peddlers.
I'm saving you trouble, that's all. You'll only have an iron deer thrown at you. That isn't a house. It's a booby hatch. A 42-room booby hatch.
Okay, thanks very much. Goodbye.
All right, go on in. But me, I'll still go out. Keeper of the white elephant barker for the train seals. I'm warning you, someday I'm going to kill that woman in there.
What?
Yeah.
What do you suppose is the matter with him?
Hey, look, Angel. 3 stories high. Gardens. Hey, can't even hear the street in here.
Right in the middle of the city.
Yeah, a whole block of a house. Old-fashioned gewgaws on the
It's
woodwork.
white, George. Painted white.
Huh? Guess this is it, Brooksy. The white elephant.
Milk, Mr. Valentine, should only be drunk at a certain temperature of warmth.
Oh?
My brother Stephen taught me that. We much prefer it to tea in the afternoons, but naturally, if you would like a cinnamon wafer or...
No, we don't care for anything, thanks, Miss Edmund.
It's tea time. You'll have something. You'll join me. Jensen?
All right, miss.
Look, Miss Edmund,
In the first place, this house. And I do wish you wouldn't stare about so. The antimacassars are quite clean, young lady, and I crocheted them myself.
I didn't mean...
It has 42 rooms. Yes, 42. So I'll grant you I've closed off a number of them. But even with the ones that aren't, it's large. It's quite large, and I like it that way. It's old-fashioned, it's gracious, and it absolutely is not a white elephant.
Well, an anachronism, maybe, in the middle of the town like
Because the white elephant, I am afraid, is me.
Huh?
Yes, on my stationery. The little white figure. It's the only way I have to get back at my family. To show them I know what they think of me.
Your family?
Oh, I know I have none. Just my brother and me, all alone in the world. He's such a wonderful person. There aren't any gentlemen like him anymore. But we're wealthy. Don't you see? Anybody who's wealthy has a family, Mr. Valentine. That man you bumped into on the way in here, that Clarence Morley. Only a second cousin, but he calls me Aunt Alice. He kisses my hand. He simpers all over himself trying to get into this house. And as for Cousin you...
All right, Miss Edmund, so much for your family. What I want to know about is your murder.
Last week, someone tampered with the wiring, apparently, so that I was very nearly electrocuted.
Didn't you call the police?
Mr. Valentine, it's probably incomprehensible to a person as young as you, but I didn't do anything. I wasn't even sure, and I don't particularly care if I die.
Oh, now look,
No, please. Why should I? I've outlived my time. In many ways, I seem so indestructible. It would be rather a relief to be murdered.
It's the tea stuff, miss. I told you I'm not much in the kitchen. That's the only service I could...
All right, Jensen, all right. Now get out of here. Get back to your cottage. Go on.
Gladly, miss.
Do you know something? The family I spoke of, they made me take him.
but I generally won't let him in the house. For 20 years, Miss Brooks, I've done every bit of housework in this place myself. Yes, all by myself.
Well,
Miss Edmund, a second ago you were saying...
Excuse me. Stop that, will you? For heaven's sake, stop that thing and go on, get out of my house.
I'll turn it down. Take it easy, Alice. Yeah, that's good enough, isn't it?
Oh, it's you.
Volume control. Unusual in the gramophone. Wouldn't bring more than $50, though, I don't believe. Curio, maybe.
Mr. Valentine, this is Yule. I think I spoke of him. Another one of my cousins. A dear, dear relative.
Yeah, pleasure. Mother's side was third cousin.
And get your hand off that Sheraton.
What, this chair? Oh, no, dear. Late 19th century imitation.
It is not. He's so kind, Mr. Valentine. He buys and sells for me.
Oh, could be mistaken. There's a real one in the library.
An antique dealer. Wouldn't you know from the beard?
Now, Alice.
I don't want to talk business today. I don't want to.
Well, I only hung around from the meeting. Look at some things.
Get out, will you? Please, get out, please.
All right. But you don't look well, Alice. You ought to let us come visit more often.
What was the meeting he spoke of, Miss Edmund? I said, what was the...
He was playing Molly Brannigan again. It's a song a girl used to sing. A red-headed Irish servant girl. She went back to the old country 20 years ago. Oh, she was like a breath of sunshine.
Miss Edmund, what are you trying to say?
My brother and I have always been alone here since we were 10. Mr. Valentine, I am peculiar, you know. The meeting? Oh, it was the relatives, that's all. I try to act like a Herodin is supposed to. But I'm terrified of them.
What's the matter with you, Miss Edmund?
Oh, I'm all right. They want me to get out of the house. I don't really have any money. It's all in the house. It's valuable property. But it's mine, and I want to stay here. I don't know why I'm rambling so. They want to make me get out.
But how can they? Miss Edmund, this brother you talk about, this Stephen, can't he help?
Stephen's so kind. He won't let anything. He won't let...
Miss Edmund. Miss Edmund!
Hey, this glass, Brooksy, the milk. It's the milk she drank right in front of us. Somebody was trying to murder her, Brooksy. It was poisoned.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Valentine. I said we can't tell yet. She's all right. She's alive, and from my experience with her in the past, she has a constitution...
It was strychnine, wasn't it, Doctor? And from the smell of that milk there...
Undoubtedly an overdose, but I've treated her with it in the past.
What?
It's a legitimate remedy for certain conditions, you know. It was kept in the cupboard down by the butler's pantry.
Okay, I'll take a look. Have you called the police?
No, and I don't intend to.
What?
Not yet. Now, please, listen to me. I've known and admired Miss Edmund for a very long time. That bravado of hers is all front, you understand. She's a very shy person.
What's that got to do
If
with...
she should live, Miss Brooks, she'd probably call off the investigation herself rather than risk invasion of her privacy in the house here. No, it has to be done from the inside. By you, Mr. Valentine.
And suppose she dies, Doctor?
Well, you've met the people who would benefit, Morley and Cousin Ewell. If one of them should conceivably be a murderer, he'd have only accomplished what they're all trying to do anyway. Get her out of this house. So you don't think they testify against each other, do you?
But why do they want...
I get it. This property's worth a fortune, isn't it?
Precisely. The white elephant. Every day that she lives, she has to borrow against taxes. So they have to get her out. Or in a few years, there won't be any fortune left for them to inherit.
Yeah, here's the bottle, all right, Angel. Strychnine.
Somebody certainly had a choice. Sleeping powders, all of their medicines right here by the...
Hey, wait a minute. Look at this.
Hmm?
The ring on the counter, see? For moisture from the glass.
Jensen says he poured the milk and then left it for her.
Uh-huh. So anybody who happened to come in right then, golden opportunity.
Just spike her drink a
What
little.
is all this you're talking about, young man? You...
I thought you left the house, went out.
Oh, saw the doctor's car, came back. What's the matter with her?
Well, he'd better tell you. But you can tell me something.
Hmm?
Where's Miss Edmonds' brother? She confused me on that.
Stephen? Her brother, Stephen? That brother of hers has been dead for 20 years.
Dead?
Valentine, come here.
Well, Doctor, is she...
No, she's alive. She's going to be all right. But perhaps you had better call the police.
What do you mean, Doctor?
I thought it would be so simple to track down just one person. That's why she's alive. A barbiturate acts against strychnine, you see.
A What's the name of...
You saw that stuff there in the cabinet. Sleeping powders. I'm trying to tell you why she's all right. It was in the milk, too. Agent and reagent. Poison and antidote. Yes, believe it or not, the poor little white elephant is still with us because 2 people tried to poison her. 2 people tried to murder her.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. One of these days, science may come up with a method for keeping your car's windshield constantly clean. That would be just fine, because driving with a clouded windshield can be a hazard as well as a discomfort. Meantime, depend on the men at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations to keep your windshield sparkling clean. With them, this service is practically second nature. It's one of the reasons you'll notice more and more motorists pulling in at these stations every day of the week. And the reason this service is done so speedily is that they have the best equipment, including willing elbow grease. So next time your windshield has more than its share of road dust, drive in and drive out with the better vision and greater safety that a clean windshield gives you. Get this car saver service at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. At all these service stations, you can count on top service and quality products, like RPM motor oil. And here's where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Poison and antidote, and a little old lady who didn't particularly care whether she was killed or not, whose only desire was to be left alone in her strange, old-fashioned house. At first you wondered what reason there was for her fears, but now you know the only reason she's alive is because not one but 2 people tried to poison her. 2 negatives make a positive, and the poisons were such that they canceled each other out. Well, if your name is George Valentine, all you know is that now you have to work twice as fast.
Miss Edmond, did you see anybody touch that warm milk of yours today?
Oh, I forget. I don't know. It's so much more real 20 years ago.
Like that brother you keep talking about, I suppose?
We took care of each other. We weren't like the rest of the world. The scramble, the suffering that people call excitement. I talked about Stephen as though he were alive, didn't I?
Miss Edmond, perhaps we'd better...
And about her, too, the Irish servant girl. Because she was the last happy thing in this house. Please listen to me.
I still don't see what you're driving at.
She would have fitted in so beautifully. She was young, too, only 19. So much younger, but it didn't make any difference. So full of life. Cousin Ewell knows. He knew it.
Miss
Now let
Edmond...
her go on, Brooks.
Stephen was in love. I hated her afterwards, but now I don't. Wherever she is, she's probably never even guessed. There was a boy in the old country. She showed me the cablegram. I helped put her aboard ship that same afternoon. I begged her to stay, but she left to be married. Not thinking, just happy. And my brother came here, home, and went out. And I never saw him again. And that's when they all started coming. That's when the white elephant was born. The rich, sick relative alone in my house. It was Morley who called the next morning. They said my brother had gone out and shot himself.
Shot himself, huh? Because the girl left him. And you haven't cared about anything since then. Uh-huh, beginning to catch on now. They've handled all your affairs since then, right?
Yes.
And if you talk about Stephen as though he were alive, it's only to keep yourself alive.
Yes.
And now they want you out of the house because it won't be long until the taxes have eaten up its value.
Oh, there's a paper on the bureau.
Hmm?
This George is a court thing.
It says I'm incompetent.
Well, you've heard her. You've seen how she acts.
That wasn't what I asked you, Mr. Morley.
But what's the sensible thing? You don't just stand by and watch anybody throw money away. And there's a first mortgage already in.
Who'd benefit, Mr. Morley, if she had died an hour ago?
Well, I would, for one. I don't mind telling you.
The police will want to hear that, too.
Now, see here.
They're already running tests on the poison in the glass.
Well, I didn't touch it. I was on the telephone at the time business downtown 5 or 10 minutes. My office will verify
The telephone in the hall, Mr. Morley?
Yes, crazy old-fangled contraption. It's the only one in this
The door to the butler's pantry was open, George. And if you were standing in there at the telephone,
Yeah, that's
you...
right, Brooksy. Glass would have been right in plain sight, wouldn't it?
Well, I didn't notice. I didn't even see it. Why did that stupid Jensen leave it there in the first place?
Stupid Jensen, my friend, is a servant that you hired for her.
Well, who else would stay here except a thick-skinned old coot like him? Mr. Valentine, she's been getting worse, fussy, picky, and this preoccupation with her brother.
We know all about that, Mr. Morley. We also know what her own doctor thinks about her.
He's a fool, too. An old admirer of Alice's. Valentine, what would you think if you came in and found her prowling among her brother's old things? Of course it was a tragedy for her. It's now 20 years later to find her. She's reopened that room of his, nosing around and mooning over the old things.
Is that what happened to you?
Yes. Just yesterday. She was trying to pretend that she hadn't seen. Just cleaning, she said. Get out, she said. Leave me alone. Do you think that a normal person
I don't know.
acts like...
I don't know, Mr. Morley. But why don't you tell me how she acted today at that family meeting?
The meeting?
Yeah.
Well, you saw my reaction. She said she wouldn't ever leave this house. Not ever. And no court order could make her. And for us to stop bothering her, or she'd make us stop. For stubbornness. Just insane. Just insane.
Insane, my friend? No, I finally realized little Miss Edmund has been pointing in the right direction after all. That brother Stephen, dead 20 years. Yeah. That's how we solve it.
George, this was the maid's room.
Yeah, sure, Brooksy. And it's been closed all this time, too, hasn't it? And Stephen was in love with her. Look at that. The old-style maid's sitting room for a little red-headed Irish girl.
Not very big, is it?
Wait a minute, I'll get the lights. Here we are. Look at the dust and the cobwebs.
George, look. On the mirror.
Hmm. Yeah. She collected things, all right. True to type. Paper flowers, dance program, carnival dog.
And the snapshot.
Ah.
Don't you recognize him?
What do you mean?
Without that stomach and antique dealer's mustache. It's Cousin Yule.
Oh, yeah. A day at the beach. We knew she was the sunshine girl. Probably played the field. Say, isn't there anything from Stephen?
George, listen to this. The tea was just perfect, and I reward you with a rose. Won't you join my sister and me for some phonograph records in the parlor this evening?
What in the name?
Notes from Stephen. George, she saved them. There's nothing to give us even a hint about his death.
Isn't there? Wait a minute, Brooksy. Listen to this one. Today I told Alice May we should leave this house. It is gloomy. If you would only say yes to me, there is nowhere on earth we couldn't go in with blessing. You have shown us what sunshine can be.
Well, if she'd accepted him. But I certainly can't blame her. I'd have run to a fuddy-duddy like
No,
that.
that's not what I meant, Brooksy. Stephen offered to leave this house. Don't you see what...
Listen. Miss Edmund.
Yeah, but where is she? What?
George, she must be up at the head of the stairs there. From her room. These lights, you can't see.
Valentine! Where are you? Mr. Valentine!
There had already been 2 attempts on this lady's life, and now a 3rd. It was a police matter in the first place, Valentine.
Take it easy, Riley, please. Take it easy. Hello, Doctor.
Oh, it's about time you got here.
I came as quickly as I could. Didn't even know where the maid's quarters were. Here, I'll take her.
Oh, I'm all right.
Now what happened, Miss Edmund? You ran out to the head of the stairs. You called Valentine.
All right.
Sure, you're all right. Just lie still. Now.
Look, Valentine, I said I'm taking over. Earlier today, any one of these guys could have got at that milk.
What did you say, Riley?
I said any one of them. The milk sat there for a good half hour.
Any one of them wouldn't have used 2 poisons, Lieutenant.
Huh?
That counteracted each other.
Well, no, I grant you, but...
Wait a minute. Morley and Yule, why don't you go in the other room? You too, Doctor. Miss Brooks can take care of her, all right.
Well, that's a good idea, Valentine. Sergeant, keep your eye on.
Mr. Valentine, I'm trying to remember. I was frightened. I was at the head of the stairs.
No, wait, please, Miss Edmund. Riley, what did you find out, the records on Stephen's death, huh?
Well, he committed suicide. Shot himself. Went out to a public place, got drunk, just like ordinary people.
Yeah?
He had been jilted by a red-headed girl half his age who went away and left him. But he couldn't just cry in his beer. He pulled out a gun, shot himself in front of witnesses.
They don't have people like him anymore. Yes, I told you what it was, Mr. Valentine. Didn't I?
Uh-huh.
We thought your brother's death might have had something to do with all this today, but... Well, I guess we were wrong.
No, it's simpler than you think, Angel. Miss Edmund, you waited to drink the milk until I got here.
I what, George?
Brooksy, you just said no one person would give 2 poisons that worked against each other, made someone just a little sick. Well, Miss Edmund is one person who would.
Yeah? What is all this? What's the name of it?
And she's taken the medicines long enough. She would have known how they'd act. The doctor could have told her. So, Miss Edmund, you wanted me out here to see it all, didn't you? Because that family out there was going to get you out of this house, and you'd sworn you'd stop them. Well, that was your idea of how to do it, wasn't it?
Mr. Valentine, they don't understand.
You knew that if you could cast the suspicion of murder at them, no court would ever believe them when they tried to say you were peculiar, incompetent to handle your own affairs. So you would have won. You would have stayed on in your house.
There was no reason for me to leave. But that is
Look, Miss Edmund, you're quite fussy. You're meticulous. That glass of milk of yours sat handy on the counter after Jensen prepared it for half an hour. Now, the first words you said to me today were, milk should always be drunk at a certain temperature of warmth. Warm milk. Well, in half an hour, it would have been cold. So why didn't you say something? Why did you drink it without noticing? Unless you were the one who doctored it yourself.
What if I did? What if I did? It's my house. Why shouldn't I fight for it? It's mine, not theirs. I can go bankrupt if I want to.
So that's all it was, huh? Tempest in a teapot.
I'm sorry.
You poor thing. If it meant so much to you not to leave this place...
Yeah, Riley. We thought the key to the whole thing was her brother. And I wish I didn't have to say that maybe it is.
What are you talking about, George?
Brooksy, we'd left the door to this room open. She could see us from the head of the stairs. And I suppose she called out in terror and fainted and fell.
Valentine, I don't get...
She wasn't pushed, Riley. That was terror. At seeing us in this room.
Mr. Valentine. Oh.
Yes, Miss Edmund? It's an old-fashioned maid sitting room, Riley. Now, it's only a guess. It's all it can be. But I can think of a way this would all tie together. And all for her brother. What's through there, Miss Edmund? Bedroom? Okay, it's the closed-off place. And why Miss Edmund wouldn't leave this house, maybe. Why she couldn't. The memories that held her. Memories of herself. Of things she'd done 20 years ago. Okay, let's see what's behind this curtain.
Good Lord.
Red hair. White apron.
Yeah. 20 years. It's the Irish servant girl.
Oh, George.
I know, Brooksy, I know. But when people become hermits like that, there's generally a reason.
She was the only one who ever told anybody she put the girl on the boat.
Uh-huh. Including the guy she did it for, I suppose.
Only when she told him it didn't do any good. He killed himself. She did it and still lost her brother. And she had to stay on and on in this house. This prison of her own making.
Yeah. Miss Alice May Edmond. All kinds of loves, I guess, Brooksy. All kinds of people. The white elephant? There's an understatement.
If your car hates to get going in the morning, if it drags the way it would on a sand bed and labors up hills, it may be the fault of gummy gasoline. Most raw gasolines contain impurities that form power-robbing gum. The only way to get rid of the impurities is to refine them out. And Chevron Supreme is the gasoline that's super refined to prevent engine-sticking gum. Further, super refined Chevron Supreme gives you all the qualities in careful balance that your car needs for every driving condition throughout the West. This proper balancing means faster starting, faster pickup, smoother power on hills. And it means, too, that you can depend on Chevron Supreme for plus mileage and for the new car feeling. Ask for it where your car's windshield gets a real cleaning at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer is Lieutenant Riley, Lorene Tuttle was heard as Alice, Ted Osborne as Morley, Larry Dobkin as Ewell, and Herb Butterfield as the Doctor. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Cover for an hour. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Valentine, that's you, isn't it? You're him. I didn't want to call a cop. It just happened. How could I? I don't want to get mixed up, but danger's your stock and trade.
Hey, wait a minute. Slow down. Who are you?
Oh, Joe. My name's Joe. Holy gee, Mr. Valentine.
The Blue Dart Delivery Service.
Huh? Oh, the hat. Yeah, that's me. My name's Joe.
You said that. Sit down and
but it's my job, too. That's the trouble. I'll get fired if the boss knows I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do. Man's gonna be slaughtered, I tell you, beaten up.
Stop it, will you? Sit down.
No, I can't. I'm in this ticket agency to pick up a delivery for across town, see? And I overheard this guy behind me. Hey, is this clock right? Is it 12 o'clock, really?
Yes, of course. And stop waving that envelope.
This hasn't got anything to do with it. That's just a delivery. You come with me, Valentine. I'll tell you all about it.
For the last time, Buster, will you?
I'll get fired, I tell you. It'll take me an hour to get back. And this guy's gonna get beaten up any minute. My girl, now she's understanding,
Look,
but...
will you just tell me what happened?
Well, this guy's behind me. There isn't anybody. It's lunchtime, see? Oh, look, lady, could you possibly... I know it's asking a lot, but...
Here. Give me that.
My girl says I just gotta keep this job. Gee, thanks, lady. Boy, a guy in my position gets himself into all
Look,
kinds...
take it easy, will you? She'll deliver it for you. Only start making sense.
Huh?
Take a deep breath. Relax.
Oh, yeah, sure. Get myself collected.
Yeah, that's right. Now, you were saying you heard somebody's going to get beaten up.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Mr. Valentine, you are...
George. Oh, George, can't you hear me?
I'd better get the rest of this tape off of him, Miss Brooks.
Oh, George, what happened?
Yeah.
Darling.
Yeah.
Here, get up in the chair.
You wouldn't ask a flat tire what happened, would you?
What? But you were tied up. You were in the closet.
Here, drink this water, Mr. Valentine.
George, this is Mr. Varney.
How do you do?
He just moved into the office down the hall. He helped me get the door open.
Varney. Hey, you see anybody?
You mean in here?
Yeah.
Well, that delivery boy, I bumped into him in the hall. Miss Brooks told me about him, but I didn't think anything. What kind of a building is this, anyway?
George, he must have just done this to you and then run.
The boy. Let's call him a man. In fact, call him several other things. Why? Would you tell me that? What was he after?
I don't know, George. Nothing's been touched.
Oh, yeah, that's what you think.
But it hasn't. Your desk, the files, nothing.
Oh, now, wait a minute. A guy just doesn't walk in.
Sure, George. The furniture's all in place. He didn't pry into anything.
What about the mail? Case is pending.
Nothing except bills this morning, and there aren't any cases.
You mean this man just came in and beat you up and tucked you in the closet and left? What kind of a building is this?
Look, thanks a lot for helping out, friend.
Well, sure, but if I were you, I'd take out insurance.
Thank you, Mr. Varney.
Oh. Hey, didn't he notice anybody else come in here besides that Joe?
No, George. Neither did the janitor. So it must have just happened because somebody bears you a grudge or...
Well, and why did he tie me up and tape me in the closet? Now you better guess again. Oh, hey, wait a minute. 1:15?
Mm-hmm. I noticed it was just 1 o'clock when I came back.
An hour. Joe was up here at 12. Oh, brother, we've got a case now, all right. Only what is it? 1 hour missing, Brooksy. And who used it for what?
No, Mr. Valentine. I assure you the Blue Dart Delivery Service does not employ anybody by the name of Joe. It has not employed anyone by that name, and it probably never will. Furthermore, I don't need to look it up, and you needn't look upset, because why? Because the Blue Dart Messenger boys are all girls.
Hey, Brooksy, what about that envelope you delivered for Joe?
George, it was just an ordinary...
Well, where'd you take it?
The other side of town. 306 Surety Trust Building.
Whose office?
Well, it looked very nice, George. Mr. J.W. Wagner, some kind of investment counselor.
Investments, huh?
Only he was out to lunch, so I left it with his secretary.
Yeah, it was a pretty thick envelope. Could have been papers or letters, maybe.
Or money. But what do you think...
Angel, when a phony like that Joe wants somebody else to make a delivery for him, what's the first thing you think of?
Blackmail?
Uh-huh. And what's the second thing you think of?
Blackmail.
J.W. Wagner, huh? Let's see if he echoes when you ring him.
My dear Mr. Valentine,
What kind of a case is this that you're investigating?
Look, let's not embarrass each other, Mr. Wagner.
You see, I've never heard of this Joe person you describe. He's not my sort of client at all.
The envelope did have your name and address on it.
Of course, my dear. And we'll go into that.
Look, Mr. Wagner, tell me about your business. It doesn't seem to surprise you to have an envelope like this from somebody you never heard of.
I often have deliveries, bonds, that sort of thing. But it doesn't show a return address, does it?
Okay, you have wealthy clients. You handle all kinds of things for them.
Well, for myself, too. I can afford a few hobbies. I'm not poor.
Not slow, either.
I couldn't be tricked into telling you anything that's confidential. Investments are.
Would you call blackmail an investment or a hobby?
Mr. Valentine, I wouldn't show any connection with this thing no matter how long you stall. But for heaven's sake, open it, will you?
George, wait.
I assure you I haven't even had a chance to open it myself.
I know it's the same envelope, George. I dropped it getting out of the car. There's the spot I got on it.
Well, the seal's not broken either. Hasn't been tampered with.
All right, so it's the same envelope. Now, will you two open...
Okay, friend, okay. The same one, all right, so here goes.
Paper. Just blank paper.
Now, what in the name...
That does it. First, it's a blank hour you complain of. Now it's blank paper. Good day, Mr. Valentine.
A wild goose chase. A wild goose chase.
All right, Lieutenant Riley. That's all it was, sure. This Joe just wanted Miss Brooks out of the way for a while.
But why did that envelope have Mr. Wagner's name on it?
Because his office is on the other side of town, that's why. Pick any office out of the directory. It's an old stunt.
Okay, Riley, okay. So Joe sent Brooksy off on a wild goose chase that took her at least an hour. Then he went to work on my eye.
Ooh, you know what beefsteak cost this week? You better find out, son.
Oh, that's very funny. The point is, he taped me. He gagged me. I couldn't hear. I was in the closet. Look, Riley, don't you get it? Whatever happened during that hour, whatever Joe did it for, happened in my office.
Thought you said nothing was touched.
It wasn't. And we went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
Then what do you come to me for, asking me
Riley, listen, please. Somebody must have wanted to use my office. Something must have happened in my office during that hour, and that's...
And so you want to know who got killed this morning? Well, nobody. Nowhere. No place in town. Valentine, you just lost an hour, that's all. I haven't heard any complaints, and I had to work from 12 to 1. You slept.
Oh, Riley, sometimes...
Sure, we'll look for this boy, Joe. But you just relax, son. Forget it. Maybe somebody just used your office to telephone South Africa. You'll get the bill soon enough.
George, when we get in the office, I'll call and get something for that eye.
I want to get something for both of them. I'm going to go through this place with a magnifying glass, and I'm going to... You hear that?
Our office.
Oh, Miss Brooks. Miss Brooks.
Hey, what in the world are you...
It is you, isn't it? I saw you from the door, the glass.
What are you doing in there? Who are you?
Oh, and gosh, kid, he told me you was sick.
What?
I'm Sue, public stenographer. You know, down at the corner. Oh, I seen you lots of times, honey, eating lunch at the drugstore.
Yeah, I guess so. Now pull yourself together.
Well, he said I was to take letters. I went in, and there was a letter from somebody's Aunt Nellie.
Letters? Aunt Nellie?
Well, I mean, he wasn't there, only there it was on the desk. Well, I thought it was kind of funny because his wallet was right beside it, too.
Come on.
So, I mean, I didn't see him then, at least...
look, the joint's been torn apart.
Oh, I know. Gee, it looks awful. Oh, honey, listen to me. I just got this call. You see, only a few minutes ago.
What call? From whom? Clear it up, will you, Sue? Can't you be a little...
Well, he said you was sick. I told you. He needed a stenographer.
Who did?
The one whose wallet... Oh, honey, hang on to yourself. He's good looking, too, like the picture in the wallet. Oh, look out there, mister. It's behind the...
That's a man. On the floor.
George, don't go any closer, honey. Don't. It's him.
Never saw him before. It's not Joe, Brooksy.
Oh, don't you understand? It's his picture in the wallet. His name. It's him. Called me only 15 minutes ago. It's your boss, honey. It's Mr. Valentine lying there. He's dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Every day in the week, you'll notice more and more motorists stopping at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. Of course, for that's where you get Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that makes your car run smoother and more powerfully than ever before. And that's because Chevron Supreme is super refined to prevent power-robbing gum from forming in your car's engine. Most raw gasolines contain impurities that form gum. The only way to get rid of the impurities is to refine them out. Chevron Supreme is super refined to stop engine sticking gum and to give your car all the extra power it can handle. That's why motorists say Chevron Supreme gives them that new car feeling. Try it in your car tomorrow. Enjoy full mileage in the kind of driving you do. Get super refined Chevron Supreme at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. Here you can be sure of quality products and top service. Clean restrooms, for example. And here's where they say, and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's a well-covered hour, all right. Only the body lying there on the floor of your office didn't get there during the missing hour, did it? So you still don't know what happened between noon and 1. But there's plenty happening now. In fact, it's been a busy day, and if your name is George Valentine, you're probably less surprised than Lieutenant Riley when he hears that the body lying there, that man who has been shot to death, is you.
Say it slowly, I said. Slowly. In one sentence.
Well, I don't know who's who. I mean, I couldn't tell.
Oh.
All right. You don't need to pop your eyes at me. But I got this phone call, you see. I'm public steno in the neighborhood. And then this man on the phone says he's George Valentine.
Go on, Sue.
Well, he says you were sick, Miss Brooks, and I knew who you were. You see, Lieutenant, sometimes me and her eat lunch at the same... All right.
Well, get to the point.
Well, so I just pick up my pad and pencil and come up here. Well, I open the door, and, it's a typhoon's been here.
Now, look.
And then I look behind the desk, and I practically drop my... Well... Anyway, it's the same man.
Yeah, now look,
Only then Miss Brooks and this Mr. Valentine come along. So if you think it isn't natural to be confused...
Yeah,
when it
thank
can
you. Go have a cup of coffee, honey. We'll get in touch with you. I know it was once a... She's confused.
Well, it was the proper identification card, all right, with a picture of him, fake signature.
Whoever he was trying to pass himself off as you, George.
Whoever he was is easy, Miss Brooks.
What do you mean?
Jimmy Hank's a small-timer, the boys tell me.
Well, it begins to fit then, doesn't it? How do the boys have it?
Sure, confidence game, blackmail. That's his specialty. You hit the nail on the head earlier.
Joe slugged me to get the office for an hour. Then I suppose this Jimmy Hanks came up and used it, posing as me.
Well, he didn't get shot during that hour. The doc agrees on that.
So maybe this time he was up to see me or to look for something. You know, in a blackmail or shakedown, people don't get killed unless something goes wrong, do they?
Yeah, hey, you over there.
Mr. Varney, Lieutenant.
Okay, Mr. Varney. Didn't you see anybody else down this hall?
I told you, Sergeant, I've been busy moving my furniture.
A swindle of any kind usually means more than one person. There's got to be somebody around to be took. Now, you must have seen somebody or heard somebody.
If I could break my valise, I would. I tell you, what kind of a building is this?
Just answer it straight.
No, I tell you, no. How many times do I have to tell you?
Skip it, Riley, skip it. Thanks, friend. Let him go.
Yeah, all right.
Hey. Aunt Nellie.
Huh? Aunt who?
Aunt Nellie, let's stick to her. The letters Sue noticed, remember?
George, there were several. A couple of others had slipped off the desk. It was a bundle of letters.
All from Aunt Nellie?
Mm-hmm. I read most of them. They're just short ones.
But that's the only thing in the office that wasn't here before, right? That's what our little friend Hank's alias Valentine must have been going through before he was shot.
Or whoever shot him took them off his body and went through them.
A bundle of letters from Aunt Nellie. Yeah, blackmail?
George, I think there may be what went wrong.
What do you mean, Angel?
Well, suppose it was a blackmail case or a shakedown or something, and the important thing was some letters.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody killed Jimmy Hanks and then ransacked this office, obviously, and didn't take the letters.
Supposing that they were the wrong ones.
That's right. That's what went wrong. Somebody had switched letters or palmed off the wrong ones on somebody.
Wait a minute. Because
they're nothing. Just notes about a garden and recipes from an Aunt Nellie, some lady who lives in Honolulu.
Let me see those
and
letters.
They're not important to anybody. They can't be.
Miss Brooks, sometimes it takes an expert.
Lieutenant, look at the envelopes. Who's going to blackmail anybody with letters dated 1851?
Huh?
All right, come on, get up.
Hey, what's going on out there?
Sergeant, what's the matter out there?
I'm not resisting. You can't make me resist. I know my rights.
Joe!
They picked him up spending money like confetti, Lieutenant.
I was not. I was just...
brother, let me handle this guy.
Oh, now take it easy, Mr. Valentine. I didn't hit you very hard. I tried
no,
not to.
Buster, not half as hard as
Wait a minute. I taped you up comfortable, didn't I?
Delivery boy, huh?
Oh, that was just an act. Only job I had in weeks. I'm an actor, see? And
You're a what?
Sure, that's what I am. Used to wrestle on television. Now listen to me. I did it just for $100, that's all. If I'd have known what kind of job it was going to be,
You'd have asked for more, I know. What kind of a job was it?
Just what I did. Shakedown. Some kind of shakedown, I guess.
How do you know? You're a hired hand. Who hired you?
He did. What? Him. The one lying there. I don't know anything. He could tell you all right. If he wasn't so dead.
That does it. That does it. Checkmate. Ring around the rosy.
Now, look, Riley, I know it's that kind of a case.
Oh.
Like what I still want to know what happened in the missing hour. But if we stick to what we've got, maybe we'll find out. Now, look at these other ones. This other envelope, Brooksy.
It's just a wrapper, that's all.
One of Aunt Nellie's letters was in it.
All of them must have been in it to carry the letter, sure. But look at the coat of arms, Riley.
Yeah?
There wasn't a new Cosmopolitan Hotel in 1851, was there?
What's that?
But there is now. Right here in town, right around the corner, the new Cosmopolitan.
Here. Room 714.
Yeah, give me that phone.
Yes, hello. This is Mr. Cruikshank speaking.
Hiram J. Cruikshank from Bangor, Maine.
Yes, that's right. Who is this? Are you from Maine?
Look, I just talked to the desk. They said you were 714. Now, how long you been in town, Mr. Cruikshank?
Well, I'm just leaving, you know. Picked up my tickets at the station. Oh, a week. Yes, week, I guess. See here, I'm busy with a caller just now. Who is this?
Well, look, this is George Valentine speaking.
Who?
I said...
I didn't quite get the tone of your voice, young man.
George Valentine. And before you take any trains this afternoon, you...
Valentine. Well, how do you like that?
Huh? Hey, what... Mr. Cruikshank. Hung up. Come on.
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Cruikshank hasn't checked out yet. I'd know because he raises a fuss every time he turns around. Only has one arm, but you ought to see him count change with it. Nearsighted, but you ought to see him add a bill over your shoulder.
Is Cruikshank's a tightwad?
Oh, no. Only expect 6 or 7 cents out of a nickel. Bellboy's delight. Here in town to make some kind of a deal, they say.
Yeah, what else do they say?
Down to the right now. Here to sell something. Did it this morning. Came in looking like he swallowed the mint.
So Cruikshank's here to sell something and did.
George, the letters, he must be the one who...
Excuse me, this is it. Now watch this. Callers, he'll say. Someone from Maine? Then who are they? What do they want? Man has to watch himself in this part of the country, he'll say. Man has to be careful how he...
Yeah. Man has to be careful, all right.
Dead. Slugged from behind with a lamp, I guess. Deader than
George,
Kelsey.
I've seen him before, I have. Yeah. In the office, a week or so ago. I didn't think anything of it, but it was Mr. Cruikshank, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, what's all this?
Well, he wanted somebody investigated. You weren't there, George. He didn't tell me anything, just said he'd get in touch later if he needed you.
Didn't tell you anything, huh? Nobody tells anybody anything in this
Skip
case.
Skip it, Riley, skip it. Look at the room. It's been combed over just like my office.
I know it. So has he. Look, his pockets, everything.
Yeah?
Yeah, but nothing taken. At least not the usual. And the keys, the travel folders. Wallet isn't even touched.
It's all packed and ready to leave.
That all there is?
You mean on him?
Yeah.
Sure. A wallet, Rotary Club. What more do you want? Hey, listen to this.
What is
What?
It's a copy of a letter he typed several days ago, apparently. It says, I have the cover in question. You have the money I need.
Cover?
How many more words do you need for blackmail?
It says my agent will get in touch with you at the earliest convenience. Considering the value of subject, I'm sure you will have no objection to meeting my price. Hiram J. Crookshank.
Agent? Sure, of course.
And this letter, my friend, was addressed to Mr. J.W. Wagner.
Wagner?
Yeah, and it's the same one, all right. Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. The sale was made. This sharp little boy from Maine came out here and sold this stuff.
Hey, let me see the rest of that.
Because there, my friends, is a check. $50,000. Oh, Wagner handles investments all right.
It's made out to him, to Crookshank.
Signed by Wagner, dated to date for $50,000.
Wait a minute. What else is in his pocket?
Don't heckle me, son. Hand me that phone. Hello? Hello? Huh?
Oh, Lieutenant, I was just going to ring the room there.
No, all right, Sergeant, get off the line. I want to make a call.
We checked the hotel personnel, sir.
Yeah.
No one seems to have noticed anyone unusual coming in or going out.
All right, Sergeant. I want to make
The
a call.
boys found the gun that killed Jimmy Hanks in the alley behind Mr. Valentine's office building. Thought you'd want to know there weren't any fingerprints on it.
And I thought you'd want to know you'll be pounding a beat unless you get off this phone. Now get me Wagner. J.W. Wagner. Yeah, investments. Oh, sure, the kind of clients he has.
Riley, will you stop going crazy? Just give me that stuff in your hand. The keys, travel folder, the check, the letter.
Now, wait a minute. Where are you going?
To put your jigsaw together. There's one thing missing.
What? But he don't answer. This guy...
Of course he doesn't answer. Come on, Angel. We're going to catch a train. Here we are. Compartment 2, please.
George, I know Mr. Crookshank said he'd picked up his tickets, but why on earth would anybody take them?
Hold it.
There, it's empty. Of course it's empty.
Now the light's on, fan's on, blind pulled up. Well, sit down, Angel. Relax.
Now the train's already moving.
All this time I've been trying to figure what happened in our office during that hour that was missing. But it wasn't that at all, was it? Joe's slugging was just to keep me out of the way for a while. It was what you did that was important, Brooksy. What he got you to do.
Oh, Sue!
Come in. Come in, Sue. Shut the door.
I didn't expect
I know. Surprise.
Mr. Valentine?
I guess the gun could have gotten in the alley by your tossing it out the window of my office, couldn't it?
What?
Jimmy Hanks. You killed him. We got there just after it happened. And you pulled a fast story to cover.
What? Miss Brooks, you seen me eating lunch? We're practically friends. Explain to him what happened.
One-armed men don't type professional-looking letters, Sue.
Well, of all the
Okay, now
nerve,
let's stick to Jimmy. What was he, a partner, boyfriend?
Well-
Confidence game expert you called in when you thought you'd stumbled into a good pitch? No. Because that's what happened, isn't it?
No.
Crookshank called you to write a letter, that one to Wagner. And you got all excited and went to work, called in Jimmy. Then when Riley let you go today, you had to go out and kill Crookshank, didn't you? He's the only one who could have tied you up in all this.
Sure. Hotel personnel didn't notice her. A public stenographer's nothing unusual around there.
Yeah, that's right, Brooksy. Oh, no, you don't, sister.
Jimmy double-crossed me. I had to, but it was his gun. Stop it. Let go of me.
Yeah. Now, that's better, lady.
Crookshank was a blackmailer. You seen that letter, you know what I mean. Of course, I got big ideas. He was in town to sell a bundle of letters to a big shot. You know, one of them boys with hobbies on the side, J.W. Wagner. And when I got an inkling how much money he might pay...
What did you and Jimmy intend to do?
Well, Crookshank wanted Wagner investigated. Make sure he had money. Went up to hire Mr. Valentine, but he wasn't in.
Last week in the office, of course.
Well, he'd seen you, Miss Brooks, and I knew who you were, but he'd never seen Mr. Valentine. He just pretended Jimmy was you.
So he investigated Wagner and wrote a phony check.
Yeah, $50,000. How to swindle a swindler. Sure, we wanted to get a hold of them letters.
So you could hold up Wagner later on yourself.
We were so smart. Crookshank fell for it, we thought. He took the check, but worried if Wagner would get the letters all right. That's all Jimmy hired Joe for.
To get Brooksy to run a dummy envelope over to Wagner's office?
Yeah, Jimmy got Crookshank to phone Wagner's office. The secretary said, sure, Miss Brooks delivered the package all right. We wanted our amateur blackmailer to leave town happy. We wanted time to shake down Wagner ourselves.
What went wrong? You completed the deal. You got the letters.
That's when Jimmy turned on me. Tried to make me believe the amateur wasn't so amateurish. We gave Crookshank a phony check. He gave us phony letters. They weren't blackmail letters at all, he said. Nothing but stuff from Aunt Nellie, he said. Jimmy thought you were mixed up in the double-cross.
So you had a big fight in my office, and he ended up dead. And then you tore the place apart. And I just telephoned Crookshank, and he was probably pumping you full of questions, and you killed him.
Yes, stop it, will you stop
You
it?
thought you were out swindling a swindler. You thought you were broke and had to swipe a train ticket. When all along you had a $50,000 investment in your hands.
What'd you say?
Yeah, that's right. A cover, Sue, is something that collectors buy. It's an envelope with a valuable stamp on it.
Oh, there they are, George. They're all still in the wastebasket.
Well, your office has been locked, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, look at this. Listen. 1851. Hawaiian 2-cent. Unwatermarked. $15,000. That's the blue one. And the same year, 5 cent.
There are 3 envelopes. Well, together they must be worth even more than $50,000.
Uh-huh.
That crazy little girl thought she'd stumbled into a sale of blackmail letters.
Well, it seems to me that crazy little girl must have been a pretty vicious sort of... What are you looking at me for?
I don't know, Mr. Varney. But for a while, I thought maybe you had something to do with this.
Me? No, see here, I just moved in.
I know. You're right. She was awful.
Awful amateurish. Awful stupid.
Mm-hmm. Scares you sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, she had the wrong kind of boyfriend. Oh, George. Sometimes...
Huh? Hey, wait a minute. What are you...
Oh, go on, Miss Brooks. Kiss him again. You know, I think I'm going to like this building.
You're driving along the highway and everything's fine. You don't need gasoline and you don't need oil, but you would like to stop at a service station where you could be pretty certain of finding a clean restroom and where you'd be welcome without feeling you had to buy something. Well, you shouldn't have to go far. What you're looking for is an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station. And wherever you drive in the West, you're never far from one of these. Here, the restrooms are cleaned thoroughly, inspected often, kept well supplied with soap and towels, and you're welcome to use them any time. So keep this in mind next time you go for a drive. For a clean restroom and a friendly welcome, it's a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station. Here, too, you can be sure of getting quality products like Chevron Supreme gasoline and top service. For here's where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Shirley Mitchell was heard as Sue, Joe Forte as Wagner, Tom Tully as Varney, Stanley Farrar as Crookshank, and Jack Lloyd as Joe. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Tag, you're it. another adventure of George Valentine.
Well, here's a lady with a letter. Yes, sir, she's got one. Right here in her purse.
Give me that. Give it back.
No, lady. Wait a minute. Here's your letter. Now, what's the matter? Don't you want me to read it? Oh, you wrote this. That's it. You wrote it and haven't mailed it. You probably batted it to the postman. He only rang once. Ladies, listen to this. Listen. My dear Mr. Valentine. Valentine.
Mr. McMurtry, would you please?
Now, don't blush, lady. Don't blush. If our radio audience can only see her. Her, I said, not me. But, madam, if I'm brave enough to wear your scarf over my head, it's really a good fit, don't you think? Don't you think it is? Over the face. What do you say? It's not a fit, it's a convulsion. Oh, you're real cute. Listen, how about your husband, madam? Huh? You suppose he's listening? I'll bet he doesn't know about this, Mr. Valentine. Ladies, isn't that a romantic name for you? Valentine. I'll bet your husband's out buying a gun right now. He's got a rival. But you remember our bargain now, lady, on this program. You dared me to wear your scarf so I can read anything I find in your purse. Shall I read it, ladies? Yeah! All right, that's right. All right, ladies, here goes now. Dear Mr. Valentine, I've got to see you about a telephone call. A telephone call, huh? Well, let's make her do the call right here from the studio, shall we? All right, ladies, but here's the rest of the letter. Listen. I've got to see you because I'm not sure, but I think somebody is trying to murder me. Murder? Trying to murder?
Mr. McMurtry, all I wanted to tell you was that it isn't my letter. It's not my purse. A large woman. She got up and left in a hurry. She must have taken mine. It's her letter.
Mrs. Oscar Pettyman, 432 West 16th Street.
All right, I'm coming. What do you want?
Mrs. Oscar Pettyman, this is 432
Ain't
West.
here.
You her husband, friend, Mr. Pettyman?
He's in Chicago. Can't stand her. Leaves every chance he can get. Ansel Pettyman's my name, her brother-in-law. I board here.
Well, Mr. Pettyman...
Yes, the police phoned me, miss, and no, I don't know anything.
You hung up on him?
Well, why not? Bunch of pests. Anybody tries to kill Birdie, it wouldn't hurt anybody. Why should they care?
Wow, you're a nice guy.
Puzzles, contest prizes. Yeah, you ought to see what she looks like.
Well, what do you mean?
Birdie's as big as a horse. My dear sister-in-law. So she started to let you let her. Think somebody's trying to kill her. All right. What's all the fuss? Let him. Yeah, there's a time-wasting contraption.
Now, wait a minute. I'll answer that. I asked somebody to call me here. Valentine speaking.
Hal McMurtry. Mr. Valentine, now listen.
Did you find her?
There are cops all over the studio. I want you to understand, though, that I didn't know who you were when I read that letter.
Did you find her?
Well, no, not exactly, not yet. But believe me, we're turning the place upside down. Now, about that game I play on my program.
Give me that phone. Give it to me.
Well, look, I want to explain to
Hey,
you.
what's going on? What's going on? McMurtry.
Hello, this is Holman speaking, F.J. Holman.
What? Who? What?
I'm the studio manager, Mr. Valentine, and as I told the police, we'll do everything possible. I've warned McMurtry before about that silly game he plays with those women, wearing their scarves and then trying to embarrass them by prying into their purses.
Well, they love it. You know they love that.
Be quiet, be quiet. I just wanted you to understand, Mr. Valentine.
Well, yeah, sure, Mr. Holman, sure. Nobody's going to sue anybody. Skip it.
But you can ask Ansel there. He's been our janitor here at the radio station, you know.
He's what? No, I didn't know anything.
That Birdie Pettyman, she's the sort of a person any number of people might want to kill. She's a pest, you understand? A pest.
Look.
A professional radio contestant who's forever snooping around here. And sooner or later, she'll be back. You see, that's what I mean. You don't need to worry. She's an unpleasant woman that lots of people...
Oh, tell it to McMurtry. I'm busy.
Bunch of characters work at that place.
Including you, huh?
Of course. 20 years, never a day sick. How else do you think my sister-in-law get all the broadcast tickets I get them for? Keeps her away out of my brother's hair.
Look, I just want facts. Never mind the double talk like that Holman gives out. Because he's scared his radio station will get involved.
Hello from Tag. You're rich. You're wealthy.
What?
Letter she started said something about a phone call, didn't it?
That's right. And when the police ask you about
Trying
it...
to remember. Only a phone call I know anything about happened yesterday when I was home for lunch. Bertie stepped out to look up something for a newspaper contest. Voice says, hello from Tag, you're it, you're wealthy.
What?
I'm not fooling. That's the kind of crazy stuff goes on around here. No greeting, no nothing. I remember every word. If you look in your mail today, you'll find you're a winner. We hope you enjoy your award.
And that's all? Look in your mail, hope you enjoy your award?
It happens all the time. She don't do anything for a living except that. Puzzles, contests, coupons are always ringing up, delivering things. You ought to see her stuff. She's got 5 vacuum cleaners in this house, and she doesn't use one of them.
What was in it, the mail? What was the award that they...
Search me, friend. I wasn't here. I work for a living.
Okay. Hey, Brooksy, phone Riley. Get him to check the mailman.
Sure, George.
So you don't like your sister-in-law, huh? Nobody seems to.
Doesn't do anything.
I know, yeah. Nut on contests. Well, sometimes I like contests myself. But I suppose it's a little different if that's all she does.
Always trying to get something for nothing.
Well, that's not the point. The idea is she was worried, wrote to me.
It is the point. How worried could Bertie be if she went gallivanting off to a radio studio to have fun before she mailed your letter?
Well, I'll grant you that it's...
I don't take it seriously because neither did she. Murder. Yes, it's just another idea to waste time with. You ask me, she's out someplace now. Forget all about it.
Wait a minute now. Tell me, what kind of a voice was that on the phone? That Tag, you're it. Man or woman?
Man, I guess. I don't know. It lisped.
It what?
Lisped. Like this. Soft voice. Just barely hear it.
Lieutenant Riley? Well, this is Claire Brooks.
Oh, wait a minute. Here, let me have it, Angel. Hello, Riley.
Listen, Valentine. We haven't found that Pettyman dame yet, but we just put out a bigger alarm on her because...
Riley, look, now, wait a minute. A quick angle. Her husband's out of town, so he
Yeah,
doesn't
but I
like
wanna-
her. Yesterday, she got a phone call, and later on, some kind of package in the mail.
Wait, will you wait?
Are you trying to accuse my
I
brother
already
of...
got in touch with her husband. He's in Chicago. He's got nothing to do with it.
Oh, Riley, everybody seems to think this is just a false alarm. She's just some kind of a crackpot.
I want it...
All right, maybe so. But if there's one chance in 50 of our preventing a real murder...
said wait, will you? It's already happened.
Huh?
I'm busy, I told you, with a blonde. And I don't mean Mrs. Pettyman. The exact opposite. Beautiful, young, real diamond.
Riley, for the love of
My
heavens, will you...
boys will keep on helping you look for Mrs. Pettyman, all right, but don't bother me. This one's a real case, my friend. This blonde, see, and the only clue I've got to go on is a note in her purse which says, Tag, you're it. You're wealthy. Ha! She's wealthy, all right. She's dead.
How long ago did the doctor say, Lieutenant?
Oh, it happened the first thing this morning. The traffic officer found her body in the car packed up an alley.
Girl was shot, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Nobody would have noticed it for hours. The best place in the world. Right in the middle of town, an alley in commercial district. But, oh, brother, how you get a connection between Mrs. Pettyman and something like this?
Maybe you don't, Riley.
This girl certainly lived in a fancy apartment house.
That's what I mean. What was she doing in the commercial district? 3A to the left, I guess. What's she doing with a note in her purse that says the same thing as...
Lieutenant, in here.
Yeah, there we are.
It's Dorothy Cheever, huh?
I got the housemaid. She can never stop crying.
Oh, Lieutenant, she was such a lovely person.
Yes,
Such
yes.
a lovely person.
George, she really did do all right, didn't she?
No one hated her.
Yeah, you can say that again.
No one. I can't understand it.
But
She
I'll
was
bet
so
the
popular.
bald-headed guy in that photograph isn't her
No,
father.
no, she was alone, I think, but so
F.
well liked, so
J. H.
lovely.
Yes, yes. Well, so you said. Well, now, take hold of yourself, see?
She's done so well. She's...
I'm sorry, lady. I'm sorry, but here. Here, take a look at this.
Tag, you're it. You're wealthy.
Yeah, that's right. We found this note in Miss Cheever's purse. Now, the handwriting doesn't check with the signature on a driver's
Well,
license.
of course not. It's mine. I wrote it.
Oh? Well, then you better start drying your eyes, lady, and explain what in the name of...
I wrote that note for her, so she'd remember, that's all, after the phone call.
The phone call? Oh, no, not
Wait
the
a minute.
same...
Go on, please, go on.
Well, there was this phone call first thing after breakfast. I was in to clean up. A voice says, Tag, you're it. You're wealthy.
What else?
Well, an address. I took the message for Miss Cheever.
An address of what?
I'm trying to tell you. It said she should drive a car and park a car in that alley. It's the back entrance of Benson's first store.
Hey, wait a minute. Sure it is, and it's the most expensive place in town.
Yeah, sure, go on.
The voice says she's picked for a chance at a mink coat. You know, one of them giveaways or something. I guess they take your name from a phone book. Well, of course, she went right away. Wouldn't you, miss?
Well,
a chance at a real mink coat? Huh? Free? Just 'cause you're lucky and your name's been picked for...
Say, tell me, what kind of a voice was it?
It lisped. It was, hello from Tag, you're it. You're wealthy. Soft, like that. Miss Dorothy Cheever hath been selected for a chance at...
Some crackpot.
no.
Some absolute nut. Sergeant, get hold of whoever runs that program and the radio station.
You haven't heard the worst of it, Riley.
Huh?
Go ahead, tell him, Brooksy. Tell him what kind of a case he's got, what kind of a connection there is between Mrs. Pettyman and this.
Well, we already did call the radio stations, Lieutenant, and the newspaper contest editors, all of them. There isn't any such thing as Tag, you're it, you're wealthy. They've never even heard of it.
Oh, brother. Well, that does it. You mean Mrs. Pettyman will turn up dead, too, huh? And anybody who's tagged will jump for it, just like the poor girl here did. Oh, my friends, we're up against a phony giveaway. Somebody just calling people up and giving away death.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Anyone who has cooked French fried potatoes knows that the frying fat can be used again and again, but eventually this fat becomes contaminated and has to be replaced by fresh, clean fat. Oddly enough, something like that happens to the oil in your car's crankcase. You start out with fresh, clean oil, but after about 1,000 miles, the oil is apt to do more harm than good. That's because the oil, which has to protect hundreds of precision-fitted engine parts, is now contaminated by dirt, moisture, and grit. And that leaves you with a choice of two things. You can make the oil last longer, or you can make your car's engine life last longer. You can't do both. To play it safe and economical, have the crankcase drained every 1,000 miles. Ask for this car saver service at the same stations where you get Chevron Supreme gasoline, at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Yes, Tag, you're it, you're wealthy, and the lisping voice on the telephone really means that you've been selected for death. A fictitious giveaway, a contest, and you're the winner. At least that's what happened to Miss Dorothy Cheever. She went to collect on a chance at a mink and was shot. And earlier, a message came from Mrs. Oscar Pettyman promising a prize in the mail. And no sooner had she written her fear to you than she disappeared. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you'll have to agree with Lieutenant Riley, as back at the radio station, he puts it so mildly.
An absolute madman is calling up everybody, taking anybody's name from the phone book. And we'll never find Mrs. Pettyman. She'll probably walk into something just like the blonde did. Like everybody else.
Hey, wait a minute, listen.
You're welcome. Mr. Russell, you have won. Your name has been selected.
Hey,
You will just stay in
the
your
lisp.
office wherever you are.
So it
Your
wouldn't
private-
happen again, huh?
It's from this way, someplace.
Here, come on, in here.
All right, whoever you are, put up your hand.
Hey, what goes on?
Who are you? You were whispering just a second
Why
ago.
don't you ring the bell or not? Uh-oh. The law, huh?
Stand still, I said.
All right, now take it easy. I didn't do anything. Here.
Hello from Tag. You're it. You're...
See? Just a gadget. I like gadgets. I hate the work. Oh, I'm Russell, Johnny Russell, night engineer.
That was a record, you mean?
Where'd you get it?
Oh, the telephone. I'm too lazy to answer it. I'm out of the room for a minute. Telephone rings, goes on the tape. Listen.
Hello from Tag. You're it. You're wealthy, Mr. Russell. You have won. Your name has been selected. If you will just stay in your office wherever you are, your prize will come to you. We wish you happiness as a winner in our contest.
See? Came on my telephone a few minutes ago, I guess, Mr. Valentine. I stepped out for a second. Tape machine rig picked it up. So I'm tapped. So it's me.
Don't you have any idea who it could be?
Look, Detective, I'm a lazy guy. I don't like old women and dogs, but I don't know anybody wants to kill me for it. So, just hand me my coat there, friend. I'm on my way. Tell the boss and McMurphy...
Oh, no, you don't. Wait a minute.
Ouch! Hey, let go. And there we are. Smiling, the boy dropped dead. You don't think I'm going to stick around here, do you?
We'll find out what happens. I'll stay right with you, pal.
And wait for my prize to come, huh? I'm not that curious. I'm going to put as many miles between me and this place as
Then you get a bodyguard.
Huh?
Sergeant.
All the same by me.
Oh, janitor. Janitor, get the sergeant.
Stay here,
down
Angel.
there.
Well, McMurtry, huh?
Holy smoke. Hey, it could be me next, or you, or just anybody.
Oh, no, it couldn't. Say, it's quite a place Russell has here, isn't it? All these gadgets, pinups, hot plate for coffee, and this picture.
George.
Uh-huh. The blonde.
Yeah, Dorothy Cheever. Russell ran around with her once in a while.
Yeah, it all starts to tie together. Not the way I figured, but...
Well, she used to work here, you know.
Oh, no, we didn't.
Well, if you could call it that. She's not the working type, if you know what I mean. I took her out once or twice myself, but she's too rich for my blood.
Well, just what do you mean?
Well, don't misunderstand, but you know, ambitious. She wouldn't turn down a Duesenberg if you offered it to her. Out for the best she could get, you know. But that certainly wasn't Johnny here.
No, she liked men with more money. Like, FJH.
What, George?
Initials on the picture of the other guy. Bald-headed one back at her place, remember? Well, I wanted to see if F.J. Holman is bald.
Hey, now, look here, friend. The boss is all right. Sure, he dated Dorothy, so what? It's him, sure, but there's no love triangle.
Hey, Valentine!
George.
Yeah, hold it. Come on.
Busman's holiday, my friend. In a radio station. What do they listen to? Other radio stations.
Don't you understand? We found her, my sister-in-law. Bertie's all right. She ain't even halfway dead. Listen to her.
Well, I don't see anything to laugh at. Well, I don't. I answered the question right, didn't I?
Back to the microphone, please, Mrs. Spring.
Oh, excuse me. But I'm going to get a prize, ain't I? I mean, oh, my goodness, I'm so embarrassed.
Yeah. Told you what she's like. Might have known it. Ran out in McMurtry's program this afternoon because she remembered she had tickets to this one. She was just telling them over there.
Well, we'll have her under protection, too, Valentine.
Yeah. Told the audience her cat was sick. They laughed. Don't blame them. Piece of candy Bertie got in the mail yesterday.
What?
Huh?
Yeah.
What is all this? I'm so confused.
Well, apparently
I can't-
Mrs. Pettyman got a box of candy. That's what the package in the mail was yesterday. The award the Lisper sent her. But anyway, she's out of danger now. Like Russell is.
Hey, Riley. Take a look at Johnny Russell there.
What?
My arm. I can't move.
Get him to the hospital. Come on, lift him. Come on, step on it.
Fast as we can, sir.
George, his coat. That's what it was. He said ouch when he put it on, remember?
Let me see that. Yeah, you see that needle there hooked in the lining? You put on your coat, you get a scratch that you don't even notice. Oh, brother, how fast you have to work in this three-ring circus to keep people alive.
Mr. Holman's not in his office, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, well, never mind. Where are you going, Ansel?
I work for a living. What do you think? Instruction box says sweep Studio B. Well, janitor's hard paid.
All right.
George, I don't understand.
Well, take them one at a time, Brooksy. Mrs. Pettyman got her call first. In some kind of murder attempt through the mail. Candy or whatever it was.
Yeah.
The whole case got thrown in the open fast because her letter was read right out on the air for everybody to hear. But in the meantime, Dorothy Cheever had got her call and had been killed. Then Johnny Russell. You see, Angel, the murderer was working against time, making mistakes, because it was really going too fast for him, too.
George, they're tied together, though. I mean, the blonde...
Well, they've all been around here in the studio, sure. The blonde, Johnny Russell, even Mrs. Pettyman, always snooping around trying to get free broadcast tickets, remember?
Who's going to be next? I mean, what's the pattern? A killer like that doesn't stop.
Wait a minute, hold it. What's the matter, Ansel?
I just happened to think Studio B isn't being used tonight. It's a spare down in the basement with a reserve switchboard.
What?
Yeah.
Supposed to sweep it out for a broadcast, you said.
The note told me to do it. It was in the instruction box. Just a type note. Only now it's not there.
Ansel, you're the janitor. You see everything that goes on around here. Logically, you'd be the next person that...
Hey, Brooksy, get Riley back here. I'm going to be the next person.
What?
Yeah, stay up here, Ansel. I'll take a look at Studio B for you. Record storage, music library, phone booths. Ah, here we are. Oh, it's a pretty good-sized studio. What? All right, come on now. Turn them on. Turn the lights on. Come on now. There's a master board around here someplace.
What's the matter? Can't you see?
Look, it's too late to play games, friend. Put your lip back in shape.
Where am I? Yes, where am I? You can't tell in the dark, can you? Where am I?
Oh, now, look for the love.
Music stands set up for an orchestra. Did you hurt yourself?
Not half as much as you're going to be, friend. Have a music stand yourself.
You only struck the piano.
All right, now look. You're wasting your time, Buster. I know who you are.
Is that so? And I know who you are, too. You're not that stupid janitor, Ansel, are you? You're Mr. Valentine.
Oh, great. Oh, what a smart boy. Smart as anything.
That was a sound effects board, Mr. Valentine. Thunder, bells, anything you want. But no one upstairs will hear it, you know. It's a radio studio. It's soundproof.
Yeah, radio studio.
Uh-huh.
Great place to work in. What happened? Did you get fired or something? They pick on you? Come on, tell me. I know where you are. You haven't moved, so you're still somewhere by the big control switchboard.
Mr. Valentine.
Look, now, I won't hurt you. Yeah, I'm on your side. In fact, I'm almost on you. Hey, let go of that gun. Get away from those switches. Hey,
The wrong switch, Mr. Valentine.
No, what a madhouse. No, you don't, Buster. Get away. I'll get the lights. Get over there.
And I still have the gun.
Well. Hello, Ansel. You couldn't shoot me in the dark, could you?
You guessed who I was.
It wasn't a guess, Buster. You made a mistake. But skip that part of it. I'm on your side. Forget it.
Of course you're on my side. But I was fired. You guessed that.
Fired? After 20 years of service?
Holman said I should rest. But I work for a living. I'm not like the others.
Yeah, I know. The girl who was out for everything she could get without working for it. Johnny Russell, he's that type, too. And Bertie, always looking for a free prize someplace.
Stop looking past my shoulder. I'm not going to turn around. The workers wounded. And I work. And I get fired.
Are you going to kill Holman, too, the boss?
Lots of people I'm going to kill. Parasites who toil not.
Sure.
Yeah.
Upstairs, you pulled that gag to get me down here. It was going too fast for you, wasn't it? Holman was out, and you had to have time for him.
You understand, don't you? You're in the way.
Now, look, Ansel, you know this is all in your imagination. Those people you tried to kill are all right. Holman's all right. I know too much, but I'm not so bad either.
Shut up!
Why don't you lisp like you did in the phone calls? That was your mistake, you know.
I don't make mistakes.
You're the first one who told me about the lisp. And you pretended you'd taken the first call from that voice. You said you remembered every word. Hello from Tag. You're rich. You're wealthy. If you look in the mail today, you'll find you're a winner. We hope you enjoy your award. Friend, in that entire message, there's not a single S for anybody to lisp on.
For the last time, look at me. Now! And look at the gun! You can't fool me. There's no one behind me. I locked that door when I followed you in here. What difference does it make what I say? I've worked all my life. Every penny I've made because I worked.
Sure, that's right, friend. This is a radio.
I'm going to kill you, and no one will ever know that it was I.
No one's ever going to know what. Let me tell you just one thing, mister. It's just what I've been staring at. One of those switches we hit. Maybe lots of people will know about you, friend.
Mr. Valentine.
Now, you listen to me. Now, I don't know what it means. You could tell me. But right behind you, back there over the door, there's a big red sign that's all lit up. Yeah, look at it. In great big red letters, it says, "On the air."
What? No, this studio
That's
is...
all, sucker!
Well, Ansel was always strange. Mr. Holman told you that. He'd saved enough money. He didn't need the job.
I wouldn't try to explain him.
Of course, I never paid much attention to him.
We know you were busy all the time doing what Ansel didn't like.
I beg your pardon. There's nothing wrong with contests, is there? With a bit of skill and a bit of luck?
Oh, no. We just...
You can't tell me there's anything to any of those ideas he had. A madman like that, a man who'd kill people.
No. I like puzzles myself. You're perfectly right. Now, there's no excuse for him. He's locked up where he should have been long ago.
Oh. Well, I just wondered, that's all. Because, you see, I just heard about another contest.
Uh-oh.
They're going to give away the most beautiful prizes. And it ain't really getting something for nothing either. Because it's a mystery quiz. And I thought if you'd give me some help, Mr. Valentine,
That's all,
I might
Betsy.
even...
This is where we came in. Good night, Bertie. We're going to a movie.
Yes, George, to the Tivoli.
Why the Tivoli?
We're giving away a set of dishes.
Oh.
The last place in the world for gum is in the gasoline you use in your car. That's because gummy gasoline raises Cain with the fuel line, the carburetor, and spark plugs, cuts down your car's power, and makes it logy when it should be peppy. The fact is, most raw gasolines contain impurities that form gum. The only way to get rid of those impurities is to refine them out. That's why Chevron Supreme is so good to your car. It's the gasoline that's super refined to prevent power-robbing gum. And it gives all the qualities in careful balance that your car needs for every driving condition throughout the West. This proper balancing means faster starting, faster pickup, smoother power on hills. So for supreme performance and plus mileage, depend on super refined, balanced Chevron Supreme. Ask for it where they keep a watchful check on your engine oil at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer is Lieutenant Riley, and Jack Bailey appeared as Hal McMurtry. Pat McGinn was heard as Ansel, Bill Boucher as Holman, Martha Wentworth as Mrs. Pettyman, and Anthony Barrett as Russell. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The House That Jack Built, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, my name is Lacey Jack. Yeah, Jack is the surname. I always have to explain that. As a boy, I never appreciated that handle Lacey in the front, but I got over it. We change, don't we, as time goes by? Do a lot of things different. Mr. Valentine, for the first time in my life, I'm going to be really different and ask for help. I need you tonight. If you'll meet me at the club casino at 11 o'clock, you and Miss Brooks, I'll explain to you what it is.
The man likes to just sit and look, Brooksy. What's the matter? Take you half an hour to size people up?
No.
We don't even really know who you are.
No, I know you don't. Mother died when I was 7 or 8. She was a mess, but can you imagine anybody, even on 5 cents a bucket beer, hanging a name like Lacey on a board?
Friend, it's a nice nightclub, but let's get
Hold
down...
it, will you? Excuse me, this is it here.
What?
The girl, the singer.
What about her, Mr. Jack?
What do you think?
I was alone. Nice looking. You don't mind a few extra circles under the eyes?
Needs fattening up is all.
Oh, brother, I give up. Come on, Brooksy, let's drink the champagne.
What do you think about the way she sings?
You want my opinion?
You've been around a lot. She's a little inexperienced, I guess.
Oh, brother, that does it. Did you get us all the way here just to get an opinion on some little blonde you've got your eye on?
I want to know, Mr. Valentine. I must know.
All right, so I'll tell you. In a word, she'd be a great dressmaker's dummy. Fall for her, I don't care. Only when it comes to her singing, excuse me, but I'm afraid I don't get it. In fact, why a fancy place like this would even hire somebody who can't...
George, she's not as bad as that.
Well, just asking. I can't carry a tune in a bucket myself. I guess you're right. That's not the important part. Her name is Lila. She's my sister.
So Daddy has friends. Imagine Daddy with friends. Has he drunk his champagne like a real nice friend, Miss Brooks?
Lila always kids a lot. You mustn't mind her.
Oh, shut up. How'd you like my applause? All people with one arm. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Lila, how's it, baby? It was great, kid. You got a great talent. You got a great...
Hello, Joe.
Huh? Oh, Lacey. Nice to see you. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Daddy's got friends, all right. Isn't my brother the most impressive, important man
Take it
that
easy,
you
Lila. Mr. Valentine,
that you ever met for the first time in your life?
Hey, where have I seen that guy Joe before?
That's not important.
Oh, not like Daddy. So drink your champagne, stranger, and do not
Waiter,
ask
bring me
any...
the bill, William.
Mr. Jack, I said,
You
where
don't
have
have to be a friend, Valentine. You've got a job tonight. I'm hiring you. Now we start, and that's good enough.
Yes, sir.
Oh, here. Take it out of this.
Oh, no, Mr. Jack. Compliments to the house. I'm sure the owner wouldn't want me to give you a bill.
Go on. I don't want anything free. Now take it.
Oh, no, indeed. No, sir. Really. Compliments to the house.
George, no wonder I keep my job.
Well, you coming, Valentine, Miss Brooks?
Yes, we're coming. Don't wave that money at me yet. But at least you've hired my curiosity.
We're all going home, to our place. Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks are going to stay with you tonight, Lila, so come on.
What? Why? What are you going to do?
Now, please, Lila, do what I say. Just tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm coming. Whatever you say, Lacey. And this is the house that Jack built.
It's a nice-looking apartment.
Hiya, Lacey.
Hello, kid. You see a good movie? This is the rest of the family, the brother. Miss Brooks, and this is Mr. Valentine.
Hello.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
Hiya.
His name is Mickey, and he's the best halfback in town.
Ha ha.
Second string, he means. Gosh, he's the one who could have played ball.
Huh?
He's twice as fast as I am at everything, and he's still in better condition than most of them.
I got him fooled, you see. Come on, Valentine, in here.
And there's no fool like an old...
Oh, shut up. What's your trouble tonight?
Just keep them apart, Miss Brooks. They're all right. Just kids is all in here.
So, you're the daddy around here, huh? The house that Jack built.
Skip it. I'm sorry I've stalled so long. I just wanted you to meet them. I'm going out now. I'll be back in an hour.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold it. My job isn't babysitting.
There's a gun in the desk drawer if you need it.
What?
Job really starts when I get back. Lila is worried about me, that's all. I'm running cross town to see a man in a boarding house on Commercial Street.
Hey, wait a minute, Buster. I said I don't...
Credentials. There they are. I'm a writer, Mr. Valentine. I write about crime.
Oh?
I'm ready to blow the lid off this town.
Oh, wow. Special deputy, DA's office.
Mm-hmm. There's a big shot or two the police can't get because they don't have facts. The man I'm going to see has them. We'll go over that when I come back.
That man in the nightclub, the one named Joe who knew you, works for one of those big shots. Yeah, that's where I've seen him before, in police lineups. He works for Duke Averson, right?
Well, he's not the one I'm seeing. Joe, I mean. There's nothing on Averson, is there? Maybe we'll get something. Who knows? Only now I've got to get my car out of the garage before the night man
Mr.
leaves.
Jack, I'm not going to...
It's a dangerous game I play, Mr. Valentine. I told you I need your help. There's too many wrong people loose. Sure, I know people. And they know me. So I don't want anything to happen to the kids in there. Do you?
No.
Well, that's the idea. Now, you can get the gun out of the desk later on, I guess. And you don't have to worry about me any because I carry another one myself. Right here, you see?
Yeah, I noticed.
You play it straight, and I will. Always have, all my life. Be back in an hour.
What a pile of stuff that was. Lila, where's your telephone?
Oh, it's there on the coffee table. Has a long cord.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Won't I do instead?
Oh, you do fine. Keep it up. I like it.
Oh, I got a great talent, sure.
George, what's the matter?
Everything. Now, Brooksy, get over there and talk to the boy. Keep him busy.
Well, who are you going to call?
Lieutenant Riley, go on.
Sure, George.
Well, you played that pretty well, Lila. Better than you sing.
Well, I like you, too.
Friendly, that's me. Say, why do they keep you at that club? What's it got to do with your brother Lacey?
He got me started. I earn $200 a week. Should I complain?
That's not what I meant. Who is your brother that they're so anxious to please? Won't even take his money, but won't talk to either. Makes them all look nervous.
You've never heard of him, Mr. Valentine. Nobody has. He's nobody. Hey, listen to this.
Has he ever done any writing in his life?
What?
Ever worked at the DA's office, special deputy?
Oh, you jerk.
No, not a sucker either.
I'm sorry. What are you doing?
Who is your brother, really, Lila? Why don't you like him? Why are other people afraid of him? Oh, hello. This is George Valentine. Give me Lieutenant Riley.
Huh?
Yeah, sure, I'll wait.
Well, it won't do you any good, Mr. Valentine. They don't know anything. Nobody does. And nobody ever tells anybody...
I'll get it, sis. Hey, Uncle Mark.
Hello there, halfback. Your sister home and Lacey? Thought you might like to come upstairs, join a little party.
Lieutenant Riley
No
speaking
arguments,
to you,
no
Valentine.
arguments. We'll keep you in training on ginger
George, why
ale.
did you hang up on Lieutenant Riley?
What about it, Lila? Thought you might like to have a little fun today. Wow. Hello.
Hello. Come in.
Your face is familiar, young man.
So is yours.
I don't recall a name. I only stopped by to ask the three jacks upstairs for a
Well, I
little
recall
party.
yours. So, you live in the same building, Uncle Mark.
Well, not really his uncle. Short for Marmaduke. Hideous, isn't it? Old friend, that's all.
Short for Duke. Duke Averson. Well, I'm really impressed, Mr. Averson. This is the real big time. And I guess you're the biggest crooked wheel of them all, aren't you? Still rolling, at least.
Don't be rude, young man.
Well, Lacey isn't here. He went out a second ago to see a man in a rooming house.
Oh, is that so? I didn't know.
I'll bet you did know. You're not surprised.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. I'm giving a party, young man. That's all I care about. And Lila, my dear, whenever you send these people home, come on up. Join us. Or bring them along. I don't care.
George, what on earth is going
Haven't
on?
you figured it, Angel? We're on top of a powder keg.
And there is the dog that chases the cat, that worries the rat, that lives in the house.
Lila, does your brother work for Averson? Who's the rat in that poem? Lacey? Is he really one of Duke's thugs?
Mister, my brother's all right. He's straight.
Take it easy, Mickey.
And so is Duke. You just don't know him. He's a nice guy.
Oh, sure. So nice that people who cross him end up dead. Only the police can ever prove it. You move in a great circle.
Lacey's no rat. He's straight. You can't say that about...
Uncle Mar of all the...
Leave him alone. He doesn't know anything.
Do you?
Why did Lacey get you in the first place? Why did
We're
you
going to
come
find that out when Riley gets here.
What? Hey, let
And
go.
don't argue. He wants the two of you protected. Maybe he was telling that much of the truth. Here, Brooksy, the gun's for you. Now, Riley's probably in a lather because I hung up on him. So get him back. Get him over here. You won't have any more trouble.
Oh, George, where are you
To
going?
blow the lid off this town. The house that Jack built, it's made out of straw. It's falling down. I don't know why. But I will if I can get down to Commercial Street in time to stop a murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When your car acts as if it had taken a sleeping pill instead of giving all the pep and power it was designed to give, it may be the fault of gummy gasoline. That's because most raw gasolines contain impurities that form power-robbing gum. And the only way those impurities can be got rid of is by refining. That's where Chevron Supreme gasoline comes to the rescue. It's super refined to prevent engine-sticking gum. Remember that next time you buy gasoline. It is carefully balanced to give your car superior performance under every driving condition and wherever you motor in the West. Properly balanced Chevron Supreme gives you plus mileage, too. Why not try it tomorrow? Ask for it where you can depend on careful battery inspection. That's at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The house that Jack built. Lacey Jack, a strange man that you've never heard of before, but that other people seem to be afraid of. A man who apparently works for Duke Averson, whom the police have been trying to get for years. But why would such a man hire you? If your name is George Valentine, you know this is one case where you'll probably never have all the answers. But you also know that tonight there is a chance to blow the lid off this town, as Lacey himself put it a few minutes ago before he left. And as you hurry downstairs to your own car, you know that if 2 and 2 make 4, your first job is to stop a murder.
Hey, you! Hey!
Almost clipped my fender there.
Lacey, I thought you'd be halfway across town by now.
Night man was off duty. I had to find my car in the garage myself. I thought I told you to stay with the kids.
Take it easy, take it easy. A police lieutenant I know will be there any second. Nothing's going to happen to him.
Policeman?
Oh, I know. He won't find out any more than I have. Hey, you got your family well trained. When I talk about you, they keep their mouths shut.
There's nothing on anybody, Valentine.
Oh, sure, I know. Particularly on you. You're the member of Averson's gang nobody's ever heard about. You're not popular like the others.
All right.
But a few people who know seem to want to do you favors. You smile, and even a thug like Joe gets nervous. You say you got to work tonight, and your sister gets nervous.
All right. So I hired you under false pretenses.
Sure, and you're late for an appointment, aren't you? A little guy in a rooming house on Commercial Street.
Mr. Valentine,
who knows something about the big shots, about Averson, maybe.
You could never even have...
For several years, the enemies of Duke Averson, the guys who know things, who might be squealers, have had a habit of dying. Only nobody ever gets caught. There's never any evidence.
Now, don't try to
I'm
tell
just
me...
saying I've figured you out, Lacey. No wonder you don't have any friends. It's high-priced, specialized work, isn't it? But it must be lonesome work, too. Like being a hangman. Only all out by yourself, way on the other side of the black fence, like being a private executioner.
Now, you think I'm a killer, is that it, Mr. Valentine? Oh, you should learn to move faster. How do you think I stayed alive in the business so long?
Hey, where is this? feel?
Hang your head down between your legs a minute. You'll feel better.
Oh, brother. You know all the tricks, don't you? Lightning Lacey, Billy the Kid. Fast on the draw, fast on the rabbit punch.
Advice, that's all.
How many men have you killed, Lacey, huh? Must be quite a life. St. Peter will say to you, "What did you do, my friend?" And then you'll say...
Never mind. Keep your hand off that car door.
Oh, I know. You're the expert, all right. Lila is a mess on account of what you are. But Mickey, just because you're not the usual type rat, says you're straight, thinks you're a big hero.
Oh.
Well, lost your temper, huh? That's a big weakness in a guy like you.
I'm not mad. You just talk too much.
3157 Commercial Street, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, this is it. It'll be easier if you come with me. And don't get any ideas. It's well prepared. 3 other boarders. They all work night shift. Landlady's gone.
Great. What's this guy's name?
I don't know. Whitey something. Comes from Detroit.
You don't even know his name.
He's been pointed out. The young kid down on his luck.
Just a kid. Only Avison says get him and you go to work while the rest of the boys have a party for an alibi. What's this Whitey got on the big boy, anyway?
You waste your time asking me things. I'm here.
Oh, sure, I know. You don't squeal. You're straight. Nice, honest, loyal guy. Well, how do you know for sure this Whitey's a squealer? Just a new kid from Detroit, he knows something or saw something? Well, how does that prove that
Shut
he's
up.
the guy...
Yeah, who is it? Who is it? All right, I'm coming.
Get back in there. Why do you...
It's all right, both of you. Nobody's hurt.
Faster every time, aren't you?
What is this? I saw the two of you coming up outside. What's going on?
I'm from Avison. Here, take this.
Huh? What do you mean?
It's $1,000, and I'm a sucker. There's a plane leaves for Canada, 4 a.m., direct connection. Be on it.
Wait a minute. I don't want to go to Canada. I'm not...
Be on it, I said. And when you get there, whatever it is you know, forget it. You understand me? Just shut up and disappear.
Yeah. All right. Whatever you say. I'll go.
Well, Valentine, you see how wrong you can be?
All right, so you didn't. So you are playing a dangerous game tonight, so you're going soft.
There's the apartment house.
Soft in the head. Sure, the house that Jack built. You get orders to kill and you don't. That makes a big, noble guy out of you.
Lights are on in the apartment, so the kids are all right. We'll take the back elevator.
Oh, yeah, sure. The Penthouse Express, where the big guy lives and gives parties.
I've always played it that way. Duke and I were kids together.
Oh, you were kids together, huh? Oh, I wouldn't expect you to do any squealing. That's the code, isn't it? For a loyal man whose only vice is he kills people, who even his own friends are afraid of like a rattlesnake.
Lay off.
What happened?
Saw it yourself, Duke. This guy's been on my tail all evening.
Yes, said Valentine. How on earth
He picked me up in the nightclub. He's been glued tight ever since.
But what did you do
Well, I
about...
couldn't rub off that Whitey kid from Detroit for you, could I? With him hanging around, you saw that yourself.
But Lacey, look here, that Whitey...
I gave Whitey $1,000 and a ticket for Canada.
You what?
Valentine didn't even tumble. He stayed in the car. So now I can shake him. I bought myself a ticket for the same plane.
Oh, it's pretty good. So it happens in Canada instead of Commercial Street. Yes. Good work, Lacey. Whitey's a squealer. We can't afford to let him live.
I guess I'll be going then.
No, you've got time. Stick around. It's a good party. Old time's sake. Girls, bring my pal Lacey a drink.
Valentine, what are you doing with that phone?
I just want Lieutenant Riley up here.
Can't even come in without a warrant. There's nothing to search for or find either. This is the big time, Detective.
Now, look, Lacey, I've stuck around because you're going to give Avison to Riley on a silver platter.
What?
You're going to squeal. Come on, hurry it up, Alfred.
I am what, you dumb stupid?
Easy now. Maybe that's how you can make some of it up. You and your code. You owe it to me, if nothing else, because I saved your life.
What did you say?
Yeah, that's right. You think you hired me so you'd have an excuse for not killing Whitey, an excuse to run away. Well, if I hadn't been with you tonight, it's you who'd be dead by now.
Oh, you're crazy. Now cut it out.
We'll get the truth out of Whitey. And I don't mean he's a squealer either.
Oh, Valentine.
Oh, that's right. Get mad now. Show me the muscles in your head. You know what I'm saying is true. There wasn't a soul in that rooming house. It was a perfect setup both ways. And did you see how surprised the Duke looked when you walked in? Yeah, he expected Whitey, not you.
I don't believe it. That's not true.
I dived for Whitey to knock him down. I bumped his chest. He was packing a gun.
You think I've gone soft? Afraid to kill, huh? Well, I'll
Why
show
don't
you.
you face it, Lacey? Who's more dangerous to Duke Avison than a guy who's gone soft like you have? Oh, no. No, you're not going to pull that trigger. You know it's true yourself. You're a has-been now, and anybody around you could see it. That Whitey you were supposed to kill, he's Avison's new executioner. Tonight, if I hadn't been there, you'd have walked straight into it.
Oh, go on. I know what side of the fence I'm on. For me, it's simple now. I just had... The elevator.
Yeah, that's right. My friend Riley, maybe. The telephone's still off the hook, see?
You dirty... Whitey.
So long, Lacey. Have a nice sleep.
You were right, Valentine. So Whitey came up to report to get me, but he couldn't have done it in the first place. Not fast enough, did you see?
Don't brag yet, Lacey. You're half as dead as he is.
Duke and me, kids together. Why did he hire that guy?
Why did you kill people?
My brother Mickey thinks I'm straight. He doesn't know much, but he'd never get over it if he thought I was a squealer.
You mean you'd lose your last friend?
Yeah.
I saw what Lila thinks of you. You'd be all alone then, wouldn't you? You're scared.
I'll talk. I'm a squealer. I want Mickey to know that, Valentine. I'll tell you about Avison. We'll blow the lid off this town. Believe me, he's it.
All right, put your hands up. That's it. Valentine, you stand over there.
And you drop that gun, Mr. Avison.
Well, of course. Hello, Lieutenant. I just heard the shooting. I came out here to find out what...
I know. I heard it from the front elevator.
Oh, welcome to the party, Riley. But get a secretary quick. It's not going to last long. Hey, come on, Lacey. Come on. Wake up. Snap out of it.
He's dying. Can't you see it? What can he say? Lacey and I are old friends, that's all. Huh. And if you try to go to court...
Oh,
with
shut
that-
up, Avison.
He's right. Nothing I can say now do any good against him. There's never any proof. Oh, Valentine, besides, I'm straight, see. You can't get him. I'm too washed up even to squeal. Only...
Keep away from that gun.
Get out of the way, you suckers!
Look out, stop him. Lacey, don't do it!
All right, killer. You got him all right. You blew the lid off the town, all right. You killed the Duke. Only now drop that... Uh-oh.
Yeah, Riley, you're wasting your breath, all right. The killer's always too fast for us. He's dead.
He was a heel, wasn't he?
That's right, Mickey.
He was a rat like all the rest of them. In a pinch, he'd turn on anybody. He was no more straight than a...
Oh, stop that blubbering. You always knew what he was like. Why don't you admit it? You hated him yourself. You just don't know it
Take
yet.
it easy, Lila.
Well, grow up like I have. Talking football. Gee, ain't he fast? My wonderful brother I'm so loyal to. Sure. That's the trick. Say, this is the dog that chased the cat, that worried the rat, that... Come on, Mickey. We gotta buy some flowers for the funeral.
Yeah, Lila.
Oh, George, they're so lost.
I know it, Brooksy. So is Lacey. But maybe they won't be now.
But Lacey wasn't really a squealer.
Should I tell Mickey that? When Lacey himself practically told me how he wanted it. Said he'd lose his last friend in Mickey if the kid thought he went against the code, against loyalty. Well, the kid'll be all right now.
Lacey really wanted to disillusion Mickey. Well, he couldn't have been such a bad person. Certainly the way he died.
Brooksy, he was a heel. He lived that way, he died that way. Let's just say he could see better than anybody else what a mess of a place it really was. How it had to be torn down. That house that Jack built.
Did you know that today's automobiles need 40% more battery power than the cars of 10 years ago? That's because of the added electrical equipment. On most cars a decade ago, the battery took care of the starter and the lights, and that was all. Now the battery has to furnish power for the radio, heater, and other accessories, as well as for the starter and all the extra lights. To avoid trouble, have your car's battery checked regularly at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station. Here they do a speedy job right at the pump block. Make sure that battery water is at the proper level, the terminal clamps are clean and tight, and that your battery has a high enough charge. And don't forget, frosty weather will be here all too soon. That's another good reason for having your battery inspected tomorrow. While you're there, get a tank full of Chevron Supreme, the gasoline that's super refined to give your car smoother and more powerful performance than ever before. Make it a date tomorrow at your independent Chevron gas station or your standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer is Lieutenant Riley. Larry Dobkin was heard as Jack, Vivi Janis as Lilith, Eddie Firestone as Mickey, Ken Christie as Duke, Dan O'Herlihy as Whitey, and Dick Ryan as the captain. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Spider and the Fly, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I don't believe in intruding on anyone. I believe that few as they are, the scattered residents of Oakview County are among the nicest people in the world, particularly to me, a newcomer in the past fortnight, a woman alone. But, oh, Mr. Valentine, I also believe that never in my life have I been so frightened and upset as I have by my very next-door neighbors. The strange people who hide behind the walls of the Barker estate. Now, please understand me. I can smile when people refuse to speak, when they put up bars and signs and sick their dogs on me. But when they nearly cause my death because they've torn up my whole road for the sake of secrecy, believe you me, the little worm turns. I'm so mad I could slit a throat from ear to ear. And you're the one who's going to help me to do it.
But Mrs. Ponsonby,
Ring their
it would
bell.
be...
You'll see. I'll wait in the car. Go on.
Look, we barely got here, and your letter didn't explain
As
what
for directions, that's good enough. Say anything. You'll find out as much as I have. I never actually see them. Go on.
But what's the point of
Why
talking...
should I tell you things when I can show you in 1 minute? Ring the bell. You'll see what kind of a place it is.
Oh, for the love of... All right, Mrs. Ponsonby. Come on, Brooksy.
Sure, George.
You'll see. Yes, you will.
Oh, I wonder if she ever stops talking.
Ponsonby? Wonder what she wants us to see. It's quite a wall around the place, huh? The Barker estate.
It's funny. Not in the country like this.
What do you want?
Oh, just some directions.
There are signs out on the road, aren't there? I'm busy.
We understand there's a little town by the name of Oakview.
There are signs, I said. Excuse me. 6.5 miles, next turn to the right. Only don't go bothering people.
Oh, Brooksy, isn't that a beautiful place in there? Yeah, and look at the roses that
Just
are...
a cottage, that's all.
Well, that's what I mean. It's not nearly as gloomy or big as you might expect from the fence and the property.
Town of Oakview is 6.5 miles, next turn to the right. It's a honeymoon cottage. Can I shut the gate now?
Honeymoon? So that's it. Lady, we should be excused.
Honeymooners, of course. No wonder they want privacy.
People
George.
want to be left alone. That's all. Now go on, both of you. Get out of here.
All right, don't wave your soup spoon. And you can tell the bashful bride and groom to give you a gold star. You make a real effective guardian of the gate. Peace and goodwill. Goodbye, lady.
Thank you, and goodbye to you. And don't worry, I won't tell anyone anything. I'm not hired help.
What?
Huh?
I said thank you. I am the bride.
Spider, that's what they always called her, and she looks like one, too. That hatchet face, those gawky arms and legs. Name's Emmy.
Just a minute, Mary. You see, Mary's lived around here for years, Mr. Valentine. She's my cook.
Spider. Yes, indeed, the Spider. I remember...
Just a minute, please, both of you. Now, look, I deal in facts, Mrs. Ponsonby, not gossip. Now, you forced me into offending this Emmy, so...
Well, don't you think she's offended me? Didn't she you?
Emmy Gunwaller, that's her name. Though heaven only knows what it is now, calling herself a bride.
Oh, I've seen what he looks like, Mary. He's a short, fat man, about as sour-looking as she is. Groom, can you imagine? I saw him from the road driving back by the pasture, and...
For the last time, Mrs. Ponsonby, stop it, please. Now, listen. You're mad at your neighbors because they did something to a road, nearly caused your death, you said.
Well,
but
my car did skid where they'd torn it up.
only if it's the road I saw coming back from there, I'd say you don't have any kick coming. It's on their property.
Go on, Mary. Tell him about Emmy. Speak your piece. Go on.
Well, that Emmy Gunwaller, that Spider, she owns that Barker estate now. And 10 years ago, young man, she came here absolutely penniless.
All right, so what? Is it any of our business if she...
Absolutely penniless. And from the poor branch of the Barker family. She was taken in by Francis Barker. And the Spider was her bosom friend. Yes, she took a spider to her bosom. And I remember...
Slow down, will you?
I remember once hearing that Emmy come right out and say she'd get that house, yes, and the Barker money. And then people wouldn't poke fun at her anymore, being an old maid so ugly. Well, we all thought the laugh would be on Emmy. And she'd finally be thrown out as she should have been. Because poor little Frances, they said, was going to find herself a husband.
Just a minute,
A
please.
lovely, tall man from England named Frederick. And the Spider was soft on him, too, only it was Frances, of course, who won out. But then what? Nobody knows.
All I know is...
Whatever became of Frances and her husband? 10 years later, here's the Spider saying she owns the place.
Do you understand what became of the real owners of that place? What is the secret the ones there now are so careful about? What did the Spider Emmy do to that girl who took her in 10 years ago? Well, Mr. Valentine, don't you think somebody should find out?
All right, I'll go calling again, Mrs. Ponsonby. And this time I'll stay long enough to clean up this curiosity.
George, for heaven's sake, here we are, but what can you say? We've got no business intruding on these
Brooksy,
people.
look, I am here to tell this Emmy woman she'd better look out for her neighbors. Ponsonby and her old cook and probably every other gossip. They're the ones to look out for. I'm here to warn this poor thing and then go on home.
Try to tell them we don't want any callers, Amy.
Please, we were very rude before. We only came to apologize. I'm Miss Brooks. This is Mr. Valentine. Your husband here didn't understand. We only wanted...
What? Did you hear what? Her husband?
This is Jeffrey Barker. Jeffrey is my cousin.
Oh, I see. Well, some of your neighbors had assumed.
I can imagine. A woman my age and the way I look.
Yeah, and the way I look, I suppose, eh? The short, fat groom. Cousin, I'm her gardener, that's all, Mr. Valentine. Her gardener. The poor branch of the family. Oh, how do you do?
Mr. Barker?
Yeah, Barker, huh? The same name as the people who used to own this place, isn't it? Wasn't there a Miss Frances Barker who...
Mr. Valentine, I think you should meet my husband.
Oh, well, really, it isn't necessary.
He hasn't been feeling very well. Oh, yes, it's important you should meet him. I can imagine what's being said. Frederick, where are you?
Frederick?
Yes, dear. Yes, Emmy. Right here. What is it? I was just smoking in the dark.
Some people, dear. Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yes, pleasure, I'm sure.
Hello.
I haven't had a chance to get out much. Such a sinus. Neighbors, are you? Sit down.
I wanted to show you off, darling. The man that I'm hiding. The fly. The fly that I caught. Yes, here we are, the spider and the fly.
Emmy, dear, for heaven's sake.
My husband's name is Frederick Lunsford, from England originally, more than 10 years ago.
Emmy, really, my dear, a total stranger.
Never mind, Mr. Lunsford, I understand. You want us to notice his name, that he's the same man who married Frances Barker 10 years ago.
I want you to notice everything. You're here now, the first people. You're inside, and I want you to be satisfied.
Mrs. Lunsford, what do you... Oh.
Yeah. Requiescat in pace. 1909, 1941.
Frances Barker Lunsford. Tombstone.
Well, a memorial, yes, my first wife.
It's Frances. She's been dead for more than 9 years.
Uh-huh. Well, you know why I'm here, don't you? I came to tell you that your neighbors had hired me to find out your secrets. But you know that already.
I came back and I married my dearest friend's husband. I used to live here and people didn't like me. I used to say horrible things because I didn't like them either. It's 1950, not 40. I used to say I wanted this house. I used to say I wanted Frederick. And now I've got them both because Frances is dead.
Oh, look, Mrs. Lunsford, I don't want to know all of your
There's
life.
been no one here in the years between because Frances died just after they were married and Frederick went away. But we met again, he and I, just this spring. Oh, yes, all my secrets, Mr. Valentine, for you to tell that sentimental, gushy snoop who was with you in the car this afternoon. The juicy gossip, all of it, once and for all, because we want to be left alone forever. Forever.
Emmy, you're embarrassing these people. It's absurd. No one need know anything.
Mrs. Lunsford, we certainly won't.
I'm sorry, Freddie.
It's been difficult for Emmy. Frances was her best friend. I never realized, but Emmy even carried a torch for me. Stupid thing, but it's all 10 years ago. We are quite different people. Quite happy, and for heaven's sake, wouldn't somebody like a drink?
You see what a nice fly I caught. Yes, darling, I'm too serious. They'll have a drink with us, and then we'll never be bothered again. We've told all our secrets, haven't we? We can close the gates now.
I say, whatever in
Come
the
on.
name of...
George, it's Mrs. Ponsonby over here.
Yeah, here we are. Now, what happened?
I didn't even know where I was.
George,
came
help
to-
her up. She must have fallen.
Well, what did you do? Follow us over here to snoop some more?
No.
Blood. Look at her cheek, George.
No, I came to, I tell you. I was lying here.
You what?
I came here to wait for you, but something happened. Something struck me. I opened my eyes, and I was lying there in the road. And I screamed.
Hey, the side of your cheek, your jaw.
Car. You must have been hit by a car.
No, it was so dark. I heard a step. I remember that. And then I turned, and I was hit. And that's all I know. I told you things happen here. I told you there's something wrong around this place. It isn't just gossip. Why, where is everyone else? Somebody must have wanted to kill me, Mr. Valentine.
Come on, Mrs. Ponsonby. You might be right. Only that jaw. Let's take you back inside and have
George,
it. Yeah.
they closed the gates right in our face.
We'll never know the secret now, will we? Somebody tried to kill me, but the spider and the fly closed the gate. The spider and the fly.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. You may have been driving a car for years without ever hearing of the SAE. Those letters stand for the Society of Automotive Engineers, men who establish rigid standards for many parts of your car. Take the battery, for example. The Engineering Society requires that all new batteries come up to its standard for a life test, for ampere-hour capacity, and for zero starting ability. Now, if you want a battery that's built for long, powerful service, get an Atlas battery. It surpasses all those requirements set up by the Society of Automotive Engineers. An Atlas heavy-duty battery gives you 31% more starting punch in zero weather, 12% greater capacity to keep your car's electrical equipment working, and it has 89% more life cycles. Why not ask about a new Atlas battery tomorrow? Ask for it where you can get super refined, properly balanced Chevron Supreme gasoline. That's at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The spider and the fly. Two newlyweds, two honeymooners, two middle-aged people, Emmy and Frederick. And the whole country neighborhood of Oakview is curious. Why are these people so unwilling to allow anyone behind the high fence that surrounds their estate? So unwilling right now to assist you when you found Mrs. Ponsonby struck down near the road by the gate. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you don't think much of your gossipy, curious client, but you know it's time you found your own explanation, so you consult the local banker.
They're a strange couple, Mr. Rames.
Yeah, she's a bitter, nasty woman at times, that Emmy. Or used to be. But Spider, it was just a joke.
Well, apparently Emmy's been very badly hurt by the townspeople.
Well, I don't laugh at her. Haven't seen her for years. She's just sort of, left-footed. But a financial fool, I can tell you that much. Doesn't bank here anymore.
Financial fool. She managed to get control of that estate, didn't she?
Yeah. You've been listening to that cousin, Jeffrey Barker. Yeah, he thinks he should have gotten it. Distant relative.
I was thinking about Lunsford. He was Francis' husband. Why didn't he get the estate?
You dig deep just to find out why a woman got hit in the road. Well, you won't find out much. There's nothing wrong at that cottage. The place belonged to Francis Barker. Lunsford inherited the bulk of the estate, but not that house. Now, that went back to the family. Went through several relatives. Finally, this spring, Emmy got it. Now, there was no conniving, just a roundabout family inheritance. Funny part of it is, in the meantime, Lunsford lost most of his money from Francis.
How'd you know that?
Newspapers. He'd been married in between times, you know. Some Spanish girl back east. Had to pay alimony, that's all.
No, I didn't know.
No, it's not important. Except to show you it's Emmy who's the rich one now, and quite legitimate.
Uh-huh. By the way, how did Francis Barker die back in 1941?
Search me. County clerk says there's no record.
But there's a tombstone out there. At the house.
Memorial, that's all. Yeah, I've seen it. Emmy put that up. Her dearest friend, you know. But Francis died someplace else, I guess. I don't know.
Now, look, Mr. Valentine, I have no reason to investigate
Sheriff,
it.
Mrs. Ponsonby was slugged by somebody out there.
Well, Emmy, husband, gardener, none of them know anything. And the most likely thing is it was just some prowler.
Sheriff, do you know how Francis Barker died?
What, that? Way back at... Oh, no. Search me.
Did you know Emmy herself in those days?
Ugly, ineffectual, pathetic little woman. All bark, my friend. Really, no bite.
Have you ever met Lunsford?
Oh, yes. She's down at the river early one morning. Was in swimming. She's lucky to get him. Seems like a nice fella.
My wife says Emmy's plenty lucky. A tall, good-looking Britisher and all. Well, any more deep, dark questions?
Yeah. If you hadn't been feeling well, if your sinuses had been bothering you, would you sneak out for an early morning swim in a damp, cold river?
Would I? For the love of Pete, Valentine.
Skip
what
it,
do you-
Sheriff. I'll run down the rest of this case by myself. Now I know how to do it. Well, the gate's open, so let's walk right in.
Last night I saw a car drive out. Miss Brooks was reading, and I noticed through the window across the field.
You know, you notice everything, don't you, Mrs.
I
Ponson?
don't know what you mean. I certainly don't know why you dragged me back over here where that spider...
I think you do, Mrs. Ponsonby.
What?
Yeah, that spider stuff you throw around isn't very nice. In my opinion, Ugly Emmy is a very tragic person.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
And you, on the other hand, have been a phony from the word go.
What?
Yeah, that's right. I'm on her side now.
A phony? But I was struck by somebody. You don't think...
Nobody could hit you in the face like that without you seeing who it was. I never believed that story of yours in the first place.
Why, Mr. Valentine...
Yes, you could have had a fight with someone out here while we were inside waiting to see Emmy.
Sure. And remember something else, Angel. Bright Eyes here moved to this area only a couple of weeks ago, after the honeymooners had come. Suppose she followed
Stop
somebody.
it. Wait. You're not giving me a chance
Mrs.
to...
Ponsonby, you're not very bright. You were crazy enough to believe some gossip and think we might nail something on Emmy for you. You're not unattractive, sentimental, a little desperate, past 40.
35.
And he's worth trying to get, isn't he? George, of course it's Frederick Lunsford who...
Hey, the door's open.
I told you I saw a car leaving last night.
Oh. Oh, there's smoke coming out of the chimney.
Oh, there's somebody here, all right. Mr. Lunsford. Hello there.
Why don't you tell us, Mr. Ponsonby? Is it all as simple as you trying to get a man away from a woman, only he wanted to keep out of sight from you
Hey,
for
hold
some...
it, Brooksy. No, it's simple, all right, but not...
Look here.
Huh? What is it?
It's a note.
Yeah. It says, Jeffrey, in case we're not here when you get back, don't worry. Frederick says we may have to go away for a few days on business. Something has come up, or may come up, I don't quite understand, but don't worry. Signed, Emmy.
They've gone, both of them.
The spider and the fly. Don't you get the setup yet, Angel? Yeah, the big handsome guy and the little ugly woman. But she's lonesome and rich. And his first wife was rich when he married her. And in between, there was a Spanish girl, another wife. Sure, he's the one who's the spider. Emmy,
I don't know
she's-
what he is. I don't care. They've gone now, and that's all there is to it. Even if I've been foolish, it doesn't... What's the matter?
I'm just thinking about something.
Mr. Valentine.
It's warm outside this morning, isn't it? Only in here, it's even warmer. And if they've gone, then wouldn't... And that smoke. Yeah, come on. It's from the furnace.
Oh, no. Oh, George.
The fire's down, but it's been going all night. And look, there's a buckle, part steel. Even it's bent down from all the... And look, this silver filigree, it's a brooch.
No.
Emmy's brooch. Yeah, and here's her wedding ring. All right, Mrs. Ponsonby. Come on, snap out of it. This is no time to faint, sister. Come on. Oh, look, take care of her, Brooksy. I want to get the sheriff on the phone as fast as I can.
A door slammed. Outside door, back. George, hurry.
What is this? There's nobody. Oh, there he is. Hey, what is this? The study? All right, Buster. Mr. Barker.
Get your hands off me. Tarnation.
What are you doing here and going through that...
Going through an empty wall safe. I saw Emmy's note in the front hall. The doors were open. I thought I'd better check.
Check on what?
Well, Emmy and Fred, they've got a lot of negotiable stuff they kept in here. Rearranging finances or something. Too deep for me. Seemed kind of crazy, her having so much cash around.
Oh, no. Every trick of the trade staring us right in the face.
Huh?
Sure. Of course it's all gone. Probably miles by this time. Only where have you been, Buster?
Oh, the city. Stayed all night. Always do for shopping once a week. But, hey, why is the furnace on at a time like this? Emmy.
Come here.
No, I can see, Mr. Valentine. There's a gas blower in that furnace, too, you know. He never told me he'd had it put in.
All the tricks, all the tricks. Sure, this was planned a long time ago, friend.
10 years ago.
What?
Well, I mean, when Francis died, he must have...
Yeah, go on.
Well, him and Francis went to South America on their honeymoon. There was something funny about it. She took sick and died of cholera, he said. Nobody could argue. He sent back her ashes.
Well, from here on, it's a manhunt, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so, Brooksy. You all right now, Mrs. Ponsonby? Now that it's too late, are you going to tell us what you know about Bluebeard?
Yes, I'm all right. Perfectly all right.
George, wait a minute. That door we heard slam.
Oh, sure, Angel. That was just...
But it was an outside door, and Mr. Barker said he'd come in the front way, didn't he, through an open door?
Hey.
So it was somebody else. Lunsford can't be far away yet,
He
George.
doesn't have a car. Barker was using it.
I thought it was funny he didn't wait for the fire to die down.
My car's outside. There's open fields. He'd have
Hey,
to...
quick, give me those keys.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Running across...
I saw him. Hang on.
Through the fence. He'll get into that underbrush. We won't be able to...
The river's on the other side of it, isn't it? Oh, he wants to swim. All right. Sit still, sister. I'll get him.
Sit still yourself.
Huh?
He's in that brush there someplace.
Hey, wait a minute, lady. Where did you get that gun? What in the name of heaven are
I'm
you...
all the things you said I am. A fool. A stupid woman who chased after a man. Who tried to make you find something bad about the other woman who had him. I love Frederick. I couldn't help it. Nobody can help it. Every woman he
Look,
meets...
sister, this is no time for all
I
this...
told him that on the road last night, and he hit me. No, don't move. I'm another one of his wives, Mr. Valentine. Oh, separated, yes, or divorced, I don't know. None of his women even know. They all trust him like that poor, stupid Emmy. None of his wives. I don't know how many there are. Maybe the police do. The ones that are alive.
Mrs. Ponsonby, get hold of yourself, will you? That guy's in there.
I never believed he'd actually hurt anyone. He took my money, yes, but I didn't care about that, and I tried not to wonder about a Spanish girl who died on her honeymoon.
What?
Yes, and then when you finally found out what had happened to Francis, it's my fault, don't you understand? Emmy's my fault. I could have stopped it. The same thing over and over, but poor, stupid Emmy I could have saved. Don't you see? It's my fault. And I called her a spider.
Mrs. Ponsonby. Mrs. Ponsonby.
Don't touch me. Look out. Valentine, I'm going to get him out of there. Nobody else is going to touch him until he's dead.
All right, you've got the gun. Maybe you could have prevented a tragedy, so... Only before you get hurt yourself, you'd better pull the safety off of that... That's all right. Nobody's hurt. Stay there.
Let me. He'll run.
No, he won't.
He's right there in the brush. He'll kill you. Be careful.
Don't worry.
Be careful.
Now, don't worry. I'm all right. In here someplace. I'll take care of it. Nobody will be hurt. This tragedy's already prevented. Yeah, I can see you in there all right. Come on now. Come on, stand up. Never mind pulling the hat down. I can see you now. Frederick's clothes don't fit you too well. So come on out, Emmy.
He's dead. I killed him. I waited all these years, and I killed him.
George, that poor thing. All those years.
Yeah. Well, I suppose she loved him too, Brooksy. But she figured out what had really happened to Francis, I guess. And, yeah, pretty bitter revenge, wasn't it? Ashes for ashes.
To wait until she could get money, until she could get him. Could make him believe that she was just another soft-hearted sucker.
Yeah, well, she laid it on a little thick, all that wanting to be alone and old Frederick Deere stuff she told us, remember?
But how did you know he was the one who'd been murdered, George?
Well, an old maid should have wanted to show off a husband.
Yes, but that
That
sort
and high school chemistry. Buckle was steel in it, in the furnace, remember? Been in that heat so long it actually changed shape.
Mm-hmm.
But a light gold ring and a silver filigree brooch. At last should have almost melted.
Oh, so they were thrown in later, after the body.
That's it, an afterthought. Probably just before we came into the house. Besides, he wouldn't throw those things in there at all. If he was killing her, he wouldn't want to leave anything that would point to what happened.
But she wanted them found, of course,
Mm-hmm.
like the note to explain her own absence that sounded as though Frederick were up to something. Like converting her money to negotiable things and taking
That's
them.
right. She might have gotten away with it if we hadn't got mixed up in it. Police would have been searching for him forever.
Oh, neat little web she spun, wasn't it?
No. He was the spider.
I don't know, George. Which is which?
You mean Bluebeard?
Mm-hmm. Or the Black Widow.
Maybe you've had the experience of buying a new car and then after a few months being pretty disappointed with the way it performs. It just doesn't have enough pep. It acts logy in stoplight traffic, and some of the steep hills are almost too much for it. Well, that can happen to any car on the road if it's using gummy gasoline. Most raw gasolines contain impurities that form power-robbing gum. Careful refining is the only way to get rid of those impurities. And that's why Chevron Supreme gasoline is super refined to prevent engine-sticking gum. Just try this super refined gasoline. And remember that Chevron Supreme has every quality your car demands for superior performance. It is perfectly balanced to meet every driving condition. Perfectly balanced to give you better going wherever you motor in the West and to give you plus mileage, too. Ask for Chevron Supreme where you can get competent battery inspection. That's at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Noreen Gamil was heard as Emmy, Lee Patrick as Mrs. Ponsonby, Eric Snowden as Frederick, Margaret Brayton as Mary, Larry Dobkin as Jeffrey, and Bill Boucher as Ames. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. A Visit from Merlin, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, perhaps you have heard my name, Arthur Thurston Renwick, or just the Renwick Collection of Medieval Art. I don't like violence or violent people, so you can imagine my shock at the following episode. A stranger, Mr. Valentine, and I am habitually kind to strangers, ventured into my somewhat unusual domain, Renwick Manor. A little man in a tattered coat. Due to certain circumstances, I was in the position of feeling it necessary to give him a small gift. But before I could complete this friendly gesture, the man halted me. He gave me a gift. It was a 10th century dagger, Mr. Valentine, stolen from my own precious collection. The dagger was covered with blood.
My husband isn't here, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Renwick.
This is certainly an unusual house you have. Oh, George, look. A real suit of armor.
Not my size.
Miss Brooks, it isn't a house. It's a castle. You should join my staff on dusting days. You'd find out. He built it on the ruins of some Spanish grandee's old fortress. That's why it's so English.
What?
Oh, don't mind me. You live out here on the ocean, buried in the Middle Ages, and about that far from civilization, with nobody to talk to but King Arthur and all those...
There seem to be plenty of people here now.
Visiting day, Thursday. My husband is a frustrated professor, and so the curious come in to track up the floors and pretend they're interested in his lectures.
Wait. There's a little man standing there. I'm sure he was. Short, tattered old coat. Right in there, behind you.
I didn't see him.
He was there. I'm sure he was. All of you. I'm sorry the tour is over. Excuse me, but the visiting hour is done. It's the hour when we lock the castle gate. I am nervous. This little strange man, he haunts me. But why? Why? And where did he disappear, Mr. Valentine? How?
Look, Mr. Renwick, I think you'd better start at the beginning and
You
tell
met
us...
my wife. She's sarcastic and complains, but we really get along quite well together. You've seen my house, my castle. It's strange. And you say I'm eccentric. And of course I am. The antiquarian. The man who ran away from the present.
So we see.
Miss Brooks. I think what I'm trying to tell you first is that despite all this worship of the past, the Middle Ages, I'm not crazy. A man with a love, yes. A man to be laughed at, no.
Nobody's laughing, Mr. Renwick. But this dagger
Now,
you talk
here's
about...
what happened. This is a very peaceful place, actually. My only regret is the lack of interest shown by other people in the gray, dusty part of the history that's my specialty. So you can imagine my reaction about 2 months ago when a man, one of the usual Thursday visitors, spoke up and corrected me on a point of English history, pre-Norman, of course. Well, I investigated. The man was quite correct.
That's the same little tattered man?
Yes, yes. And when he showed up again the following Thursday, I complimented him. He only shrugged his shoulders, went off snooping around some more, looking at everything. That's it. He only looks. He seems to want to study over everything I have, my entire collection.
Wait a minute, hold it a second, will you please? I did a little research myself. You have, right here in your house, several $100,000 worth of gems, early bracelets, crowns, that sort of
Mr.
thing.
Valentine, I may be eccentric, but I'm no fool. The gem collection is not in the house. It's in the keep. Yes, yes, real authentic stone walls over a dungeon, that sort of thing. But guarded by my own private guards, and they use the latest locks and latest guns, I assure you. Bonded men who've been with me for years, listed with the police so that not even they could get away with anything. No, it's not theft I'm afraid of.
But the dagger was stolen?
Yes, from this case, right here. But it's the man I'm afraid of, Mr. Valentine. You see, he came back and came back. The guards had several run-ins with him for trespassing. But he always had an excuse. Then finally one day he asked me for a job. The day I wrote you.
A job doing what?
Lecturing, Miss Brooks. He wanted to take my place as guide. Imagine. Well, his knowledge is sufficient. But of course I refused. But I was embarrassed. He has strange eyes. That's when I felt I might give him a gift. Perhaps get rid of him once and for all.
Only instead he handed you the dagger with blood on it.
I've never seen a man look so offended and angry, but only in his eyes. He said he belonged here. Here, I locked the dagger up in this cabinet. It's right.
It's empty.
Well, looks like he got it again, huh? You're sure this is where you...
Yes, I locked it up myself. But I'm not surprised. No. Why should I be surprised? He said I had gone too far. I had turned him out. I had collected too many treasures of the past. I'd lived to regret it.
Hey, wait a minute. What kind of a thing is this?
Mr. Valentine, I think I expected this. That it would disappear again.
You did?
I don't know what compelled me. Yesterday, as he left, I spoke one word. I said, Merlin.
You said what?
Merlin. You heard me. I called him that, and he smiled.
You mean Merlin, like the sorcerer at King Arthur's court?
Stop looking at me that way, both of you. We don't know what's possible. We haven't even scratched the surface of the Middle Ages, the superstitions, the beliefs. Of course, I don't think he's really Merlin. But he follows me. He watches me. Why? He's always here. Why? and his peculiar knowledge. Why? How? I tell you, it's right from the other.
Keep your shirt on, boss. We got him.
What?
Yeah, we got him, I tell you. The little squirt. Nobody in the crowd here today even noticed. He's in the town jail.
Jail?
Just a two-bit like fingerboy, that's all he is. So cool off. It's all over. You Valentine?
Yeah, that's all right.
Joe's my chief guard. But Joe, you shouldn't have...
He was in the crowd again, boss. You seen him. But he lifted one of them old salt shakers off of the mantel. And both of my boys seen that. Yeah. Pretty neat, huh? 6 months for theft. That'll keep Merlino out of your hair.
What?
Huh?
What did you call him?
Merlino. Says he's a member of the Magicians Union. How's that one for laughs? Oh, the boss is a nervous Nellie, that's all, Miss Brooks.
So I gather.
Here, only a couple of cells down this way. Nice to work for, you understand, but a little on the crackpot
This
side.
Merlino seems to have him scared pretty badly.
I don't know why the boss bothered you, though, Mr. Valentine. If I couldn't handle a guy like him with both hands tied behind my
Okay. I just want to talk to this guy.
Yeah, well, yeah. Here he is. This is where he was locked. He was
That
locked.
so? Where? I don't see anybody.
Now, Joe, cool off.
Yeah.
I didn't turn him loose, I tell you. I don't know how he could get out.
Oh, a great sheriff, you...
Joe, let me ask the question.
No, neither one of you are going to. I was home eating supper. You bring a man down here for me to lock up without charges or evidence. Don't blame me if he...
Without what?
Without evidence, he said.
Huh? What?
Yeah, here's Merlino now. Well, what's all the lather about? I guess I forgot to lock that cell door on you, huh?
No, you locked it. But I was hungry myself. I'm just on my way back.
Yeah, but if the sheriff locked the cell, how in the name of...
Please, young man. I just walked out. I'm a magician.
Is that so? Well, this time...
Lay off, Joe. Cut it out. Sheriff, you said there was no evidence. Clean that up, will you?
Well, we searched him when he got here. So did the guards. Just waiting to tell you, Joe. There wasn't any salt shaker on this guy.
What? But I seen him take it myself.
We searched, I tell you. There wasn't.
Of course, it's none of my business. I'm just a visitor in your town. Live at the boarding house, as I told you. Suppose I have been kind of a pest to Mr. Renwick. But if you ask me, Sheriff, if anyone is stealing out there, well, his guard here, he's the one I think you should serve.
What? Why, you little half...
Hold it, Joe. Easy.
What?
Oh, what's the matter?
What? Salt shaker. In my pocket.
All right, sleight of hand artist.
But I haven't been near him.
That's right, Valentine. He hasn't. Not even bringing him in.
I told the boss I'd get rid of you. I will. I'll show you some magic
Let
that'll...
go, no, stop it. No, you'll
Joe,
be
cut
sorry.
it out,
Stop
Joe.
You'll be sorry. Now, stop it.
I'll put rabbits in your hat. You can...
Cut it out. Cut it out. I'm the sheriff around here. Now beat it, all of you. Magicians, private cops. Go on. Get out. Get out of my hair. Well, there's your teletype, Mr. Valentine. I guess I'd better run the little guy out of town for him, but I kind of hate to. Landlady says he's real nice.
Depends on who you talk to, doesn't it? You don't suppose Mr. Renwick and his guards are trying to frame him for something, do you?
They're all crazy out there for my money.
Yeah, Chicago says he served a sentence once, small-time theft.
He didn't steal today, I'm sure of that.
They say he worked carnivals in the Midwest for a while.
Why is he here? Oh, George, it's getting late.
Yeah, come on.
You want me to go back out to the house with you?
Well, if he wouldn't just shrug his shoulders and walk off like that, it's Merlino I'd like to talk to.
Sheriff! Mr. Valentine, Sheriff!
Mr. Renwick!
What's the matter? What's happened?
He got it. He got every bit. It's gone.
What's gone? Hey, stop shaking. What are you
The
talking
gem collection, the bracelets, jewelry. Melino's taken everything.
Oh, brother. I thought that place was impregnable.
So did I. But not against a man like him. I told you.
Take it easy, will you? There's nothing supernatural about...
Yeah, the gems were off in that crazy stone place you call the Keep, weren't they?
He said I owned too many things from the past. He warned me I should have...
All right. Get back in the car. Come on, let's go. We'll find out what happened, and it won't be magic either.
Won't it? Mr. Valentine, I know how he managed it. My wife saw from her room upstairs, over the wall in the moonlight. Yes, I think we found that dagger again, too.
What?
She saw it and came running and screaming. Joe's body, up there, in the moonlight. with a medieval dagger in it.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. New RPM motor oil doubles engine life. That's right, doubles engine life in the toughest test a motor gets. What is this toughest test? Here's another first-hand report on new RPM to tell you. We take you now by transcription to California Research Corporation's laboratories at Richmond, California. The next voice you hear will be research engineer Primo Pinati.
After an intensive study of engines brought into repair garages for overhaul, we were able to determine the causes of engine wear. The next step was to decide on the conditions under which new motor oil formulas were to be tested. We wanted to develop our new oil under conditions simulating the toughest test an engine gets. Tonight, we are going to show you how we arrived at that decision. Ed Welshmeyer, senior engine operator, and Link Mers, engine mechanic, are ready with the test engine. Now here is research engineer Mark Savage, who will take over the story.
The engine you hear is equipped with a piston ring which we had specially treated at the Oak Ridge Atomic Plant. Soon you'll hear a Geiger counter clicking as it measures the amount of treated metal worn from the ring. The greater the wear, the faster that Geiger counter clicks. I see Mr. Pinati signaling the hot engine test is ready. Hot operation is the kind you get on long trips, highway motoring, and hill climbing, the kind most motorists believe to cause the greatest wear. But let's let that Geiger counter give us the facts. Hear those slow measured clicks? Not much wear taking place there. You are listening to the popular belief about hot operation being exploded. All right, now let's switch to a cold engine operation. This is the condition you have in your engine under normal, everyday short hops, stop-and-go driving, motoring through traffic. Hear that faster clicking? Yes, that's what we found. When it comes to engine wear, cold operation is the toughest test a motor gets.
And in the toughest test a motor gets, new RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Stop in for the new RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A man named Merlino, just a small-time magician, a smiling, limping little man who says he doesn't want to cause anyone any trouble. But he warned Mr. Renwick that the millionaire had collected too many valuable mementos of the past. Now, the most valuable ones have disappeared. And he warned the hot-headed guard named Joe not to try anything rough with him. But Joe did. And now the method of theft has been explained, for Mrs. Renwick has seen Joe's body. Joe has been stabbed.
It was just as plain as daylight. I went up to my room. I looked out. He was there on the roof.
Oh, what good does a guard do up on a roof, Mr. Renwick?
But the iron door down there is always kept locked.
I came running to find you as fast as I
George,
could.
how could Merlino get through the door and up here to stab the guard?
How does Merlin do anything?
The name's Merlino, Buster. Calm down, will you? Just show me where this body is.
It's right up there. You can see it.
All right, Mrs. Renwick. Get out of the way, please. Let me get through.
There. It's right. George.
Yeah. I don't see a body.
It was. I could see. I'm not lying. And the knife in the moonlight.
Disappeared. I'm not surprised. Merlin could easily...
Oh, stay where you are, all of you, will you? Pretty clumsy magic, I'd say. Here's the knife right here.
What? Let me see.
Stay where you are, will you? Yeah. Joe's body's disappeared, all right. But it must have been a hasty job. A good sorcerer would have wiped up the blood.
Valentine, the blood's Joe's, all right. Doctor says he's sure. There was a record of Joe's type in the files.
Okay, come on.
But where, George? Why would anyone move a body
Get
after
rid of
they...
the evidence, Miss Brooks.
But the knife was left behind.
No fingerprints, no
Hey,
nothing.
Mr. Renwick, come here, will you?
What is it?
My men are going to start searching your whole place.
They won't find anything.
Yeah, that fog coming in off the ocean, I know.
Look, Mr. Renwick, I think it's about time you and I stop this silly, superstitious...
Mr. Valentine, I don't want to sound like a fool. I don't want to believe such things. I don't.
But you think we'll never find the body and we'll never find Merlino again?
I know you won't. I can't help knowing it. He disappears, he makes things disappear. I know how it sounds, but he got what he came for. He carried out his threats.
You've been in the Middle Ages too long for... Look out, Angel.
Well, I'll be...
Hello there. Did someone call me? Call Merlina?
I said answer my questions.
Please, gentlemen. I don't know anything about bodies. Out of my line.
Oh, for Pete's sake, you admitted you were around here, didn't you?
Of course, of course. There are things here I'd like to steal, but not tonight. No, really, I haven't done anything. You've searched me, haven't you? No keys, no jewels. Ask my landlady. I was with her at the time this poor man was killed. I'm afraid if I did it, I've committed a perfect crime.
Hey, Sheriff! Sheriff, come here!
Well, spot of blood on the garage floor.
Yeah, and tire tracks.
Renwick says this is where they kept that farm truck.
Only now it's gone.
Where's Molino, Sheriff?
He's taken care of, don't worry.
The perfect crime, step one. Come on, let's go. Sure. Just ditched it in the woods, huh? Not so far from the house either, in a straight line.
Now, this is the truck, all right.
Here's the flashlight, George.
Okay, let me do this.
More blood, all right.
What?
Couple of little spots.
Yeah, only no body.
No, but there's room for it to have been carried there, right?
Sure. So from here we move on foot, backwards, back the way this truck came.
It's perfect, all right.
Oh, yeah, sure. There were the tracks in the road.
But they're in sand. I can't prove they're Merlinos.
Of course not. But they're deep. He was carrying something. They don't come back, so he probably walked back in the rocks. That's the fast way.
And this is the only place you can get down to the beach easily from the road, too. To this cove. Deep. Heavy tides. The perfect place, all right.
To carry a body, to throw it in the ocean.
Yeah.
It's a hard job to convict a man of murder without a body.
Well, you'll find other evidence. Merlino can't
Oh, yes, he can, Angel. Because what other evidence?
He even hinted at an alibi. Didn't you catch that?
Everything he's done is practically a confession. But you don't think we'll find fingerprints in that truck, do you?
But if he hid the things he stole somewhere around there,
You
then...
don't think we'll ever find them either, do you?
He's not supernatural.
I don't know what he is. Oh, come on. It's practically dawn. Let's go back. Maybe we can shake it out of him. A little better than my jail, huh? Part of the original old Spanish place. Regular dungeon for the Inquisition.
You have to climb down here now. I gave the sheriff my key when he locked him up, Mr. Valentine.
Damp earth floors. I hope he's got pneumonia by this time.
Here, I'll reach that. You seem a little calmer, Mr. Renwick.
I've been with the sheriff's men all night. Yes, I've about decided your perfect crime theory is correct.
Solid iron door. Oh, wait till you see the walls. Solid rock all the way around the cell. 6 feet thick and no windows.
Merlino,
Yeah, he's done it again. He's gone.
It's impossible. Everything he's done is impossible. A human being couldn't get out of there.
I had the only key myself. Valentine, for
He's
the
a cripple. He couldn't run very fast. Come on, let's get down to the beach before Merlin climbs back into the Middle Ages.
There he is, George.
Yeah, he's running.
Some cripple. Fakes everything, doesn't he?
Well, he's got a big head start tearing down the sand there.
In this fog?
George.
Lord, where is he?
He was at the end of the cove
He
there.
disappeared right into the fog and the water.
Come on, run. No, along the road, this way.
But Valentine...
Sure, Merlin's a ghost, all right. What's beyond this cove? Another one, isn't there?
Well, sure, you can't see it from above. Just a couple of 100 yards.
Well, better load your gun, then. This is no ghost we're after now.
Hey, there's a boat there on the beach.
Yeah, a little tiny one. Think one man could carry that, Sheriff?
Sure, easy.
So back at the other place, those heavy tracks could be made by a man carrying a boat instead of a body, huh?
George, what on earth are you driving at?
Brooksy, there hasn't been a single bit of magic performed tonight. It's all been illusion.
Says
Things
you.
are impossible. Okay, I believe it. They are impossible. You just turn the checkerboard around, look at the black squares instead of white.
Watch it. This is rock. You might slip.
George, now you're crazy.
Almost, but not quite. Now think back, Brooksy. Everything Merlin has done. Steal a dagger, plant a salt cellar on Joe, break loose from jail. Get at Joe on the roof, spill his blood. Then let Joe's body be seen and then make it disappear.
Wait. Wait, there he is. Coming out of the water.
Sure, of course. He swam around those rocks, that's all.
Stand still. He can't see us. He'll come this way to the boat.
That's right. But I better warn both of you. Don't be too surprised when you see it's Joe himself.
What?
Shh, here he comes.
Hey! Grab him! Look out for that gun!
Let go of that!
Oh, no, you don't!
Sakes. Every bit of the loot right there in the boat. Enough crowns for a whole chest.
Sure, for the big king here.
Shut up.
The bright boy who figured it all out. How to rob his boss without having all the bloodhounds in the world after him.
Okay, you got me. So what?
So I want some more. You hired Merlino, didn't you? To put the scare act into your boss. To set himself up as the man of mystery. To brag that he was out to rob him.
But, George, the murder, or what Mrs. Renwick thought was one, and the blood.
Oh,
and the
sure, Brooksy. That was the neat part. Joe knew her habits. When she'd be likely to look out and see him lying there playing dead. And he cut his finger, spilled some blood, maybe.
Too bad I didn't use yours instead.
Nice little trail of blood, yeah, Joe. So there'd be no doubt in anybody's mind that Joe the guard was dead. Nobody'd look further for the man with the loot. You and Merlino working together. And then he lets himself look like the suspect. But I'll bet in the final pinch, Merlino's alibi would have been perfect, Sheriff. He would have got off the hook, joined up with Bright Eyes here, and Renwick would have thought it was all magic.
I almost did myself.
George, if Joe did all that, well, he could have let Merlino out of that dungeon thing, too. I mean, chief guard, he'd still have a key.
The biggest impossible of all, yeah, sure. Only where's Merlino now? And why let out a guy whose story is all fixed, alibi and everything? And why do you suppose Joe here didn't leave hours ago in his little boat? That must have been the plan.
I don't know where Merlino is. I don't care.
Well, I do. It's the difference between a grand larceny rap and a bigger rap for murder.
What? Now, look, friend.
Only reason I can think of Joe sticking around is he liked the jewels all for himself. After all, he was dead. And Merlino could always disappear by magic.
I didn't touch him, I didn't.
It was risky getting down to that dungeon, Joe. But it would have been riskier bringing Merlino outside to kill him.
Oh, no, that's
And of
not
course,
so.
that was a quiet place. And nobody would ever think of looking under... Nice dirt floor, wasn't it, Joe?
No, I didn't.
Sheriff, I told you Merlin was a ghost. Maybe we better do some digging there before he puts a haunt on King Arthur's castle.
And there he was, Merlin, buried in the loose dirt in the floor of the castle.
Merlin. The name's Merlino, Brooksy.
Well.
And anyway, the story's all over. Oh, I don't blame you, though. I was always a sucker for that stuff, too. The knights and the charges.
I bet
and...
Mr. Renwick isn't, not anymore, I mean. I bet he takes up stamp collecting after this.
Oh, sell out to the British Museum. Yeah, King Arthur himself. You know, I always imagined myself as more of the Sir Gawain type.
What?
Yeah, well, as a kid, you know how kids are.
George, he was romantic. Gawain was the one who was always rescuing a damsel or making love to some maiden.
Oh, no, not always. He slew dragons. He sat at the round table and... Oh, what's the matter? What are you laughing at?
Oh, round table. Oh, I was just thinking. When it comes to romance, darling, you're more of a square.
Oh, great. Earlier Earlier in the broadcast, you heard California Research Corporation scientists explain the conditions under which engines show the greatest wear. Cold operation, the kind you have in your car during short hops, stop-and-go driving in traffic. In tests that simulate these conditions, new RPM motor oil was compared against the best conventional premium-type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. The results were amazing. New RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts. It maintains the low oil consumption of average engines twice as long. It's sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for new RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ted Osborne was heard as Renwick, Howard McNear as Merlino, Florence Ravenel, Mrs. Renwick, Ed Max as Joe, and Joe Duvall as the sheriff. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. It costs less to keep a boy out of trouble than to pay for his stay in reform school. It costs less to help a family now than to pay for a family breakup later. It costs less to prevent trouble, and that's what your community chest does. Community chest gifts make a big difference in dozens of ways. Give generously. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Angel's Grotto, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, you are fired. I know that's a clumsy way to put it, but I've been a nurse too many years to learn parlor diplomacy. Besides, you've been here at the Grotto farmhouse for almost a day now, and you haven't found anything. Not a single thing. Not that you should have. Perhaps I was just hysterical this morning when I called you out here. But now even the police seem to agree, don't they? Mr. Moraga's death last evening was an accident. Yes, an accident. And so much as I appreciate your coming to help, why should you stay on? Sincerely, Emily Flood.
Oh, Miss Flood. Miss Flood.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, here you are. We've been looking all over.
Did you get my note?
Yes, back at the house, but we wanted to...
I don't like it back there. I
Look,
came out
Miss Flood, I was a little surprised. After all, I've barely even had a chance to talk to you since we got here.
You see, there's very little factual evidence of any kind.
Here. Did you check here? There might have been fingerprints on the handrail that might show...
No, we checked all that. Best fingerprint man in the state found nothing to prove anything, not even on the wheelchair. No sign of a struggle.
He hated that wheelchair. Imagine a man only 45 who usually couldn't sit still for a minute having to spend 6 months in that thing. It was from a sailing accident. The bone wouldn't heal.
Uh-huh.
Most of the nurses were scared to death of him. But he liked me, because I wasn't good looking and I didn't have an eye on his purse. And he had told me about this grotto.
The Angel's Grotto. It's beautiful, isn't it? All that moss and the ferns.
Yes.
and-
I saw it first about the same time yesterday. I just brought him out from the train, and he had to come here first thing, even before supper.
Did you try to find the angel like we did?
Oh, it's just a legend. Indians who used to work at the mission across the ranch. An angel of stone, they say. Crossed by the waterfall, I guess.
Yeah. Only it's like all those things, huh? The face in clouds, the mountain shaped like a man's head. You can never really see it.
The angel of death. He used to come out here and just sit when he was a little boy, you know. It was all so different then, he said. The farm, I mean. Just a place in the woods. And an exciting, scary grotto for boys to tell stories about and dare each other to come close to the edge. They were lovely boys, I guess. Herman hadn't met the bottle and the blondes yet. And that whiny stepbrother who still lives here was just like the real brothers.
And John hadn't taken up sailing or broken hips, or even gone out to the city to build his steel mills to become the richest man in the state.
Why,
All been murdered.
Mr. Valentine.
All right, lady, we're sorry. We know you're upset. Anyway, there aren't any facts. But last night at supper, well, those guys aren't boys anymore, are they?
He hated his family. He said this was the last time he'd ever come back.
You want the rest of it? If you're going to fire me, you want my report, why I say murder?
Go on.
Well, you were there. You and he and the boys last night, remember? You were all sitting around the table.
No, I don't want to talk business tonight. I don't want to talk anything. I'm tired. Emily, have you done my unpacking yet?
Well, I thought as soon as supper is over, while you sit outside for a while.
Sure, your nurse will take care of things, John. Here, have another glass of wine. It's special.
No, I said.
Well, farm isn't business. I only waited till you came, John, to talk about buying a new tractor instead of riding.
Oh, for the love
Leave him alone, Jake. He's tired. Can't you hear what he
Well, I
said?
got a setter coming around tonight. Got to get out there, help her with the pups. I only thought if he could spare $1,000 or so.
Leave him alone. Jake, you'll just never understand us businessmen.
Well, farm's a farm. You can't operate on
Stop
that.
it, both of you, stop it. I came here for a one-day visit, that's all. That day starts tomorrow.
Oh, sure, Johnny, sure, we understand. I don't come out to the old place often myself, but a little reunion is different, huh?
No. I wish I'd stayed in Florida.
Don't blame you. All those classy nurses.
Please, Mr. Moraga.
Well, Johnny, I know the farm isn't very important anymore to you, but all I wanted to say was...
Oh, get out to your barn. Go be a midwife, whatever it is. Now, you nurse, see if you can't give the cook out there a hand with the dishes. I notice Mary's not as speedy as she used to be, Jake.
Stay where you are, Emily. Herman, for your information, I'm sick and tired of the steel business, too.
Huh?
You heard me, Mr. Vice President, in charge of gas and wind?
Oh.
Oh, yes. Get everybody out. Leave us brothers alone. Have some wine. You don't want to talk business, not old Herman. Herman, the diplomatic sponge. Well, I wrote you I'm going to retire, didn't I? In the prime of life, and why not? And that means for my family, too. I'm here to cut all strings at once. Lazy relative steel mills, old family homesteads, the works. I'm sick and tired of supporting a worthless bunch of...
Please, don't. You're tired. You'll upset yourself. You said everything could wait till tomorrow. Everything you have to say to him.
Yes. All right. I'm sorry, Emily. You two fellas. Wheelchair doesn't make a guy like me very friendly, but I mean it. I'm moving to Florida for good. Only... Well, we'll talk tomorrow, huh?
Sure, Johnny, sure. We understand.
No, you don't. You're going to work for a living, Herman. Well, what's the matter with you, Jake?
Huh?
Earn your own tractor. Me? I'm tougher than all of you, I guess. Well, what's the matter? Want to murder me or something? Well, come on. Say something.
Want to murder me or something? And then, Miss Flood, you brought John Moraga out in his wheelchair to sit in the evening air. And you went back to do the unpacking and clean up the dishes for Mary, the cook, who was out helping Jake. Brother Herman, he went to his room, so the testimony says, where he drank that wine all by himself. Jake, he came out and smoked a cigarette for a while with the impatient invalid. Then went to the barn and was busy for some time delivering a litter of puppies.
Your testimony is very complete, Mr. Valentine.
So what? So 10 o'clock, you came out to bring Mr. Moraga in for the night. And he was missing. Because around 9 o'clock, according to police reports, the doctors, his wheelchair parked here overlooking the grotto where you left him, got a little bit too close to the edge.
Look out, George! Oh. But there wasn't any evidence. You couldn't find anything.
No. No evidence to show whether the brakes just slipped and the wheelchair rolled over, or whether Mr. Moraga was pushed off the edge. 200 feet down to the rocks.
All those hatreds and everything, even motives. But everybody's story seemed to check.
Yeah, that's it. Nothing so far can be proved.
Mr. Valentine, you kicked that rock just now to see how I would react.
Maybe.
Well, I think you should understand there won't ever be any evidence. His death was an accident. I believe that now. So get out. Get out. Please, go away.
Johnny couldn't have been too surprised, Mr. Valentine. Said he saw the angel clear as death. Omen, I guess you'd call it. We smoked a cigarette together down there, you know, half hour before his death.
Surprised at what, Jake?
Huh? Well, the brake slipped on his chair, don't you think? You figure he was unconscious when it happened.
We don't even know that. Look, we're leaving. I only asked...
His own fault in one way. Had a fixation on that place, he did. Ought to be the devil's grotto, I always claimed. Or maybe we could blast the marble and make a quarry.
You see me, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, yes, Mr. Moraga. Look, Jake, do you mind...
Sure, Mr. Valentine, sure. Got to see about...
Mr. Moraga, testimony showed that last night your brother called you vice president in charge...
In charge of gas and wind. Yeah. Old Johnny was the only one had any brains or...
Are you part owner of the Moraga Steel Mills, or just a paid employee?
You mean am I just the boss's brother? Yeah. Yes, if you like.
Uh-huh. And now that he's dead,
Weren't you leaving, Mr. Valentine? Oh, no, don't get me wrong. Jake and I, we appreciate what you've done. But also we're tired of everybody looking cross-eyed at the guys who benefit. I should have told that nurse she was being officious to get you up here in the first place.
She was badly upset.
Well, so am I. Johnny was my brother. These little nurses get more conscientious the richer the patient is.
Oh, how dare you?
Mary, listen to me.
What in the name?
I will not, and I won't leave here until
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you, but you can't talk like that to me.
I'll talk any way I please. I've been here 15 years. I'll call you all the names I
Stop
can.
it, I said stop it.
All right, Nursey, now cut it out. Cut it out. What'd she do to you, Mary?
Huh? What'd she do?
Don't look at me that way.
Hey, easy, please.
Miss Flood. Know what she was up to, Mr. Moraga? She was firing me. Yes, she fired me.
You...
She.
You what? Now, look here, Miss Flood. You've been butting
Take it
in
easy,
and
will you? Here, Emily, you're all right.
It was the way she looked. The way she... I'm sorry, Mary. I didn't mean
You
to...
see, Mr. Moraga, I happened to overhear this young lady and a policeman
Please,
talking.
no.
You just found out the nurse is really a wife, eh, Mary?
What's that, George?
Just guessing. But it would explain why she could try to fire you, Mary. Why you laugh at the word miss. Not to mention some things John Moraga said last night. Or why just a nurse should be so curious and hire me
You
and
mean
try...
this mousy little flat-heeled...
Yes. We were married a week ago in Florida. I did tell the police, Mr. Valentine. I wanted to tell you, but I wanted to wait until... Oh, just because I'm his nurse and he was wealthy. Just because... Stop looking at me like that.
Nobody's looking any way they shouldn't.
I wondered what his big announcement today was going to be. What made that hot-headed sucker want to sell his business, cut us off, go gallivanting off?
Get out of here! Every one of you! This is my house now. Get out!
So you married a week and now he's dead.
Yes, he's dead. He's dead. Don't look that way. Can't you understand? I loved him, and he loved me.
Don't give me that.
Oh, I wish I were dead, too. Leave me alone, or I will be. I will be!
Yes. A good act.
Good act, Mr. Moraga? Are you changing your mind? I thought you were so sure your brother's death was an accident.
In just a moment, we will return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Tonight, we present another first-hand report on new RPM motor oil, the oil that doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Tonight, you'll go with our scientists test by test as they explore the chemistry of motor oils with a new atomic tool in search of the formula for new RPM. By special transcription now, we take you to the Richmond laboratories of California Research Corporation. The next voice you hear will be Senior Research Engineer H.F. Galindo.
The test engines you hear running in the background are equipped with piston rings, which we had specially treated at the Oak Ridge plant of the Atomic Energy Commission. Geiger counters connected to these engines measure the fine particles of treated metal worn from the atomic ring as that wear takes place. We're using rigid temperature controls to get exact simulation of the toughest engine wear conditions your car gets, the normal, everyday short hops, the stop-and-go traffic driving. We call it cold operation. Two of my colleagues, Harold Vick, engine operator, and Jess Sanders, lead engine mechanic, have filled the crankcase of each of our test engines with a different experimental motor oil formula. These experimental oils, by the way, are a few of the hundreds actually used during nearly 2 years of development. Now let's listen to the Geiger counters as they click off the performance of one of our earlier formulas compared with a recent one. Bear in mind that the slower the counter clicks, the less the wear that is taking place. No, that's too fast. Too much wear. That formula couldn't do the job. Now listen to this. It's slowed way down. Yes, that's it. Hear the very slow, measured clicking of the Geiger counter? That oil formula hit an all-time low count on wear rate. It's the one which eventually proved to be the best, the one which, after lots of road testing, we finally released as the new RPM.
The new RPM, an oil so superior that it doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. It's yours today at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Angel's Grotto, a place of great beauty, a place where a man fell 200 feet to his death on the rocks below. A man in a wheelchair sitting alone in the moonlight. But, according to the police, that death was an accident. There's no further reason for you to stay around. Still, if your name is George Valentine, well, what can you do except stall for time, pretend you can't start your car?
Say, look, Jake, is there some rope around here? I may need it when the mechanic comes to give me a tow.
Yeah, in the shed over there. Help yourself.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Get out of the way. Good idea. So that fool Emily won't hang herself. Ha! There's a good one.
Come on, Brooksy. Let the rest of them think we've gone. You realize how short our time is?
You mean what he just said about Emily? George, I want to go back in and
No,
talk to her.
Brooksy, we got to find evidence before somebody else gets murdered. Yeah, these are the tracks, all right, Brooksy. And here's where the wheelchair stood.
George, you and the police went over it inch by
Well,
inch.
Jake gave me an idea. He was wondering earlier if John Moraga was conscious when he fell, remember?
Yes.
Okay, now look, I'm John Moraga. I'm in a wheelchair, see, and I'm sitting here. I'm a strong guy.
Strong? George, John had been laid up for 6 months.
Well, that's not long enough to break down a dynamo like him. The point is, when he was sitting here, it would have been pretty hard to take him by surprise.
You mean somebody slugged him first,
I don't know. There's no sign of a struggle. Police thought he might have fallen asleep.
George, suppose he'd been drugged.
Huh?
I mean, remember that wine last night at
Oh,
supper?
yeah, I thought of that. But it's like everything else. Nothing left to show. Nothing left but the tracks of the two wheels here. And hey, Brooksy, look. They just go in practically a dead straight line all the way out to the edge and over. Okay, Brooksy, throw me that rope there.
Oh, George,
It's all
what
right
are you...
now. It's all right. This tree will hold me.
George.
Just take it easy, will you? There we are. This is one thing we didn't check.
But they combed every rock down below there.
When I kicked that rock loose this afternoon, remember what happened? It bounced. Okay, I'll find out what happened last night, and I won't bounce either. I hope. Hey, Brooksy. I can see the angel from down here. Yeah, it really does look like one, you know. Across by the...
George, your rope's twisting.
I'm all right. There's some stuff to hang on to here. Angel of death, huh?
I can't even see you anymore.
Brooksy.
What'd you say, George?
Hey, not so loud, will you? I was just looking down before. It's a watch.
What?
No. Piece of watch chain. Sure. He did hit here before he dropped to the rocks. I thought so. The way the cliff curves out, it's...
Don't go any farther. What if he did lose part of his watch chain? It doesn't tell you anything
Oh,
about...
doesn't it? Hooked on a little twig, some scrub trees here growing in a crevice. Well, you know, it doesn't have any bark. Yeah, that's right. 2 places here, no bark. I'll tell better in the daylight. But, Brooksy, there are kick marks, too. He grabbed here as he fell. Must have hung on for some time, several minutes maybe, before his strength gave out.
Somebody's coming, George.
Mayday. Hey, I called you, but I didn't hear you answer.
Well, I went to see George. Listen.
There's no what?
Well, it's gone now.
Okay, come on. Get this rope out of sight. Here, duck back here. In the bushes. Yeah, that's better.
Oh, George, I hate high places. You're crazy.
But I learned something, Brooksy. The fact he clung there proves John Moraga was conscious. He couldn't have grabbed on there unless he was perfectly all right when he went over.
He wasn't slugged, doped, anything.
Just pushed.
But those straight line tracks...
Well, I can think of a person he might have trusted. Never guess what was going to happen until the last minute.
Oh, George, any of them could have come down here without being seen. His shouts when he was hanging there wouldn't have been heard.
Oh, Brooksy, look, stop evading it. You know who I'm talking about. All those tears don't hide her motive.
George, I just can't believe that a girl would...
Yeah. You see what I see? Little Emily.
George, she's crying. That's what I heard before.
Yeah. Walking like she didn't know where she was.
George, she were dead, too. She was hysterical, but she said
I'm like Jake. I didn't take it
But
seriously.
she's going where we were. George, grab her.
No,
She's
no,
gonna...
stop.
Emily?
Oh, you startled me.
Oh? I didn't mean to.
It's Herman.
Beautiful night, isn't it?
Mr. Moraga.
What are you doing down here, anyway?
You know, don't you? Why do you ask?
Oh, well, I didn't believe a good-looking girl like you with her head on her shoulders would seriously think of carrying out a threat
You
like...
think I'm ugly. You said so. A stupid, flat-heeled nurse.
Uh-huh. Oh, well, really, it isn't
No,
anything...
stay where you are. I don't think there's room for both of us here, Mr. Moraga.
All right. All right.
I loved your brother. I loved John. I'm 35. I'm not pretty. I know what I am. But he loved me, too.
Now.
Please don't touch me. Don't come any closer.
Oh, it's all right. I know how you feel. It was an accident.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, just an accident, that's all.
I told you. Don't touch me.
Well...
You big bastard! You want right into it, didn't you?
Look out, my arm.
I've handled patients 10 times as tough as you are.
My arm. Look out, the edge is
Believe
right.
what I said, didn't you? Believed I'd come down here and be thinking of jumping when it's you who's going to go.
Come on, Brooksy, step on him. He's the one who's liable to be killed.
I'll see you!
Get back here, I said. Get back.
Let go of me!
Okay, sister.
Hey, what happened?
All right. Take it easy, all of you.
Good Lord, what's the matter with
She's all
her?
right, George. Let go. Leave me alone.
She would have killed me. She was trying to push me.
I know. We saw
We
it all.
thought it was going to be the other way around.
Oh?
It never occurred to me. She has the same motive for getting rid of you, Mr. Moraga. You're the only real brother. You're in her way, too.
Herman, for the love of Pete, what the crazy little fool...
I thought that she was...
Shove me. That's what she
All
tried
right,
to
will you
do.
please stop it? Yeah, that's right. We prevented a murder. Now I can prove it. Murder number 2.
Hey, did you find out something that...
Mr.
Lady,
Valentine.
will you stop crying for 1 minute, please? I didn't say you killed your husband. You didn't kill John Moraga.
George.
Emily, the tragedy we prevented tonight was you killing for vengeance because you thought the murder would never be solved.
Herman did it. I was sure.
The police couldn't find any clues for you, but you were like I was. You knew it had to be murder, and so you tricked Herman into following you down here. The only trouble was when you tried to take the law in your own hands, you picked the wrong person.
What?
Yeah, that's right. He didn't do it. He's demonstrated that pretty well right now, hasn't he? Only, what's your name, Cook? Mary?
Oh,
Did you ever see the angel?
did I... What?
Come on, the angel on the rocks. You've lived around here 15 years, you said. You've heard the legend.
Oh, that. No, I don't know what you're talking about.
There's no angel in the rocks, Valentine. That's just an old...
Yes, there is. Because I saw it. And John Moraga said he saw it, too.
Oh, no. No, he
After
didn't.
you left him down here, Emily, he supposedly said it while smoking a cigarette. With you, Jake.
Now, wait a minute. I never said anything.
Oh, yes, you did.
I remember it, George.
And that was your mistake. Because, Buster, that angel turns out to be a real angel of death. You can't see that rock formation from any place except halfway down a straight cliff. No wonder the Indians had a legend. So when could John possibly have seen it except when he was climbing down there after he'd been shoved, clinging there, hanging there? Why did John scream out that he saw the angel? Was he pleading with you to help him? And did you just stand there and laugh at him, Jake?
No, you're crazy. Me, I'm just a farmer. I don't...
Sure, you're a big, strong guy. And that's why the tracks of the wheelchair were nice and straight, Brooksy. A man strong enough could just tip it back, load and all, and give it a roll.
Now, you listen to me. I was up with that setter of mine. I was clean out in the barn. Mary helped me.
Mary, do you know what the penalty is for providing a false alibi in a murder case?
No, I don't even know what you're
You'd
talking...
better tell me fast, lady, how many of those puppies you delivered.
Mr. Valentine.
How much
you
of that
think-
2 hours Jake really spent with you in that barn?
Hey, get her. She's running.
No, we'll get her all right.
I don't believe anything that dumb old thing...
That's all, Jake.
Angel's grotto. And the angel really did solve it.
Well, Brooksy, the weak-kneed accomplice didn't help Jake much.
But Mary wasn't really mixed up in
But
it.
she started the ball rolling. Nothing else he could do but confess after that. I suppose she wanted to keep the farm as much as he did. And Moraga was going to take it away, sell everything.
And to think it all started with our being fired. Emily tried to do it the right way, George. She hired you to find evidence of what she thought had happened.
By woman's intuition. So, just on the basis of that, she tries to play angel of destruction, of vengeance.
It was crazy and wrong. But she loved John Moraga. Those tears were all true. She told us how much she loved him. First and only love of her life. I could tell. And he loved her just as much.
I know. Love, love, love. Hey, how come you're such an authority on the subject, Brooksy?
With you around, I'll be darned if I know.
Tonight, you heard firsthand how new RPM motor oil was developed years ahead of its time. Only the new atomic research tools of our scientists could make possible this remarkable motor oil progress. Here's what it means to you. Compared with the best of conventional premium type oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute, new RPM cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. It maintains the low oil consumption mileage of average engines twice as long, and it doubles protection against acid, corrosion, gummy carbon, and varnish. Stop in for new RPM, sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Jeanette Nolan was heard as Emily, Larry Dodkin as Herman, Bob Griffin as Jake, Bill Boucher as John, and Noreen Gamil as Mary. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Children who need neighborhood centers for places to play need your community chest contributions. Help keep youngsters off the streets, out of trouble. Give generously to your community chest. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Cause for Thanksgiving, another adventure of George Valentine.
Hello?
Dear Mr. Valentine.
What? Hello?
Quiet. I'm 10 years old.
Lieutenant Riley, is that you?
Well, it's not Tom Turkey. Listen, my friend.
You sure it's not? What's that 10-year-old stuff? Hey, you've been jumping the gun on the cranberry sauce?
All right. I'll say it straight. I'm phoning on behalf of a little boy 10 years old.
Well, that's better.
No, it's not. It's worse. Said little boy could no more write you a letter than he could hope to choke. I doubt if he can write.
What's the matter?
He can't talk either.
Huh?
You heard me. I said he can't talk. Oh, I don't mean there's anything wrong with him, or maybe there is. I don't know, but... Look, Valentine, get over here, will you, right away to my house?
Well, sure.
But I warn you, friend, this little boy never heard of Thanksgiving. If you're going to help him, you'd better bring your brass knuckles.
Where is he, Lieutenant?
Oh, Mrs. Riley's got him in there trying to coax him to eat. But the only time he'll take a bite is when she's turned her back.
Oh, is he? Where'd you get him?
One of the boys in my department picked him up early this morning at 3 a.m. on the waterfront, the warehouse lane.
Oh, I see. A little on the tough side, huh?
Oh, they all are down there, like a bunch of dirty seagulls and scavengers running loose. We can't even find out who he belongs to.
Maybe nobody. And only 10 years old.
Listen, this sergeant of mine in a squad car nearly runs him down. See, the kid was racing across the empty street, not even looking. Well, Mike gets out to help, naturally. The kid wasn't hurt, but he swung on him. He tried to get away, scared to death, and clawed and scratched. And then Mike realized the kid wasn't talking. Not a sound.
Now, that's the part I don't get. Clear it up, will you, Riley?
Well, Mike couldn't even find out where he lived, so we brought him in. My friends, that boy hasn't spoken one single solitary word since. Hardly a noise out of him. Oh, except maybe to cry a little. Only he stops that when you look at him.
But, Lieutenant, he's probably a mute.
Oh, 2 doctors were out from juvenile hall to look at him. One of them said the kid's faking, but they both agree there's nothing wrong with his vocal cords.
What's the other doctor say?
Psychic shock.
Oh, you mean he can't talk because of something that happened to him?
Well, they're not sure. They say it'll take time to be sure. I've arranged for the hall to take him over to try to find his family, if there is one, to feed him and...
But that takes time, like you say, days, weeks.
Now you get it, pal, and the doc says it'll help him a lot better if we could work fast. Because the most likely thing is that last night he saw something. Was mixed up in something that scared the blue blazes out of him, and he was running away.
A little before 3 a.m. last night, I saw something.
Yeah, but what? Nothing happened down there. Nothing was reported. My department can't just go bursting into a... Huh? Well, hello there, Sonny. Hello. You finally ate something, did you?
Such big eyes. He listens, but he doesn't listen.
Yeah. Come on in here, son. Come on. These are friends of mine, see? Ah, now, wait a minute. Don't jump like that. I'm not going to bite you. Come on in here
Skip it, Riley. What time is it?
Huh?
1:45, George.
Oh, good. Hey, look, kid, how about coming with me? I've got an extra ticket to the big football game. Well, get you to meet Big Mike Marilewski, the All-American. Maybe you can even sit on the bench with the team, huh?
George, he's just more frightened. He's crying.
You see? You can't get him interested in anything.
But a boy in a football game? I think the doctors are...
Oh, it's Thanksgiving. I mean, a kid belongs in somebody's home on Thanksgiving. Well, are you going to just sit there, Valentine?
I know, Softy. I know. We've got work to do and fast. Come on, Brooksy, take the kid's hand. We're going to go straight at this, at the waterfront. Warehouse Lane. Great place.
Plenty of freighters tied up, but no people.
Ship chandlers. Hey, you must have spent some time around there, haven't you, kid? How about the candy store?
You're wasting your time, George. He just seems to get more and more tense.
Yeah. Well, this is where he was picked up, right here.
Oh, relax, honey. Don't just sit there
Running
and look...
from right to left, so he must have come from this way. Okay, let's move on a little. Cobblestones by the empty warehouse, huh?
George, look at him. It's this direction, all right. George, look out for that boy in the street.
He's driving on the right side of the street, jerk nose.
Ooh, lovely neighborhood. I wonder if that boy would know anything about our friend here.
Hey, that's an idea. Wait a second. Hey, you, Shorty.
Oh, you want to argue about it? Yeah, jerk nose.
Come here, you.
Hey, let go of me.
Hey, Shorty. Shorty, wait.
George, come here. I'm having an awful time holding.
Oh, look, kid. Kid, stop it, will you?
He wants to run, too, George.
Yeah, now easy. That's better. Yeah, he'll get away from us if I try to catch up with that Shorty. Look, Brooksy, look. There's a settlement house over there at Murphy's. You know him. Take the kid over there and wait for me, will you?
Sure, George. Maybe they'll know something about
I
it.
doubt it. 3 a.m. last night. But farther out there on the pier is where it happened, whatever it was. So me, I'm going to take it on foot by myself.
Hey, look out!
All right, Shorty, I got you this time.
Get your paws off, jerk nose!
Cut it out.
Get
Now, cut it out. I just want to ask you something. You know that other kid I had back in the car there? You know his name?
I never seen him before. I ain't done nothing.
What's your name?
I don't know. Let go.
You kids running loose out here by the ships last night?
I was up on the moon eating cheese. Let me go.
Oh, brother, great tribe, aren't you? Stick together. Never tell anybody anything. Oh, now, look, kid, I'm not a cop or anything. I just want to find...
Hang on to him. Hang on to him there. Don't let him loose.
Oh, no, you don't, Shorty. I got you.
Don't let him loose.
There we are. Hold him and let me go through his pockets.
Hey, wait a minute there, Skipper. What are you talking
Box
about?
of cigars. Left him out on deck. Stolen.
I didn't steal all
He hasn't got anything.
No, he's too big anyway. You're not the one.
Not what? Go on, Shorty. Get out of here. You no help.
I told you, jerk nose. Yeah.
Water rats. Same the world all over. All the same. Good cigars, too. First mate, give them to me so I'd let him stay uptown.
Wait a minute, Skipper. Wait a minute. Were you looking for another kid?
No. Yes.
Something stolen last night, you mean, huh? During the night?
Cigars? No, this afternoon, a few minutes ago. Come up like rats open the horses. I tell you, it's awful. Marseille, it was my last port. Same thing, same the world over. Nobody stops them, nobody can stop them. Kids.
Hey, wait a minute, Skipper. This your ship tied up here?
Yeah. Leaky old tub full of potatoes. Frenchmen like potatoes.
Uh-huh. Looks about ready to sail. Were you here last night?
What are you peddling? Dope, punch boards, cheap liquor?
No, listen, will you? You have trouble with kids getting aboard, huh?
Characters like you in every port, too. Dock loafers. Always got a deal. Sure, I have trouble. That's the customs pier watchman. Nobody can stop them. You see those big rat guards? Right over them like monkeys.
Uh-huh. Did some kids get aboard your ship last night?
No. Now stop pestering me.
Are you sure? Around 3 a.m.?
Fight was on the pier, not the ship.
What fight?
Oh, ask the pier watchman. He's the one spreading the story. Couple of bums, I guess. I don't know. My old deck watch was sound asleep, of course.
You didn't see it?
No. Yeah, I don't know. Woke me up. I yelled, shut up, out of my porthole, went back to sleep.
Hello there, Skipper. Wait. I'm so glad to catch you.
Huh?
Oh, what now? A sailor comes ashore.
I'm just going to take a minute. It's about a woman, you see. Oh, that I see, and so nice. But right now, I want to
Get what I mean? Dock loafers all trying to sell something. Now it's telephone numbers. Go on, Baldy, get out of here.
Wait a minute. I've seen this guy before.
Well, it's not mutual. Skip, if you just listen
His name's Salvori, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I've seen him in lineups. Are you around here last night?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, it's a great neighborhood. Salvori, the big operator. Last trip he was here selling raffle tickets for a three-wheeled automobile.
Oh, but Skipper, listen.
Thanksgiving, they say. Well, thanks and good night. You pester him. I'm going backwards.
Yeah.
Hey.
Look at that, will you? Is that what you wanted to see us about, Salvori? That crowd down at the pier?
Something's happening.
No. I got no deal to make.
Come on, let's take a look.
Afternoon, friends.
What's going on?
Don't suppose you have 50 cents or so? See, an old pal of mine, see, he was going to buy me Thanksgiving dinner, you see.
Never mind that. What are those men doing down by the water?
Fishing, sorta. 50 cents is about all it would take, though, you see. Now, this old pal of mine, he would have spent $5, you know, mince pie and the works, you know. Said so last night.
Hey, down there, hey,
Now,
you!
listen, Buster, did you say last night?
Yeah.
What are you doing? Hey, sailor!
No, it seems to me that... Hey, look out there!
Salvori!
Well, he left in a hurry, didn't he?
Body, Skipper. Got a body.
What?
Just fishing him out. Guy floating with a knife in him.
Guy float... Yeah, with a knife.
Holy smoke.
Yeah, see, that's what I tell you. You see, a pal of mine, he was going to buy me a Thanksgiving dinner, see? Only instead, it looks like he got in a fight about 3 a.m. last night, I figure. Yeah, and got murdered, see? So tell me, how's about the 50 cents?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. When new RPM motor oil was developed in the laboratory, it was subjected to the most rigidly controlled tests that modern research could devise, and it proved tops, the oil that doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. The next question was, would it live up to these tests in your car? Tonight you'll hear the answer from the crews of 2 actual test cars in the heart of downtown San Francisco. Following is a special transcription made during the road test period. We switch you to test unit number 1 and research supervisor Carl Watson in San Francisco.
We are making rather slow progress heading west along Market Street. Test unit number 2 is behind us in the traffic. we're driving under the same kind of stop-and-go conditions that you do, the toughest kind on engine wear. It's our job to see if new RPM will back up our laboratory findings. I'll switch you now to Research Engineer Bob Burchell in Unit Number 2. He'll tell you about these special cars and the data we are recording from the instruments. Go ahead, Bob.
This is Bob Burchell. The engines in this test car and test unit number 1 ahead of us are both equipped with irradiated piston rings, just like those in our laboratory test engine. They also have Geiger counters attached so that we can hear and record wear as it actually takes place. We are making a comparison test. Test unit 1 is using new RPM, but in this car we have a well-known conventional oil in the crankcase. It is one of the best premium type oils. Naturally, I can't reveal its brand name. Now I'll hold the microphone closer to the Geiger counter, which detects minute particles of metal as they wear off the irradiated piston ring. Hear that rapid clicking? That means a comparatively high rate of engine wear. Now I'll switch you back to Carl Watson for a comparison with new RPM motor oil. Number 1.
This is Watson again. You hear that slow click of the Geiger counter? That is an outstanding low wear rate count. It's new RPM under the same condition type oil you heard about a moment ago. Day in and day out, mile after mile, the counters have clicked off the same story. The results we got in the laboratory tests on new RPM motor oil are checking out on the road.
Proved in the laboratory, supported in severe road service. That's new RPM motor oil. The oil that cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine, a boy 10 years old who's been scared to death, who either can't or won't talk. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you begin to understand the reason when you see the neighborhood in which he was picked up by the police. You understand a good deal more when you see that the body of a man has been fished out of the water off the pier. Yes, now it's certainly a case for Lieutenant Riley.
Oh, but what a case. They don't get solved around here, my friend. They just happen.
Okay, Riley. Did your boys pick up that bum, the guy who sniffed?
Oh, he won't know anything. Nobody does. The name of the corpse is Lefty Sims.
Well, you seem to know something.
Well, everybody knew him. He's a common thief, that's all. Few big jobs, but nothing to steal down here. He usually worked the city. This wasn't his territory.
Your doc says the time's about right. Been dead since last night, around 3 or 4, maybe. Killed and then tossed in the water. What about the pier watchman?
He covers 5 warehouses. How could he see anything? And everybody off duty for the holiday.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Riley, what's this stuff?
Where the fight happened? It's a spot of blood, I figure.
No. Look closer. Powder. Little pieces of broken glass.
What? Hey, here's some more of it.
Yeah. Oh, Doctor.
Huh? Yeah, Doc, come over here, will you?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
You thinking what I am, Riley?
Yeah.
What is it?
Here, take a look. White powder. And on a pier where boats...
No, it's not.
Huh?
Talking about dope, aren't you?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
False alarm, huh, Doc? Well, it might explain why there was a fight, what was going on out here.
Something of value. Yes, of course. Smuggling, you think, huh? Peddling, or...
Yes, I'll do the thinking, Doc. You just tell me.
Myosin, perhaps. Something like that. I can run a test.
Myosin.
It's valuable. Didn't I say that? Drug of some kind. Cure people instead of making them sick. Worth a lot more than dope, too. Easier to market.
Yeah, same thing. Only more in the big time.
Did that watchman say there were any kids on the pier last night?
Valentine, I'm trying to get the doc here to talk English.
Did the watchman see any kids?
No.
Okay, so long.
Wish I could help you, Miss Brooks.
It's all right, Mr. Murphy. Come on, Sonny.
The settlement house here is pretty badly undermanned. A cleaning woman will be back tomorrow. She might know something about the boy here. But in this
Well,
neighborhood...
thanks again. Come on, Sonny. Car's parked over this way.
Brooksy!
Well, it's about time
Come on,
you got...
get out of the street, you and the kid.
What?
Never mind any place. Here, duck in the alley.
What?
In this neighborhood, Angel, I don't want to...
Who was that?
I don't know. Packing crate you can't see. He's gone now.
George, what's happened? What's going on?
Simple, Brooksy. Nice, simple case. My guess is the kid here was an eyewitness to murder. It'll be a simple case if he isn't murdered. Oh, kid, please talk. Please tell me, will you? What did you see last night? Look, nobody's going to hurt you. I won't let him. But you must have seen things like this plenty of times before, kid. I don't mean murder, but you grew up in a tough place. And you're not going to do anybody any good if you just...
Yes, he just cries. George, I'm taking him home. You can solve your own fancy waterfront murders.
Okay, I'll leave him alone. But which one are you covering for, kid? Only a few men around that pier last night. Which one is that important to you? All right, maybe you've given me the answer at that, without talking.
Says you. You admitted you saw your old pal Lefty, didn't you, before he was murdered?
I tell you.
Come on, Riley, along the deck here.
Now, look, I promised me a nice Thanksgiving dinner, you see, Lefty did, see? Came past walking up to the pier and never come back.
But didn't he say who he was coming out to meet? Didn't he?
Here we are, Riley. Let's go in here. Hey, Skipper, this your cabin?
What? Oh, no, mine's forward a ways. It's all right, the owner's cabin. Nobody ever uses it.
Just want a place to talk.
Already said all I'm going to say.
Come on, you two, Skipper. The name is Stogue, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Here's the other one. Bring him in here, Sergeant.
Let go, man. Let go. Mr. Salvori. Now I have to stand rats on my ship, eh?
Picked him up in the neighborhood, Skipper.
That's all for now, Sergeant. What about the kid, Valentine?
Oh, he's all right, Riley. I left him in my car out on the street.
So because my name is Salvori,
Shut
you
up.
think...
You were around here last night, too, weren't you?
Always around. Us dock loafers would deal.
Yeah, but don't try to cover up so much, Skipper.
What?
Now, listen, all of you. We can't find anybody else with a chance of being out here last night but you three.
I was on my ship. Talk to this peddler.
I said don't cover so much. Salvori's a friend of yours.
Sure, everybody's a Salvori's friend.
Except the law. Now, look, this is a smuggle case.
A what? Not on my ship. I've never brought any...
Lefty, the man who was killed, knew his way around the city. Salvori, you're the big waterfront middleman. And, Captain, you've got a boat.
See what I mean? Cops, they got brains.
Enough to spot an ideal setup for smuggling. Captain Stogue, you bring it in. Salvori picks it up, gets it through customs, and Lefty fitted in someplace in the city.
I think you're crazy.
Somebody was waiting a little while ago to waylay Miss Brooks and a kid who was an eyewitness.
Brooks?
Skipper, you're too fat to run down an alley like he did. Sure, I heard his steps. Sniffy just shuffles. So tag, Salvori, you're it. Because now I know why you ran the first time when we saw the body. It's what proves you guys work together.
Now I know you're crazy.
Because on the pier earlier, you came up yelling to the skipper something about a woman. Well, the woman must have been Miss Brooks. You'd seen her with a boy. The witness the two of you have been trying to find. Sure, Skipper, you were looking for boys when I first met you, too, weren't you?
My cigars. That's all, my cigars.
Never mind, Salvori. The kid out there is going to give us the whole story, and a lot straighter than you ever would. Because I finally figured out his whole story.
I never been mixed up in no smuggle.
Sure, and never in a fight or used a knife. Why did you do it? Lefty try a double cross on you, too? You're under arrest for murder, Salvori.
Come on, I'll take him out for you, Riley.
Let go.
You take the other two.
But I'm not mixed up in this.
Material witness. and accessory for you, Captain.
No, please, no.
Come on, out the door. Meet you on the pier, Riley. Hey, you, Salvori, wait a second.
Nobody's going to arrest me.
Salvori!
Grab him, you idiot! Hold it!
Come on, there he goes, down the plank.
Yeah, headed farther up on the pier, up toward the warehouse.
Salvori! Do you think the sergeant saw him?
Yeah, sure. He'll get him all right. Well, that was a nice act.
Yeah, good idea. Now, come on. Car's back the other way.
Yeah. Hey, did you notice that empty cabin on the ship?
Yeah.
Grease stains on the pillow? Yeah, empty, huh? I'll bet Salvori's even been traveling with the skipper. Sure, it's a smuggling ring, all right.
Still confused, aren't you, Riley?
Huh?
Oh, it was originally a smuggle, sure. But never mind. You'll never prove anything on this bunch unless you catch him in the act. And, Riley, we're going to do just that.
Well, it's the only car in the street.
Uh-huh.
We're close enough. But it's been 5 minutes already, Valentine. If this hunch of yours is going to pay off, it better
Gotta
start.
give us time to run the other way, hasn't he?
I don't see how you can...
Oh, no, I didn't expect a gun.
Come on, around the side of the building.
That's my car, Riley. I hope somebody's going to pay for it.
Hold it. There he is.
You're wasting your time, Skipper. The car's empty. You hear me? The kid's uptown. It was a trap, Skipper.
Be careful. He's got the corner of the building there to duck behind.
The only one who'd stick his neck into our trap is the one who did the stabbing, right? The one who has to get rid of the kid, the witness. So we don't even need to ask the kid now, do we?
Look out! I got him.
Lieutenant Riley's still at the hospital, George. He says he'll get his confession from Captain Stoke, all right?
Keep it down, will you? The kid's in there. I'm trying out a system. We write each other notes. What about the smuggle stuff, those drugs? They searched the ship yet?
Yes, they've already found some drugs hidden, but I don't understand. What did you say, writing notes?
What don't you understand? How the smuggle worked? With a thief, a middleman, and a skipper involved? With drugs that couldn't be sold in this country except through the proper channels? But would sell for a fortune in Europe or on the black market?
Oh, you mean it was to be smuggled out of the country?
Mm-hmm, that's right, Brooksy. And Lefty, the guy who was killed, stole the drugs and delivered them last night. But he got a knife instead of a payoff. And the kid saw it.
George, you mean the boy talked? He's all right?
I guess he will be. See, I was afraid he was, well, maybe the skipper's son or something.
Yeah, I know. That psychic shock, his refusal to talk.
But he's not. He's only known him for a few weeks. Kid didn't even know where he fitted into the plan until a few days ago.
Oh, George, for heaven's sake.
See, he doesn't have any parents, Brooksy. Just a waterfront kid. But not nearly as tough as he acts. What's missing in the smuggle setup? There's customs on the other side, you know. Who gets the goods into the other country, off the ship?
The boy? You mean he was a part of it?
Nobody can stop him all over the world. Up and down like monkeys. Perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you'd been with me, you should have noticed. Empty cabin on the ship with grease stains on a pillow. But Salvori is bald. Yeah, we better buy some shampoo for that kid, by the way.
He was aboard that ship.
Yeah, he saw the captain go ashore to meet Salvori and Lefty. He saw the murder. Then he broke out and got away.
George, let me talk to him. This ridiculous business of writing notes...
Oh, sure, he'll talk now. Just been scared to death, that's all. All he wanted was to be happy. He was expecting to be happier than he'd ever been before.
George, if you don't stop playing clairvoyant...
Well, the captain's the only one who could have brought the kid. Therefore, made him afraid, made him run ashore. Therefore, Brooksy, the skipper was it. Well, don't you remember how the kid reacted when I asked him to go to a football game? Just puzzled?
George, he is writing.
Sure he is. Gives me more time to look the words up in the dictionary.
Hello, mademoiselle.
Oh!
Sure, Angel. That's why I wouldn't talk before. He wants to stay in this country. Afraid we'd find him out. He's from Marseille. He's French.
Oui, Marseille. Mais j'aime l'Amérique. Et monsieur, il dit que... Hey!
French. Here, give me the pencil. And the dictionary. You think you could stand a turkey dinner, George?
Turkey? We?
You see? One language. Oh, I guess it is Thanksgiving, isn't it? And now we got a pilgrim on our hands, Angel. A hungry little pilgrim.
Tonight, earlier in the program, you heard how road tests jibed with laboratory results in the development of new RPM motor oil. You have been taken step by step along the path followed by our scientists in bringing you this new oil years ahead of its time. From the first survey to determine what the ideal motor oil should be, through the ultimate proof in an automobile engine, you've heard the new RPM story firsthand. Now discover it yourself, firsthand. It's sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Wally Mayer is Lieutenant Riley. Alan Reed was heard as Stogue. Dick Ryan as Sniffy. Anthony Barrett as Salvori. Jeffrey Silver as Shorty. And Stephen Chase as the Doctor. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Your community chest helps care for homeless and neglected children in your own neighborhood. Community Chest Child Care Centers operate year-round. This year, make sure you give enough to your community chest to help all year. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Nothing but the truth. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, first letter I ever written 17 years, since the last time I filed a gold claim in Nogales. Name's Tioga Tom, only honest man left in the West. If you ever heard of the castle I live in out by the desert, then you know what these railroad tickets are for. To come see me, but you don't know anything else, understand? Trouble, you fellas, you jump on conclusions. Think nobody else is smart but you. If you think I need help, then you're crazier than the people in Cactus Junction. And I ain't spit in their direction since WPA. But I do need a mite of assistance regarding the arrest of a culprit. I'm a man everybody tries to pester on account of how rich they think I struck it. But me, I like my privacy and I aim to maintain it. P.S. The culprit I make reference to is the one who stole or made disappear or killed my dog. Only botheration is, it was my C&I dog.
Like a chicken leg, dearie? I brought a whole fryer along with some hard-boiled eggs. You know how trains are. Oops. Excuse me while I just get my valise on the rack
It's
here.
all right. I'll move my coat, only this...
Guess you came all the way through from the city, huh, dearie? Claire Brooks, it says on the baggage thing. Oh, my, that's a nice name. I had a boarder named Brooks once, but he died with his kidneys, poor darling. How you like our town, Cactus Junction? It ain't much, is it?
Please, excuse me, but really, this seat is...
There we are. Guess there's no room for my hats, though. Have to jab it in across the aisle. Mind me to keep my eye on it. You never know. So now let's eat.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, madam, but I'm trying
Go
to tell you
on,
that...
dearie. There's plenty of chicken for both of us. Oh, but I had the most awful time wringing its neck. Oh, you should have seen me. I chased him all around the yard.
Oh, no. I said, will you please not sit down here? The seat is taken. Oh, George.
Yeah, here I am, Angel.
Well, if I'd known you was that type.
Oh, that's all right, lady. Sit still, sit still.
But, George...
Going out for a smoke. Have a nice time, Brooksy.
Oh, George! Isn't he sweet after all? Now, my name's Carmichael, dearie, and let me tell you about this chicken.
Let her go, Jake. Well, here we go, Mr. Valentine. Last stop before Emery Switch.
Emery Switch. That's where we get off, huh, conductor, for Tom's?
Yep. 2-3 mile walk, I guess, up the hill. But there's a moon tonight. Road around the back way, but of course it's its father.
Uh-huh. Kind of a lonely spot for a blind man, isn't it?
Yeah, desert rat with money. Probably never let a doctor touch him in his life. Seen him out there once just a couple of weeks ago. Was fumbling along, hanging on to his dog.
Doesn't like people, huh?
Oh, there's an old Oriental been with him for years, if that's what you mean. Ho Sing, cook and bottle washer. Richer and creases, Tom is. A whole fortune right up there in his castle, they say. I can't feel too sorry for him.
Tioga Tom, last honest man in the West.
Says him. Well, you'll be the first visitor up there for a long time, I guess. Maybe you can get your hands on some of that gold. Underway now. Save me a nugget.
Hey, wait for me! Hey, stop it!
Oh, conductor, there seems to be a guy out here who wants to
Make it, Willie. Always somebody too late for a train.
Huh?
Ridiculous. Shows a man's got no efficiency. I'm never late.
Wait, will you? Hey, wait!
Well, come on, let's give him a hand.
Drinking, too. Can't even run straight, you see.
Help me, fellas, will you, please?
Here, let me reach.
Now, here, I can reach him.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Easy there. Couldn't even hang onto my hand. Don't know why we bother. He's liable to fall.
Get out of the way, friend. I'll get him. Here we go, boys. Come on out. Here we are.
Oh, thanks. Sorry to be in trouble. I was in the bar. Everybody's so nice they couldn't get away.
Okay, friend. You made it all right.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute. Here's your hat over here.
My name's Loosefoot. Want a drink?
Why?
Loosefoot, it's the name. Somebody just give it to me, I guess. I don't remember. Come on. Have
Wait a minute,
sifter,
you
huh?
took it, too.
Don't you wanna-
Hey, look, it fell off your hat.
Take it. Here, give me that. It's sure nice of you,
Hey,
pal.
Emery Switch, it says.
Yeah, didn't it? Oh, sure. I'm a necktie salesman. Got a few samples for the switchman who works there, that's all. Well, thanks again, and you too. Where'd the other guy go?
Back in the car, I guess.
Oh, well, thank him for giving me a hand, will you? I mean, thanks, and I sure...
Yeah, sure. Only didn't you notice, Loose Brain? What that other guy tried to give you was a shove.
I didn't shove him, Mr. Valentine. I just didn't help him much. I didn't want him on the train. What of it?
Well, Mr. Flannery, I don't know. I'm just curious.
Perfect right. Perfect.
His name's Loosefoot. You know him?
Who doesn't? I've done business in Cactus Junction. Lawyer. Coming this time from the city, though.
As far as Emery Switch, huh? You too, maybe, huh?
And why not? Now, Loosefoot's the kind of a person who's always in the way. Son of an old partner of Tioga Tom's, or claims to be. Always claiming to have a claim on him.
Oh? Why are you going? What's your claim, Mr. Flannery?
Never ask a lawyer a direct question, young man.
Spoken like an ambulance chase.
Or presume on a man's guilt before it happens. Now, I haven't really seen Tom since before he lost his eyesight. Many's the time I've handled his legal affairs.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, guilt before it happens? What happens? What's going on tonight? You and Loosefoot. That makes 3 of us headed for the same place to visit a guy nobody ever visits. And all on the same night. Why?
Oh, you too, eh? Well. What's your angle? You need counsel, say so. You don't, leave me alone. Why should I say why? I'll tell you this, though. There's 4, not 3.
Huh?
His common-law wife for 6 months back in 1917. Or she says she was, but that's her claim. Not a bad one.
You mean Tioga Tom?
That big, overdeveloped appetite out there in the coach. Notice her eating fried chicken. A woman, Mr. Valentine, who'd wring your neck for a favor, but charged to tell you the time. The widow Carmichael.
My land, yes. That's where I live in Cactus Junction. Just to be near the poor dear. 33 years I've waited. The one true love of my life.
All right, so you're going to see him, too. But would you...
4 of us? 4 of us? My, I think it's just friendly. That's what I think. Only even with my shoes on, it counts to 5 to me. Ain't that so, Cousin Henry?
Who's cousin?
Well, I guess it does, widow.
Oh, George, he's some sort of a cousin of Tioga Tom.
Mother's side 'twas. Never very close, but blood's always thicker than water. The way I was raised.
If you count Miss Brooks. Here it's 6 of us, ain't it?
Tioga, he never liked crowds. Family trait.
I told them we were going up to do a magazine story on him.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But the rest of you, Mrs. Carmichael, will you please...
I don't hold no secrets.
I'm sure you don't.
I ain't afraid to speak up.
Remember, blood's thicker than strangers, too, widow.
And to whom is bereavement a secret?
What?
Oh, but he'll be well again. I know he will. I brought along my nursing things. It's my opportunity as well as my duty. It's the telegrams, Mr. Valentine. We all got 'em. Even that Loosefoot up in the bar car. We're Tom's nearest. Bless his adorable old soul.
Now, widow.
Telegrams, but I don't know
Got
why.
'em this evening, miss. From Po Sing, that heathen up the castle. Yeah, read for yourself.
Oh, thanks. Boss, very bad. Fall down, very bad. Come quick, please. Signed, Po Sing.
Boss, very bad. A blind man, and he's already had some kind of a fall.
Emery switch. 10 minutes stop, Emery switch.
Come on, Brooksy, I got to get to a phone. Trap? What trap?
What is it?
Quiet, Angel.
Oh, some kind of trap. I know, Savvy. All the same, he mix
For
up.
the love of... Look, Posting, I told you this is Mr. Valentine. I'm on my way up, but I want to find out what happened since Tom wrote me. Now, if you need a doctor or something...
No. Boss, he say doctor just for horses and the sending he bills. Boss dying, that's all.
What?
Come quick, that's all. Boss is dying.
Dying? Come on, Brooksy, let's get our stuff off the train and get up there. I don't know what's going on.
But George, day before yesterday, a blind man's dog was stolen or killed, and then he has an accident.
I know. A rugged character who probably kept moving around, dog or no dog. Sure, somebody's up to something.
This bunch of people. Haven't you realized what they are?
Yeah, they all got telegrams.
You know what I mean. They're the only people in the world, apparently, who have any sort of claim against Tioga Tom. They're nothing but vultures.
Well, I'll go you one better, Angel. Say ghouls. Because you want to bet a guy like Tom has never made out a will? So if he did die, they'd all want to be handy to stake out those claims, start grabbing for his gold.
There they go, George. All walking out together.
Yeah. About 3 miles up the hill, somebody said. Only suppose you and I just walk fast and beat him, huh? Let's get to Tom first.
It's all right. Loosefoot and the widow. Look, there's certainly a pair. Cousin Henry, he's as slow as they are.
Characters, I tell you. But there's one who's not so slow. Hey, he's not with him.
Who, Mr. Flannery?
Yeah. Still in the compartment. Let's drag him along with us. I want to ask him about what he did with that seeing-eye dog.
Ask him. George, what makes you
Oh,
think that
just guessing. I'll tell you later, Angel. Hey, Flannery, let's go.
George. Mr. Flannery's dead.
Yeah. Murdered.
In just a moment, we'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine.
Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of the new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication.
Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Tioga Tom, the legendary man in the castle overlooking the desert. He thought he didn't need help, but that was yesterday, when all that worried him was the disappearance of his seeing-eye dog. Once his protection was gone, something happened to Tom, an accident. And his only friend, Po Sing, says that he is dying, says, come quick. The vultures, the only relatives or ones with claims against Tom, they're gathering too. But if your name is George Valentine, you can't hurry to the castle quite as quickly as you'd like, because one of the vultures is dead. Yes, Mr. Flannery has been murdered.
Holy brother of McIntosh, what are we going to do?
All right, take it easy, conductor. Take it
Some
easy.
sort of a sharp weapon, George.
Yeah, a little tiny wound in his throat.
Yeah, but I got a train to worry about, and them people all scattered now. I better get on the telegraph.
George, you said you had a hunch Mr. Flannery was the one who did something to the dog. Why?
Oh, any of these people could have got at that dog, you know, Angel. It happened yesterday. It's only 15, 20 miles from Cactus Junction out to the castle, so they could have gone back and forth.
Well, what's on your mind?
But Mr. Flannery told you he'd come all the way from the city, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Neat, sharp little guy, man with efficiency. How about that, did he?
Well, I don't know. I don't remember. I'm so rattled that I can't tell.
There's mud, clay on the bottom of his shoes, in the instep, see it? I noticed when he crossed his leg and carefully creased his trousers.
Mr. Valentine, wait till the sheriff...
If he'd been in the city the day before, how'd Mud get there? The kind of guy who'd have a shine before breakfast.
Hey, well, wait a minute. I got the stubs here. Yes. Flannery, compartment... But you're right. He just got on at Cactus Junction, just like the others.
Uh-huh. So then maybe I'm wrong about the dog.
Oh, George, now you're confusing me even worse.
Well, why was he murdered? Who murdered him? Maybe somebody else did something, and he was up here snooping around and saw it. Quite an operator, you know that. That'll be his style. See something and just keep quiet.
Hey, Al, you see him?
No.
See a little woman, a little wobbly guy, and a stiff-jointed slowpoke?
I know, sure, I know. No, I didn't see him. I couldn't catch up. Already left the road, I guess. Took the trail up the hill.
Oh, brother.
This road run around the backside of the castle?
Sure, about 5 miles up there. There's a place you
Okay, stay and help the conductor, will you? Let me have your truck.
Well, he's got to get us off on the side and
All right. You guys worry about the train and the body. Come on, Brooksy. The ghouls are on foot. We can beat them.
Yeah, sure,
Only
George.
get that sheriff here fast. One murder's enough for tonight. Particularly if the second one should be me.
Fits the description.
Yeah. Up this way, I guess.
Listen.
Coyote.
Oh,
There's a rock wall here of some kind. Pretty crude, too, but
I can make it all right. Oof.
easy now. Yeah. Barbed wire. Guy really does like his privacy.
George, in the moonlight, that's the house way up there, isn't it?
Yeah. Old ranch house, all run down. But with stone around it. And only one light. This door, I guess. Don't see anybody inside there.
At least we're ahead of the others.
Yeah. Uphill, it'll take him another half hour.
Only, George, the murderer, if he's one of them, wouldn't stay with the others. Wouldn't he run away?
Oh, maybe whatever this is all about isn't finished yet. Here we are, Angel. I guess we walk right in.
Oh, kitchen. Living room in here, apparently.
Yeah. Hello? Anybody here? Hey, Tom, where are you?
The place is so empty, but it's clean. That must be his room. It's the only one that's...
Yeah, maybe he's asleep.
George.
Hey, a man dying, but his bed's empty. He's gone.
Yeah, he gone.
Huh? What?
Oh, Mr. Valentine. Hello? Hello, miss.
You're posing, but where's your...
Tom gone. Yes, he gone.
Now, look, friend, what is this? A man who takes a bad fall and is dying doesn't just disappear like that?
Oh, Mr. Tom safe. Mr. Tom gone. Now, excuse me,
Hey,
please.
wait a minute. Where are you going?
I get a cleaver knife.
A what?
Meet the cleaver. You sorry? Mr. Tom say you must stay.
Oh, he does, huh? The boss. Old honest Tom says we should stay, huh? Suppose we don't. You going to use that thing?
More better, I think you stay.
Oh, sure. Okay.
No.
Stay outside. Oh, brother. Valentine the sucker. Valentine
George,
the
there's
smart
a fence
boy.
down here the front way, too. Supposed to be a gate half a mile from the house.
Yeah, and this was a path when we started out on it. Where the deuce did we lose it? Valentine the Pathfinder, the Boy
Oh,
Scout.
George, you don't know yet.
Hey, look out now. Easy there.
Oh,
We seem to be down in a gully.
yeah. Trail must be up there, George. Little bridge right up over us. Come on.
Oh, wait a minute. Wasn't what I was looking at. Sawdust.
Huh?
Yeah, sawdust. Scattered. All around here, too. Farther under the bridge.
Seems to be just a little footbridge.
Pretty far up there, though, isn't it? Yeah, sawdust has been here for a day or two. Wet. Fell here, and there's some on top of the crosspiece, too.
Yeah, I see it.
Somebody said trap. Something up there has been freshly sawed, Angel. And anybody coming up the trail from the front gate would have to go across that bridge, wouldn't they?
And it's so dark they couldn't
Yeah,
see.
come on. Get up there before somebody tries to walk across it.
Oh,
Look out where you're going.
what?
Bump into a man just sitting peaceful like that. Hey, woman's voice, wasn't it?
Well, yes, couldn't you see it?
Tom, Tioga Tom, wouldn't you know?
You wouldn't know anything. Who is it, Valentine?
Yeah, I'm standing right here in front of you. You're sitting on a rock waiting for something to happen?
Detectives always thinking. Trouble with you, fella.
But sitting nice and healthy, huh? The poor guy who had the bad tumble. Only honest man left in the West. And he gets his hired boy to send out telegrams saying he's dying. Huh.
Had a tumble. Broke 10 ribs back in 1922. Never told a lie in my life.
1920.
So that's the way you stretch it. Poor dying Tom.
Been dying since the day I was born. So have you.
So now you're sitting here waiting to hear wood break, huh? Posing brings you out where you can, waiting to hear people tumble through that little trap you set up there.
Pester me, every one of them. I told you that.
I'm afraid we don't believe anything you told us.
Told you I like my privacy. I aim to maintain it. Bunch of vultures all pester me looking for my gold.
So you hire me to-
Seeing I dog disappeared. Don't you think somebody's up to something? You jump on conclusions. Say, I had that bridge sawed. Well, one of them did it.
Like one of them did a murder, I suppose.
Ain't interested in murder. Gonna die myself sometime. That's enough to worry about. Just trying to slow up the process, that's all. They steal my dog and then saw my bridge. Who do you think uses that bridge? I do. Even without my dog, I can find my way around this place, but I found 'em out, yes, sir. Tom isn't gonna go down with it. Huh?
Go on, Munchausen.
Hold your tongue. Ain't you got ears?
George, yes, somebody's coming.
I'm going to get up on that bridge before...
No, this way.
Hey! Hey, where am I? Who is that over there? Where's the trail? I can't see.
My loving vultures. Tell everybody they're friends of mine can't even find their way around. Hello, Henry. Your voice, ain't it?
Tom.
Better than a fiddle.
What in the name of...
Never mind. Where's the rest of them? Loosefoot and the lady.
Oh, coming, I guess. We moved kind of separate. Only that telegram, Tom. What kind of a stunt...
There. Let me take your arm. Help me up.
Quiet, both of you.
Henry Loosefoot.
Mrs. Carmichael.
Another county you heard from. Could hear that one across 3 counties.
Yeah, there she is, over on the other side. She's headed for the bridge. Come on.
But
Hurry
Tom,
up
we
and
can't...
get her. I'll be all right.
George, we can't get up there in time. We're on the wrong side. She's coming this way.
Mrs. Carmichael, stop.
Who is that? Where are you?
Stay where you are. Don't come across that bridge.
What did you say? Oh, the bridge, yes, I
Stop, I said. Stop, will you?
Well, I can't stop till I get there,
Oh,
can
Lord, she'll fall. Stop.
My heavens, what's all the fuss?
Oh, we...
Out of the
we
way,
thought-
Angel. Let me see something.
What's the matter with him? Oh, dearie, what a climb. And the wind blowing my hat off all the
What are
time.
you trying to see, George?
The girth is sawed half through, all right. But a board's been freshly nailed across to support it.
George,
Well,
I
who
don't...
could have nailed the board across? Tom and Post Singh are the only ones up here.
So Tom was telling the truth. Someone else sawed it, then Tom had it fixed.
Wait a minute. Mrs. Carmichael, where's your hatpin?
What?
Yeah. When Flannery was murdered, a little tiny wound. He was stabbed with something sharp.
Well, how in blazes should I know where the pin is?
George, she pinned her hat to the seat opposite us, the seat across the aisle. I remember it.
Did I? Couldn't find it when I left the train.
And the only person who would have noticed it or thought of using it was the one who sat down there.
Cousin Henry.
Yes, Cousin Henry.
And George, he's down there with Tom.
Wait a minute. What about Loosefoot? Where's he?
Ran on ahead, I guess. He was the fastest. And the trail's easy mountain.
So we haven't seen him because he's probably already crossed this bridge. He's probably clear up at the house by now.
But George, Tom is down there with Henry.
Sure, with Henry. Don't you see, Angel? Tom wanted to know who killed his dog and sawed the bridge. That was the reason for the phony telegrams, this whole shindig. It was to get all the vultures up here and see which one of them wouldn't walk across the bridge.
Henry.
And 5 minutes ago, Tom discovered who was guilty.
Well, hurry up. We haven't got-
Yeah, but quietly. Because now it's all backwards. Now the question is what Tom intends to do to Henry.
There they are.
And they're not moving toward the house, not moving at all.
Tom's got a gun, George. He's hanging onto Henry's arm. Even a blind man could shoot somebody as long as he
Yeah,
had a...
come on, around this way. Look out.
Well, come back, did you?
Get down here, Mr. Valentine. This crazy...
Shut up, dog killer. You'll get your chance to grovel. He's a murderer, too, you say, huh?
Don't answer, Angel. Around the rock here. Yeah, that's right. Now, come on.
He's crazy. You're both crazy.
Everybody comes pestering me. Well, it's going to stop once for all. Sure, he killed Flannery. Flannery's another pest, snooping around the same day he was.
Let go of me. Let go of me. Get your hand off my...
Oh, no, you don't. You move. The gun goes off.
Okay, Tom, I'm here now, right beside you. You can hand me that gun.
George, he let go. He just let go.
Look out. I'll get him.
Give me that gun, I said.
Where are you? Where is he?
No, you don't.
Detectives. Knocking my
The
gun
sheriff
out.
will get him, don't worry. I just got an idea. It might be good to save you from dying for a while, Tom.
Man's dying from the day he's born.
Oh, sure. Honest Tom. Rugged independent. I know I hate that guy, but shooting him while escaping might not go down so well with a jury.
Just shooting wild. I couldn't actually... Well, would have been just blind luck if I hit him, I mean.
Oh, sure, Tom. Be careful what you say. Don't want to tell a lie. Only honest man left in the West.
Yep, that's me.
Don't want to admit you might be a dead shot. Don't want to say right out you're blind. Even though that's how you suckered these people into coming after you.
But, George, he said...
Ain't a lie if a man always talks like he had to hear people to recognize him, is it? Ain't a lie to stumble around the few times you're seen, is it?
Buster, you take the cake. Honest as the day is short. Sure, we all jump to conclusions, all right. Because I guess there's no law against a man with good eyesight owning a seeing-eye dog.
Listen. Music. Don't like it. People. Don't like them.
Well, you can leave for the castle pretty soon, Tom. Taking down your cousin Henry's confession now.
Worthless bunch of vultures. Won't be pestered anymore.
Sure, Tom. You've got your privacy.
You know, we did stop you from doing the one thing that really would have been wrong.
Do I appreciate it? Obligations ain't for me, young lady.
Well, the reason people pester you is because of your gold. And I thought maybe you'd tell us what...
Tell you a secret. Sure, I got barbed wire and fences. But I never actually said I have gold, did I?
What? Oh, for the love... Oh, George, come on. Let's get out of here.
Jump on conclusions like everybody else.
Oh, that awful man. George, I want to go out someplace and go dancing and forget about him.
Okay, spend my gold.
Well, at least I know you haven't got any.
I'll tell you something that'll worry you for years. You notice? Tom didn't say he didn't have any either.
Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you'll hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counters to detect wear as it occurs. You will hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead.
Yes, years ahead. New RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Herb Butterfield was heard as Tioga Tom, Marjorie Bennett as Mrs. Carmichael, Joe Forte as Flannery, Tim Graham as Henry, Herb Vigran as Loosefoot, Victor Rodman, the conductor, and Charlie Lung, Po Sing. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details. Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. And Hope to Die, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, there are certain people in the world who aren't like other people. They live in a place built of quicksilver, and we don't always understand the secrets of their hearts and minds. They're in a world of their own, but our world benefits because they are there. That's the kind of a person I work for. I've been her secretary for the past 6 years. She can't even remember my last name. She's a combination of church music and just plain cat. Mr. Valentine, I'm writing because she needs your help. She's being threatened or blackmailed or something, though I'm sure she could be murdered before she'd bother to write a letter herself. She's not well, she works too hard, and if she slaps your face, don't quit, don't slap back. Because underneath, she's nothing but a very small child. And for some reason, very, very frightened. Also, as I'm sure you'll agree, Miss Flora Stewart is the greatest actress in the world.
Valentine? Valentine, I never heard of you. What have you done lately?
Miss Stewart's secretary said we should come here to her
Never
home.
never mind. Here, Sonny, grab that light plug.
Light plug?
He'll be downstairs in a minute, her husband. Don't you know what a light plug is? Oh, here, I'll do it. Ask the doc there for a pill. It'll brighten you up.
Real sharp dialogue. Why didn't you say plug in the phonograph?
Wouldn't you like a chair, young lady? Shut up, shut up. Listen.
It droppeth as the gentle
You
rain
wanted to hear
from
it, Doc.
heaven upon the place.
All right, listen.
It is twice blessed,
phonograph
It blesseth him that gives, and
Is that
him
her,
that
George?
takes.
I guess so.
'Tis mightiest in the mightiest.
Portia's speech.
It becomes
What's in
the throned
tennis?
monarch better than
I saw her
his
in
crown.
that 10 years ago.
I said shut up. This makes me cry. You understand? Yeah, so what do? I'm crying, so yatta-ta, yatta-ta, yatta-ta. If you got no appreciation, shut up.
The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath. It is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives.
Excuse me, but the top...
Tis mightiest in the mightiest.
Well, somebody's got to answer that thing.
Better than his crown.
Hello?
Maybe a call from my
For
office.
the love of horses, will you all please
From Miss
shut
Stewart,
up?
from New York, long distance.
She don't know anybody in New York. Hang up. They got no appreciation anyway.
Wait
a minute. How dare you?
Flora, baby.
Jake, you shut up! Give me that telephone.
Yeah, here you are, Miss Stewart.
Yes. Hello. Operator, I'm so sorry. Will you please tell your party in New York that Miss Flora Stewart caught cold in a Turkish bath? There's a dear girl. That she's thrown in the towel until Christmas. Well, this looks like the birth of a nation.
Miss Stewart, my name is...
Never mind. Doctor, what are you doing here? Get out.
Well, now, Flora, for heaven's sake, we haven't seen each other since your big tour.
And absence makes you so much fonder. Now go quack at somebody else. I'm busy.
But you're not well either, I noticed last night when we met on the street. I'm sorry, my dear, but you're way past a checkup. Now, don't push me
I'm
like
fine. I'm perfect. There's nothing wrong at all with me.
You're worried, upset. You look awful. Excuse
Maybe
me, but...
you can talk to your wife like that, but not to me. Go on, darling. Go on. Go on. You know that mortician's understudy has the nerve to think I should give up the stage. Me. It's like asking Grant to give up his tomb. Jake? Jake! Where is he? Where'd he go?
If you mean that guy who cries and whose face you slapped, I don't think he liked it.
He walked into the other room. What is it, a bar?
The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from my hand.
He probably could use a drink. Who is Jake, your husband?
My husband's name is Kenneth. Jake is my agent for 25 years. But don't look that up. He's in love with me. He's a fool. So is my husband. But I mean in love with me, not a fool. And I love him, my husband. And they all worry about me, but he doesn't mind if I slap his face. Jake doesn't. He just likes my phonograph records.
Well, look, Miss Stewart.
I know. You're George Valentine, and I'm all upset, and you're here to straighten everything out, all this confusion, and... You, dear.
Oh, excuse me. This
I'm
is...
Claire Brooks. Mr. Valentine and I work together.
Oh. Well, what are you looking so serious for? Eat, drink, and be merry. I thought I might go to work on him myself, that's all. Darling, don't worry.
Now, slow down, will you? I'm trying to get it straight. You've been threatened, blackmailed, your secretary said.
Yes, a very husky voice, quite a cloak and dagger. He's phoned every night for 3 nights running. You'll see for yourself maybe later on.
Any connection between those calls and the one you just had from New York? The one you wouldn't answer?
What? Oh, no. No, that's different. I started my tour 6 months ago in New York. That was just somebody I met there. This other voice is from town, I'm sure, and only a man could open the window like that, don't you think?
Do what?
Well, to break the records.
Records? Please, Miss Stewart, start at the beginning.
Well, some of the records I've made of my performances on stage are master records. They're not commercial, just originals, the only ones. And 3 nights ago, someone broke in the window to my study, ransacked things, and took one out and broke it all over the rug.
Go on.
Well, Blue Swan was the first one. That's a play 5 years ago. It only lasted a couple of weeks. Then it was Alice Adams. I just tried that for the first time on tour. And then last night it was my recording.
Wait a minute. You mean every night a different record is broken and nothing else is touched?
No. And then I get a phone call, and the voice says, unless you leave $10,000 tonight in the study, I'll break every record you have. And I'll tell everybody what I know about...
Well, tell what he knows about what?
Well, you don't think I'm going to tell you. Really, darling, I don't know you that well yet.
Oh, for the love of... Lady, can't you stop acting for once?
But you're here to catch him. You're not here to write my biography.
Well, do so for my money. You can either tell
Stop
or...
it! Don't yell at me. You're here now. You'll help. I'm not the detective. I'm just so frightened I can't think straight. You can look around. You'll find some clues.
Lady, you're going to stick around and give them to me.
Oh, I've got such a headache. I can't even see you. It's my house. I'll do what I like. I want to lie down and forget you. All of it. Leave me alone!
When is a case not a case? When you don't know what it is.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the study where those records are kept.
Did you ever see so many crazy people?
Well, maybe that's how we clear the air, Brooksy. Be a little crazy ourselves. Door's locked.
Locked?
Well, listen.
Well, there must be another door around through the sunroom. Oh, hello, Mr. Valentine. I didn't realize I left the catch on.
Are you the secretary who wrote us, Betty Robinson?
Yes, that's me. I'm just doing some work in here. Do you, smoke cigars while you work? What? Oh. I guess Miss Stewart wanted you to see the records that were broken.
Yeah, sure. Stuff this prowler breaks up.
She saved all the pieces, put them in an envelope. I thought you might get fingerprints or something.
I doubt it. Those records look more pulverized than stepped on. This the cabinet they were taken out of?
Oh, yes, right there.
Mm-hmm. Say, how often do you water those zinnias out there?
What? Oh, out the window. There's a gardener every day. The beds are pretty.
Yeah, wet right now, all right. Only no marks on the rug.
I don't understand.
Well, this is a window, isn't it? Mysterious man who comes in from the outside. Easy enough to force, all right?
Yes, it's been found open, or it was this morning.
Only he makes no tracks on the rug. And out there, he'd have to stand in the wet flower bed.
And the window could be left open from the inside so that it would only look like somebody.
Oh, no. If you think there's anyone inside this house...
I don't think anything yet, Miss Robinson, except that maybe you could use some Kleenex.
What? Here, honey, not your lipstick, your mascara. You've been crying, haven't you?
No. You're here just to do something for Miss Stewart.
Okay. And you're here to say nothing.
I've been her secretary for 6 years. She's the most wonderful person in the world.
Why drag that in? Because you've been packing a suitcase?
Yes. Yes, I'm leaving for a little vacation. It has absolutely nothing to do with why you're here. You can take care of her now.
I have a headache. I told you I want to be left alone. Miss Brooks,
I
make
have a
him.
job, so I'm doing it, Miss Stewart. I'm asking who smokes cigars.
What?
Nice, fancy cigars from the smell of them.
It's Jake, isn't it? That agent of yours?
Oh, it's my husband. Jake's never smoked in his life.
Oh, your husband, huh? I'd like to meet him.
Oh, he's around someplace. A big, shaggy poodle who adores me.
Uh-huh. How does he get along with your secretary?
Her? Darling, have you seen her? Nothing but a little fox terrier trails me around with such a worshipping look. Why? I'm so tired I don't think very straight.
I'm not going to bother you with why anything, Miss Stewart.
Oh, but I'm scared. Someone's threatened me. I hired
Miss
you to
Stewart,
come
we're
here.
only trying to understand your household.
This is so simple. It's blackmail.
Sure. Somebody from the outside.
The people in this house have nothing to do with anything. They love me.
But
They
it must be a
wouldn't-
little hard living with a person who's been as famous as you have, already a legend, being married to you, working for you.
Already a legend. Huh. Of course, I'm peculiar. I'm selfish. There's nothing in the world as important as my work. And I've been working so hard, I've done nothing but work every minute for the last 6 months. It was my own tour. I even organized and backed it myself. What's the matter?
That stuff in your lap. What were you doing when we came in?
Cleaning a gun. Here, you see.
What in the name of... Sister, give me that thing before...
Oh, no, you don't, darling. Maybe it's got a bullet in it. How do you know?
Now, look, lady.
Mr. Valentine, I'm frightened. I want to have a gun.
Not the way you handle it, sister. Now, come on.
Also, I'm too much for you, am I? My blackmailer's too much for you, so you're afraid of my case. Well, baby, you can just
I said,
get
give me
out.
that gun. Okay, lady, okay. Now, nobody's hurt. You still have your little toy.
Of course I have, darling. I still have everything. Call me a legend, will you? Baby, you better be careful. The next time this little toy will spit right in your eye.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium type motor oils, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of the new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication.
Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. The greatest actress in the world, Flora Stewart. But she's scared to death of a mysterious stranger, a blackmailer, who has been breaking the master records of her famous performances and threatens to continue until she pays him $10,000. Well, if your name is George Valentine, you're convinced that there's a lot going on in Miss Stewart's strange household besides just blackmail, particularly when she pulls a gun on you.
Look at the great detective.
Okay, lady, so you win round one.
Round one, throw in the ammonia, folks. Oh, go on, get out of here. You're not big enough to help me. All you can do is try to pad your part with guesses about things that don't matter. Well, darling, ta-ta.
Oh, turn it off, Deucer. Maybe I don't slap back, but I got bad news for you. I'm staying.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine. And it's not true what you think. People do love me, like I've loved them.
Oh, sure, lady. I love you, too. Don't you listen to the critics. I think you're still the greatest actress in the world. You act all the time.
Yes, full of cobwebs, isn't it? Whole house full of cobwebs.
Look, Mr. Stewart, I wanted to meet you because...
Stewart? Oh, listen to me, laughing as though it were a joke by this time. I'm Kenneth, yes, but Kenneth McLaughlin. Here, have a drink.
No, thanks.
Did you expect her to take my name?
Well...
Ever hear of Aphrodite's husband? Sarah Bernhardt's? Go on, drink this stuff. It's important.
How much of it do you drink every day?
Enough to remember the name McLaughlin. Don't think anything of that. Been married 18 years, and I adore her. Everybody does. Can't help themselves.
Sure. Keep telling it to yourself.
What do I say now? I beg your pardon?
No, you tell me what you do for a living.
Oh, foolish boy.
Okay, so she's the moneymaker. She give you an allowance?
No, I can't be insulted.
Oh, stop smiling. I'll be goaded into saying anything.
You ask about my wife, Mr. Valentine. What's there to say? She's been on tour for 6 months. Some crazy idea of doing every part she's ever done, and for good measure, the one she's left out. A galloping ingenue. I've barely seen her. Why are you here today? I don't know that. Why won't she see me today? Why anything? Who cares? Have a drink. Of course she's insufferable, selfish, but so what? Have a drink.
That's right, Buster. Tell me how it is to be tied to the great lady. How she never thinks of you the way Betty does.
What?
You know, Betty, nice little secretary who says she loves the great actress, too, only she's leaving.
Excuse me, Mr.
Don't
Valentine.
tell me you didn't know she was going. Not after that little scene you must have had in the study when you ducked out just before we came in.
Oh, get out of my way.
She's gone, I tell you. You hate your wife, don't you?
Shut up, you fool.
She lives for herself and her career and nobody else. And all the time, right under her nose, you and her secretary have
Valentine,
been...
I'm warning you that...
Mr. Valentine, come here.
Oh, now what? All right, what is it, Betty?
Another phonograph record.
Huh?
I was just on my way out. I was walking through here.
Yeah, well, you're not leaving now. Here, let me see.
It was all in pieces, on the rug, the same place as the others. That person's been here again.
And the window drape shoved aside again. Only this time the window's closed.
What?
Yeah, you heard me, so you're not leaving. Nobody's leaving.
Mr. Valentine...
I shoved matches in the frame the last time I was in here. The window can't be opened. But somebody tried awful hard. Here, you see? Handprints all over the top of the glass.
Inside.
Yeah, sure, of course. I thought so before. Now I know it. So we're going to find out whose prints those are. Which one of the people inside this house has been trying to frighten Flora Stewart out of $10,000?
You ever swindled blood out of a turnip, Valentine? I'm business manager to a bunch of back taxes, that's all. And that Betty, if she had half a brain, would have quit long ago. She hasn't been paid in 4 months.
Clear it up, will you, Jake?
Okay, I'll clear it up. This star client of mine is flat broke.
Flora Stewart? Oh, now, wait a minute. She used to make a fortune. And that tour she just
Financing herself in all the parts she wanted to do. Playing the city she thought liked her, whether the houses were good or not. Promoting herself with producers. I tell you, friend, it's cleaned out everything she had left.
A great business manager you must be.
What, Montague? It is not hand,
So you nor still don't foot, understand anything.
nor arm, nor face, nor any
I'm a
other
sucker.
part belonging
Yeah.
to a man.
Yeah, soft-hearted
be
Jake.
some other name.
But it's there.
What
Can't you hear it?
name?
In that old record?
That which we call a rose. By any other name would smell as
She makes
sweet.
me cry.
So Romeo
Sure, I love her. She tears people
working
apart.
up
She's
Romeo cause.
she's off in that world of her
Redeeming
own.
that
She can't
pure
help it.
perfection which he
You
owes
think she gives
without
2
that
pins for what
fire.
happens to her? But am I supposed to be a watchdog forever? I can't order her around. Nobody can. Nobody ever could. Oh, why don't you get smart and go home?
Brooksy, I'm just beginning to realize what this is all about. We don't need it.
George, that was a shot! Oh, George, no. It's Flora.
Yeah. Dead, Brooksy. She's dead. Oh, brother, see it all backwards until it's too late. Get a client you can't understand and then let her be killed.
It must have been her own gun that was used. It's gone.
She was scared to death. She really was frightened, Brooksy. Sick and upset.
Oh, George, stop it. If she'd wanted protection, she would have
Hey,
said
wait a minute, hold
so.
it.
Hey, what happened? You hear that?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear it, Jake. Car starting. A car starting. Get out of the way.
Look out, George!
Well, thanks. You didn't run over me. All right, Betty, get out.
Stay where you are.
Come on, come on.
Stand still, I said. I've got a gun.
I know you have. Miss Stewart's.
Get away from me. Don't touch me. I killed her.
Betty.
Yes, I killed her. So now what are you going to do, Betty?
Suppose you just take it
She
easy.
wouldn't let him go, and I killed her. He loved her and hated her for 18 years, and I killed her. I loved her, too.
You know, I'm getting a little sick of all the emotions being spilled in this house. Just because you lived with an actress doesn't mean you have to
I
imitate
killed her, don't you understand? If you come one step closer, I'll kill myself.
Yeah. Yeah, look who's coming, Betty. The boyfriend himself.
It's all the excitement. I was sound asleep.
Betty says she killed your wife.
What? Flora?
Yeah, that's right. Little Betty here managed to wrestle her gun away. Can you imagine? And then with one shot, she... All right, sister, give me that gun. That's better. Now, you don't have to pretend. You don't have to cover for him.
Betty, what in
Hold
heaven's
it, friend,
name?
hold it. All right, now, Jake, tell me something. Did Flora carry life insurance?
Huh? Yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, quite a bit. Took it out just recently. It was the only way I could get it to save. Why?
Because after we heard the shot, Betty, it took us a little time to find out where it came from. But you were upstairs already. What did you do? Run in there, see the body, see a gun, and think Kenneth had actually killed her?
Yes.
With me in the house and Jake? Didn't you notice the cotton wadding, the cleaning fluid, the gun oil?
That's right, George.
Yeah. If I found a setup like that, I'd be more inclined to think her death was an accident. All right, now come on inside. We're going to phone back to New York. Okay, thanks, operator. Keep on trying to locate that party in New York, will you? All right, I know it's awful sudden. I know you all loved her a lot, no matter how you talk. She really tore people apart, didn't she?
But an accident right in the middle of all that blackmail business. Oh, George, no. It's too convenient.
Yes, Valentine, if you don't explain...
I'm just guessing, Jake, adding 2 and 2. In the first place, that blackmail thing. She put that up herself. She must have. Look at the records that were so carefully broken. Alice Adams, the part of an adolescent girl, just recorded this year on tour. She might have been able to play that part well 30 years ago. And then Blue Swan, a flop that lasted 2 weeks. And then this last one, a turkey, you said, don't you see? All her recent performances, all her bad performances. She broke the records herself to get rid of them.
But why would she call you?
Well, she wanted me here because it was all phony. It was all an act. And she made a big point of having me see her cleaning a gun, handling it clumsily.
She wanted us for witnesses. Wanted us to testify she died accidentally.
That's right, Brooksy. And I don't think I need to kick myself. She would have done it anyway. Yeah, the big, selfish actress, so self-centered. But she knew she wrecked lives. And the rest of it wasn't an act. She was frightened, all right. But she had to keep on being a star.
She was sick. The doctor said she'd have to give up the stage. It was her whole life. She had to keep working.
Feeble, flat gesture, wasn't it? But maybe she figured it was the least she could do for all of you. Yeah, that's right. Make her death look like it was an accident. So the insurance companies wouldn't refuse to pay off on suicide.
Oh, no.
She went on tour to play all the parts she used to like, burning the candle at both ends for the last big try, financing herself, the great actress. But I noticed her biggest successes were in the past.
She still was great, Sonny.
You sure about that? Oh, there's my call. Hello?
Hello, Miss Stewart there?
Who is this, please? I know all about Miss Stewart. At least I think I do.
Well, tell her it's James Sharon.
James Sharon?
The producer? Give me that phone.
Hold it, Jake. Hold it.
Wait a minute. How about you taking a message? Maybe it'll be easier that way.
Well, nothing is easy, friend, but go ahead.
Well, look, tell her I love her. I love her, and I'm a heel. She's been haunting me for years to put her in something big, but I can't anymore. I wrote her I could get her a small part and would phone her for an answer. For a slap in the face. She knows the truth as well as I do. What does she want to make me suffer for? I love her, but...
Why don't you say it straight, Mr. Sharon?
Candles all burned out, my friend. The ingenue's finished. She's through.
She had to quit the stage. Maybe she could have even done that. The stage had already quit her. She didn't have any life outside the theater.
That's right, Brooks. You've been slipping for years, and she must have known it, too. That last disastrous tour was the payoff.
Yeah, they all knew it. They could never admit it to anyone.
Yeah, particularly Jake in there. Wagon hitched to a burned-out star.
Flora wasn't all selfish, George. Trying to pull a third-act curtain like that. If it hadn't been for Betty interfering...
The accidental death stunt might have gone through. That insurance idea to help the people she'd hurt, clumsy as it was, might have worked.
George, it doesn't make any difference. They don't care about the money. Don't blame yourself for having to expose them.
Yeah, I know. Jake's still in there beating himself. She really had these people tied up in knots, didn't she?
Helen's cheek was not her heart. Cleopatra's majesty, Atlanta's better part, sad Lucretia's modesty. Thus,
How do you explain a woman like her, George?
I don't know, Brooksy. Maybe you don't. Listen.
Heavenward, the Cheedy's gift should have, and I to live and die her slave.
Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you'll hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counters to detect wear as it occurs. You will hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead.
Yes, years ahead. New RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Jeanette Nolan was heard as Flora, Charlotte Lawrence as Betty, Sidney Miller as Jake, Larry Dobkin as Kenneth, and Stanley Farrar as Sheriff. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Bookworm Turns, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, I am the owner of a small bookshop. If you are familiar at all with rare editions, I am sure you will recognize my name, Paul Jacobs Humber. Well, I need your advice. You've heard of bookworms, haven't you? Of Abraham Lincoln studying by candlelight, of students rioting to keep libraries open so that men may learn. Well, for the past 2 nights, my shop has been broken into. But I simply can't bring myself to call the police because nothing is stolen. Not a book, not a penny from the cash register. So you must be with me tonight by 10 o'clock. Because, Mr. Valentine, I believe I am being visited by the most ardent bookworm of them all. A man who jimmies a window merely for the purpose of reading my books. Yes, reading. But reading what? And why?
Well, you certainly have enough books, Mr. Humber. Don't you ever sell any?
Well, these racks go out in front when the shop is open, Miss Brooks. Whoa, careful, careful.
$6 for $1, huh?
If we're trying to surprise anyone, it seems to me...
Oh, no, he's never broken in this early. I've often stayed here myself till 10 or 11, Mr. Valentine.
You never seen the guy yourself, huh? Only why do I say guy? Why do you say he?
Here, there's an aisle through here. Just follow me. I don't want to turn the lights on.
Mr. Humber, why do you...
I heard you, yes. I am just guessing, that's all.
Uh-huh. Is that the window over there?
No. The window on the other side of the stockroom.
Alley entrance, huh?
Yes. Here, my office is in here. We can wait a while.
You mean curl up with a book and wait all night?
Oh, he'll be here.
What in the... Sounds more like a music store.
Well, come on.
Hello, Hall. I've been waiting for... Oh.
Rosa.
I was just listening to some phonograph records.
This is Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine, Mrs. Coolidge, wife of my assistant Otto here in the shop. She does some of my bookkeeping, too.
Oh, how do you do? Hello. Hall, Otto had to go uptown to see somebody. We live right next door, the little apartment.
Mrs. Coolidge doesn't have a phonograph in her apartment. We have records here, too, a few of them.
I understand. Well, she can join the party and help us.
Mrs. Coolidge isn't the bookworm type, is she?
What?
Huh? Oh, no. She wouldn't be the one. I mean, she has her own keys.
What is all this? Oh, I'm in the way, aren't I, Mr. Humber?
Well, it's something I didn't mention, that's all, Rosa.
Are you married, Mr. Humber?
I beg your pardon? Oh, no, I'm not, but...
Shh. Huh?
Well, excuse me now. I'll be leaving if you...
Be quiet.
Well, won't someone tell me what on earth...
Stop it. You hear that, Valentine?
Yeah.
Wasn't a car in the alley. I'm sure of that. No, it's from back someplace. Stockroom.
What are you listening for? Will you please...
Come on, through here.
Yeah. A little early, though, isn't it? For your bookworm to arrive.
There. Here, you see it? A light?
Yeah, flashlight. Get out of the way.
Get him!
Get home, Mr. Humber.
I thought you saw...
I saw the shade on the door glass blowing, that's all. But the door's been forced, all right. Still open.
He's already gone. He must have heard us.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it looks that way.
He ran out and down the alley. You see, it is true, Mr. Valentine, every night.
Get the light switch.
Oh, yes. But look around. Nothing is touched again. Nothing's ever touched. Here, you see? A new set of first editions just in from Boston, and not even disturbed. Mr. Valentine?
Right here, Mr. Humber. That's where I saw the flashlight.
What?
Your visitor seems to be interested in old books, not new ones. Believe it or not, you're right. He apparently was reading. This book is still open.
Well, let me see. What is it?
Oh, what some power the gifty gives to see ourselves as others see us.
Robert Burns? Burns? Why should I know why anybody should like Robert Burns? My background is a printer, Mr. Valentine, not the Oxford Book of English Verse.
Okay, Otto. I waited to see you because I thought you might have noticed something unusual.
I am handyman, shelf duster, and salesman in the shop. Should I have time to notice anything?
For 3 nights running, somebody's been breaking in here.
To read books. To read books! What is wrong with that? What would you like? People should only watch television?
Oh, now look, friend.
I know I don't help you. My wife don't help you. It is late. I'm tired. But this Humber, my boss, don't you understand? He is what you call persecution with complexes.
A what?
Always and everything he sees a mystery. So somebody should break in to read. He should make something of this. Always make something of everything. Why should he worry? There is no damage, is there? No damage
All right,
to his...
skip it, Otto, skip it.
Hmm?
You say nobody's up to anything, huh? No damage to Mr. Humber? Why worry?
What do you
but
mean?
Burns is the word, all right.
Burns?
Can't you tell a fire engine when you hear one? Now, what do you think that smoke's coming from? Come on, let's get out of here.
Only nothing's been damaged, George. Somebody broke into Humber's store during the night and didn't steal anything, and now there's a fire, but nothing is damaged.
Credit luck and the fire department for that, ain't you?
Water. Just look at the water.
What's the matter, Humber? Ruin a few bindings?
Oh, no. It isn't important. Only the $6 for $1 ones. But, Mr. Valentine, what is it? What's going on? Who is trying to do what to me? The bookworm who reads Burns certainly didn't start the fire, or it would have burned up my entire stock.
No, George, the fire didn't actually start here.
But it was aimed here. If the engines hadn't been so
The
quick...
place next door almost burned to the ground. That was the reason for the fire here.
An old apartment, yes, where Rosa and Otto live, but they don't own anything. There was no loss to anybody. Oh, no. It was here, all right, at me that the fire was aimed. Only why?
Mr. Humber, suppose you give me a chance to find out. Hey, Brooksy, there was a fire investigator here a minute ago. Let's find him.
There
and
he
ask
is, over there, George.
But, Mr. Valentine...
I said I'll do it my own way, thanks. Hey, you. Hey, you, Mac. Hey, I want to talk... Oh.
Are you addressing me, young man?
I thought you were somebody else.
Maharaja of Ranapur, perhaps? J.P. Morgan's ghost? Any law against my being me?
Sorry.
And what are you staring at, mademoiselle? Didn't you ever see a shirt with no collar before? It's to display the hair on my chest, naturally. Gray, quite unusual, don't you think?
Okay, friend, skip it.
No, George.
You'll find the children's books on the next counter.
What's that one you're looking at? What are you doing here?
Georgie, Porgy, pudding, and pie. What's it look like I'm doing? Taking a bath, naturally. Kiss the girls and say goodbye.
Yeah, let me see that.
Get your hands off me. It's a bookstore, isn't it? It's open for business.
I'll say it is. It's wide open now. So the book you're interested in is Certain Poems by Robert Burns.
Yes, a book of Burns' poems. I just picked it up. I suppose you're from the T.S. Eliot Protective League?
What is all this? What is going on?
George, it's the same book.
I came here to buy this book. Any objections?
No, friend. Just questions. Like, why?
People. Look here. Edinburgh edition. The Four Dials Press, 1793.
Yeah, it's an old edition, all right.
A very authentic edition, a very rare one.
Oh, so I see. Priced at $750. I didn't notice that before.
Oh, it is quite valuable, Mr. Valentine. It turned up in a bunch of second-hand things Otto picked up at auction. That's what is so peculiar. Why the bookworm didn't steal it.
Wait a minute. I think it's even more peculiar how this man happened to know it was here.
Yeah. How about that, friend?
My name is Jess. Henry Jess. Not friend. Not even to my enemies.
Jess, the critic?
Well, I salute you, Mr. Humber. Fame, isn't it wonderful? Yes. Henry Jess, the man who sells his brain for a few dollars a month to silly book magazines.
Hey, get back on the rails, will you? I ask you a simple
How
question.
I knew that book was here? A man told me. Not a bird, a man.
What man?
Here.
An envelope.
No, not for you. For you, Mr. Humber.
Oh.
A man in my impecunious state will do anything for a commission. Even talk to the likes of you. I do buying once in a while for collectors, so they can pretend that they know how to pick out the authentic items themselves.
Yeah, but this guy's name, the man interested in this particular book.
Why should I bother with his name? I don't know. Just a fat man, that's all. Don't ask me how he knew I'd find the edition here. I don't know that either.
Emery Witzel.
What?
His name. Just a note. Authorization saying he'd be willing to pay up to...
Give me that.
Well, what's the matter, Mr. Jess? What's the matter with the name Emery Witzel? Your client, isn't he?
Nothing. I didn't realize that was his name, that's all. Just a man who phoned and asked me to make the purchase for him.
Look, I'm getting sick and tired of all
Well,
this
it
speaking.
is a perfectly legal authorization, Mr. Valentine.
And you too, Mr. Humber. You give me a case that's like a jellyfish. You can't grab onto it.
The case of a bookworm, Mr. Valentine.
Never mind. You're a little slippery yourself.
Yes, but I've never heard of Emery
Be
Witzel.
quiet, will you? It's this guy I'm talking to who see...
What? Otto.
Hey, Otto, what's the matter? What happened?
George, there's blood on his... Look, he's been shot.
No, let go. Witzel.
What?
Bookworm. Henry Witzel.
I take it all back, Mr. Humber. It's a case now, all right. Otto's dead.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of the new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication.
Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Oh, had some power the gift to gie us to see ourselves as others see us. Yes, if your name is George Valentine, that's how your case started. Just a book of poems by Robert Burns. A valuable early edition from the Four Dials Press in Edinburgh. A book that someone broke into Mr. Humber's shop just to read. A book that an agent wanted to buy for a collector named Emery Whitzel. And who is Emery Whitzel? Well, Lieutenant Johnson of Homicide has an opinion on that because now it seems the little book may have been the cause of murder.
And those were his dying words, weren't they? Whitzel. Emery Whitzel, he tried to tell you.
That's right, Johnson. Otto had apparently been shot just a couple of minutes before out in the street.
And then came staggering in for help or to tell us.
To tell you who did it, that Whitzel did it. Isn't that the usual interpretation?
Yeah. Only who is Whitzel?
Well, now you're asking something else. Well, we'll find him, don't worry.
Oh, don't be too sure. It's like finding the bookworm who disappeared the minute we got close.
You ask me, this guy Humber knows a lot more than
Uh-huh. He's the one hired me. It's as much Greek to him as it is to us. Hey, Johnson, check up on that file, will you, how it started?
What? How can you connect the
I don't know. Just do it, will you? We've only scratched the surface of this thing so far. But we'll never get deeper unless we retrace what we already got. Like what you said, Brooksy, that the bookworm disappeared.
No, he was in the shop last night, but he got away.
Correction, Angel. He was scared away before we ever got a chance to see him. Isn't that what really happened?
You mean all that phonograph noise in Rosa?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I wonder how she's feeling now that she's a widow.
No. Please leave me alone. I don't know anything.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Coolidge, but you have to help us.
I'm confused. Why were you in Mr. Humber's office last night in the first place? It wasn't just to listen to records, was it? Oh, I know what you're thinking, but it's not true. Yes, I like Mr. Humber. In some ways, he's been closer than Otto ever was. But you can't make anything out of it. Otto was my husband.
But he's dead now. It's all over. So what's everybody hiding?
Nothing. Just give me time. Let me think a little while.
I'll give you 2 seconds to tell us who was in the stockroom last night.
What? When we heard him, you talked loud. On purpose. You gave him a warning, a chance to get away. No, I didn't.
Who was it, your husband?
No.
Is that what you're so upset about? Wondering whether or not you should be loyal to a dead husband?
No, it wasn't Otto. I don't know who it was breaking into the store, going through the old editions.
Well, you claimed your husband was uptown at the time, I remember.
Well, it's true, he was.
I don't believe
He
it.
was. I'm not lying. He was at the Bedford Hotel, room 217.
Wow. Well, now we're getting someplace. The Bedford Hotel, huh? Seeing whom? Man named Whitzel, maybe?
No. I don't know any more than that. I don't.
Okay, lady. Maybe for now that's enough. It's the middle of the afternoon, friend. Come on, open the door.
You got the wrong room.
217 Bedford Hotel. Come on, open up.
So you can read. I'm impressed.
Yes, and in about 1 minute, I'll spell out the letters on a badge for you. Come on, come on.
Dick Tracy badge?
Oh, get back in there.
All right. right. No need to show off your vitamin.
Looks like we hit pay dirt fast, eh, Valentine?
Yeah, I see what you mean, Johnson. Big fat guy. Answers that book agent's description, all right.
Hey, what is this? What's this all about?
You tell us, Mr. Witzel.
Wrong number.
Now, look, wise guy, we're trying to find
Name
out-
is McGurk, Horace McGurk.
And don't try to...
Novelties is my line. A surprise for every party. Little Egypt. Watch your shimmy and shake. Exploding cigars. And if you want to shake hands instead... What? Smell a carnation on my coat. Only look out
Cut
for
it out, cut it out. Salesman, huh?
Sure. Identification. Here, see?
Huh?
Go on, I won't bite you.
Horace J. McGurk, eh? Signed Novelties, New York, New York.
So admit your mistake, boy. That's probably Mabel. I'll ask if she's got a couple of dumb friends for you. Hey, get away from that.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is me. Go ahead.
You know,
Let's hear it.
A coincidence.
Yeah, I got it. Thanks. My friend, Mabel's a sergeant. I told him to phone here.
Sergeant? I guess I wouldn't have enjoyed the day.
If he got anything. And he did.
Well, let's have it, Johnson.
Record on Emery Witzel. Oh, sure. There's a record. There's such a guy, all right, or there was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
In the phony book business. In New York.
Small world. That's my town.
What else, Johnson? What do you mean, phony book business?
I mean like in forgeries, fakes for genuine.
Like maybe that book back there in the shop, the Robert Burns?
Who knows? But now, as for you, my friend...
New York is such an intimate place.
Just sit yourself down and relax, because 10 years ago, you would have been about the right age to...
Hold it, Johnson. To start fires, maybe.
Huh?
Yeah. You were in the lighter fluid business, too, McGurk, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cans.
It's perfume. It's a gag, you dopes. And novelties. I showed you my identification. What's
perfume? Let me see what it smells
Get away from that coat, McGurk.
Hey, Johnson, duck.
Hot foot to your friend. So long.
Holy smoke. Those shots came through the transom. Come on.
Somebody been in the next room all the time.
Officer, can you hear me? Got away down the hall. Fire escape door's open.
McGurk's dead, all right. A Witzel, whoever he is.
Yes, I'll cover the other end. Just get that street closed off fast. No, how should I know who it was? Come on, Valentine.
Why? To be 5 blocks behind, skip it. Besides, maybe the answer's right here.
Huh?
This gun of McGurk's. He fired twice, but there's another shell missing. That could be the one that killed Otto. Looks like about the same caliber.
What in the...
Never mind. Just grab it for a lab check. Because there was lighter fluid in these cans, Johnson. Smell them. And an empty whiskey bottle on him. Sure, that's what he carried it in. It's empty, too.
Okay, so your hunch was right. This guy started the fire, but it doesn't...
Let's get back to the place where the fire was. I got an idea. Well, this is what's left of their apartment, Otto and Rose's. The fire really wrecked it, didn't it?
Yeah, so far the only thing to explain anything is a copy of Robert Burns. 2 murders for $750.
One at a time, Johnson. McGurk did the first one, right?
Sure. It looks like the bullet will check, all right.
So somebody else did the second one.
Brilliant. McGurk, Witzel, or whoever he was didn't kill himself. So it's $375 for each murderer.
Yeah, wait a minute. What's this?
I don't know. Piece of an old lathe, maybe.
Hey, Brooksy.
Here I am, George.
Any luck with Mrs. Coolidge yet?
Oh, she won't say anything until she's talked with Mr. Humber.
Uh-huh. Never mind. You ever see a steel arm like this on a lathe?
George, what on earth is
Or
that?
here, heavy wooden screw, or what's left of it.
Hey, printing press.
Now you're getting it. Old-fashioned small printing press. And Otto was a printer, wasn't he?
Well, he had been in the past, I remember.
Johnson, suppose Mrs. Coolidge knew her husband was up to something that she didn't like.
But the phony book business. And that means Humber and that other guy, Jess, are tied right up with it.
Take it easy. There was a bookworm, wasn't there? That person wouldn't have been tied up with Otto. Otherwise, why prowl around?
George, you mean Otto was printing books?
Oh, not many. It takes a long time. But sure, remember? Humber even told us Otto himself had picked up the copy of Burns at auction.
Book schmokes, a lousy $700
Wait
worth
a minute. Listen, be quiet, will you?
Huh?
Just a car, wasn't it, in the
Yeah.
alley?
Hey. Somebody got out and went in the shop there. Come on.
So the bookworm is a sucker, huh? Coming back for the book. Up in McGurk's room, I said the book was still in the shop. Well, that person in the next room, the one who killed him, also could have heard us. Check?
Well, but coming back to the place.
Wait a minute, hold it. Wait a minute, I want to check that truck. see the registration card. Well, it's McGurk's car.
George, look, in the back.
Oh, no. Not another body. Box 7 or 8 foot long, just about the right size for a body.
Haven't you figured yet what might be really valuable in this deal worth committing murder for?
George, what are you talking about?
Worth trying to get away from Otto and then having to kill him? Worth burning the apartment so people wouldn't know about the press? Here, give me a hand. Let's see what's inside this box.
Type.
Yeah.
Loose type.
That's right, old style print. Here, look at the funny capital, see? Sure, Johnson, it's type. Maybe one book is only worth $7.50. But think what a few hundred supposedly authentic books scattered in markets all over the world would be worth.
Holy mackerel.
Big enough for you now, isn't it?
George.
Huh? Oh, here, quick, this way. Coming back again, out of the store.
Hold it. Must be able to see us in there.
You got company, friend.
Careful, that gun.
Stay here. Kind of a dumb stunt, wasn't it? Coming back to get that one book so there'd be no record of what Otto's type looked like? Or were you so far in over your head anyway that...
That's so.
Oh, gonna talk, huh? It's all right. I don't know who you are for sure.
Now go on.
Otto tried to gasp out the name Emery Witzel, but that didn't do us much good. Whoever it is uses a different name now. But then I thought of a poem which says, to see ourselves as others see us.
Move back, I said. That's the car.
It suddenly occurred to me Otto wasn't trying to say who his killer was. He was just trying to talk to one of the two people there with me.
I said...
I'm moving now. Just take it easy.
Back from the car.
You mean under the car, because there's a cop to the right of you, Mr. Chess, who's about 1 second... Oh, excuse me. I guess it was to the left. Yeah, Angel, it was a big-time operation, all right, with a double cross for good measure. You see, Jess and McGurk had found out about that antique type that Otto made as a hobby, maybe. I don't know whether Otto intended to use it crookedly or not. Perhaps he slipped in the copy of the Robert Burns to see how successful he was.
Yeah, but George, which one was the bookworm?
Jess, of course. You don't think a guy like McGurk could have told a book from a racetrack sheet, do you?
Well, no, but why did Jess want to buy the book then if he...
Because he was the brain, Angel. The other guy was the arm. But the arm double-crossed him. You see, Jess thought he was going to run it real clever. But McGurk found he couldn't buy off Otto, so he shot him and stole the type and set fire to the place.
And Jess didn't even know about all that until he opened that letter right in front of him.
Mm-hmm. To find that his partner had signed the name Witzel to it. He did it so Jess, who was really Witzel, would have to go into hiding again, while McGurk walked off with the loot.
Oh, nice people. So Jess turned into an arm himself and killed McGurk. You know, I thought it was Mr. Humber and Mrs. Coolidge.
To see ourselves as others see it. It would from many a blunder free us. And foolish notion. Foolish notion. To keep one's eyes on the emotions instead of the facts.
Sometimes you can be the most egotistical...
Rosa Coolidge loves that guy Humber, but she was loyal to her husband.
The most insufferable.
Of course, he doesn't make sense, but...
Arrogant.
But
conceited.
Women in love seldom do.
Why, you...
Don't kill me, Angel. You wanted it explained, didn't you?
But I know a clue you don't. The name of that poem of Robert Burns you're so glib about.
What's that?
It's called To a Louse. Good night, George.
Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you'll hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counters to detect wear as it occurs. You will hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead.
Yes, years ahead. New RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie was heard as Lieutenant Johnson, Bob Griffin as Humber, Bill Conrad as Jess, Jack Crucian as McGurk, and Lillian Bayef as Rosa. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Opportunity knocks twice. Another adventure of George Valentine.
No, I want to speak to Mr. Valentine.
I told you this is Claire Brooks, his assistant.
It's terribly important. I don't know what to do. If I could
Hey, what's
only...
going on, Angel?
Take the other phone, George.
Assistant? What do you mean his assistant? What kind of a man is Mr. Valentine? I only got his name.
Hello?
Oh, thank heaven. There you are.
Yeah, this is Valentine, but...
I got your name from his pocket, you see. It was a note. I'm sure he intended to call you. He doesn't have any other friends in town, so I didn't know who to turn to.
Who are you talking about, and who is this?
Miss Greta Jenkins, George. She's the housekeeper at the Abel Merton house.
Oh, okay, Miss Jenkins. And, you're talking about Mr. Abel Merton?
No, you don't understand. It's his nephew, young Larry.
Well, what's wrong with this Larry? What happened to him?
I can't do anything with him. He's sick. He went out and he drank, and he always used to drink and run about, you know. His uncle could never stop him.
He's sick. Well, look, lady, have you called a doctor?
No, he won't let me.
Well, do it anyway. This isn't Alcoholics Anonymous. Just because he had my name in his pocket.
Mr. Valentine, if I leave him alone for 1 minute, I'm afraid he'll kill himself.
What?
That's the trouble. I think that's what he tried to do tonight. Take his own life. So please,
Tried
won't
to...
you...
Well, sure, Miss Jenkins. We'll be right out.
I've got the address, George.
Only, where's this uncle, Abel Merton? You'd better...
Oh, no, Mr. Valentine. I'm all alone. Mr. Merton's gone.
Gone?
He killed himself yesterday.
I'm all right. Leave me alone, will you?
Here's another cup of coffee, George.
Oh, cut it out. You want to keep me awake for 3 years?
It's better than putting yourself to sleep, Larry.
I didn't try to do that. She's crazy.
I am not. You kept saying you didn't care whether you lived or not. You kept
Turn
saying
it off, will you?
Mr. Valentine, he would have killed himself just like his uncle did. And when I found your name, I thought you knowing him and all.
Miss Jenkins, get it straight, will you? We've never met in our lives.
What?
That's right, Worry Ward. Valentine's a detective.
Detective?
Sure, you don't think I ever set out to make friends with one, do you? Bad Penny, that's me, Valentine.
Well, why did you want him then? What was his name doing
Miss
in your...
Jenkins, would you leave us alone with him for a few minutes?
No, I won't. He's my responsibility now with his uncle gone.
I'm sorry, lady. Whether you like detectives or not, you asked for it. You've got one now, so thanks.
She worries all the time. I used to live here, you know, until 5 or 6 years ago. Did I give her a bad time?
Uh-huh. Just what was my name doing in your pocket, kid?
Thought of hiring you this afternoon, that's all.
Oh.
You see, my uncle and me, we're each other's only relative. He's a widower, no kids. Practically raised me. We were... malarkey.
No, go on, Larry. That's your Uncle Abel Merton, and he committed suicide yesterday. Is that right?
He was murdered.
That's so? Who murdered him?
Well, I did, naturally. I'm no good, you know. He booted me out of his house 5 years ago, and I've always wanted to get my hands on his money. The Merton Styles Company's a pretty rich outfit, you know. Sure, me.
Okay, you're under arrest. Happy?
Mr. Valentine, I'm all mixed up, sure. I just got back to town a few days ago. I've changed a little in those 5 years I've been away. I used to make him so unhappy, but now it was going to be different. He was such a wonderful guy.
Larry, did you act the way you did tonight because you couldn't face the idea that you're his only family and you made him unhappy and you might have been the cause?
No, things were different, I told you. We were going to get along swell. But, I mean, why would he kill himself right then? I can't believe he did.
Okay, I understand.
Maybe I just wanted to wake people up. I tell you, some people in the world are so stupid.
What people? And who says Merton's death was a suicide instead of murder? What happened?
Mr. Valentine, I've never been so frustrated and mad in my life. You want to know what made me go out and drink again, call you, blow my top, and cry in my beer? Well, I'll tell you, in 2 stupid words. Have you ever met a cop by the name of Lieutenant Johnson?
All right, sure, me, dumb old cop me. Well, listen to me, will you? There hasn't even been a coroner's inquest yet.
But then, Lieutenant Johnson, what makes the boy think
Somebody talked who shouldn't have, I don't know. That Larry found out what the police recommendation is going to be, that's all, and he blew his top.
But the police believe suicide. You'll admit that? So don't beat around the bush, Johnson. You told the kid...
Look, Greatheart, I feel sorry for him, too. But don't bark at me like I didn't know what I was doing.
Lieutenant...
Because I don't. Said it before you could. You want to hear the facts, or don't you?
I was only going to say that from what we could find out about Abel Merton, well, he was such a straight-laced and stern sort of man, he just doesn't seem like the kind who would have killed himself.
Pillar of morality, I know. I suppose that's the way the boys saw him, because he was so different himself. They had a reunion, so Larry thinks that was the most important thing to the old man, but... maybe that's why Merton did it.
Oh, clear it up, will you? Let's have those facts.
Abel Merton always yelled at the kid to straighten himself out, and he finally did. What I meant just now was, well, maybe seeing the boy different made Merton look at himself a little closer.
To see what?
Merton was alone in the house night before last. Nephew and housekeeper both out. She testifies he'd been worried, upset for several weeks. Then, at night, he said he had a headache, wanted to be alone, practically snapped her head off. Brooding, unhappy, sick-looking.
No, well, we didn't talk to her much. We spent...
Of course you didn't. Facts. Death about 10 o'clock in his own study with his own gun.
Merton had
Yes, the revolver he took from his own desk. Fingerprints, powder burns, the works, all check.
Uh-huh. Well, a typical suicide so far, but...
As he put it, you can only mess up your life so much. In the note he left. Think we go off half-cocked like you do? Here. It's farewell to Larry, look.
Let's see. When a man messes up his life, there comes a point when it is impossible to salvage it. I know you'll understand what I mean, Larry. I'm doing what I have to do. This must be the end. Goodbye and good luck, Abel Merton.
Mm-hmm. The signature looks a little...
Oh, that's the way he always signed it. Want to say he didn't really write the suicide note himself? Well, don't embarrass yourself. For once, the experts all agree.
But mess up his life. How could a man like that...
Oh, and don't argue until you've heard all the facts. Come on. I got a man still working over in his office.
His office?
Not the type to kill himself. I'll show you how wrong you can be.
How do you do, Miss Brooks?
Hello, Mr. Stiles.
Stiles, huh? You're the other half of this company.
Yes. Abel ran it, though. Sharpest investment man in the business.
Through here, Valentine. Morton kept his own private office. I mean, completely private. The sanctum sanctorum. Wouldn't even give dictation in here.
I told you before, Lieutenant. Abel couldn't think clearly unless he could get away someplace, lock himself up. That doesn't mean that all his life he kept secrets.
Says you, says he. Didn't even let you in, did he?
All right. You're getting your facts. What more do you want? I thought you were all through messing.
Oh, now, take it easy, friend. Just want to check my man here.
I'm sorry, no sleep. We've been up all night.
How's it coming, Joe?
Hello, Lieutenant. 63,175 so far.
So far. There's nothing beyond the past month, I'm sure of it. I've checked myself.
You want to bet it goes back for years?
It does not. We've had certified audits. What are you trying to do, wreck the name of the company completely? We've got stockholders, you know. This isn't just
I think he's right, Lieutenant. There isn't anything earlier or it has shown up in the books outside. But in Merton's private books...
Hold it, all of you. What is...
Sure, Joe. We've got to explain all this to Mr. Valentine or he'll be very unhappy.
Oh, well, you see, there's $63,000.
Sure, embezzlement. Tell everybody.
Merton had no reason to kill himself, eh, Valentine? This morning, this is the first thing we looked into. How would you go about salvaging your life if you'd embezzled $63,000?
Hold it, will you? I got Larry Merton on the phone. All right, Larry. Well, take it easy, will you? So maybe it doesn't make sense. I'm just telling you the facts. Yeah, maybe he wasn't that kind of a guy,
Right,
but...
wait a minute.
Hold it, Larry.
Match cover.
Huh?
Here, look. It was under the edge of the rug.
Let's see.
Well, it was behind his desk. It must be Mr. Merton's. You said nobody else ever came in here.
Yes, that's right.
What's that stuff written on it?
That's what I mean. Scribbled in pencil.
It doesn't look like his handwriting, though. Lieutenant, I thought you went over this place inch by inch.
Listen, flycatcher. M.E.J. Witch's Dream.
What? Sounds like pig Latin. Oh, for the love of Mike, Lieutenant, I'm worn out. Can't we just...
If a man embezzles, he has to have a reason for it, doesn't he? Will you be quiet a second, all of you? Hello, Larry. Listen, did your uncle ever bet on the horses?
That's what they are, of course. Flycatcher. M.E.J.
All right.
What's the matter with him?
He says no. What did you think? He also says if I can't prove it was murder, he'll hire somebody who can. A real upset boy, that he... Mr. Stiles. Mr. Stiles.
Grab him.
Huh? He's all right. Just fainted, that's all.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of the new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication.
Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Opportunity knocks twice. But so far, if your name is George Valentine, you've seen very little of opportunity. Abel Merton committed suicide, that's what the police said, but his nephew refuses to believe it, still thinks it must have been murder. The only trouble is, how are you going to explain all the evidence? Suicide note, technical testimony, motive, everything. Well, perhaps you realize that you're not going to explain. And so instead you question why Merton's partner, Mr. Stiles, should happen to faint.
Because I'm worn out, that's why. Up all night trying to figure those books out for the police
Did
here.
Merton always keep a private set of books?
Of course he did. Yes.
We've been through all that, Valentine.
Look, Johnson, I just want to understand this case.
I fainted, yes. Surprised I didn't do it sooner. You know what it's like to be waked up at midnight to be told your partner killed himself? To get rousted down here the next morning with a police accountant to pry into something you know is silly until you find it's not? To find your partner of 20 years has suddenly switched in the last month into a man who dipped into $63,000.
Okay, Mr. Stiles, okay. Never mind, thank you. Come on, Brooks.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you going?
The Sportsman's Cafe. Distinguished cuisine.
What?
No television to mar your conviviality. Drinks cheap, booze for ladies.
George.
The match cover, Angel. One with the names of ponies scribbled on it.
Abel didn't bet on horses. At least I don't think he did. I don't know anything anymore.
Somebody at this place he seemed to visit might know.
Not Merton's handwriting, not Stiles' handwriting, not Larry's. So somebody else must have dropped it while in to see Merton here, that's all.
Come here, Johnson.
Huh?
Look, you really want me to quit?
Valentine, just do me one favor, will you?
Sure.
Just don't find anything more to make me right about the things I know are wrong.
Huh?
You think I believe in this case?
Okay, friend. It's a long shot, but maybe this time I'll prove it's murder.
Help you? How can I help you, Mr. Valentine?
By being honest, Miss Jenkins. No matter whose reputation you'd like to protect.
Mr. Merton was no embezzler. I don't care what anybody says or what evidence they dig up.
All right, Miss Jenkins. Just take it easy.
Was Mr. Merton in the habit of visiting cocktail bars?
No, indeed. He left that to his nephew.
Uh-huh. Well, tell me, did Mr. Merton bet on horses?
Young man, I'm not going to listen to any more libel of one of the finest men I've known. If you'll begin to talk some sense, I'll be more than willing to cooperate. If not... Where are you going, Mr. Valentine?
No. This is going to be my little secret. Come on, Brooksy.
Oh, believe me, I wish I could be of more assistance, Mr. Valentine. You're the type I'd like to help.
I can imagine.
And I can imagine you imagining, dearie. But I ain't got that class of mind. Oh, haven't, that is.
Okay, lady, but the manager says you were around here 5 nights ago.
The name is Lucy. It's always been my understanding the word lady is reserved for the ones that aren't, if you follow me.
Hey, would you get that chip off your shoulder? We only want to
Besides, how'd you know this gentleman was here 5 nights ago?
Because I just checked the newspaper to find out when certain horses were running. Seems it was 4 days ago, so I assume the guy who was thinking of betting on him was in here the night before.
And I'm the kind of girl who'd know every man who comes in the place. Huh?
Well, yes. Go on, hit me.
What are you asking all these questions for?
Oh, now, look, Lucy,
Let me see that thing, will you? Come on.
Huh? The match cover?
Yeah.
Sure. Hey, I see.
You know, people should use lighters. Look, mister, the boss is waving at me. Couldn't you come back
The
some
names
other...
of the horses are written in brown pencil.
And you made the clever observation nobody uses brown pencil.
Your boss made it for us.
Oh. Well, not one of them horses won. Did you know that?
No.
Eyebrow pencil.
Oh, why do you beat around the bush with me? Of course I wrote it. Sure, a blonde with an eyebrow pencil. So the boss told you already. So you're real deductive.
Uh-huh. You wrote this yourself. So now will you sit down and have a drink with us?
Oh, look, Mr. Valentine, once in a blue lifetime, like, well, maybe every 3 or 4 days, an opportunity knocks. A guy comes in, wants to be cordial. So I express my interest in horses. So I write down some choices, see? And if he's real nice, he puts up the bets for me. $5 on the nose, maybe, or... Well, what's the matter? So I don't remember who it was.
Oh, yes, you do, sister. Come on, cut the stalling.
Let go of me. I don't. Somebody who maybe later went to visit a stuffed shirt named Merton, as you
George,
say.
your boss is coming.
Why should I remember? Why should I get mixed up in all...
Hey there.
You stay out of it, friend.
Give him a piece of your mind. This guy's
Relax,
crazy.
will you? I've been waving at you. You're blind or something, Lucy? You left your coat across the room.
Coat? This coat?
Sure, just brought it over so it wouldn't be stole, that's all.
Coat?
I told you all I know, and I'm getting
Oh, no,
out of
you
here.
don't. And this is the last time I'm going to... Hey, easy.
Lucy, look. All we want to know is that...
I don't want to get mixed up in things.
A mink coat. And you didn't want us to see it. Why?
Yes. He gave it to me just the other day, but I didn't know where he got the money. Honest, I didn't.
Oh, who are you talking about? Who got what money?
Oh, what's the use? Well, who do you think? How was I to know he was going to kill himself?
You mean Mr...
Yeah, Abel Merton. Well, what's the matter with you? Don't you believe he was the kind of a man who would have a girlfriend like me?
Look, Johnson, look.
So you tried to prove a man didn't have the reason for suicide, and what do you get? More and more evidence. He embezzled. He played the horses. Now he had a date. And probably taken him for everything he had. I tell you, all you do is get him deeper and deeper.
And I'll still make it murder. Now, for the last time, just do what I tell you.
George, the parking man brought our car around front. If you and Lucy... Lucy? Where is she, George? George!
I'm all right, Brooksy, all right.
Oh, sure, your head is still on your shoulders.
But how do you know she was the one hit you, Mr.
I
Valentine?
told you her boss practically saw it. Here we are. This the place, Larry?
Yeah, it drives around the other side. Pretty lush apartment, huh?
I started talking murder to Johnson. I guess that's what did it. She took a swing with a shoe and
He's got a
ran.
general alarm out, he said. I mean, Lieutenant Johnson. He thinks...
Sure, Angel. I used to think, too. Say, look, run in and ask at the desk, will you?
All right, George. Just see if Mr. Stiles left any message. Check.
Right.
He's not at the office. He didn't answer his phone here. He must...
Step on it, will you?
I don't understand why that girl, Lucy, would have told you that story of hers. I mean, almost willingly, and then suddenly she takes his shoe
Look,
and...
kid, look. A lot of things didn't make sense. Neither did you at first. I didn't believe you.
What?
Well, I mean, I didn't believe my uncle was a pillar of morality, you know.
Too much evidence the other way?
But I believe everything now. Yeah, sometimes I wise up and start believing the obvious. And then I realize how simple a crime can be.
Outside, just a minute.
Hey, that's his car right there.
Stiles. Hey, Stiles, wait!
Look out, Valentine.
Crazy. Hey, slide over, kid.
What about Miss Brooks? She's back there.
Just hang on to your hat. You see anybody with him? See the girl?
I don't know. He went by so fast, I thought he was going to hit you.
Meeting her someplace, maybe. Ditching her someplace, maybe. Let her run for herself. Who knows?
He's heading up the back street. You can turn here.
I know a better way. Cut him off. That's what you mean, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's the only guy who could have done the embezzling, isn't he? Get at those books to fix him up? I mean, besides your uncle.
I guess so, but I don't understand about the girl.
Abel Merton was a nice guy. You told me so. He wouldn't get mixed up with a little opportunist like that. But she knew my name. Now, how? Unless somebody'd given her a fast call. And who knew I was heading in her direction except Stiles?
I mean, she's really his...
Sure. Stiles paid for the mink. That's why he took that money, I suppose. She was just putting on an act for me, what he told her to say. And it might have stuck if they hadn't got cold feet. But now, Running away is a pretty good confession of murder.
Yeah, sure is. I told you that a long time ago, too. Hey, what the...
Take it easy. Just take it easy. We'll wait for them here. If they cut back to the highway. Only, I wonder what made them run.
Huh?
Well, suppose Stiles is an opportunist, too. Suppose he saw the perfect chance to steal some money and get away with it. All he had to do was fix a few books in a hurry, tell his grasping girlfriend to play along with a gag about being a friend of Merton's. But then tonight, everything backfired.
I'm sorry, I don't get you.
Don't you? I repeat. What made them run?
What?
The word murder, wasn't it? A word they never expected to hear. That scared the daylights out of both of them.
Yeah. You know, they ought to be coming along any second.
Oh, yeah, sure. Unless they're on the road to Mexico by now, but who cares? Because you're the biggest fool of all. You tried to make opportunity knock twice.
Knock twice?
Well, bad penny, that's what you said you were. But it takes a lead slug to press your luck as much as you have.
You're crazy. That guy in that car, he ran.
Sure he did. He stole the money. Perfect opportunity when he was phoned up at midnight and told his partner committed suicide, wasn't it? That's what the girl thought, too. Everybody thought so.
Except me.
And me. For a while, that suicide note bothered me. I didn't see how anybody could have framed that. Until I realized that nobody could have. Except you.
Very smart. I hired the right man, didn't I?
You want to hear the rest of my report? Suppose the sour apple nephew, that's you, came back to his uncle after 5 years. Only instead of open arms, he got the boot he deserved. From an uncle who was all upset over having to tell him to get out. So your uncle wrote you. When a man messes up his life, there comes a point when it's impossible to salvage it. I know you'll understand what I mean, Larry. I'm doing what I have to do. This must be the end. Goodbye. Signed, Abel Merton. Sure, very funny, isn't it? Made a perfect suicide note. So you killed him and framed the rest of his death and used the note for just that. But I guess you knew it wouldn't stick, not forever. So when Sucker Stiles capitalized on the death, you started pointing and yelling
It would have stuck if you'd believed it. They're running, they might get away. Don't you understand yet? You were a test case.
Sure, the police think Stiles and Lucy did it now.
I wanted a detective near me to know what was going on.
So all that's left now is to kill me. Get rid of the one guy who figured it.
Yeah,
Okay, do it.
I will. Start the motor again.
I can't. The key's bent.
Give me that.
Take it easy with that gun now. You can probably straighten the key in 10 or 15
Shut
minutes.
up. I'm going to kill you anyway.
Okay. Only before you pull that trigger, think of the noise and look where you are.
Huh?
Yeah. Precinct 37, I think it says. Maybe it's 39, I'm not sure. You might ask the cop on the curb.
Police station?
Sure. You want to go inside? There's a lot of opportunity there for a young man.
Georgie was crazy. Why?
You just said it. He was a little crazy.
But if he'd left well enough alone after Lieutenant Johnson said it was suicide...
Well, he couldn't resist the second opportunity, that's all. He told us he wanted to get his hands on the whole Merton Stiles company. With Stiles on the run, he would have moved right in.
Oh, but George...
I know. Crazy. That's what murder always is. He gambled on double or nothing. They always gamble, even though there's no chance of winning.
Far cry from you, isn't it? I was just thinking. You could never be a murderer then, I guess.
Thanks for the compliment.
That's all right. What I meant was... Well, knowing you, darling... I guess there's no opportunity that you couldn't resist.
Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you'll hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counters to detect wear as it occurs. You will hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil, as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead.
Yes, years ahead. New RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie is Lieutenant Johnson. Francis X. Bushman was heard as Stiles. Harry Bartell as Larry. Noreen DeMille as Greta. And Gigi Pearson as Lucy. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. Except today. If you've got a job that's too tough for you to handle, then it's too tough for me. Merry Christmas, George Valentine. And don't bother me with details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Santa Claus in Glass, a transcribed adventure of George Valentine.
Stabbed, I said. S-T-A-B-B-E-D. Stabbed. This bird's been stabbed.
What do you say we should do, George?
Listen, Johnson, I don't want to work on Christmas any more than you do, but
Did you tell him that's the way we found him,
Hold
George?
it, Brooksy. I can't hear you. Yeah, that's right, Johnson. He was all trussed up and everything, but... What? Head? What head? He doesn't have one, naturally. That's the point. The knife must have... Oh, I get it, Johnson. Okay, see you later.
Well, George?
Hey, what happened to the radio? Oh, there we are.
For heaven's sake, it's almost 3 o'clock. What did he say?
He says, his wife says, just put some stuffing where the butcher tore the skin and shove it in the oven.
Oh, thanks.
I thought you told me you knew how to cook a duck.
Well, I do, stupid, but the skin's too tough to sew. It just never occurred to me to use stuffing at both ends.
Relax, I said. You know, I like the way you base that critter. Just like my mother used to do. Efficiency and tender care. There's a real art to it.
Oh, I'm full of old-fashioned virtues.
You know, it's funny the things you remember about Christmas. We always had the whole family for dinner, including a spinster aunt who played the little star of Bethlehem on a cornet.
Cornet. We had a second cousin who yodeled after his third eggnog. Oh, George, after all this time, there's still so many things we don't know about each other.
Angel, come here. Come on now, put that spoon down.
Yes, darling.
Well, the mistletoe is in the other room, and the kitchen is not very romantic, but, well, this has been a pretty swell Christmas. The best we've ever had together. So, all kidding aside, thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. You're very welcome.
Now, we still have some work in there setting the table.
Yes, George.
And some more music to hear. Enough to last us till next year. What's the matter, Brooksy?
Oh, George, I can't help thinking. I know it's Christmas, but that silly ad you put in the paper, don't bother me with details.
Oh, nobody even read
It's
it.
just daring people to bother you,
Look,
George.
it's afternoon already, isn't it? Has anybody been
George, don't answer the door. It's too early for anybody for dinner, and it's too late
Hey, this is your apartment, not mine. Nobody knows I'm here.
Christmas is for us, George, and for happy people. It's not for trouble and danger and all.
It's for a little faith in human nature, Angel. Everybody else feels the same way we do. What do you want to bet this is only a... Well, hello. Who are you?
You were looking in the keyhole.
Yeah, that's right. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, same to you. But aren't you liable to get hurt doing that?
No, not today. Nobody takes offense. Peace and goodwill.
Look, who are you, friend? What do you want?
Nothing. I don't want nothing. It's just Merry Christmas.
There you are, Angel. See what I told you?
I'm the new elevator man. My name's Ferdy.
Oh.
And according to my list, your name is Miss Brooks. But don't think I haven't noticed you already. Hey, you're a lucky man, sir. I said to myself, now there's a young lady with mistletoe in her eyes.
Excuse me. Thank you. Just a second.
Hey, it always gets them. Never fails. Mistletoe in their eyes. They kind of like that kind of talk.
Okay, so you're a student of human nature. Where did she go?
Here, it's all wrapped. I meant to give it to you earlier. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Oh, wow. A little present for the elevator man. Now, ain't that a surprise?
Oh, yes, Ferdy, isn't it?
I'm afraid it's not much.
Don't
but
you
it's-
apologize, miss. Most exciting things come in little packages, I say.
Oh, yeah, sure. I say that, too. Well, your problem's settled now, friend, so we'll see you later, huh?
Hey, wait a minute there.
Oh, George, who else did I forget to
Search
get
me.
Hold it. I said I got a package delivery.
I'll take it. I'm your man.
Package? Who's it for?
Mr. Eric Suchek.
For him, huh?
Who's Eric Suchek?
Down the hall. He's an older man, sort of continental. I don't know what he does. I've never really talked to him, but he's very interesting looking.
Down the hall, you say? Which door?
I'll take it for you, Mac. I'll take it.
No, you won't. Special delivery service. Besides, I'm out for my own tips.
Mr. Suchek's asleep. He told me to take anything that came for him.
Asleep this time of day? You sure?
Well, you guys figure it out. Come on, Angel, back inside.
Wonder what it is, George. Such a fancy wrapping.
I don't know, but curiosity.
Let's
kills
have
cat.
it, Mac. I ain't got all day.
Suchek's an actor or something, or used to be in Europe. It's probably something romantic from a woman.
Yeah. Now, let's have the package, Mac, and here's your tip.
Hey, what is this?
George, look,
It's a present the lady just gave me. A necktie, I suppose. They always are. You need it worse than I do, Mac.
Well, it's a little irregular.
Suchek will make it up to me. Merry Christmas, folks.
Well, the holiday's getting a little commercialized.
Did you see? He gave him my necktie, my present. He just gave it away.
Well, he expects something better out of Suchek.
We shouldn't have let him do it,
Well, it's
George.
none of our business, Angel.
That elevator man's up to something. I know he is. George, what do you suppose was in that special package?
Hey, stop it.
How do you do? Season's greetings, that sort of thing.
Thanks. Who are you?
You don't mind if I step in for just a moment, do you?
What?
Thank you so much.
Sure. Come right on in. This is Grand Hotel.
I beg your pardon. Oh, yes, I see.
Well, I'm so glad somebody does.
Farnham is the name, Leopold J. Farnham, and I assure you I'm more embarrassed than you are. I say you're having duck, aren't you? I can smell it.
I doubt if there's enough to go around, Mr. Farnham. Maybe what you're looking for is a Tom and Jerry.
Oh, no, please. I didn't want her to see me, that's all.
Her?
I'm so sorry. It's perfectly all right, really. I was just, I was on my way to Suchek's apartment.
Suchek, huh?
Yes. Oh, he's quite a popular fellow. The old world charm, the gaiety, the hand-kissing, that sort of... But your neighbors, you know him, of course.
I'm beginning to want to. What's this, who's this her, Mr. Farnham?
Oh, just someone I saw coming off the elevator. A little social faux pas, nothing more. I wanted to keep the day happy. She's gone down the hall now anyway, and I can slip to the stairs.
But tell us why you wanted
Much
to...
obliged, and I hope you enjoy that duck.
The Mad Hatter.
Darling, what's going on?
Wait a minute. A lot of mink coat down the hall there.
Oh, knocking at Mr. Suchek's door.
Yeah.
So that's the woman Mr. Farnham was talking about, George.
Yes, come on, Angel. If other people can play games, I guess I can,
Now,
too.
George, you stay here. Don't you dare get mixed up in
I
any...
just want to tell her she's not knocking loud enough.
Eric? Oh, Eric.
Excuse me, but I heard the elevator man say Mr. Suchek was still asleep.
What? Who are you?
This is Mr. Valentine, and I'm Claire Brooks. I live next door, you see.
But asleep? It's after 3 o'clock. What went on here last night? A party? Oh, of course. The man with all the friends. The idol of the dowagers.
Well, they were very quiet. I mean, I heard people leaving his apartment long before midnight.
My apartment, you mean? But it would be decorous, wouldn't it? He's always so decorous. The model of behavior.
Did you say your apartment?
Of course it's mine. Quite a big one, you know. You don't think he could afford it, do you? I'm Mrs. Suchek.
Mrs.?
Or doesn't he tell his neighbors about his wife? Would it spoil that beautiful aura of tragic, unemployed European? Oh, you think I'm really nasty, don't you? I traveled a long way just to wish him Merry Christmas, that's all. And the roads from the country house are such a fright, such a dreadful...
I just think you didn't knock loud enough. Mr. Suchek. Hey, Mr. Suchek, wake up.
He's really a light sleeper.
Mr. Suchek.
George?
Well, now, take it easy, both of you. But hurry up with the key, will you?
Well, I've got it here someplace. I never use it except when I entertain in town once in a while myself. Such a big place, but he takes care of it for me. At least he does that.
There, is that one the key?
Oh, yes. Here. Eric! Eric! Where are you? Eric!
George, stop her. You look for him.
Well, it's her house, not mine, Brooksy. Hey, what's the matter with you anyway? What do you expect her to find?
He's not here.
Oh.
Went out someplace. Okay, Mrs. Suchek, we'll just mosey
She was here an hour ago.
Huh?
I had my chauffeur phone to make sure. Had him pretend he was somebody else. Eric doesn't like to be surprised. But I was going to surprise him anyway. That's why I couldn't understand that sleeping business.
Funny he didn't wind the clock.
What did you say?
The clock had stopped last night, I guess.
Milk is still on the back porch.
Look, his clothes are here. Oh, he just went out someplace.
Why, his bed hasn't been slept in.
Well, he went out last night, then. There's nothing to get all excited about.
Don't leave me. Please don't leave me.
All right, Mrs. Suchek. But what are you so nervous about? Why do you think something's wrong?
Oh, it's Christmas. I don't want to be alone. Oh, I don't know why I didn't stay in the country. There's a wonderful party out there. 16 people for the weekend. And the roads are so frightful. I always give huge parties on Christmas. It's one of the nice things about inheriting a lot of money.
Why worry about a husband you don't like, anyway?
What? Oh. Well, why not? I never know what he's up to. My friends in town think he's wonderful and so charming, and he's always getting into confidential little deals with them. My friends, mind you, not his. All so rich, and he just loves rich people.
All right, let's get off the subject. Turn on the radio.
Listen. I used to be a musician, you know. A very bad one. Studied in Paris. Yes, Mr. Valentine, I'm very nasty. I'm sorry. I'm worried about him. We're so far apart, and he's up to something. I don't know what it is, but it is Christmas.
Oh, Mrs. Suchek, did you say your husband didn't have any money?
What? Well, really, he's not a little boy, for heaven's sake, running around without pocket money. He does get his allowance. No, he doesn't work. Just charming, that's all. It was different 20 years ago. Over there, he was an actor. But then they closed the theaters in Europe. You can't live on pride forever, can you? Oh, run along, you two. This is absurd and ridiculous, and I'm tired and would like to take a nap.
Okay. Come on, Brooksy.
George, I ask about money because he's got a bank book in there on his desk.
Huh?
And it shows a balance of several $1,000s, all deposited in the last few months.
Nosy.
But he has notes about meeting people at all hours, too. Deliver shipment to Joe at 3 o'clock. Steamship docking at 7 a.m., Pier 52. Get bids from jewelers on... Anyway, that kind of...
Skip it.
But shouldn't we say something? And shouldn't we ask about that man who was just up the
Leave her
hall?
alone, Brooksy. We don't know what kind of a guy her husband is or what he's up to.
I wonder if she does. Oh, are you coming too?
Yes, it's cold here. I don't like it. I'm going to run down to a hotel.
Okay, which one? I want to phone you after I've had a little talk with the elevator man.
Yes, he was so positive about Mr. Suchek being asleep.
Never mind. See you later, Mrs. Suchek.
Oh, wait a minute. Miss Brooks, you didn't see a mirror in there, did you? The room beyond?
What?
A mirror, a hand mirror. I left it here the last time. It's gold, it has my initials. And there's a diamond thing. Well, I guess it's just mislaid or something. It's not important. Never mind.
George! Hey, what's the matter with you, friend?
Nothing. I'm all right.
Pretty, you were just
We
lying
checked
there
both elevators, couldn't
I'm
find
fine,
you.
I tell you.
But look at your room, all your presents.
Leave me
are all-
alone. And thank you. Merry Christmas.
Oh, yeah, very merry one. Buster, who hit you?
Nobody.
You didn't catch that mouse with cheese.
Nobody. I told you I'm all right. Leave me alone.
Oh, yes, and nothing's going on today, and I suppose Mr. Suchek is fine, too. Your big operator friend who sleeps says you.
I didn't do nothing and nobody hit me.
All these presents. But where's that package of Suchek's, the one you took delivery for?
George, it's not here, is it? Is that why somebody hit you, Ferdy?
I don't know a thing. And I'm sick of this job anyway, so goodbye and Happy New Year.
George, what's going on? What is it?
He's not sick of this job. He's just got an angle and a better one. Come on, back up to the lobby.
Angle. Everybody's got an angle.
But you were right. Somebody must have taken the Suchek package away from him, Brooksy. What the heck kind of a thing this is?
Excuse me, Mac.
Okay, don't mention.
Hey, wait a second. You live around here? Know where I can find a guy named Suchek? They got a package for him.
Oh, no, not another
Let me
one.
see.
Sorry, it's insured.
Well, I could take it for him.
George.
This ain't no Christmas present, buddy. It's from Holland, insured for $5,000. Just tell me where...
He's not at home.
Says you. I got a phone number on him. I'll find out. And you look so trustworthy.
Well, we're telling the truth. He's really
I
not.
know, lady. Just give me the package. What do you think this badge and gun is for on us?
Hello. Yes. Hello.
Not at home, huh?
George.
What number did you dial?
Armored delivery, Mr. Suchek.
Oh, yeah, I was expecting you to call. You have a shipment for me.
Number upstairs. What do you think, wise guy? Well, there's no apartment number, Mr. Suchek, so if you'll just tell...
I don't want it, please. I don't want that one. Not today.
It's marked special.
I'm sorry. I am home, but you'll have to wait delivery until tomorrow, please.
Okay, sir. Not at home. The things people will pull. And on Christmas, too.
George, we were just upstairs. He's not there.
Quite an operator, Suchek, for a man with no dough, no job, just a lot of connections through his wife. $5,000 packages. I don't blame Ferdy for getting interested.
And one of the packages is missing.
Yeah. Let's go see this mighty man. Find out what he is up to behind his wife's back.
See him, but he's
Double
not...
phone, Angel. It's simple. That's why she thought he was home, too. Her chauffeur phoned earlier, remember?
Double phone?
Yeah, like some doctors have. A special service. Same number in two places.
And he doesn't want people to know. Well, George, it sounds to me more like a double life.
Uh-huh. And one of them's not so good. A studio on the top floor, according to the phone company. Not quite as fancy as the apartment.
Oh, but it'd be a lot more convenient for meeting the kind of people you wouldn't want in your wife's place.
Oh, I don't know. They got him listed as being in the import-export business.
Phew.
Hey, look who's here.
Hello, Mr. Valentine. Been waiting. I saw you drive up and look around outside.
Mr. Farnham.
And you know my name now, huh?
No, I don't have much time. Yes, of course I do.
Well, I came to see Suchek.
Yes, I know. Naturally, you came because of his wife. She's a strange woman, but you decided she's unhappy and upset about her husband, and you wanted to help her.
Well, you know everything.
I've also found out you're by way of being a detective. I assure you I've hired plenty of them myself in the past few weeks. So I thought you might respond to a Christmas present.
$100 bill?
Now, I can prove to you that I am perfectly honest. That's more than we can say for Suchek, don't you think?
You didn't act like it. The way you ducked to avoid her...
It's not very easy for a man who's in love with a woman whose husband... Well, anyway...
You mean you and Mrs...
Oh, yes. Of course. She was with me here just now to talk to one of the boarders in this place and to one of my detectives.
Just now. Look, Farnham, what are you
Now,
up to?
she's going to meet me at the train, and I don't want to keep her waiting.
Detectives watching Suchek? Those packages of his, this double phone? Did you find that he's a crook?
I'm trying to explain nothing to you. That's what the $100 is for. I don't want her to be any more upset or to know any more than is necessary.
Buster, I'm getting sick and tired of all this fog. Maybe Suchek himself
I
can
don't
tell
even
me.
know whether he's up there or not. That's not the point, you see. If there's anything crooked, we will turn it over to the police naturally.
Then what is the point, and why did you have detectives?
Don't you understand the whole thing? Oh. Rich, proud woman who wouldn't divorce her husband because, in spite of everything else, he was so decorous. Well, but why that phone? Why these surreptitious visits here? Flowers and wine and perfume. Now, good heavens, you weren't born yesterday, were you? Ah. You hear that? Suchek doesn't play the piano.
Another woman.
Now, I'm sure you understand. It's Christmas. Mrs. Suchek knows all she needs to know now, so let's have no more trouble.
Sure. Okay, Farnham. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Brooks. Come on.
George, he's right. You're not going to go in
Upstairs,
there.
I said, come on, fast.
What you want?
To see something with my own eyes, that's all. Don't mind if I come in, do you, Mr. Suchek?
Get out of here.
I'm another detective. They've been haunting you, huh?
Well, what are you talking about?
Nothing, I guess, nothing. But it's a woman's place, all right, isn't it? Yeah. Curtains, perfume. Sort of simple taste,
I beg
but,
your pardon.
That her picture over there? Where is she, in the other room? Oh, hey, look. You gave her a gold mirror, didn't you?
I told you to get out of here.
Now, take it easy.
Now get out of here, I said.
George, you idiot. Going in
Never
there
mind,
and
never mind. I'm all right. Come on, find me a phone.
We're going home.
Not until I've got Johnson to pick up that woman.
What?
You heard me, Mrs. Suchek.
I had a lot of trouble, Mr. Valentine. I got her off the train all right, but the lieutenant says she can sew our shirts off.
Thanks for bringing her here to Miss Brooks' apartment so fast, Sergeant.
Hey, you better get down and prefer charges.
Yeah, sure, and thanks again.
Hello, Mrs. Suchek.
You're insane, of course. I'm insane, too, leaving my country place today.
No, you're not.
Don't open your mouth to me, young man.
Take it easy now, take it easy. Where did you get the package?
George, it's the same original one, the one that
It would be an understatement, wouldn't it, to say that's none of your business?
Okay. Mr. Farnham gave it to you.
How helpful. Now, will you please explain
At least
what...
he's the only one who was around here to have known that Ferdy, the elevator man, had it.
What?
Now, that's past history, not important. You're quite a guy, your friend Farnham. You meet up with some choice men.
Mr. Valentine, I really think you are insane. I haven't the slightest idea of what on earth you
I
think
noticed
you're
before that package has no return address on it. Also, pretty fancy wrapping. Now, a member of a family never thinks of a return address. And, of course, you've got it again, so what is it? Your Christmas present to your husband? Like a bomb, maybe?
Mr. Valentine, we used to be very happy until I became wealthy. Until he became worthless.
I know. Like a fish out of water. Both of you. Living high, wide, and handsome.
Let's unwrap it, lady. Yeah, it's me. Been waiting for you to get back, Valentine. I thought you'd figure it out.
Thanks, Ferdy. But is that gun necessary?
Yeah. I want the package, lady.
No.
Give, lady.
Buster, you're not a very bright man. All day you've been out for a fast buck. Well, this isn't it.
Is that so?
Give that back. Mrs. Suchek, I'll have to admit I'm a little curious myself.
Yeah, that's more like it. Here we are.
A Santa Claus.
How about that?
Paint's all chipped. Looks European.
Glass. A glass Santa Claus.
Well, Mrs. Suchek, I was curious, too. But more about the way you and your husband apparently treated each other. You can't live on pride forever, you said.
I don't want to talk about my husband.
I know. And Farnham took you over there, and some boarder gave you the gossip. Some detective who'd watched your husband sneak in there once in a while on holidays.
Please.
And I went over myself, and I heard a phonograph record playing piano music. You used to play the piano, didn't you? Studying music in Paris?
George, it was a phonograph?
That's what first tipped me. Noel is a French carol, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
About how Christmas isn't for trouble or danger.
That's what you think.
Oh, you'll get out of this.
Santa Claus is hollow, ain't it?
What?
They smuggle things and hollow things, don't they? A big operator like Suchek.
Oh, look out! He'll break it!
Good night, stupid.
Oh, grab it, George! Oh. I couldn't reach it in time. There's nothing in it, though, is there?
There's not much in Ferdy anymore, either. Oh, now, please, Mrs. Suchek, stop it.
Sorry. I can tell.
Listen to me. Quick. Did Farnham produce a girl who lived in that studio today?
I don't want to see her. I don't want to know who she...
Would your husband give a mirror with your initials on it to somebody else? And that lush apartment of yours down the hall. He hates what that stands for as much as you do, doesn't he? Oh, but you've both got to be so proud. But I'll get back to that other place, the other woman. The secret, simple thing in his life he escapes to sometimes, because I saw it. Yeah, I barged in. But I didn't see her.
You what?
But I saw her picture, all right. Yeah, a lovely blonde girl. Her clothes are old-fashioned. There's a French taxicab in the background. Why don't you understand, Mrs. Suchek? That double life of his is about as sinister as this memory, this Santa Claus you picked to give him for Christmas. It's a picture of a girl who looks just like you about 20 years ago. Mrs. Suchek, the other woman is you.
But, George, she's changed so much.
Well, both of them did, Angel. They were miles apart, I guess. Only still not quite ready to forget a dream of what they used to be like, even though they wouldn't admit it.
But all those packages of his, the other ones, those phony-looking shipments back and forth from Europe.
Darling, your imagination's as bad as Ferdy's, the ex-elevator man. Hot goods, smuggling. Where do you get all these ideas? Why not believe the facts? The phone company said he was a small-scale importer. Now, express companies don't smuggle for people. A man could get a bank account from an honest business he was building up on the side. A man with the right background and rich friends to deal with.
Yeah,
You listen to too many radio mysteries. Oh, I know I'm not clairvoyant. It was Farnham's behavior that made me curious, that's all.
You mean being so anxious to make sure that Suchek never got the sentimental gift from his wife? The Santa Claus from their first Christmas tree together?
Uh-huh. And then asking us not to dig any deeper. Not wanting her to see any more over at that studio than he'd already arranged for her to see in here.
So you just barged right in. Oh, darling, you're wonderful.
I'm lucky. I knew when Suchek hit me, nobody would have been that mad except a guy caught with his own sentiments down. Besides, you told me a long time ago, Christmas isn't for bad things.
And you told me it's for a little faith in human nature. And you had it. And Mr. Suchek's getting on his feet again, and his wife is opening her eyes, and they're really back together now.
Sure. It's for happy endings.
It's for mistletoe in the eyes, George. I like that line. Well, you needn't turn your nose up at it. Not after all you've done
Okay,
today.
Angel. I'll turn my nose down again. Come here. Yeah, you're right. Christmas is for not being bothered with details like the smell of burning duck.
Merry Christmas, everybody. This is John Heaston, hoping that your Christmas day was everything you wanted it to be. Hoping you were with family and friends, and that you've heard from loved ones who were too far away to make the trip home. But just a moment, here's a friend of yours, George Valentine. Tonight we'll introduce him by his real name, Robert Bailey.
Holiday greetings are not my stock in trade. But if you think the job's too tough for me, well, I have news for you. Friends, it's wonderful. It's wonderful to be on the air with you this Christmas time. So, speaking for myself and for everybody in the cast, all I want to say is, we just hope you've had the nicest, happiest Christmas ever.
Now here's a word from the sponsors of Let George Do It, from the Standard Oil Company of California, and from the men at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. Here's what the message says. This is the 4th Christmas time we've been on the air with you. So at this very special time, we feel we're talking to old friends when we say to all of you, heartiest Christmas greetings. And thank you for listening. Good night, friends. Be with you again next week. Tonight's transcribed adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Irene Tedrow was heard as Verna, Bob Griffin as Suchek, Larry Dobkin as Farnham, Barney Phillips as Ferdy, and Bob Bruce as the messenger. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Man Behind the Frame, another adventure of George Valentine.
Prosperity for the last 32 years. Our products draw cheers. It's the best office machinery.
Hold it, you guys. Shut up. Shut up, will ya? I'm trying to talk on the telephone. How can I... Ah, that's better. Bunch of crazy banshees.
Hello. Yes, now I can hear you. Lawrence Ferguson? The kid? Well, sure he works for me. Came down from Emmetsville with me just yesterday. What'd he do? Get high on too much soda pop? Oh, look, friend, whoever you are, I'm no nursemaid. Don't bother me with any of this.
Come on.
Shut up, you guys. He what? When? Where did he... Look, Lieutenant, for gosh sakes, tell me. All right. Of course. County jail. I got it. Dear Mr. Valentine, my name's Vic Burnett, Federal Office Equipment Company. You remember, the guy sold you the wire recorder for your office. Well, I'll cancel out the last 3 payments on it if you come down fast to the county jail. I need help. A crazy rube I brought into town for a convention just so he could see the sights is now staring at the inside of a cell. He's been locked up for murder.
Okay, Mr. Burnett,
But I feel
okay.
responsible for him. He's never been down here before. He's not even a salesman. You see, up in Emmetsville,
You
I
want
had
to
this
see him,
kid-
Valentine, or don't
Just a minute, Lieutenant Johnson.
He's never done anything but read comic books, but I can't let him get railroaded like a
Well,
common
I'm sure he's not being railroaded for anything, and a woman is dead, isn't she?
Miss Brooks, listen to me. This kid
That's
is
a good
absolute-
idea. You listen to him, Brooksy. Come on, Johnson.
Gladly.
Valentine, wait a
I
minute.
just want to hear it from the kid himself, that's all.
What a job. My poor boy's in the hands of the law.
Oh, well, that guy's just trying to help.
I'm an old man. Guys like Burnett help me get that way.
What's eating you?
You'll see. Here, through here.
A woman was murdered, huh? Take it from there.
Hotel apartment where she lived. Name was Sally Fife. High-speed typist. Typist.
Yeah, where do you meet her? What happened?
You'll see.
Oh, look, Johnson.
Blow
will you-
on the side of the head with a bottle.
Oh. Little party?
Little gal about 35, fast talker, neat, clean, small business of her own that didn't amount to anything. Fight. Sure, a fight of some kind. What else? This is a very refreshing, original story.
Why was the kid picked up? Were there witnesses?
He was caught trying to run down a fire escape this morning. Taking us all day to even pry his name out of him.
Well, I don't see
He's
why.
26. Skinny, sandy-haired, pimply-faced 26, and probably never earned more than 26 a week in his life, either. You see for yourself. Hey, wake up. Ferguson.
Oh, excuse me. Hello, sir. Sure.
Oh, don't stand up, kid. I just thought you were asleep.
No, sir, I can't sleep. I just shut my eyes like that. I do it in the office sometimes so people don't know I'm thinking.
Okay, I'm not sir. This is Mr. Valentine.
Sure. How do you do, sir? Whatever you say.
Yeah, hello. Sit down, Lawrence.
Yeah. You want to hear it, too, I guess. I don't feel very good, you know.
Last night you had some drinks.
Yeah. See, Mr. Valentine, I'm just a clerk in the office. Up in Emmetsville, I mean. Been there 9 years.
Uh-huh.
I've begged so many times to come to conventions. The boss, it's Mr. Burnett. He
Last night you went to a movie, and after that a bar called the Silver Duck, and you had some drinks.
Uh-huh. There was a banquet on the schedule, but, of course, I'm not a regular salesman. I mean, just a clerk, you know. But I do handle the boss's correspondence and the district records and things. Well, I was alone last night. I don't know anybody in the city or anything.
You knew this woman, didn't you? This Sally Fife?
No.
What?
No, I didn't. Not until then. In the bar, I mean.
He met her there. Very refreshing. It's true, too.
Go on.
Well, I had several, I guess. You know how it is when a guy's alone, on the town, so to speak. I don't remember very well, but I guess I met her. She was awful nice. Anyway, sometime later, I didn't feel very well.
Yeah, sure.
It was a long way back to the hotel, and she said she'd make me some coffee up at her place, close by. But she was nice. I don't want you guys thinking anything.
Yeah. We know all about it. Tell him what happened when you got there.
I've told you, I don't know. It's not clear. I'm not used to... I mean, I don't know whether I drank the coffee or not. All I know is that it's daylight and I'm asleep on the sofa.
All right, hold it, kid, hold it. There was a fight, wasn't there? You had trouble with this girl, and then...
Stop it. Leave me alone. All right, I ran. Sure, I ran. I tried to get out the fire escape, only my head was all dizzy. I would have got away if it hadn't been for that.
That's this morning when they caught you. Get back to last night.
Well... there she was. Dead. What do you think? I killed her.
Oh, you did? Well, tell me about it.
Refreshing, original story.
I don't know, tell you what. I wanted to have excitement, what it feels like to be kicked around and yelled at by all them salesmen. A clerk, sure. He'll never get any place. Well, they're all fakes, all of them. Loud-mouthed jerks I could wrap around my finger any time you ask. Salesman, I'm better than any of them.
Cut it out, kid. Now, easy. You said you killed a woman.
I must have, don't you see? Nobody else was up there, I remember. I'm sorry I shoot my mouth off, but I'm just trying to forget. I wish I was just being a clerk now.
Remember, forget. It was her idea you have some coffee last night, I suppose.
Well, it seems that way. It wasn't mine. How did you know?
Oh, for the love of... Kid, haven't you ever heard of a thing like this happening to anybody besides you?
What? Well, nobody ever got in trouble like this before. Nobody ever did the things that I must...
Oh, cut it out, Rube. I can't stand it, eh? Well, the facts are all true, Valentine. The ones we could check. Same old story.
What are you talking about? I'm just a guy who...
Hasn't it ever occurred to you might be a sucker?
Oh, never mind, Johnson, never mind. What's he held for? He signed a confession of anything?
You think I take milk away from babies? Suspicion, that's all.
Then how about taking him out of here? What's the name of that bar you said? The Silver Duck? Come on, Lawrence. I want to see if you know how to swim.
What's the idea, Mr. Valentine? This is where I was, all right.
Relax, relax. Nobody's noticing the handcuff.
Yeah, but just to stand here all the time.
Keep watching. Neighborhood place, same people every night. It's about the same time now, too.
The girl, Valentine, that's the part of it that doesn't fit. She wasn't the type, wasn't a regular customer.
Yeah, Johnson, it does.
I'm just all mixed up. I want to go back
Lawrence, on your first night in the big city, how did you meet this Sally Fife? How about a demonstration? I want to see how a boy from the stick strikes up a conversation with a strange woman.
Well, I know my way around. Oh, no. I don't know.
She said hello to him. What do you think? He probably blushed, too.
Johnson, you contradict yourself. You said she wasn't quite the type. Brisk, sharp lady with a job.
There's one. That guy.
Huh? Which one? Point him out.
There with a cigar. Just came in. Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I must have seen all the people who were here last night. I remember the waiters.
Excuse me.
Valentine,
Lieutenant, wake up. What's the most likely way the kid here met Sally Fife? Got picked for a patsy or whatever it was. Somebody probably introduced him, don't you think? So I'll see you later. Hello, friend.
Excuse me.
Just wondered if I could borrow your newspaper a minute. Hey, what kind of a cigar is that?
Here's your change, Loopy. 15, 20, 25. Okay, Jake, I'll see you.
Wait a minute, friend.
The newspaper? Help yourself. See you later, Jake. And sit still. What are you picking the fifth? Must have hit it nice, them fancy cigars, paying off your debt. I still got to figure Hialeah. Hey, let go of my arm, man.
I want to ask the bartender, Jake, here about you.
What do you want? He's all right, mister.
Sit down. Name's Loopy, huh?
What do you want?
Turn around. That skinny young guy standing over there. Ever see him before? One next to the heavyset man?
No. Hey, Jake, what do you let snoops like this in for? Loopy's all right, mister.
Loopy, you haven't been doping the races at Hialeah. Papers turned to the front page. News about a murder. And that kid's picture. So at least you've seen him before in the paper, haven't you?
I didn't notice. Hey, what do you want? Here, Jake, here's my selections, all of them. I'm getting out of this. Sure, Loopy.
Give me that.
Hey, look out. Get your hands off.
I got him, so cool off. That other guy coming is a cop.
I got nothing to be afraid of.
Oh, no. Just wanted to get rid of these notes in your pocket. Only they're not all racing selections either, are they, Loopy? Pawn ticket, huh?
Mister, I told you, Loopy here's all right.
What's going on, Valentine?
I don't know, Johnson. Pawn ticket for $1,000.
What?
Yeah. No wonder he pays his debts today. Smokes such fancy cigars.
Now, look, Golly, I ain't got nothing to hide. I just been wondering what to do about it, that's all. I'm Loopy Fife.
Huh?
Fife, did you say?
Sure. This damer got killed. Well, I've been wondering if I should volunteer as expert testimony or something. I mean, she's my wife. Rhymes. Sally Fife, she's my wife.
Well, how do you like... Come on, friend. We're going to have a little talk.
Now, let go, me. Take it easy. I ain't done nothing.
Oh, no. Just hawked a mink coat for $1,000. Well, that's what it says here on the pawn ticket. One mink coat.
Oh, his, no doubt. Well, it's a cold
All
night.
right, so what? So I did so what? Sure, it's here, but I done it before. She don't mind. I always get a winner the next day. Brings me luck, that's all. Raise a little quick cash. She don't mind.
If you're talking about your wife, what do you mean? That she's too dead now to mind?
Cut it out, I said. She and me were just friends, God rest her soul. So stop looking at me that way. I didn't kill her with divorce. Ain't it so, Jake? That's what you call platonic, that's all. Picking the guy who gave her the mink, not me. Sure, go up to Emmetsville. Big shot salesman, he's the one. Vic Burnett. Yeah, ask Vic Burnett.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment.
Listen to the difference. Yes, now you can actually hear authentic scientific proof of the difference between new RPM motor oil and premium type motor oils as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Auto engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, and during operation, minute particles of radioactive metal wear off the rings. Geiger counters are thus able to detect the amount of wear actually taking place. Listen now as the Geiger counters click off the difference. First, the low wear rate of the new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of the conventional oil. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engines between major overhauls due to lubrication.
Proved in the laboratory and checked out in severe road service, new RPM motor oil is sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction. Ask for it at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine.
As salesmen of old FOE, we will have prosperity. Prosperity. For the last 32 years, our products have run cheers. It's the best office machinery.
Vic Burnett, the big man from Emmetsville, here in town for a convention. He wanted you to help one of his employees, the young clerk, Lawrence Ferguson, because Lawrence was locked up in jail for murder, too confused even to defend himself. The only trouble is, though, the girl Lawrence said that he met for the first time last night, the night of her murder, now seems to have been mixed up with Vic Burnett himself. So, if your name is George Valentine, you're pretty much inclined to agree with Claire Brooks when she says...
I never did like his looks, George. From the day he sold us this wire machine, I didn't like the kind of stories he told.
Oh, sure, Brooksy, but don't break the recorder on account of him. You get the rest of my notes on it?
Oh, didn't you finish? I'll hook it up on the phone again.
No, that's all. Burnett didn't tell you where he was going after he left the county jail, did he?
No.
How do you like that? Write up your notes for a client that doesn't even... Well, we can't find him either, Brooksy. Salesman must have sold himself a powder and then taken it.
Mr. Valentine, now you're just getting my boss in trouble. He wouldn't have done a thing like that.
Kid, you want to save your job or your neck?
I don't know. I'm all confused. I don't feel very good. This place just reminds me...
Lawrence, we brought you here to her apartment to see what else you could remember.
Well, I'm not helping any. I know I'm not helping any, but if you just leave him out of it...
Burnett's in this up to his ears. Now, for the last time, relax. Forget what a sucker you've been and think.
I'm trying, Lieutenant. That's the couch I woke up on. I know that.
Go wash the glasses. Did you?
No, I don't think so.
Must have been drugged.
Clean glasses. Liquor stains on the table and floor.
I came up here to have a cup of coffee, I know, but...
Kid, that husband, Loopy. You saw him in the bar when you met her. Didn't you see him up here, too, later on? Sure you did, didn't you?
I didn't see anybody here except her.
Oh, for the love... Okay, Rube, wait for us here. And by the way, there's a sergeant outside the other door.
Well, going to get around to me now, huh?
Just wanted to give you time to make your story good, Loopy.
I know you guys. Think if you keep me cool and I'll get hotter, hey? Well, let me tell you, I'm just a husband, see? But we're divorced.
I'm not surprised. She was a businesswoman. Little sharp around the edges, maybe, but standing a guy like you as a horse of another color.
Incompatible, that's all. Just one of them things. Give the little lady her happiness, I said, but still platonic. Soft spot for old Loopy. You know how it is. Which brings me to the mink coat. A little matter which was over and done with yesterday afternoon. A little loan of the mink, so Loopy could pick the horse of the right color, if you don't mind my lifting your figures of speech. Just saw her for a minute in that bar, but I never came up here later on.
Vic Burnett gave her the coat, huh?
Yes, sir, but you see...
When?
Last year.
How long's he known her?
Several years, maybe.
Fancy apartment. Her typing service didn't buy her all this.
It's how she met him. Special work on his district records or something. He's down here a lot. And she used to write to his office when he wasn't. Boyfriend, that's all. It's perfectly legal.
In love with business.
And he paid her in mink.
All right, so she knew a few things about him. So she had a liking for the finer things.
Now you're warming up, friend. She blackmailed him, huh?
She did not. You can't talk that way about my wife, God rest her soul.
A shakedown artist. So that's what you were.
I didn't say that.
Oh, stop it.
Huh?
Well, look what's here.
Picked him up over that office machine convention, Lieutenant.
You see, I wasn't running any place.
Just dodging a little. I know, Mr. Burnett. Hoping we'd have it all solved by now. All hung on somebody else. Thanks, Sergeant.
I guess you don't need me anymore, so I guess I'll just...
Oh, no, you don't, Loopy. Stick around.
Okay.
Listen to me. I want you guys to understand something. I hired you, Valentine. Don't forget that.
Yeah, to rescue a guy so dumb he walked into the oldest frame-up in history. So old, no matter what he said, no jury would ever convict him. But that doesn't mean you couldn't be the man behind the frame, does it?
Sure, he must be.
Listen, I said. I would have told you everything, but you know how it is. Head salesman, travel a lot. Why should I tell you about Sally? She was my style. She never asked more than I could afford. She was all right. She was a good sport.
When did you see her the last time?
Last night, supper. Go on, make something out of that.
There, you see, supper. He saw her at supper.
How was she dressed?
Huh? Well, I don't remember. Very nicely.
Was she wearing a mink coat at supper, or wasn't she?
Sure. The one I gave her. Why?
Grab that guy.
Lloyd.
Oh, no, you don't. I know,
Come back
sucker.
down. Grab him, Sergeant. Grab him.
He's the one. He didn't get him.
He got away, George?
Oh, yeah, sure. Of course he got away, Brooksy. Johnson and Burnett after him like a couple of overfed bloodhounds. The kid's here with me.
Oh. Well, why didn't you go with
Wanted you to read me back some notes, that's all. You see, the closet's been all torn up, ransacked. So it had to be Loopy who got the coat. We know that. But he didn't get it until after supper. So he was up here late. Probably after he'd been in that bar.
George, he saw his wife with Lawrence, so it would have been easy for him to follow them up there and...
Yeah, sure. It was...
George?
Yeah, I'm right here. Look, I'll be back up to listen to those notes myself instead, okay?
Well, I'm just typing.
Yeah, I'll be up at the office. Let Johnson look for people. I'm all through. Wait for me. Notes for Burnett. Interviewed Lawrence Ferguson.
Oh.
Notes for Burnett. Interviewed Lawrence Ferguson in jail. Has stack of circumstantial evidence against him, including the fact that he was caught running
George,
the scene of crime.
I'm just getting started.
The only trouble is...
Oh.
Hello, ma'am. I heard that voice and thought it was Mr. Valentine.
I thought you were. You're Lawrence Ferguson, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. You mind if I sit down to wait for him? How'd you know?
No. Sit down. He described you, I guess.
Oh? I was all dressed up last night. I don't look like much anymore.
Oh, don't be silly. I thought George was with you.
I can't afford to buy the kind of clothes a salesmen do. They're jerks. You know that?
Where is George?
Oh, I don't know. He was on the phone. I was waiting for him. Then he hung up and took off like lightning. Thought maybe he'd come over here. Heard him say that. I still got on one of my handcuffs. I guess I better wait for him to take me back to jail. That's all I'm here for.
Oh.
Go on with your work. I'll just sit here and wait.
Well, thank you.
Only trouble is, a matter of a mink coat. Loopy, Sally Fife's divorced no good husband, Hawkins.
Oh, Mr. Valentine didn't know yet, I guess. Loopy got the coat last night. That's what
there
made...
is, with a man who committed murder, maybe even with a coat as motive, hock it. Seems to me he'd be a lot more likely to sell it.
Mr. Valentine's a smart man, isn't he?
At the time Loopy hocked the coat, today, he didn't even know his wife was dead.
I'm sort of like Mr. Valentine in some ways. Smart.
Where is George? Tell me. If he left to come here and you were with him, he'd be here by now.
I don't know. I'm waiting. Just like you are.
Yeah. He said the closet at Sally's apartment was all ransacked. Loopy wouldn't do that, would he? He'd know where the coat was.
Maybe he already got it.
You mean while you were in that bar with his wife?
Maybe. She wasn't wearing it.
How did you know she even had a mink coat?
I don't know, ma'am. I'm all mixed up.
Yes.
Play some more. That machine the salesmen sell. Big shots. Jerks. They even got a song. Salesman of all FOE, we will have prosperity. Isn't that a laugh? Like a bunch of high school kids at a football game. Well, I see what goes on. I can make more money than any of them.
Lawrence, stop. Stop. I'll play it if you want.
Sell it. Also, Mr. Burnett, it bothers me you'd hire me and still keep things secret. But you did hire me, so answer a few questions. Your correspondence up there in Emmetsville, Sally Fife did business with you, so whoever handles your correspondence would know about her. Check? And that's your clerk, Lawrence. He would have known about her through the handling of district records, too. But he insists he didn't even know her name until last night. Why?
You killed her. Poor innocent boy being framed. You killed her.
Mr. Valentine's smart.
You're stupid. You killed her and ran, but you got caught.
Don't say that! That's what she said.
I'm sorry.
They were sorry for me. They thought I'd been framed because I made it look that way. I spilled liquor on the rug and the table. I pretended. I used to give Sally information about Mr. Burnett. And then she'd get mink coats and things.
I don't care. I don't want to know.
She wouldn't give me my share. She said I was stupid, the same thing you said.
Don't touch me.
Why not? I have to kill you.
Get away.
Sally wouldn't give me my share. But I got even with her. And even if they caught me, I still made it look like I'd been framed. I looked for the coat, but it was gone.
Get away, I said.
But he still got away.
Stop it.
You
Lawrence,
Mr. Valentine.
stop it.
I wasn't framed. They were sorry for me. They thought I'd been framed because I made it look that way. I spilled liquor on the rug and the table. I pretended. I used to give Sally information about Mr. Burnett. She'd get mink coats and things.
Listen. Here, I don't want to know.
You turn that thing and try to record what I say.
Stupid. The same thing you
think you got a confession, don't you? Where's the button on this crazy thing?
I didn't know. No, I didn't. You bumped it yourself.
Well, you what kind of a prove I am?
And so, Mr. Burnett, I guess you don't need a report. The kid you wanted me to help is nothing but a pin-brained loony.
Where's the button? Turn it off.
Oh, yes, it will, Buster.
Oh, George, you're here.
I'll show you the button.
George.
Oh, now, hey, Angel, cut it out. It's all over. He didn't hurt you.
But I didn't know where you were. I thought he'd done something to you.
Well, back when I was telephoning, he was outside with a cop. He slugged him and ran. But I told you I was coming right over.
George, why didn't you say what had happened? Why didn't you...
Look, now, take it easy, Angel. I didn't want to scare you. I wasn't positive he was headed here, and besides, I came as fast as I could.
But you must have got here a long time ago. You must have been standing outside and listening.
Angel, it's all over, I
know you needed real evidence against him.
I wouldn't have
George,
let him hurt you, Angel. Come on, let's go.
You didn't do that on purpose, did you? I mean, not warn me and then let
Brooksy, what kind of a guy do you think... Well, it just happened that way. Oh, look, darling, come here. There. That convince you?
No. I don't believe you.
Oh,
but don't stop trying to convince me. If at first you don't succeed...
Some things can be out of sight and out of mind without creating any special problem. But you really can't afford to forget about your car's battery. Neglect the battery, and you take chances with your car's starting power with the efficiency of headlights and taillights and accessories. For your own convenience and safety, have the battery inspected periodically at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station. A few minutes for this car-saver service tomorrow may prevent hours of delay later on. And you'll know that your battery has a high enough charge, that the water level is right, the terminal posts and clamps are clean. You'll know that the battery is ready to give your car fast starts and to keep the lights bright for night driving. So, for your own comfort and safety, wouldn't it be wise to ask for battery inspection tomorrow? Ask at your independent Chevron gas station or your standard station, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Daly is starred as George with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie as Lieutenant Johnson. Ed Begley was heard as Burnett, Roland Morris as Lawrence, Hal Gerard as Loopy, and Jim Nusser as the bartender. The music was composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Tune on a Triangle, another adventure of George Valentine.
Dear Mr. Valentine, that ad of yours gets me. No job too tough for you to handle. Well, I don't believe it. I got a tiger I'll bet you can't handle. Yeah, you read it right, a tiger. So unless you're just whistling in the wind, stick around your office tonight. Meet me around 7:30. I got a wife and kids to worry about, so don't fail me. Signed, Jerry Briskin.
Signed, Jerry Briskin.
7:30.
No, around 7:30.
Uh-huh. How many stripes on a tiger?
40, George. He's only 40 minutes late. That's not so bad.
Probably hired Frank Buck instead. We make a lot of sense, too, don't we?
Huh? Want to play gin rummy?
Oh, why is it, Brooksy, we never get letters that tell anything? He's got a case. Why doesn't he say so? Change his mind, maybe. Who knows? Jerry Briskin. Want to bet he never even shows up tonight?
$5. I'll bet $5.
Give me that phone. Hello?
Valentine, is Briskin.
You're late.
I just want to make sure you're still in the office. I got held up. Couldn't get into your building because of the crowds.
Slow down, will you? What crowds?
Look, just sit tight, will you? I'll be right there. Honest, I will.
Sure. Bring your tiger, too. But what's this about?
Just a crowd. I don't know. Something going on. Police and everything. But I'll come around the back way.
Hey, look, Briskin, you...
Well, you owe me $5, don't you?
Not yet, I don't.
What are you going to do? Jump out the window to avoid paying me? Oh, George, what's going on?
I don't know. Street seems to be roped off down there.
There are no fire engines.
Yes, there is. One small one. See it?
Yeah.
And they got a searchlight pointed at
What in the name of...
Brooksy, look. Around there to the right.
It's a woman on the ledge. She's the one who screamed, George.
That's not all she's doing. Hey, look at the way she wobbles.
They've got her in the searchlight. She's gonna...
Here, maybe she can hear us from here. Hey. Hey, lady.
Still 10 or 15 feet away.
Lady, can you hear me? I'm over here. Hey, look, this way, will you?
Oh, George, she sees you. She stopped moving.
Yeah, hello there. Now, look, keep your eyes on me, lady. Don't mind all that noise down there. Now, keep your eyes on me and just keep moving toward me. It's all right, it's all right. The ledge is wide enough for you to get here.
George, she wants to jump. She wants to kill herself.
Look, lady, nothing can be as bad as this cold wind up here. Now, come on, easy does it.
Don't come near me. Oh, George, what can we do?
I'm all right. I'm fine. We're not scared.
Oh, Brother Looney is a coot.
Oh, listen, people are coming out in the hall.
Man, it's liable to scare her, too.
What are you talking about? I've walked all the way around the building. Do you know that? I bet you would be afraid to do that, wouldn't you?
No, I don't think so.
George, what are you doing? Get back in here.
I don't get dizzy very easy. But I'm probably not as clever as you are.
Oh, George, please.
Are you coming to walk with me?
Yeah, sure, that's it. Little stroll in the park.
I've never been dizzy. There's nothing to this, see?
Look out, lady.
Don't have to hold me. My, you're good looking, too, aren't you? Only...
Oh, it's all right, lady. Those are just firemen to the rescue in my office, that's all. Come on now. Easy does it.
Yes. Just another step. Only I feel so...
Hey, look. I got you. Oh, lady, what a time to faint.
Hurry up, George. Here, I can help you.
I got her all right.
That's it, boys. Get it. Get that picture.
Photographers. Hey, clear out of here, you guys. This
All right,
is no
hold
time
up
to...
a little higher, will you? That's it.
Where have I heard your voice before? Come on, Buster, give me a hand
My
with
name
this.
is Briskin here. Now remember, boys, when you write captions, call her the Tigers of the Trapeze, world's greatest aerialist.
World's great... Hey, what in the name of heaven...
told you I wasn't scared. Were you, darling?
Huh?
No, don't drop me. Hold me tighter. That's it. The lady fainted.
Publicity. So that's it. Why, you dirty...
That's it. Get it, boys. Get him, too. Get the expression on his face. Ah! Wonderful, wonderful. And thank you, Fearless Fosdick. Oh, now let me go, Valentine. Let go, I said. She got plenty of money. 100 ain't enough for you. Okay, we'll make it 2. It's worth it.
Press agent, $5,000 couldn't stop me
Look,
from
stop it, I said. I got a wife and kids.
Oh, you shut up.
It's a job, that's all.
I got rid of them all, George. She went down to buy all the photographers a drink.
Oh, she did. Bully for her.
Now, look, Valentine, you can't sue her. You just get laughed at.
Buster, for 2 cents.
Okay, so you look a little silly in a few front pages. It's publicity, ain't it? And for you, too. She's pulled that stunt in every city she's played.
You mean you pick a sucker in every
No,
town?
no, to walk around the building, that's all. You were something extra. Oh, come on. How could I resist that silly ad of yours? Hey, how about the feint she pulled, huh? Oh, I tell you, she's a great little artist.
Briskin, that silly face of yours
All right,
is about to be...
Pay you $250. Will you cut it out?
Huh? Wow. Brooksy, I thought you said you got rid of everybody.
I am here, yeah. But I wait.
Well, let me go.
Go on, friend. Beat it.
I wait to see you. You hold her.
Huh?
I follow. I am here. I see everything. Who are you?
A man going crazy. Beat it, you big moose. The party's over. Go on, get out of here. Get lost.
Hold it. Hello. Your name's Fedor, isn't it?
Yeah. Leave us alone. I see how this man hold her.
What in the name of
Wait a
heaven?
minute. Fedor's a husband, I think. 3rd or 4th and slipping fast.
Well, husband. Another tiger, I suppose. Well, look, Fedor, just shut the door quietly and don't get your tail pinched as you leave.
George!
Oh. Upset about something, aren't you, Fedor?
I traveled 200 miles to get here. Who are you?
You said that before. Never mind who jealous. Is that it? Didn't like the way I held it.
I can see. I have heard the talk. Who are you?
It was his idea, you know. Yeah, that's right. This guy, this Jerry Briskin. He and your wife are just like that.
Who?
Probably her lover, for all I know. So long, everybody.
No, wait. Fedor, I'm very pleased to meet you. I mean, well, I got a wife and kids, you understand? I'm your wife's new press agent, that's all.
Keep talking, sucker.
I do not understand.
Neither do I, big man, but then I only met your wife tonight when he brought her here. So, you know how these things are. Talk it over with him.
Him? Briskin?
Valentine, this guy had an accident once. Fedor, my name is Briskin. Our new press agent, that's all. Look out!
George! Hey, cut it out. Wait a minute. Cut it out, you guys. You crazy big baboon. What's the idea?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
Leave you alone. What about me?
He is the one. You said he is the one. He and my wife.
Oh, well, it wasn't true.
He just made it up.
I don't know anything about your wife or about this guy who deserved to get kicked around a little, so who cares? Or for that matter, about any of this cockeyed business.
I am sorry, I said. I am so tired. I travel all day. I make fool of myself, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. So, good night.
Valentine Fedor's her husband, Estella's husband. That's her name, Estella. Only had an accident a couple of months ago. That's as I understand it.
Yeah. I am strongest man in circus.
Uh-huh. Only you got dropped on the head.
Oh, be careful, George.
Look, he's been in a hospital. Hasn't been with the circus.
Look. I don't care who's been where. Now, get out, both of you.
Please. Please, I love her. She's my wife.
All right, sure. That's great. That's fine. Every man to his own mistake.
On the telephone, she says she's too busy to see me. She's my wife.
Well, take it up with Dorothy Dix.
And now you say that
Fedor,
man...
we've been through that. He told you it wasn't true. It's not me. I'm a press agent, not her partner.
Her partner? So?
Oh, now, look, both of you.
Be
Will you
quiet.
please?
She work with partner now. Is that true? There is partner?
Look, will you just leave me out of it, Fedor? I work for a living.
No, tell me.
Get your hands off him. What do I have to do? Point a gun at you two to get you out of here?
Okay, Valentine, we'll leave. I'll go first.
No. No, not yet.
Okay, if you guys think I'm kidding.
No, please. You don't have to threaten. I'm sorry. It is lonely in hospital. I'm all confused. I need help.
The man's bored with your story, Fedor. So long, Valentine. I'll send you a check in the morning.
Wait, I say. Mr. Valentine, you don't have to get behind your desk like that.
I don't, huh?
I don't know what to do, but it would be easier with gun.
Oh, watch him! Hey, get away! Radar, cut it out, you!
Yeah. Easier with gun. Yeah. Thank you. Goodbye.
Put that gun back here before I...
Holy smoke. There is a lover, you know, and Fedor's got your gun. Now look what you started.
Look what I started. What did you say?
Well, somebody's liable to get murdered.
Well, brother, I should have finished this part of it earlier, shouldn't I? All right, Brooksy, don't look at me like that. First a sucker, then a sourpuss. I know. I just don't like being thrown into the middle of a three-ring circus, that's all. Not with all the animals running loose.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Ever stop to think about where your motoring safety begins? It begins with the condition of your tires. One of the best ways to assure your highway safety is to have your tires properly inflated and inspected once a week at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station. Here, the car savers watch carefully for nails, glass, and other blowout makers, and they find these blowout makers embedded in tires of 2 out of every 3 cars. Another reason is that a tire 1/3 underinflated will wear out twice as fast as it should. So, to add thousands of miles to your tires and for your safety and peace of mind on the highway, use this free car saver service once a week. If your tires haven't been inspected recently, drive in tomorrow at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. press agent named Jerry Briskin gets you mixed up with a woman named Estella, tigress of the trapeze, world's greatest aerialist. Yes, if you happen to be George Valentine, and sometimes you wish you weren't, you're picked for a sucker in a publicity stunt. The only trouble is you can't get out of it because the tigress has a mate, and he has your gun. Well, it isn't the price of a gun that bothers you. It's the thought that you may never get it back because sooner or later it may be tied up as Exhibit A in a murder case. And so you decide you'd better find out about the corpse elect. Who it might be, for instance.
Partner Mac, I can tell you that. That ain't no secret.
All right, this way, ladies and gents. See the girly show.
A partner, huh?
Ask Estella herself. She'll tell you who her boyfriend is. Today's boyfriend. Quite a man-eating tiger, that girl.
She's doing her act over in the main tent, huh?
Yeah, great performer, lady. Great.
What's the name of this partner?
Estella, she's got nerves like iron. A picture of her walking around the outside of a building in the newspaper. You seen it? What's the matter, Mike? You got nausea or something?
It makes him dizzy just to think about it. Just tell us where we can find this partner of hers.
Well, he's busy catching her, naturally. That's the act. That's always been her act. 3 flips and she lands in his arms. A lucky stiff king for a day.
Hey, right this way, gents. See him shimmy and shake.
His name's Forelli. Flying Forelli.
Flying Forelli? Bah, couldn't fly a kite. $60 a week bum, but big and good looking. All her assistants have been bums. She's the act. Top number in the business. But I could tell you a lot better if I could look in your tea leaves.
Oh, you're doing fine, thanks. Circus must be a small world.
There's something in store for you, dearie. What could it be? Just give me a chance to read your... Well, ain't that pretty?
Yeah, lettuce leaf. Nice and green.
And so easy to read, too. Mister, Fedor, he was one of her assistants once. Big, stupid thing. Always jealous like that. But a bark don't mean a bite.
Her husbands don't last long, huh?
Well, nothing happens to 'em, if that's what you mean. Fedor's the only one got dropped on his head.
Yeah, and about that time, she was getting sick of him, I bet.
George, what are you driving at?
Oh, it was an accident to Fedor, all right. You don't catch me gossiping about my dearest friends.
No, I'm sure.
You, worried about something happening? Why don't you wait outside the big tent for Estella herself? Or go over there in that palace she calls a dressing trailer. I can tell from the music she'll be on in a minute.
I'm not that worried, thanks.
Oh, don't want to get mixed up yourself, huh? Well, she won't even see Fedor now. All through with him. So he won't come out here hanging around too close.
I know he won't. Okay, thanks, lady. You fill me in.
How do you know it? What's to stop him? Who reads the tea leaves? You or me?
Neither one of us. The cops I already sent for.
Trapeze. That's quite an act she's got.
Yeah. Even wears a tiger skin.
Yeah, not much of it. George, what did you mean back there asking people about Fedor as though you thought his accident...
Nothing, Angel. I won't question his accident. And I think he's ugly, too. But when you throw away all the trimmings, this is nothing but a love triangle. Check?
Well, nobody will thank us for interfering.
Yeah, not even Briskin. And he's on the outside. But you know, sometimes in a triangle, Brooksy, the guy who looks like a villain is really the one who's liable to come out on the short end. Oh, here we are. Come on.
Well, she's not even through taking bows yet. Look at her. Blowing kisses
Never
like...
mind. We'll do without. Uh-oh. Here he comes.
Oh, the other part of the triangle.
Yeah.
He doesn't stay for the applause, I guess.
Uh-huh. Kind of in a hurry, too. Excuse me, Mr. Forelli.
Sorry, no time now.
Hey, wait a minute.
I'm sorry.
But I want to talk to
I'm sorry.
you.
What on earth? Now he's running, George.
Got out fast, didn't he? Looked like he'd seen a ghost. Say, maybe there is something brewing out
George
here that we can...
Valentine, look out!
Oh, no. Ooh. Ooh. So I get the gun back after all. Over the head.
It was Fedor, George.
Oh.
You were in the way, and he
I
was...
heard you.
I'm so happy you can hear. You can join the party.
Who let you in, Lieutenant Johnson?
I let myself in.
George, Fedor didn't drop the gun. He just hit you and kept on running. He was chasing Forelli.
You send for cops to find a big homicidal nut running around loose. So who has to do the work? Me, naturally.
Hey, one at a time, will you? What do you mean? You got him?
Yeah, just this second. One of the boys reported.
What happened?
George, what happened was murder.
Murder?
Well, I had to take care of you first, naturally, and so I stayed with you. And you were here in the infirmary when I saw Lieutenant Johnson, maybe half hour later.
Sure, but... Huh? Oh, he caught him, huh? Simple as that. Fedor shoved me out of the way and went after Forelli and got him. And now you've caught Fedor.
George, it's not that simple. I mean, it's Estella who's been murdered.
Right here, sir. Through the gate.
What's over there?
Elephant, sir.
Oh.
Where's Estella's body? It's not out here in the dark.
Back in the trailer, George, your dressing room.
Hold it. I'll tell you later.
Well, look who's here. The moose.
Fedor's not saying much, sir. He can't. Neither one of them can.
Neither one of them?
Sure, Forelli, too. Apparently he came scanning over the wall in the dark and Fedor after him. All right, come on. Come on. Get on your feet.
Yeah, give me your flashlight.
This is very interesting, Valentine. Estella was struck over the head with a blunt instrument 5 minutes after you were. Boy always brings her coffee right after her act, and there she was.
Wait a minute. Look at these two guys. Ooh, pretty bloody.
That's how we found them. Guard heard the shot.
Grazed Fedor's leg. They were fighting over the gun.
They were fighting, period.
Husband and lover. Sure, fighting. Still at it a few minutes ago. Well, what's the matter, Valentine? Don't you get it?
Yeah, I get it all right, Johnson. And it isn't simple at all. Fedor was chasing Forelli 5 minutes before Estella died. Now, later on, we find they've practically been killing each other. So how could either one of them have killed Estella?
Oh, please, boys. No pictures, I said. No pictures. It isn't good for the circus.
What's the matter, Briskin? For once, you don't want publicity for the tiger?
Look, stop it, will you? I got a wife and kids.
Get your pictures later, boys. Let's get in here.
Okay. Sure. Quite a night, huh, Valentine?
You should know. You started it. This where she was found, Johnson?
Yeah. Okay, Sergeant, you can let those punching bags sit down.
Wait a minute, somebody. I'd like to say something.
Well, it speaks. Make it snappy, Forelli.
He wasn't with me all the time.
Huh?
What's that?
No, you see, I spotted him in the big tent at the end of the show. You see, one of the clowns, he told me that Fedor just found out about who I was and everything. Anyway, I see him come after me. I know what kind of a guy he was from Estella, but he don't catch me. I mean, well, I run, but it was not until 10 or 15 minutes later that he caught up with me.
So you weren't together when she was killed. Now we're getting someplace.
You're a real nice guy, aren't you, Forelli?
Huh?
Now, you listen to me. You ran, and then you skinned over a high fence to hide in that elephant enclosure. In the dark. And in the dark, he wasn't following you. But somehow, later on, he just managed to find you anyway. Lucky, maybe.
Well, I mean, he must have a... Well, you see...
No, not that simple. A couple of nice guys. You want to try to hang it on him now, Fedor?
I do not understand.
Hey, this room been gone over yet?
For fingerprints, sure. No prints.
That's not what I meant, Johnson. The drawer and this bureau sticks.
Let me see.
I can do it all right.
All
Mike.
right, so it sticks. It's been shoved in too far.
That's what I mean. Been slammed in. Somebody in a hurry, wondering what's inside. Nothing.
Jewelry. Where's jewelry?
What's that?
Jewelry. Bracelets around the neck and things. I'm her husband. I know that. Everybody knows that.
Jewelry, huh? Pretty wealthy, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute, you guys. The stuff isn't there. Whoever killed her must have taken it. I mean, that's why she was killed. Holy smoke, that spreads this case wide open.
A robbery, killing? I don't believe it.
Oh, why not? Means lots of people could have done it. If these two guys were really fighting at the time
And
anyway...
you've got a wife and kids to worry about.
What?
What's the matter, Briskin? I make you nervous? Press agent. But you really admired that Estella, didn't you?
What? Oh, wait a minute.
Skip it. If this wasn't a robbery killing, then it was a real cold-blooded murder. Gloves, so there'd be no fingerprints. Something stolen to make it look like robbery.
But that'd rule out the hotheads over here, too. Neither one of them was in a mood to be cold-blooded, even if they hadn't been together at the time.
A while ago, I said it was a triangle, and I still stick with it. All right, Fedor, your wife was going to throw you over, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was very wealthy, a lot more than just jewelry.
Yeah, but I never seen any of it.
Forelli, you were the current boyfriend. But if you had half a brain, you could see the handwriting on the wall. Even if you became the next husband, you wouldn't have lasted very long either. Nobody does. And you wouldn't have seen any of the fortune either.
You can say that again.
Valentine, what in the name
I'm trying
of
to play a different tune on the triangle, that's all, Johnson. Okay, Forelli, let's get back to how Fedor found you in the dark. Why you tried hiding from this monster in a place where nobody could even hear your call for help.
But I don't know he was so close. I don't know he could see me go over the fence.
Then how did he know you did? How did he know where to find you?
But I did see him. I was right behind him.
Oh, no, he don't.
Oh, well,
Wait.
now, come on. Make up your minds, boys. Fedor, you used to be Estella's assistant, didn't you?
What?
Uh-huh, the fortune teller told me. Estella's act always used an assistant. But in my office, you said, does she work with a partner now? Is it true there's a partner? Big surprise.
Did he say that?
So maybe yours was the act, Fedor. Murderous husband on the loose.
But I wanted
Taking
to kill
pokes
him.
at people like me and Briskin so there'd be no doubt about it. Plenty of witnesses.
But he did try to kill me.
Sure, an act to set this all up. Because who'd suspect two guys fighting for their lives of taking time out to sneak over here and kill a woman in cold blood? Time out, team, then back to the fight.
Team? No, listen to me.
The Triangle Club. The two sides of it nobody ever suspects. You two deliberately messed each other up to make everything stick.
Two sides? But I hate him. He tried to kill me.
Husband and lover against the wife. There's one for you, Johnson. You better find out fast who inherits that dough those guys couldn't have got their hands on any other way.
We didn't. That's a stupid guy. He don't mean what he's a dumb, ain't you, Fedor? You big crazy.
Shut up! Get your hands off me.
That's it, boys. Go at it again. Sure, he's so dumb he said you did it.
I did not. He did.
Shut up, loudmouth.
He said you did the actual killing.
He did it himself.
Look out. Get him off.
Well, draw up a chair, Johnson. We got a ringside seat. So we'll just wait for a decision.
Then it was really Fedor who killed Estella.
Yeah. Oh, boy, what a fight. Only I'd had a camera.
Both of them were guilty, Angel. They cooked it up together.
Well, might not have happened if Mr. Briskin here...
Oh, yes, it would have. The publicity stunt didn't have anything to do with it.
Sure, just a neat twist that they'd figured on a triangle game.
And it might have worked. They might have got away with it if our friend here hadn't picked me for a sucker. Got us mixed up in it.
Sure, that's right. So you're not sore anymore, are you? Holy smoke, it's a job, that's all. I got a wife and kids.
Oh, Buster, you're a broken record. My wife and kids. That's all you say.
George Valentine, you stop it.
Huh?
Well, it's just a shame you don't say anything intelligent like that once in a while. What's the matter, darling? Your cat got your tongue?
Listen to the difference. In a few seconds, you'll hear Geiger counters measuring automobile engine wear. The engines are equipped with irradiated piston rings, which make it possible for the Geiger counters to detect wear as it occurs. You will hear authentic scientific proof that new RPM motor oil cuts in half the wear rate of critical engine parts, doubles the life of the average auto engine between major overhauls due to lubrication. First, let's listen to the Geiger counter slowly click off the low wear rate of new RPM. Now, the much faster wear rate of a premium type oil as designated by the American Petroleum Institute. Now, new RPM again. You have just heard Geiger counters clicking off the scientific proof that new RPM motor oil is years ahead.
Yes, years ahead. New RPM doubles engine life between major overhauls due to lubrication. Try it. Sold with a money-back guarantee of satisfaction at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard Oil Company of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis and directed by Don Clark. Ken Christie is Lieutenant Johnson. Anthony Barrett was heard as Briskin. Lillian Bayef as Estella. Bill Conrad as Fedor. Jack Crucian as Forelli. And Noreen Gamil as the Gypsy. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. Let George Do It is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock in trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Standard Oil Company of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Knock on Wood, another adventure of George Valentine.
My dear Mr. Valentine, I need your assistance most desperately. I am a landlord. Oh, yes, one of those poor malign creatures who happen to own a building. Happen to? No, I'll be honest. It's my life, the culmination of my desire, my only love. And I'm sure you'll forgive my sentimentality when you realize it is none other than the Alfred J. Liggett Golden Tower apartment building. Oh, yes, I am Alfred J. Liggett. Well, Mr. Valentine, a person of much lesser achievement is threatening my horizon. To be blunt about it, my very reputation itself is in imminent danger. Please come quickly. I am desperate. Never in my life has my entire fortune been so threatened. You see, I have been a very lucky man. Knock on wood.
I'm sure this is the right door.